A monstrous shadow descends from the heavens, its vast wings eclipsing the moon. The scale of the approaching darkness is immense. A fierce battle rages beneath a storm-racked sky. Blades clash, and monstrous figures engage in brutal combat. A desolate landscape is shown, dominated by the Demon King's formidable army. The narrator speaks of inescapable despair. The protagonist, a young man in futuristic gear, speaks of finding solace in the virtual world of Paradiso after a long day. A screen displays information about Paradiso Online, a popular virtual reality game. It's revealed he's been a prominent blogger for the game for a decade. His recent confession reveals his burnout. Suddenly, a man's anguished face fills the panel, revealing the sharp pain of a sudden death, questioning his fate. Jared, a morbidly obese young lord, lies in bed, his maid looking on with concern as he frets. His anxieties are palpable. His maid comments on his drastically shortened lifespan in Paradiso Online, stemming from his excessive weight gain. The game reflects his real-world health. Jared reveals his past life as Shin Tae-pung, a prominent blogger who died from overwork. Reincarnation brought him a new, short life as an obese lord. Overwhelmed by despair, Jared laments the brevity of his current life, fearing an imminent end. He envisions his impending demise during the Das Great War, his status as an insignificant lord sealing his fate. A wooden staff snaps in his hand, mirroring his own fragile life and foreshadowing impending doom. A glimpse into Jared's past reveals him as a young flower boy, a stark contrast to his current obese form. Jared, now a large man, recalls a honey trick from his past life, realizing he can use it strategically. His ambition is clear, to become the strongest warrior and unify the world, a goal that drives his current actions. A maid diligently cleans the library, her cheerful humming filling the room. The maid, startled, exclaims upon unexpectedly encountering her lord. Jared frantically searches for a keepsake, his distress evident as he realizes its significance. The maid presents the recovered keepsake, a small pendant, bringing a sigh of relief to Jared. "Please go out for now," Jared requests of his maid, a hint of urgency in his voice, his face a mask of quiet determination. The maid, however, pauses, a flicker of concern crossing her features. "I can feel something different about my lord," she murmurs, sensing a shift in his energy. With a sudden burst of energy, the maid darts out of the room, leaving Jared alone with his thoughts and his precious artifact. Jared holds up the recovered pendant, a powerful artifact left to him by his father. "Also, a helpful artifact that can help my magic growth which left behind by my father," he explains, a determined glint in his eyes. A surge of magical energy emanates from the pendant as Jared prepares to use it. The energy intensifies, signaling the artifact's activation. "Now, servicing this artifact is the only way for me," he states, his voice resolute. Jared explains his reasoning, a hint of defiance in his tone. "Anyways, I am doing this so I can grow up faster, so I believe you'll understand me, father." A swirling vortex of dark energy opens before him, the path to his chosen destiny. A swirling vortex of dark energy coalesces, revealing Isabella, a powerful being summoned by Jared. She questions him, her eyes burning with an intense red light. Isabella, unimpressed, demands to know Jared's wish, highlighting the rarity and significance of her summoning. Nas Continental Calendar, March 4, 1424. The Stallion Great War rages, engulfing the continent in flames and claiming countless lives. The war's devastation is emphasized, setting a grim backdrop for Jared's actions. A lone warrior emerges, defying an army arrayed against them, a stark contrast against the backdrop of the Stallion Great War. The scene shifts to a television screen displaying the game Paradiso, revealing that this world is, in fact, a virtual game environment. The narration describes the basic structure of the game. An old man, a master of the game's mechanics, is introduced. His expertise encompasses territory control, bug exploitation, dungeon conquest, and item discovery. We see Jared's perspective, the player who has just died in the game. Jared, now incredibly overweight, wakes up in a strange bed, disoriented. A maid stands nearby, observing him. Confused, Jared asks the maid his location and her identity. A question mark appears, signifying Jared's uncertainty about his surroundings and the ensuing events. Jared's in-game status is revealed. He's level 1, with extremely low stats except for high mana, but burdened with the ultra-high obesity debuff which drastically reduces his stats and lifespan. Jared, immensely overweight, sits heavily in a plush chair, sighing, "For now, let's calm down." He confirms his reincarnation into the Paradiso online game world, noting the Nas continental calendar and his location in Cribia territory. He grimly accepts this as his new reality. A grim vision flashes before him, the devastating Stallion Great War, 1414 to 1424, followed by drought, famine, earthquake, and volcanic activity, culminating in the Nas Great War, where people fight over dwindling resources. Jared laments his status as a minor, almost insignificant character, unlike typical reincarnation stories where the protagonist is usually powerful and destined for greatness. He collapses, groaning in despair, overwhelmed by the reality of his situation. Despite the dire circumstances, a flicker of determination ignites within him. He declares, "I still have hope." Jared recognizes his advantage, overwhelming knowledge of future events, giving him a chance to shape a better destiny. A maid diligently cleans his office, commenting on his infrequent visits, underscoring his previous life's inactivity. "Haze!" Jared shouts, frantically searching. He continues his frantic search, muttering, "Not here. Not here either. No, nope." The maid, with a mischievous grin, presents him with a pendant, declaring, "Here's the artifact you're looking for." Jared is astonished. Relieved, the maid inquires if Jared needs anything else, expressing her joy at being helpful. Jared breathes a sigh of relief, a subtle hint of exhaustion in his expression. He examines the artifact, realizing its significance. This is the only advantage a shabby young lord like me has as a fourth-class magician, he thinks. Jared intends to harness the power of the artifact before him. He plunges into a swirling vortex of dark energy. A terrifying, shadowy figure emerges from the depths. The monstrous entity demands to know who summoned it. Jared, recognizing the creature, identifies it as Isabella, an evil spirit. A brief exposition reveals the game's setting: Paradiso, a virtual reality RPG where players fight demons to protect their territory. Jared's maid inquires if he experienced a nightmare. Jared's reflection shows a startling transformation. He's gained significant weight. Jared attempts a summoning, but his low mana reserves prevent him from succeeding. A powerful, malevolent presence manifests, demanding to know who dared summon it. The summoned being, Isabella, an evil spirit, questions the foolish human's desperate wish. Isabella, a formidable figure with a grotesque grin, warns the summoner against cowardice. Meanwhile, the summoner, Jared, is urged to be bold, as Isabella favors free spirits. Jared reveals his ambition: to obtain the Mind's Eye, a legendary hidden skill. Isabella is intrigued by the Mind's Eye, a skill possessed by only one person in Paradiso, highlighting Jared's greed. Jared plans to use the Mind's Eye for territorial management and future prospects. Isabella agrees to Jared's request, but warns, everything has a price. The ominous glow of her power intensifies. Isabella cackles, "Kaya-ha-ha-ha. I'll give you the Mind's Eye," as she holds out a contract, her ominous glow intensifying. But she adds, "But I'll take your most precious thing in return." A swirling vortex of dark energy appears as Isabella declares, "If it's family, I'll eat them like a delicacy." The sinister nature of her offer becomes chillingly clear. Jared's expression shifts, a mixture of shock and disbelief. He mutters, why, what's up with my lips," as he realizes the true cost. Jared's internal monologue reveals his struggle. "I carefully considered which worthless treasure of mine that I'll give you to fulfill the contract. It was hard to keep the thought in the front of my mind." He's desperately trying to find a suitable sacrifice. His horror is palpable as he thinks, No. I hate this. What kind of crazy punk thinks their most precious treasure is their first kiss? The absurdity and the horror of the situation dawns on him. Jared is pulled into the vortex of dark energy as Isabella watches with a gleeful expression. He cries out, "Hugh, oh God!" in terror. Two maids, one with vibrant teal hair, bustle through a hallway, carrying a stack of books. The teal-haired maid expresses concern. Her companion questions where Jared, their employer, might be going. The two maids exchange worried glances, their concern palpable. The teal-haired maid is stopped by a large, stern-looking man, who demands she halt her progress. The man observes the maid, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He declares that, despite being a maid, she possesses extraordinary abilities, and plans to train her as a healer. The teal-haired maid reflects on her shortcomings, lamenting her failure to complete her tasks properly, especially when her master requires her assistance. A physical confrontation erupts between the teal-haired maid and the large man. The man reflects on Jared's past, revealing that Jared's memories are returning. He recalls Jared's arrogant nature and tendency to unleash his anger on those who fail him, particularly his maid, to whom he had delegated most of his tasks. The teal-haired maid flinches as a large hand swats away her own, a clear sign of the power imbalance between them. Fear is etched onto her face. She apologizes profusely for her past mistakes, acknowledging the hardship she inadvertently caused him. Jared, his face softening slightly, asks for her trust one more time, hinting at a possible reconciliation. Overwhelmed with emotion, the maid cries uncontrollably, her relief palpable. Jared is shown eating only herbs and vegetables, a seemingly meager meal. The maid warns him that such a diet will make him faint. The narration explains a game mechanic. The vegetables have a misleading effect on satiety levels in the game world, implying a deeper game mechanic at play. By eating alpha leaf, your metabolism returns to its normal state. Calories will be consumed at double the normal rate. Intense stimulation is activated. 450 g of fat have been immediately disassembled and released. The maid presents Jared with a steak, a stark contrast to his previous meal of herbs. "My lord, please eat this," she urges. Jared hesitates, questioning, "This? You never ate it before, so it was thrown away every time." "But I think you'll want to eat," the maid explains, revealing a history of Jared's dietary habits and offering a new, more substantial option. Jared takes a bite, noting the immediate effect. The system message clarifies the impact of the meal, revealing a game mechanic that affects caloric consumption based on diet choices. Jared's face shows clear distress. He exclaims, "Isabella?" A monstrous figure looms before Jared, its eyes swirling with malevolent energy. "Oh ho, are you the one?" it cackles. Jared, seemingly unfazed by the creature's terrifying appearance, calmly states, "Yes, Isabella. You'll be the first stepping stone that I will use on my road to success." His resolve is palpable. Jared's expression hardens. "I'll not get a chance like this again if Isabella leaves now," he mutters, his eyes narrowed in focus. Isabella's monstrous grin widens. "Do you want to see what's inside other people's heads?" she asks, her voice dripping with menace. Jared simply replies, "Yeah." A system message appears, explaining the Wind's Eye skill, a powerful ability to scan other players' stats and dispositions, the effectiveness of which depends on the user's skill level. "What is your most precious possession?" Isabella's chilling question hangs in the air. Jared's eyes widen in terror as Isabella snatches a rolled-up scroll from him. Isabella's monstrous grin widens as she threatens to enslave Jared if his most precious thing isn't money. Jared is horrified to realize Isabella has read his mind, discovering the evil spirit's curse he feared. Isabella laughs, revealing she's been aware of Jared's most prized possession, his first kiss, which he considers his most valuable thing. Jared's face hardens with determination as he realizes the significance of Isabella's revelation that his first kiss will be with an evil spirit. With a furious burst of energy, Isabella's grip shatters as Jared forcefully rejects this fate. Jared, sacrificing himself for his country, accepts his fate with a resolute expression, his body radiating light. Two maids discuss their lord's increasingly strange behavior. He's been secluding himself and roaming the mansion. One maid, Hayes, heads to the mansion's rarely visited basement. The other maid offers to help, but Hayes declines, confident in her ability to manage alone. Hayes arrives before her lord, presenting him with documents pertaining to his territory and vassals. Hayes's character stats are displayed, revealing her unusually high loyalty and peaceful nature. The implication of Hayes's high loyalty statistic and her unrequited love is discussed. Her unrequited love is implied to have lasted more than 10 years. She subsequently rejects the Lord's romantic advances. Hayes apologizes to her lord. The Lord is confused by her apology. He then discovers a hidden message within a document. Hayes, distraught, profusely apologizes to her lord, her face etched with worry. The Lord, initially bewildered by her apology, discovers a hidden message in a document, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding. He declares a complete change of heart. Hayes continues to apologize, still unaware of the Lord's newfound understanding. The Lord, now seemingly remorseful, forgives Hayes, embracing her in a gesture of reconciliation. The Lord reveals he now identifies as Jared, taking responsibility for past actions. Hayes, though grateful for the Lord's change, expresses reservations, finding the situation unsettling. Jared, the former Lord, now a considerably overweight man, forces himself to eat some repulsive, bug-like creatures, explaining that it's necessary for his self-improvement plan. He continues his unpleasant meal, describing the horrific tastes of the various dishes with disgust, emphasizing their truly appalling flavors. A sense of accomplishment washes over Jared as he notices the reduction in his body fat. The foul-tasting diet is working. Hayes, the angelic maid, offers Jared a more palatable alternative, a beansteak, a healthier option she learned from a chef. Overcome with guilt, Jared confesses to Hayes that his past actions were despicable and reveals his remorse for having bullied her, expressing his self-loathing. While eating, Jared recalls information he discovered in documents about the Cribia territory's location in the northernmost part of the kingdom. Hayes remarks that Cribia's poverty is also an advantage, because of its impoverished state. It's a good place to find easy quests and events. Jared, resolute, declares his intention to start anew, aiming for a complete personal transformation. A furious, floating demonic head confronts a startled young man, demanding, "Why are you still here? How dare you deceive me?" The young man, now outside a grand building, mutters to himself, "This won't be easy." A text box reveals a crucial detail: the everlasting contract with Isabella starts here. Overcome with nausea, the young man clutches his stomach, groaning, "But right now I want to throw up." Suddenly, his expression changes. He devours something, exclaiming, "Ah, it's tasty. As expected of a grade A dish. It has neutralized the rotten feeling inside my mouth." The demonic head screams in rage, "Give me back my mind's eye." 10 years ago, a frantic plea echoes through the halls, "My lord, please open the door." A fist pounds against the heavy wood, desperation palpable in the gesture. A shadowed figure inside urges, "Let's fight together in this hard time." The words are a call to arms against an unseen threat. A large manor house stands against a bleak sky. The scene unfolds as someone observes, "He suddenly called for us, huh?" A sense of unease hangs in the air. A burst of cheerful energy cuts through the tension. "Kia. Good morning, Hayes," a playful greeting brightens the scene. 3 figures, 2 women and a man, share the unexpected moment of lightheartedness. The man, however, reveals a darker side. His gaze lingers on one of the women as he thinks, "I don't understand what a beauty like her could like about that lord. But I will make her my woman one day for sure." His words hint at possessive intent and a looming conflict. A young woman chastises a knight, questioning his reckless behavior and inappropriate actions for a lord's knight. The city's chief guard, a man with an eye patch, angrily retorts, rejecting her lecture and questioning her authority. A heated confrontation ensues, with the chief guard daring the woman to repeat her words. Sir Oren, another man, arrives, observing the heated exchange with concern. Sir Oren expresses his understanding of the guard's position but advises that it's not something he can change. Someone comments on the Lord's changed appearance, noting he looks thinner, sparking discussion about his well-being. The eye-patched chief guard suggests ending the meeting and having a drink. His expression is suggestive. The Lord, seemingly deep in thought, considers the eye-patched guard's suggestion of a drink, a subtle shift in the tense atmosphere. The eye-patch-wearing guard's intense expression reveals his anger. He confronts someone off-panel. A flash of magic missile. The Lord's reaction shows he's not entirely surprised by this outburst. The guard unleashes his fury, his words ringing with righteous anger. He's clearly unafraid of the Lord's power. The guard's anger intensifies as he reveals the Lord's heinous crimes, human trafficking and using his subjects as private soldiers. The Lord, his face contorted in fury, vows retribution. The tension reaches a fever pitch. A wave of fiery energy explodes outward, the sound a deafening uia. Lord Gragas, his face a mask of fury, declares, "Today Gragas will be removed from his position." His subordinates prostrate themselves, pleading for forgiveness for their negligence and grave sin. Gragas adds, his tone cold, that the previous Viscount Barbot held the same level of dignity, further highlighting the severity of the situation. Confirming his command, Gragas demands to know if anyone opposes his decision. Silence follows, punctuated only by a sharp no. Gragas reveals his difficulty in finding competent subordinates, lamenting the lack of capable right and left-hand men. The panel shows the limitations of his existing staff. 1 month later, a snowy scene unfolds. We see a town under a blanket of snow, with a citizen exclaiming, "You can't." A man brandishes a knife, demanding street taxes. He orders the other man to stay still and not cause a ruckus. The tax collector is shown carefully storing the collected gold coins. He emphasizes that they shouldn't be spent, even if the tax collector is missing. A man peers through a fence, asking, "Who are you?" A man reacts with annoyance to the unseen person. He refers to the previous person as a piggy little brat. A sudden, powerful shockwave is shown, implying a major event has taken place. A character profile reveals Lacaze, described as having inclinations towards loyalty, peace, orderliness, and justice. A man in uniform grimly acknowledges the recent death of the previous lord, urging a focus on the future. He is clearly trying to maintain order and stability in the face of tragedy. A young man sits alone, consumed by grief over the loss of his lord. His posture shows profound sadness and despair. Another man, jovial and seemingly unconcerned, drinks merrily, oblivious or indifferent to the recent loss. He appears to be making preparations for a celebration. A young maid nervously greets Sir Gragas, who responds with unsettling levity. The contrast underscores the differing reactions to the loss. Sir Gragas's words are a clear threat, escalating the tension and hinting at potentially sinister intentions. Sir Lacaze, eyes wide with terror, frantically pleads for mercy. An older man, seemingly an advisor, attempts to calm the situation, warning that a powerful lord is about to arrive. Sir Lacaze, disgusted, cannot believe that such an old man is permitted to enter their prestigious mansion. Later, during a formal meeting, Sir Lacaze is stunned by the lord's request for an immediate meeting, rather than a formal report. Sir Lacaze, irritated, questions the lord's casual approach, highlighting the inappropriate nature of the report. Another attendant whispers about the lord's companion, who always uses meetings as opportunities for seduction, preventing serious work. "How dare you come to this meeting drunk?" Lord Gragas's chief guard, Sir Lacaze, accuses, his finger pointed accusingly. The implication hangs heavy in the air, this is far from a casual oversight. Gragas laughs, a dismissive sound that belies his irritation. His companion, clearly inebriated, deflects the accusation with a casual reminder of their shared earlier drinking. Gragas holds up a broken bottle, a gesture of reluctant tolerance. He'll overlook this blatant disregard for protocol, this time. Lacaze's patience wears thin. He directly questions Gragas about his recent extortion of a merchant, highlighting the abuse of authority. The tension is palpable. A burst of blue energy erupts, showcasing the extent of the illegal taxation scheme and its consequences on the populace. The visual emphasizes the scale of Gragas's corruption. Gragas, enraged, unleashes a fireball. His response reveals a volatile temper and willingness to use force to silence dissent. The fireball hurtles towards Gragas's superior, the impact implied by the intense motion lines. The consequence of his actions is imminent. Gragas lies injured, but alive. Though his intent was lethal, Lacaze's words suggest a restrained execution of justice, a chilling display of power and control. A superior officer vows to thoroughly investigate the corruption within his territory. His serious expression underscores the gravity of the situation. Another official remarks on the swift defeat of Gragas, highlighting the immense power of the fourth-class magician from the Ucals family. The implication of this family's power is clear. The superior officer announces the promotion of Lacus to the position of chief guard of Kribia. Lacus' surprised reaction suggests both honor and perhaps apprehension. Lacus, the newly appointed chief guard, declares he will proceed carefully, guided by his intuition. A sense of cautious determination fills the air. Two individuals discuss Gregaz's absence in relation to missing tax money, suggesting a possible connection between his defeat and the financial irregularities. A doorbell rings, signifying a potential interruption or new development. A jovial, rotund man greets someone off-panel with a wide smile and a wave. A stern-faced man, clearly upset, confronts the jovial man from the first panel. He reprimands him for his womanizing ways. The rotund man looks down at documents, a worried expression replacing his earlier cheer. He's reviewing a recently submitted report. Another man, this one in military garb, sits at a table, his fist clenched in determination. He vows to stop Gregaz, regardless of the consequences, for the glory of Kribia. A man recoils violently, his mouth spewing a white mist as he cries out in shock and pain. A stern-faced soldier, his fist clenched, declares that those who insulted their lord must face a death wish. His companion watches impassively. The soldier's target, writhing in pain, is revealed to be a tax collector preying on the populace. The soldier, eyes narrowed in a chilling smile, pledges obedience to his orders. A fat man casts a magic missile, striking a fleeing tax collector. The lord, his face contorted in a grimace, publicly admits his past mistakes and declares he will now look after the citizens. Food is distributed to the starving populace, a gesture of mercy from the lord, greeted with thankful cries. The lord, now riding triumphantly through the city streets, is hailed by the jubilant crowds, a clear symbol of his restored popularity. The soldier stands guard nearby, his earlier chilling smile replaced with a look of calculated neutrality. The lord's advisor confirms the success of their plan. The people are rallying behind their leader, a result of their efforts. 1 month later, crime is down, public order has improved, and the overall sentiment is markedly better. The lord takes credit but is secretly still obsessed with regaining his mind's eye. The lord's satisfaction is short-lived. His mind's eye, a power he lost, continues to haunt him, its ethereal presence depicted as a malevolent, screaming face. A villa, a location noted in a strategic report, is mentioned, hinting at a potentially long-term plan still unfolding. The advisor warns that obtaining their desired outcome will take time. An advisor comments on a technique, noting its effectiveness despite prior exposure. He's seen this maneuver a few times, but its efficiency remains impressive. His colleague enthusiastically agrees, giving a thumbs up. The technique is explained: release mana, then reabsorb it to increase overall mana. The advisor notes that while not officially from Paradiso, it still counts as a bug. A flashback is indicated, 1 year ago. A fierce sword fight unfolds between two skilled warriors. The advisor watches, commenting on the combatant's skill. Two soldiers discuss the importance of diligence, lest they be reprimanded. Lena, an orphan, excitedly expresses her hope for a better future at the directorate, believing it will be a kind and supportive environment. Lena reveals her ambition to become a swordmaster instead of a maid, a path unconventional for women in her world. A male mercenary, questioning the rarity of female mercenaries, draws his sword. The visual emphasizes the physical demands of the profession. He explains that most women leave or perish due to the harsh realities of mercenary life. He asserts that gender is irrelevant, what truly matters are spirit, will, talent, and effort. Inspired by his words, Lena's eyes glow with determination as she firmly resolves to pursue her goal. Chained and alone, a young woman whispers, "Bro. Sis." Her despair is palpable. A powerful blow sends a man sprawling. His attackers are grim-faced and intent. A stout man smiles serenely, stating, "I don't mind the insult." His expression shifts to one of cold determination as he commands, "Catch all of them, and don't let any escape." Swift justice will be carried out by the new chief guard, Lacus. Two criminals watch with fearful anticipation. A criminal, Gragas, flees through the snowy streets, pursued. Lacus effortlessly intercepts and apprehends Gragas with a burst of energy. Citizens cheer for Lacaz, celebrating his swift victory and the new era of peace under his leadership. One of Lacaz's subordinates expresses disbelief at Graga's capture, highlighting the severity of the situation. Lacaz orders him to maintain order. A bard celebrates the positive changes in Cribia, playing a joyful tune. A council meeting reveals that the citizens are viewing Cribia and its new ruler positively. Lacaz is questioned about his performance. He confirms everything is going well. Lacaz's charisma stat increases by 1 point. Lacaz, flanked by his newly recruited soldiers, confidently reports on his accomplishments. He has unified many skilled soldiers under his command as the feudal lord. An advisor reports on the state of the crops, noting that while the new farming methods have yielded positive results, winter's harsh conditions and pests still significantly limit production. Lacaz, somewhat dejected, reflects that his mind's eye ability, while useful for identifying talent, has other limitations. He resolves to work harder. Lacaz reveals that his unusual weight loss method is actually a technique to increase his mana capacity, giving him an unfair advantage. After a month of this rigorous training, his mana capacity has effectively increased as if he had leveled up 12 times, allowing him to use 4th-class magic twice as often. A soldier urgently announces a report for the Lord. A mercenary group engages in intense sparring, their blades clashing amidst a flurry of motion. Lena, a young girl, observes from behind a low wall. 3 shadowy figures confront Lena, cautioning her against being seen. "Hey kiddo, have you been watching us for a while? You'll get into trouble if you keep it up, got it?" Lena confidently carries a large water barrel, her carefree attitude contrasting with the seriousness of the earlier warning. "It's okay, because I'm faster than my friends." Wahahaha. Lena is really strong. An observer comments on Lena's age and upcoming role. "I can't believe that you are 14 years old now. You'll work as a maid in the noble's mansion soon, right?" A man considers Lena's potential. "I was considering bringing Lena into our mercenary troop." Lena contemplates her future, a determined expression on her face. "Maybe not right now, but can a girl like me become a great swordmaster if I work hard?" A man laughs heartily, his expression suggesting amusement and approval. Lena stands poised, her sword held high, a powerful stance radiating determination. The man's words, "but it's also the same for men," echo his earlier laughter, implying that dedication transcends gender in the pursuit of swordsmanship. He chews thoughtfully on his fingernail. He assures Lena, "But you are more talented than us. That's why you will make it," offering encouragement and a belief in her potential. A butterfly floats peacefully in the sky. A triumphant figure exclaims, "I was wondering when those bastards would get caught," finally, expressing satisfaction at the capture of a group of criminals, while another adds, "I feel really damn good thanks to this." The scene shows several bound men and a knight. A well-fed man, possibly a noble or official, declares, "If you're satisfied, then I'm satisfied too. I believe that you will oversee," suggesting confidence in the captured men's fate and the authorities' judgment. News arrives. A search party has uncovered a bandit camp hidden within a coal mine. A young girl watches from afar as a man walks hand in hand with 2 small children. She calls out, "Lena." A sinister figure grins, revealing gold teeth, and states, "Don't you know that the director sold you to us?" The girl, bound in chains, struggles against her captor. He whips her, snarling, "Though, you have to be more obedient if you are a slave." Tears stream down her face as she furiously denies the accusation. "No, the director is not that kind of person." Another chained child, with vibrant red hair, is questioned, "Are you from Majorca?" A scene unfolds, revealing a dark auction. A man explains, "Most of the orphans in Majorca are sold as slaves. The lord of that place ordered that." "Don't you want to get out of here?" the blonde girl asks the red-haired child, chained and seemingly resigned. "What a silly brat." The blonde girl criticizes the red-haired child's demeanor, finding it discouraging, while the child simply shrugs, claiming to be merely accepting reality. The blonde girl observes other slaves, noting their lifelessness, furthering the grim reality of their situation. The blonde girl, despite the bleak circumstances, vows to not give up, showcasing her unwavering resolve. The red-haired girl explains that Crabia, like Mallorca, has fallen into terrible conditions due to an incompetent young lord and harsh climate. The red-haired girl confidently shares her information, claiming she has excellent hearing, implying she learned about the situation through eavesdropping. The blonde girl is surprised by the red-haired girl's resilience, noting it's her first time encountering such a stubborn slave. A year has passed, and both girls are now 15. The red-haired girl remains chained, while the blonde girl sits beside her, seemingly resigned to their situation. The blonde girl is concerned. She notices the red-haired girl is feverish and worries about the consequences if her condition worsens. Desperate, the blonde girl pledges obedience and begs for a mere half-bowl of soup. Their captor brings them a bowl of soup. He urges the blonde girl to eat it quickly before it gets cold, showing a hint of unexpected kindness. The blonde girl, despite her distress, insists she is fine. Suddenly, the blonde girl's touch causes the man to recoil in pain, revealing a hidden effect of her touch. He cries out in pain. The red-haired girl uses the distraction to pull the blonde girl along. They begin to escape. "You said you'd get out of here," the man roars, his hand reaching out to grab the blonde girl as she and the red-haired girl attempt their escape. The blonde girl cries out in pain as the man grabs her, the red-haired girl momentarily trapped. The red-haired girl, lying on the ground, reflects on their difficult lives, lamenting her own as comparable to a ditch. Despite initial disbelief, the red-haired girl confesses that she envies the blonde girl's life and vows to protect her. The man's face is contorted in pain and anger, as he realizes that the blonde girl's touch has burned him. His rage explodes, fueled by the burn and his frustration at their escape attempt. He vows to kill the blonde girl. The blonde girl's touch has left a searing burn on the man's skin, his face contorting in a mask of pain and fury. He examines the damage, confirming, now it looks properly burnt. An older man, his face etched with worry, greets the blonde girl with surprising kindness. "You are an angel that God sent to our orphanage." The scene shifts to a tavern. The blonde girl, now bound in chains, is surrounded by men who mock her, one sneering, "Not a maid, but a slave. Stupid brat." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes through the tavern as the girl is violently thrown to the ground. The sounds of ack and kayak punctuate her pained struggle. Now imprisoned in a dark cell, the girl reflects, "It's been a month since I was sold to the slave dealer. Mostly I've spent my time locked in this cell. I've only left the cell to be punished." In a dimly lit cell, one girl reveals a harsh truth to another: her life was predetermined for slavery from the orphanage. The red-haired girl, Mani, adds that the orphanage director is complicit, urging surrender. Mani introduces herself, suggesting a grim alliance until death. A month passes, and the two girls, now close, share their slave labor. The harsh reality of the slave trade is underscored: slaves remain sellable regardless of their condition. Mani informs the other girl about the scarcity of mercenaries in Cribia, a land abundant in monster hunters. A snowy, desolate landscape reveals a mine entrance, their bleak surroundings. Mani lies bound and chained, her face flushed, a name whispered above her. A mercenary, seemingly unbothered by his comrade's captivity, boasts about his superior judgment. His smugness is shattered by the news of his capture. Lena, also chained, urgently requests hot soup for her feverish friend. The mercenary, disregarding Lena's plea, cruelly orders her to eat alone, reinforcing his dominance. Mani watches, her expression sharp. He dismisses Lena's illness, emphasizing his control over her. Lena is confronted, her attempt to get soup met with fury. Lena, her face contorted in a grimace of pain and rage, lunges forward. The chained Lena is shown from below, her desperate struggle palpable. The blonde girl, Lena's companion, berates her, "You idiot, why did you get stabbed instead of me?" Her own distress is evident. The blonde explains her hardened outlook, born from a life among bandits. She reveals her limited understanding of the world outside violence and theft, contrasting sharply with Lena's aspirations. Lena, despite her injuries, refuses to give up. The blonde girl's resolve cracks as her companion's unwavering spirit is tested. A man appears, his expression cruel, ready to strike. The man attacks the blonde girl, his violence escalating. He questions if the injury inflicted can even be called a burn. The blonde girl's unwavering dedication to their orphanage is revealed. She submits, accepting her responsibility to work hard. Defiant, the blonde girl declares, "No, I won't ever give up. I will escape from this place no matter what happens." A red-haired boy sits alone, quietly eating. A voice tells him, "Go, eat that." The red-haired boy angrily rebukes, "I don't care if the others did that, but you must never do that. Didn't you say that you're not a slave?" The blonde girl's eyes widen in terror as she screams, "Kill all of the people here." A searing pain explodes across the blonde girl's face as a high-pitched scream pierces the air. Yuck. With Greg is gone, the young lord reflects on his underlings' self-deception, believing their incompetent master will soon abandon his foolish actions. He commands his troops, dismissing their overestimation of his abilities as he orders them to action. The young lord, resolute, declares their mission to rescue the kidnapped victims and deliver justice to Cribia. He charges into battle alongside his forces, the sound of their advance echoing through the snowy landscape. Amidst the chaos of battle, a soldier urges his comrades to contact their superior, Ched, for immediate assistance. A determined enemy knight vows that no one will escape. The battlefield is strewn with bodies, the enemy knight's skill surprisingly high, even for an armed civilian. A soldier orders his men to spread out and search the tunnels thoroughly, their determination unwavering. A wounded soldier, his face burned by a comrade's attack, vows vengeance. He will kill anyone standing in his way. One soldier, witnessing the horrific slave pens firsthand, is overcome with disgust, despite having seen them countless times in game. The soldier's friend breaks down, crying out for help. The sheer horror of the situation weighs heavily on him. Overcome with guilt, the soldier comforts his friend, lamenting his own tardiness in arriving at the scene. Ched, their superior officer, bursts onto the scene, clearly intoxicated, adding a chaotic element to the already desperate situation. His arrival is less than ideal, given his condition. "You should have just kept eating fat meat at your mansion. What the hell are you doing at my workplace?" A disgruntled soldier confronts a larger, seemingly out-of-place comrade, his annoyance clear. An opponent, clearly a mage, smirks, preparing a magical attack. "No, let me kill you." "With magic? Ha, I won't die at the piggy hands of a piggy like you." His arrogance is palpable. The soldier, fueled by anger and perhaps a touch of desperation, unleashes a powerful attack. The word haste appears, signifying a speed-enhancing ability. Several soldiers surround and engage their magically empowered enemy. The mage is clearly overwhelmed, grunting in exertion. The mage, now desperate, decides on a risky move. "In that case, I just need to crush all the surroundings at once." His face is contorted with determination. The mage's desperate gambit fails. Multiple beams of energy pierce him, his pained expression evident. The surviving soldier observes the fallen mage, delivering a cold, final statement. "Just be gone from this world." The scene is somber, the tension momentarily relieved. With Ched's death, the situation at the mine is resolved. A carriage departs, moving through a snowy landscape. A young woman, apprehensive, asks her lord if it's all right for her to enter his territory. Her lord, a jovial man, explains that he seeks talented young people to work with him, welcoming her presence. The young woman excitedly proclaims her dedication to becoming a swordmaster who meets his expectations. Even under relentless attack, this young woman remains unyielding, her unwavering smile a testament to her strength. The sheer force of her defense renders her virtually impenetrable. The most troublesome of our neighbors, Majorca, is engaged in illegal slave trading, which opens the door to other illicit activities. This threatens to destabilize the region. News of Cribia's exploits spreads, reaching even the ears of Majorca's ruler. He expresses annoyance at Cribia's growing acclaim. A man, fueled by a desire for revenge for a fallen comrade, vows to personally cleanse Majorca of its wickedness. The illicit use of an underground mine as a slave trading hideout is uncovered. The discovery is met with surprise and a question on how this information was obtained. The practicality of such a clandestine location is acknowledged. The sharp intuition behind the discovery is praised. A large army stands before a snow-covered mountain range, their leader declaring their intention to wipe out the vile bandits who kidnapped their people to sell them into slavery. Two soldiers, grim-faced, stand in the cold, bracing themselves for the raid ahead. Their determination is palpable. A bandit is struck from behind with immense force, the impact causing a shockwave. More bandits are swiftly dispatched, their cries echoing amidst the chaotic battle. A blonde-haired warrior, momentarily stunned, is questioned about his burn by another figure. The severity is disputed. The warrior's injury flares up, now undeniably severe, as he unleashes a powerful burst of flame. Concerned, a figure kneels before the blonde warrior, asking, "Kid, are you all right?" The warrior, though wounded, replies, "Yes, I'm fine, but..." His voice trails off, hinting at a deeper trauma. The warrior reveals the devastating truth: his companion died saving him. The fallen figure lies in the background, a stark reminder of the sacrifice. Grief overwhelms the warrior as he recounts the extent of his companion's suffering, noting her emaciated state. His pain is palpable. Another figure arrives, initially surprised to find only the blonde warrior, dismissing the situation as less important than expected. The dismissive figure reveals his true intentions. He accuses the warrior of disrespecting their lord, promising personal retribution. This ignites a fierce anger within the warrior. The warrior's eyes blaze with fury as he unleashes a powerful electrical discharge, fueled by his grief and rage. The other figure, visibly shocked, questions the warrior's ability, highlighting the unexpected nature of his power. The warrior's face is a mask of grim determination. His eyes burn with an inner fire as he explains, "Haste is a spell that accelerates the body, but it's easily broken because it's hard to control." He knows the risks. He unleashes the spell, a blue torrent of energy erupting from him. The speed is overwhelming, a blur of motion. The sound of a strained ACK escapes his lips as he's propelled forward uncontrollably. The effects of the uncontrolled spell leave him vulnerable. Another figure, observing from a distance, calmly states, "Using a high-power spell in a drunken state will leave you defenseless." This is the consequence of his reckless power. A system message appears: he has gained over 100 points of loyalty, heralding a golden age for the Caribbean territory. This suggests a significant shift in power dynamics. Anik reports, his tone somber yet firm, "All of the people involved as kidnappers or murderers were executed. Justice has been served, but the scene remains heavy with implication." A young woman is warned, "If you go back to Mallorca, I'm afraid you will just be sold again by that orphanage director." She faces a difficult choice. The young woman's face lights up with hope as she hears, "I guarantee that you'll be trained to become a great swordmaster." A new path opens up before her. Unexpectedly, he encounters Lena Giselle Ellis. Lena, the demon's abbess, stands firm against a fierce onslaught, showcasing her legendary strength. A note explains the meaning behind Lena's title, the demon's abbess, relating it to a defensive wall. Someone vows to prevent Lena from falling into the Demon King's hands. Frustration boils over as someone questions where the orphanage director, Hergwis, squandered the funds. A swift sword clash ensues. A character cries out in pain as a fiery attack strikes. Despite powerful recovery magic, it's too late, the situation is dire. Their captured slaves are being escorted back to their loved ones by a public order soldier. The snow falls softly, a stark contrast to the recent violence. Lena, intended as a vanguard for the Demon King's army in the Stallion's Great War, is instead being used to prepare for an upcoming conflict. Her wounds are healing, but her fate remains uncertain. A tranquil night settles over a quaint town nestled in a valley, the moon casting a soft glow on the stone buildings and the river that winds through it. A lone figure, clad in gleaming armor, stands vigilantly amidst the peaceful scene, his gaze sweeping across the town as if searching for something. A hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, silently moves across rooftops, his movements fluid and precise, a sharp contrast to the stillness below. A young man gasps, exhaustion etched on his face. It's the last lap of a race, and he's struggling to keep up with the others. The young woman recounts her time in the mine, noting the constant cold and stuffiness. Her companion then suggests they continue training to improve their stamina, promising to find them a teacher soon. A letter arrives, addressed to the young man. He's intrigued. It's from Oren and Avila. The young man reads the letter, a satisfied expression on his face. His assistant eagerly awaits an update. He declares things are going well. The young man explains that most food supplies previously came from other territories, but thanks to Avila's efforts, they can now significantly reduce food expenses. Avila has brought in a large number of monster hunters, increasing the sale of mana stones. Profits have nearly doubled this month. He reflects on Kribia's improving prospects, confident that soon the entire continent will learn of its progress. Suddenly, a hooded figure appears, interrupting the young man's optimistic assessment. He delivers an urgent report. The young man is stunned, appalled at the news. A monster has been thrown into the city. The hooded figure, deeply ashamed, acknowledges his failure to maintain public order. The young man, disturbed by the recent monster attack, theorizes that the perpetrator is an outsider, questioning their motives. He muses about the assailant's potential gains from such a chaotic act. Desperate, he pleads with someone off-panel for his mother's safety, offering himself in exchange for her life. A large armored guard silently stands nearby, his expression unreadable. A young girl and a hooded figure witness this exchange, their gasps revealing their shock at the scene unfolding before them. The young girl, Mia, explains her mother's illness, Ronella's disease, a condition incurable by ordinary means. The young man, already aware of the disease's rarity, confirms that only the Pontifex or a potent potion from the Adama Empire could offer a cure. He requests Mia's guidance to her mother's location, showing surprising compassion given his initial desperate plea. Mia leads him to her home, a modest but well-maintained house in the city. He urgently calls out for his mother as he rushes inside, revealing a desperate urgency to help. Mia's mother, Mary, is deathly ill. The doctor's treatment is unaffordable, leaving Mia desperate. Mia's son rushes in, explaining that the man isn't a doctor, but a powerful lord capable of saving his mother. The lord apologizes for past immaturity. Mary assures the lord she will be all right, requesting only a wet towel. Mia quickly obliges. The lord looks out the window, seemingly noticing something outside. A monstrous creature lies dead below, prompting the lord to ask about Mary's experience with monsters. The lord explains that Mary's illness, Ronella's disease, is not spread through contact but from proximity to monster corpses. Symptoms are delayed until the disease worsens. Two maids arrive, one carrying medicinal herbs, confirming the lord's knowledge of the illness. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Mary expresses her inability to repay her debt. A hooded figure scoffs at the idea of a new cure for Ronella's disease, dismissing it as nonsense. The hooded figure is confronted by a larger, armed individual. The hooded figure questions the larger individual's curiosity. The hooded figure, a heavy sack slung over their shoulder, sprints across rooftops, disappearing into the night. Lena, breathless from running, clenches her fist, her determination evident. Lena is questioned about her morning run. The tone is casual, belying the urgency of the situation. Lena reveals that Oren has successfully cultivated a new crop, Latrilla. A messenger breathlessly informs his lord about the discovery. The lord is informed that similar crops have appeared in other locations. The situation is clearly escalating. A large wolf lies dead, its maw agape, sprawled across the floor. The word territory hangs starkly above it. A lord consoles a young man, explaining that while the wolf's incursion is a serious matter, no citizens perished. The vulnerability of Kribia, lacking city walls, is highlighted. The young man, desperate, pleads for help for his mother. The lord's expression is grave, acknowledging the urgency. A woman angrily refuses a man's offer of medicine, insisting she doesn't need it and ordering him to leave. He is persistent, however. The young man from the earlier panel spots the lord and cries out, alerting others to his presence. The urgency in his voice is palpable. The lord's face hardens as he hears the term Ronella disease, the gravity of the situation clearly dawning on him. Ronella's disease is explained. It's similar to tuberculosis, originating from a territory rife with underground dungeons and monsters. The young lord declares his knowledge of a cure for Ronella's disease. A glimmer of hope appears amidst the despair. A young girl points up the creaking stairs, informing a chubby young lord, "Mom is staying on the second floor." He worries aloud, "This house is old, will the stairs be able to stand my weight?" The young lord enters a dimly lit room, finding a sick woman and her daughter. He reassures them, "Mom, are you okay? I've brought someone who can help us." The young lord's expression turns serious. He reveals, only 7 months left. She really is on the road to death. He adds that he doesn't require payment, requesting only their trust. The mother, surprised, asks if he knows her. He responds, "Ah, long time no see, my lord. Do you know me?" He cautions the mother to keep her distance to avoid infection. The young lord gazes out a window, muttering, "As I expected." The mother confesses, "That's right. I used to work as a chef in a high-rank expedition team that dealt with selling monster corpses." A physician explains that the mother's illness worsened due to a monster corpse found near her home. The young lord assures the mother that he will stay by her side until she is cured, entrusting her treatment to him. A loyal follower expresses unwavering faith in the young lord's abilities, stating he's never failed them before. Another individual notes that, as predicted by the lord, the culprit has returned to the scene of the crime. A desperate plea is made, highlighting the need for a specific medicinal herb to cure the mother's illness. The man claims innocence. Ronella's disease is described as almost impossible to cure. A darkly clad figure, brimming with unwavering confidence, declares his faith in their lord, asserting that their leader has never failed them. Permission is granted for Mary to speak, as she lies in a bed. One young woman, her eyes blazing with an inner fire, insists that her upbringing was filled with the unwavering love of her family. The other, her hand clasped in the first's, quietly reveals a contrasting truth: her family's poverty prevented her mother from receiving proper medical care. A man, consumed by anger and regret, laments his powerlessness to prevent such suffering. He vows to protect the younger woman from enduring the same pain he experienced, determined to save her mother. A vial of crimson liquid, held in his hand, hints at drastic measures. A sword flashes, bisecting the image as a fierce clash erupts. The masked figure is being ruthlessly attacked, a desperate struggle unfolds. The masked assassin boasts, certain of victory, and "I'll send him off with one attack." Their blade flashes, aimed at the unsuspecting opponent. With surprising speed, the assassin launches a powerful kick, connecting squarely with their foe's jaw. The force is evident. The blow sends the warrior reeling, stunned, and momentarily defenseless. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Is that all you got?" he scoffs, defiant. The assassin's confidence falters. "He's stronger than I thought," they mutter, realizing they underestimated their opponent. "They didn't inform me that the chief guard would be this strong." A brief exposition reveals the warrior's strength, explaining Lucas's exceptional prowess in one-on-one combat. The reason Lucas is so proficient in a one-on-one battle, why he can overpower the assassin, is thanks to his special inclination. The assassin, now clearly outmatched, despairs, will never be able to win against Lucas. The assassin, defeated but undeterred, concedes this battle, but vows to return. "But I'll give up on that," he mutters, his masked face hinting at a future confrontation. With a chilling laugh, the assassin adds, "Don't be so impatient. We will meet again soon." His words carry a threat, underscoring his persistence. Lucas, victorious, stands ready, his expression fierce and unwavering. The scene shifts to him, his strength visually emphasized by dynamic lines. 2 days later, a young woman learns about different mana manipulation techniques from a teacher. The teacher explains, this is made by lumping the mana together using the simple associative method. A small orb of light glows in his hand. The teacher continues his lesson, explaining the dangers of uncontrolled power. "People often think like you do, too. However, evil magicians often corrupt the mana in their surroundings. If that happens, then a magician who uses the associative method cannot use their magic." He advises the young woman to also learn a different, more controlled technique. "So even though it's hard, you have to train the forced condensation method too." The young woman nods in agreement. A comedic interlude shows a man in a magician's robe awkwardly adjusting his fake mustache. Is it weird? I was trying to make myself look like a magic teacher by wearing this, he admits with a chuckle. A young woman attempts to leave, eager for a meal, but her teacher stops her, reminding her that her training isn't over yet. Chef Mary arrives, offering a meal tailored to the young woman's preferences. A disturbing figure emerges, seemingly connected to the young woman's past. A masked figure observes, commenting on the arrival of the culprit, as predicted. The masked figure's curiosity is piqued by the events unfolding. Rolana and Nicole are in a bedroom. Nicole is kneeling by the bed where Rolana lies asleep. A maid excitedly prepares a herbal remedy, commenting on the ease of acquiring the necessary ingredients. She's confident she can cure Rolana's disease. The maid explains that she discovered the cure's formula online, a compounding formula for Ronella's disease, a formula that wasn't meant for public release for another 10 years. Nicole, lying down, reflects on why a high-ranking noble like himself would work so hard to nurse a commoner. Nicole reveals his understanding of pain, stating that those who have suffered know it best. Nicole recalls that while his mother loved him, she didn't focus her love solely on him. A flashback depicts Nicole's mother in the hospital in the final stages of cancer, having already lost the use of her hands. Nicole, now in tears, confesses that even though it happened 15 years ago, he still blames himself. A blur of motion. A masked figure, swift and silent, engages a heavily armored knight in a rooftop duel. The knight's eyes are narrowed, his posture tense. The masked figure's blade arcs, a gleaming crescent slicing through the air. The knight barely parries, his face a mask of grim determination. Their blades clash with a resounding clang. The knight, momentarily stunned, is thrown off balance. The masked figure seizes the advantage, his next attack aimed directly at a weak point in the knight's armor. A swift, decisive blow connects, sending the knight reeling. The masked figure's eyes widen, his breath catching in his throat. The battle isn't over. The knight, enraged and defiant, shouts, "How dare you go against Cribia with your pitiful lack of skill?" The masked assassin plunges towards the knight, his dagger aimed for a killing blow. The knight effortlessly deflects the attack, leaving the assassin stunned. His muttered shock is audible. How the hell did he become this strong? The assassin, though surprised, is not defeated. He taunts the knight, "What a surprise, chief guard. I was planning to kill you if I was found out." The assassin announces his retreat. "I will fall back for now," but the knight's fury is ignited. "Do you think I'll just let you go?" he roars. The assassin leaps away, a burst of energy propelling him. He yells back, "We can fight to our fullest at that time." The knight watches the assassin disappear, a single word hanging in the air, "He's gone." This magically created orb is the result of forcibly condensing mana, a risky method. A young girl observes, horrified, the apparent failure of a magician's magic. The girl's blunt comment about a man's unusual costume is met with a simple, dismissive response. A man, curious about a dish prepared, shifts the conversation away from the previous awkwardness. The man assures a woman he is fully recovered after the illness, thanks to his lord's care. He also mentions preparing a special diet breakfast. A sudden, unsettling thought strikes the man: could his lord have been infected by Ronella's disease beforehand? He explains his presence, revealing that he is there due to his understanding of Mia's feelings, while holding a vial of liquid. Mia, curious about the two methods of magic, suggests focusing on just one for practice. A faint blue glow emanates from a desk in a dimly lit room, subtly illuminating scattered books and arcane objects. The text explains a mana training method capable of increasing mana by 2 or 3 points. The narrator explains that separating the truly gifted from those merely skilled is the ability to take shortcuts and shape them into their own unique paths. A specific mana training method is shown, blending rugged training and a magician's techniques. A glowing interface appears, revealing a bug player utilizing shortcuts. A young man looks up in awe, witnessing something imperceptible to others. A spectral figure appears, its features sharp and unsettling, its expression one of furious curiosity. "What are you talking about?" she demands. The spectral woman is suspicious, questioning the young man's origin as she suspects him of being from the eastern continent, known for its mana mastery. The spectral woman, her curiosity piqued by the young man's unusual mana, explains that she's been observing him, finding his presence intriguing. She claims ownership of his mind's eye, but dismisses the notion, playfully declaring it a wedding gift for her future husband. The young man, slightly unnerved but relieved, registers the woman's less hostile demeanor. He flees, prompting the spectral woman to playfully chase after him, declaring her affection. Elsewhere, a young woman with teal hair reads a letter, revealing that her teacher, Sir Legaz, will soon be unable to continue her tutelage. The young man informs the teal-haired girl that he will find her a new teacher. Suddenly, a projectile strikes the teal-haired girl, interrupting their conversation. A voice shouts a warning to protect the young man, highlighting his importance. A projectile strikes the teal-haired girl, and a voice cries out a warning to protect the blonde young man, emphasizing his importance. His protector fiercely declares that she will defend him, stating it is her duty. The young man, surrounded by guards, is targeted by a volley of arrows. His protectors stand firm, shielding him with their bodies. The blonde young man, noticing a masked figure amongst his attackers, comments on the presence of magicians in their midst. He declares all magicians worthless. The masked attacker unleashes a powerful spinning slash, sending the young man sprawling. The teal-haired girl prepares a magical counterattack, summoning a glowing orb of energy. The masked attacker unleashes a brutal, spinning strike, the impact echoing with a resounding hard blow, sending the young man sprawling. The blonde young man, barely winded, rises, sneering, "Murderer of magicians, seems like your title isn't just for decoration, huh?" He observes the masked man, muttering, "He'll counterattack if I stop. So I have to give him no time to make an attack or defend himself." A flurry of blows ensues, the sounds of Jack, punctuating the rapid exchange. The blonde young man absorbs the masked man's attack, his own power surging, increasing physical strength. "I'll take this." The masked man, wounded but defiant, pleads, "Want to know about that masked man? I bet you won't tell me about him, right?" "No, wait. I'll give you information about my client if you'll spare my life." The blonde young man coldly refuses, "I won't trust the word of a criminal." The blonde young man sits, his back to the viewer, surrounded by swirling blue energy. "People always search for shortcuts," the text above him reveals, a truth he's about to prove wrong. He successfully created a new training method, a system message confirms. The young man, eyes blazing with determination, prepares to name his creation. He inputs the name, a smirk playing on his lips. This training method will be unique, a testament to his own path. A monstrous woman with sharp teeth and a long tongue appears, her gaze fixed on the young man. She comments on his unique method, having studied those of many magicians. The woman accuses him of cheating, pointing out his unnatural ability to draw raw mana into his body. The young man sits, seemingly unfazed by her accusations. The young man laughs, recalling an ancestral myth that mirrors the woman's claims, turning her accusation into a potential legend. The woman, her eyes glowing menacingly, suggests they take it easy and talk for a while, adding that he is the only one who can see her. She confesses that initially, she disliked his physique. However, given his caliber, she proposes that he become her partner. The young man contemplates the upcoming expiration date for the strongest person in Cribia, realizing the woman's exceptional talent. He reflects on the timing. He muses that he recalled suitable candidates for the position just in time. Suddenly addressed as "my lord," the young man displays a surge of blue energy from his hand. Ambushed, he assesses the attackers as bandits and confidently declares himself as "my lord" to his companion. "Stop struggling and stay put," the young man commands his companion, a surge of blue energy crackling around him as he faces their attackers. He's clearly in charge, despite his age. A ghostly figure appears, offering assistance. The young man, however, confidently refuses, declaring, "No, I'll take care of this myself." He prepares to face the bandits alone. With a wave of his hand, the young man projects a shimmering blue energy, revealing a large group of bandits positioned on a cliff. He's surveying the battlefield, assessing his options. The leader of the bandits, Tog, a predatory murderer of magicians, is introduced. He's a hulking figure, armed with an axe, and clearly dangerous. The masked brat has hired these murderers. Tog charges, his axe gleaming. The young man is clearly prepared for a fight. The young man deflects Tog's attack with a swift, powerful movement, a dark disc swirling around him as the axe impacts. Tog attempts a spell, but the young man counters, declaring the attack useless against his defenses. Tog's attack shatters against the young man's shield, a blue energy construct that is now cracked but still holds. The battle is far from over. Tog's assault, a flurry of hard blows, slams against the young man's defenses. The blue energy shield cracks further under the relentless barrage. The young man, unfazed, smirks. His companions watch, amused, as he boasts about the futility of Tog's efforts, confident in his ability to withstand the attack and deplete his opponent's mana. The young man reveals a magical artifact, a wand, intensifying the observer's surprise. He counters, declaring his readiness to drain Tog's mana. The young man, now holding a large axe, seems to hesitate, expressing his desire to hear something before continuing his assault. A poignant flashback reveals the young man's past connection to the game's expansion, Paradiso, revealing a longing for an experience he tragically missed due to his premature death. A flashback shows a young man, his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and fondness, as he sheepishly admits, "Also, you gave me my first kiss, remember?" The scene shifts to a conversation between two individuals. One comments, "Lena's achievement has come faster than I expected." The other replies, "She's really talented, I am impressed by how you managed to see the child's potential." A horse-drawn carriage speeds away, leaving behind a trail of dust. The sound of wheels rushing past is implied. A masked figure confronts another, stating, "I've already countered all of your body straightening with my magic." The second figure cries out, "My body." A young merchant, lamenting his lack of luck, states that without money, one cannot buy fortune. His words reflect a harsh reality in this world. A masked mercenary hands over a portion of payment, explaining that the remaining 2/3 will be given upon completion of the task. The mercenary, observing the ease with which a certain medicine can be mass-produced, plans to use it to curry favor with Ronella. A blonde-haired warrior, responding to a desperate cry for help, unleashes a powerful energy blast aimed at a cloaked, skeletal figure. The grateful cry for a savior echoes as the warrior's attack is unleashed. The young merchant expresses his gratitude to the blonde-haired warrior for his timely intervention. A young merchant, robbed and left for dead near Cribia's bustling magic stone market, recounts his ordeal. The recent surge in magic stone trading made the area a prime target for ambush. He expresses his profound gratitude to the blonde-haired warrior who saved him, believing he would have died otherwise. The narrative shifts to the warrior's perspective, revealing his surprise at finding himself unexpectedly involved in this region's affairs. He questions the blonde warrior's presence so far from his usual territory. Newbie merchant players are known to follow his lead, which is unusual for this location. The merchant, realizing the blonde warrior's significance, decides to approach him cautiously and try to gain his favor, acknowledging his exceptional status. A discussion ensues between the merchant and a teal-haired woman, where they make a deal. The merchant will try to persuade the blonde warrior to join his cause, with an understanding that the request might be rejected. A sudden flashback reveals a terrifying visage, causing the blonde warrior to visibly flinch and mutter "Man," showing his internal conflict. The teal-haired woman explains the strategic importance of the territory, highlighting its potential wealth and future development once a disease is resolved. The merchant cautiously asks if the medicine the warrior is selling is for Ronella's disease, a question that is met with a hesitant "It is not, yet." The panel indicates a significant amount of barrels, possibly containing the medicine. The merchant, explaining a recent production breakthrough, shows the warrior a potent new medicine. He reveals it took several months to perfect, hampered only by a temporary bug in the production process. The warrior, pleased with the result, offers the merchant a special price for his business. The transaction is completed with a contract, showing a business-like approach to the sale. The merchant finds the encounter unusual, while the warrior leaves, seemingly unconcerned. He already seems to be enjoying the medicine he just purchased. The warrior departs. Back at the lab, the teal-haired woman receives notification of a successful rare medicine production, causing her skill level to increase. The young man notes that the production skill bug has been resolved. A warning appears: some potent medicines can result in a 24-hour penalty to skill advancement. 2 hours later, a message that Aki is late arrives, hinting at future developments. A figure bursts forth from a cloud of dust, pursued by a throng of people shouting, "My lord, there!" Amidst the chaos, a young boy observes, muttering "gosh," while a group argues over medicine, urging someone to sell me the medicine, too. Hurry! Two onlookers discuss the scene. One declares that divine aid must have been bestowed upon the fleeing figure, while the other comments, "Seems like that piggy thinks straight now," having changed their mind about the situation's outcome. A group of individuals eagerly consume a red potion, while someone advertises its benefits and low price. Aki, sitting alone in a dimly lit room, is berated for his poor judgment in hiring cheap guards, leaving himself vulnerable. A hooded figure announces that a potent medicine cured all the residents of Kribia territory. Two figures discuss the trustworthiness of information received from an underling, suggesting a potential threat. A blonde-haired man, seemingly wounded, declares his distrust of criminals. A close-up on wide, surprised eyes reveals someone's reaction to a significant event, the arrival of a powerful individual. A small, dark-haired character is hugged by the blonde man, who requests space. The blonde man apologizes for the lack of security in his territory, citing low travel volume. The small character is revealed to be Archneys, a wealthy NPC who purchased a kingdom. Despite Archneys' recent financial hardship, the blonde man offers him a proposition. Instead of a profit share, he'll grant two of Archneys' wishes. Intrigued, Archneys asks for clarification. The blonde man specifies that he wants 2 wishes granted in return for helping Archneys. Archneys' first wish is simple, to be called a chi. He promises to reveal his second wish later. Archneys, now a chi, surveys Ron-Ella territory, finding it far more impressive than he anticipated. A chi expresses gratitude for the assistance, stating that it's been invaluable in establishing his business in a prime location. The blonde man, however, insists it's simply a payment of his debt. A chi successfully completes the production of a rare medicine, increasing his skill level to 2. He has reached his daily limit, preventing further proficiency gains for 24 hours. A chi encounters a man suffering from Rolina's disease, a condition that is only curable with his medicine. He is shocked by how cheap a cure is. A chi confidently assures the man that his medicine is genuine, emphasizing his reputation for honesty. A chi assures the man that the effects of the medicine will be felt within 30 minutes, instructing him to rest while he waits. The man, wary but hopeful, reveals his apprehension about a chi's honesty, despite his purchase of the medicine. A chi's associate prepares to advertise the medicine's availability, initiating their sales strategy. A chi explains the in-game economics of medicine production, where profitability depends on output. A failed potion yields 30 experience points, while a successful one earns 100. This establishes the value of a chi's skills. A chi and his associate await the arrival of a customer, highlighting the anticipation of the upcoming business dealings. A chi's associate notices a growing crowd rapidly approaching them, showing an unexpected surge in demand. A scramble for the medicine ensues, with people pushing and vying for first place in line, depicting an intense scene of high demand. A chi announces the immediate sale, but warns buyers that future purchases will require travel to Kribia territory, creating a sense of urgency and exclusivity. The protagonist scoffs, pointing out that the medicine a chi is selling is far cheaper than the price in the Adama Empire, highlighting a chi's shrewd business sense. A discussion ensues regarding a chi, a skilled merchant whose methods are questioned. His reputation precedes him, the impending transaction promises to be complex. The protagonist sheepishly apologizes for their earlier outburst, revealing their genuine excitement. The tension eases briefly. We learn a chi's secret: his exceptional talent in market analysis and trend prediction leads him to dominate the markets of trendy items. His success is explained. A caveat is revealed: a 24-hour XP penalty is applied to anyone purchasing the medicine, adding another layer to a chi's clever business tactics. A snow-dusted tavern glows warmly against the night, a beacon of comfort in the winter chill. Inside, a young man with striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes confronts a shadowy figure, questioning his late-night wanderings. The blonde-haired young man, intrigued, presses further, mentioning wishes. The shadowy figure hesitates, a subtle vulnerability in his posture. The shadowy figure, his face partially obscured, nervously reveals a small, golden coin. The blonde-haired young man observes the coin, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He comments on the figure's audacity, considering his recent misfortune. The coin is revealed to be significant. The blonde-haired young man, his gaze sharp, details the figure's improbable rise, highlighting his ambition, luck, and the still vacant position in Cribia. He reveals he is returning to his territory tomorrow. The exclusive sale of mana stones in their territory has attracted hunters to the Nightmare Forest, leading to an increase in mana stone influx and a decrease in monster-related harm to the citizens. Cribia's territory has thrived beyond even Jared's expectations, prospering due to this strategic economic advantage. The blonde-haired young man is questioned about his solitary journey to a desolate, uninhabited land. His companion expresses alarm at his reckless decision, deeming it far more dangerous than suicide. The blonde-haired young man smiles, his gaze hinting at an upcoming confrontation. A narrative flashback reveals that during the Great War in Paradiso, the figure was chosen by the Demon King, having his seal lifted and granted eternal life. The blonde-haired young man's knowledge is deemed excessive, prompting speculation about his divine or otherworldly nature. He dismisses the notion. A towering ice castle appears in the distance, a destination of ominous beauty. Jared examines a small gap, questioning if it's a figment of reality. A small, ghostly figure floats nearby. A demonic-looking creature calls out to Jared, revealing a secret passage. Jared uses a bug to find a way to defeat Diluc, entering Diluc's secret hoard. The ghostly creature worries about stealing from a lich. The ghostly creature asks Jared if he's enjoying this, as a list of valuable items appears. Diluc, a cursed lich, explains his imprisonment due to a saintess. Oi, you old gizzard, if you are bound to the seat of reflection, then you're supposed to be reflecting on your wrongdoing. Don't just fantasize about your wickedness, Jared scolds the ghostly figure, his voice sharp with impatience. Jared unleashes a fiery blast from his sword, striking the spectral being with surprising force. Ignoring the attack, the spirit shifts its focus. I'll change the question and ask it again. Where did you come from? Its voice is a chilling whisper. Jared sits comfortably, counting his massive profits from recent monster hunts. The sheer amount of gold is staggering, totaling over 12 billion won. The life of a monster hunter, it seems, is quite lucrative. A young man, Ak, grins, holding a gold coin. I came to demand my remaining wages, he says, a playful glint in his eyes. Ak proposes to his employer, I wish to be your vassal and run a trading company under your direct supervision, my lord. The employer, initially surprised, agrees. The employer explains his reasoning. He's already considered taking Ak as his vassal based on his performance, but the deputy position is difficult to obtain. Ak acknowledges this. The employer praises Ak's traits and formally appoints him as deputy. Overjoyed, Ak expresses his gratitude profusely. Alone, the employer reflects on the cold night breeze in his territory. A female character levels up, gaining automated production skills for mana potions. Rumors spread, boosting the region's trade. Cribia's medical advancements gain recognition. A ghostly, enraged girl's face looms, eyes blazing as she cries, "Want to commit suicide?" A male voice counters urgently, "Beloved, don't do this." The man, concerned, explains that Diluc, a powerful cursed black magician, will steal souls and transform victims into undead if they're caught. The girl's ghostly form floats menacingly nearby. A panel revealing Diluc, a skeletal lich, enthroned in his self-made fortress within the Silver Mountain. Text exposition reveals that players must overcome Diluc's wrath to progress in the main story of Paradiso. Jared teases the man, comparing his search for Diluc to a puppy seeking a bone. He points out that to reach Diluc's mountain lair, one normally has to climb high into the mountain. A gloved hand touches a hidden wall, a subtle swoosh sound accompanying the action. The man, pleased, explains that he found a shortcut. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of treasure, the man marvels at the riches before him, muttering that this is the reward for those who subjugated Diluc, explaining why such an abundance exists. More than 10 artifacts are present. He displays a ring, highlighting its extraordinary nature, unlike any ordinary ring. A close-up reveals its intricate, glowing detail. The man explains that the treasure was originally owned by humans, but the Lich stole it from them upon their deaths. He intends to punish him for the sake of the departed souls. His stats are shown: Magic 200, Charm 100, Wisdom 50. A trapped Lich laments his inability to break free from his seal, vowing to turn all humans into undead if he escapes. The man approaches the Lich, questioning his identity. The man reveals himself as this world's rising hero. The Lich is astonished, questioning how the hero bypassed his magical illusions and traps. The wise sage Gorgaz's necklace, a 4-star artifact, offers 3 potent options: a 100-point mana increase, immunity to first-class magic, or complete control over appetite, fatigue, and sexual desire, ensuring continued health regardless of consumption or activity. An automaton, costing 5,000 gold, 10 mana stones, and 24 bottles of medicine, produces 24 bottles of medicine daily, each selling for 39 gold. This daily revenue exceeds 900 gold, showcasing the man's shrewd business acumen. Rejecting romantic overtures, the hero declares his intention to hunt down the Lich Diluc, his determination unshaken by distractions. Diluc's growing power renders him nearly invincible to both sword and magic, yet he remains vulnerable to holy power. A glowing, magical restraint binds the hero's hand. The chains are engulfed in flames, a testament to the hero's immense power. A hand, wreathed in golden flames, touches the shoulder of a cloaked figure. A skeletal figure, bound by chains, watches as the flames erupt. The skeletal figure, its voice echoing, demands to know how the other figure bypassed its magical defenses. The skeletal figure, a grim reaper-like entity, is revealed in full view. A blonde-haired warrior, wary of a life absorption spell, cautiously keeps his distance from the reaper. The warrior knocks a lightning arrow, its energy crackling. The lightning arrow strikes the reaper, sending it reeling back with a pained ugh. The reaper, having stolen a sacred artifact capable of bestowing holy attributes to attacks, is met with disbelief. A young blonde magician confronts the reaper, rebuking him for his lack of hospitality, initiating a fierce duel. The magician's counterattack sends chains flying towards the Lich. The magician's strategy of overwhelming the reaper's magical vision with consecutive attacks proves effective. Reinforcements arrive. The magician's knights, emerging from a fiery tomb, are ready to join the battle. As undead advance, prompting the magician to acknowledge the impending threat while a young woman warns him. He prepares to fight the reaper, knowing he needs to defeat him without resorting to powerful magic which would draw undue attention to the battle. A large, armored figure appears, adding to the growing conflict. His presence is ominous and the question of his allegiance is left unanswered. Another knight attacks the Lich, warning him to be careful. The Lich, furious at the interruption, unleashes a wave of dark magic, screaming, "How dare a mere evil spirit try to interfere?" A knight, Isabella, bravely counters with a swift attack. Isabella's lightning spear pierces the dark magic, forcing the Lich to stagger back. Another knight shouts his approval, "Nice work, Isabella." The Lich, undeterred, raises a bone wall as a defense, declaring, "I won't be tricked twice." He's clearly aware of Isabella's abilities and anticipating her next move. The Lich reveals his strategy, explaining the combination of 2 spells he developed. His confident smirk shows he believes he's found a way to defeat even Isabella. The Lich's power is shown. He's bound by chains, yet his eyes glow with malicious intent. The knight prepares for another strike. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A blinding golden light erupts as the Lich, bound by chains, channels a healing spell, his eyes burning with malevolent energy. The Lich, Diluc, introduces himself as a powerful black magician who commands death itself, his words echoing with chilling confidence. The knight, undeterred, attacks with a blazing sword, engaging Diluc in a fierce clash. Diluc, engulfed in flames, unleashes a furious roar, challenging the knight's origin. The knight hurls a blazing chain, striking Diluc's vessel, a dark, skull-shaped urn, with explosive force. A close-up reveals the urn, explaining that Diluc's true form is an energy entity within a phylactery, remotely controlling its avatar. The knight, undeterred, attacks again, confident that this fight is easier than their previous encounters when Diluc was unsealed. Diluc counters with a blast of energy, dismissing the knight's attack as a low-class spell. Diluc is astonished by the knight's continued attacks, noting the excessive mana consumption, especially considering the power of the holy flames within him. Diluc's surprise intensifies, questioning how the knight could have infiltrated his treasury. The knight, acknowledging the danger of prolonged combat, strategizes to end the battle quickly, despite lacking a method for instant victory. A skeletal knight, its armor scarred and broken, bursts into the treasury, demanding to know what the guards have been doing while an intruder infiltrated the lord's castle. A cloaked figure observes the chaos, speculating that the undead, normally found on the trap path, are here now because the pattern is different. Perhaps the lich can no longer revive them. A blonde knight commands the skeletal warriors to leave the undead to him. One skeletal warrior explodes in a burst of light, another is about to be struck down. The remaining undead warrior lunges, its fierce expression hinting at a desperate, final attack. The undead warrior is obliterated by a blinding light, leaving only fragments of its decaying form. The cloaked figure watches in stunned silence as the powerful light dissipates. Jared, breathless, asks if they won against the lich, clearly still reeling from the battle. The skeletal lich unleashes a life-draining attack on Jared. The lich lunges, but Jared, eyes blazing crimson, smirks. He knew this wasn't the end. A life-draining attack hits Jared, sending him reeling. He collapses, gasping, wondering if this is truly his end. Jared's resolve hardens. He is, after all, this world's rising hero. A brief exposition explains the lich, a magician who traded humanity and mana for forbidden power and eternal life. Diluc's phylactery was destroyed by the Saintess, his soul forcibly bound to his corpse, leaving him vulnerable. The lich, despite his weakened state, senses Jared's presence, but declares this is territory. Another light-based attack is launched by Jared, a desperate counteroffensive. A powerful magical blast erupts, the force of the quang echoing through the shattered landscape. The protagonist, dodging a flurry of spells, observes, "He's just throwing spells my way. It's to the point where I can't even call it magic." A dark, purplish beam hurtles toward him, the villain screaming, "Die!" He deflects the attack with a swift counter, shouting, "Begin, demon," as a powerful force sends the demonic being reeling. Despite the enemy's initial strength, the protagonist notes, "While I was flustered by his appearance and potent attacks at first, he still hasn't changed his fundamental patterns." The demon, wounded, sneers, "You quick-footed bug, it's time for you to be crushed." The protagonist smiles confidently, "If there's anything I'm confident in, it's challenging you." Confidently, the protagonist declares he's always been sure of himself, a statement emphasized by his unwavering gaze and the glowing energy surrounding him. Divine blessings surge through him as he delivers a decisive blow to the demon, the very air crackling with power. The demon, weakened and on the verge of defeat, is urged to give up. However, he chooses to face his fate, his resolve surprisingly unshaken. The protagonist questions the demon's motives, highlighting a deep-seated desire within the demon's soul that surpasses a simple desire for survival. The demon scoffs at the notion that he'd be attempting such a feat, implying the protagonist's ambition is absurd. The demon's demise is met with a sigh of relief from the protagonist, whose words hint at a larger ambition and an unwavering belief in his future greatness. A new character, appearing childlike, discovers a mysterious book, adding an unexpected twist to the already concluded battle. The protagonist, still basking in the aftermath of his victory, muses on the nature of resurrected beings and their obedience to their masters. He confirms his understanding that defying a master's orders is impossible for such entities. His conversation partner, Isabella, a seemingly childlike being with demonic features, is surprised by his assertion. The protagonist proposes a deal: she'll use curse magic on him, and he'll do his best to withstand it. She agrees, intrigued by his proposal. Isabella, now seemingly bored with her old routine, readily accepts the protagonist's unusual request, setting the stage for a new interaction. Isabella possesses the protagonist's body, and he questions why he has to carry her. She explains her discomfort with the new body and also her surprise at being called Isabella. The protagonist reflects on Isabella's unchanged nature, noting her tendencies remain familiar despite the new vessel. He comments that she seems more confident. Isabella is shown piggybacking the protagonist. Silence hangs in the air as they continue their journey. Isabella, now possessing the protagonist's body, contemplates a more exciting life with his newfound power. The protagonist, seemingly content with the arrangement, happily refers to Isabella as his trusty sidekick. The stats for Diluc's Nightmare Bracelet are displayed: Classifying Grade 5, Magic increase of 100, Magic defense increase of 10, and Wisdom increase of 50. It also causes negative emotions in a 50-meter radius, increasing the bracelet's power, and doubles Strength and Wisdom stats if outmatched. Isabella, in the protagonist's body, expresses curiosity about how its shape will change. A shadowy, skeletal figure attacks, its movements blurred, and the protagonist counters with a blue energy blast. The protagonist, powered by Isabella, delivers a powerful blow, shattering blue shards around the enemy. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. Isabella, within the protagonist's body, expresses concern, questioning his confidence in defeating the monster. He states he's reached his limit. The protagonist, his appearance shifting slightly, reveals intimate knowledge of Diluc, claiming familiarity with every monster in Paradiso. The protagonist, his form shifting subtly, dismisses the monster's attack as mere tricks. A powerful energy surge erupts around him. The monster, chained and shadowy, sneers, questioning the protagonist's confidence in victory despite his evasive maneuvers. The protagonist activates a holy chain bond, strengthening his magic. He further amplifies his light attribute magic, triggering a surge of growth. The monster reveals the protagonist's immense magical power, classifying him as a 9th-class mage and a threat. The monster taunts the protagonist, emphasizing his status as a symbol of the monarchy, clearly understanding his significance. The monster, amused, vows to watch the protagonist's actions in hell with keen interest. The protagonist, a figure seemingly of royal lineage, examines a bracelet far surpassing his expectations. It's far better than he could have ever imagined. He discovers a book near the remains of a lich, a surprising find, as such drops aren't typical. A woman's voice cuts through the air, frustrated by a contract that makes her his slave. She's furious about this unforeseen development. The protagonist and the woman celebrate their successful collaboration, highlighting the unexpected ease of raising her magic resistance and tolerance. With newfound efficiency, they rush towards revival vats, but the woman expresses apprehension and unpreparedness. Despite her amnesia, the woman displays a remarkable familiarity, scolding him for her memory loss after becoming human. They find a woman encased in a vat, prompting the protagonist's curiosity about her death. He speculates, uncertain of the cause. The newly resurrected woman, giddy with her newfound human form, declares her intention to indulge in delicious food, stylish dresses, and makeup. Her companion, however, is less than impressed, questioning the sudden shift in narrative. A moment of quiet tenderness passes between the two as the woman rests her head on her companion's shoulder, a peaceful contrast to their previous excitement. A book titled Lich Diluc's Resurrection Magic is displayed, revealing the limitations of the magic used to revive the woman. It can only be performed once, and the resurrected subject becomes physically and mentally dependent on the caster. A cat-like character provides commentary, noting the difficulty of the woman's newfound title despite her reliance on shortcuts. This panel also displays a system message: the protagonist has the option to increase all stats by 5. A large skeletal figure attacks Jared, the woman's companion, with fierce power. The onomatopoeia quaji intensifies the impact of the attack. Jared expertly dodges the attack, highlighting his agility and combat prowess. The purple energy trail emphasizes the speed and force of his movement. Jared counters with a swift attack. The onomatopoeia sook emphasizes the speed and precision of his counterattack. The word blink further highlights the speed of this technique. The skeletal figure, severely weakened, groans in pain. His weakened state is now easy to attack. The skeletal figure is sent sprawling by Jared's swift counterattack. A woman watches, observing, and comments that Jared's speed is his most terrifying trait. The woman's gaze hardens. This is the first time she's felt true hatred for Jared. Jared and the woman move through a chamber filled with corpses, noting the many traps, thankfully now disabled. The woman expresses concern about the fate of a deceased person, wondering if they became an evil spirit. She explains the effects of such a transformation. The woman playfully suggests their future adventures will be exciting, while Jared acknowledges the inherent danger. The adult Gracia's ring is revealed, its magical properties are detailed, enhancing magic and granting immunity to mental debuffs. A high-ranking official furiously demands answers, his face contorted in anger. More monster hunters have perished in his region. A subordinate grimly reports that Caribia holds the cure's recipe tightly, although they managed to get a sample, recreating it proves too challenging. The official, undeterred, declares that he can play the same deadly game. Another advisor informs the official that he has 1,239 skilled soldiers at his disposal. The looming threat of war hangs heavy in the air. News of Graga's assassination reaches the official. Sir Peroha ordered the hit to silence him. Meanwhile, the great guide of Mayanica, Morgus, arrives. Morgus, having brought the requested magicians at great cost, is greeted by the official's declaration that money is no object. The official smiles, pleased with the preparations. His plan is in motion. This contested territory, wedged between Marorica and Ronella, is the source of their ongoing quarrel. Morgus's expression shifts to one of dawning realization as he witnesses the sheer number of troops surrounding the area. The full extent of the ambush becomes clear. Morgus and his retinue are completely surrounded. Ibanaba, the leader of the goblins, introduces himself. Jared, Lord of Caribia, arrives, his presence raising Ibanaba's eyebrows in surprise. Jared requests an explanation for the meeting. Morgus and his companion exchange a confused glance at the unexpected turn of events. The explanation given reveals that the relatively worthless nightmare stones are the reason for this gathering. Their low value is perceived as an insult to the goblins. The Goblin King beams, pleased with the nightmare stones presented to him. "I like it. You've done well," he declares, his satisfaction evident. The blonde-haired king, Morgus, expresses his hope for a stronger bond between their kingdoms. The Goblin King signals for hidden allies to emerge, their protection no longer needed. Morgus's companion is startled by the appearance of dark elves, questioning their presence at this meeting. The unexpected presence of the dark elves sparks a discussion, revealing that the Goblin King, known as Ibanaba, has various connections to other tribes. The men discuss the relative value of nightmare stones, highlighting the goblins' surprisingly high regard for them. Rakiz, Morgus' companion, awaits further instructions from his lord, Morgus. Morgus's lieutenant, Rakiz, receives a curt order: leave no ingot unused. The implication is clear: resources are being mobilized for a significant undertaking. A dark elf, Jared, smirks, mentioning a large-scale business deal. His expression hints at a level of intrigue and possible manipulation. The celebratory toast to Jared, now a brother, and the glory of Caribia unfolds. The seemingly jovial scene masks an undercurrent of political maneuvering. The strategic importance of Caribia is revealed: it holds the only cure for the Ronella disease, explaining the Dark Elves' migration there. Morgus explodes with anger at his advisor's explanation, questioning their competence. Tension escalates between the two. Morgus, his power subtly displayed, sits with Mayarika. The scene establishes a clear power dynamic and a potential alliance. Morgus, still unsatisfied, questions Mayarika about their manpower, believing they need more soldiers for their mission. He's clearly focused on ensuring the success of their venture. Mayarika introduces Akron, her fourth-class magician, highlighting the considerable magical power at their disposal, a key asset for their endeavor. Morgus presses Akron about his class, eager to assess his capabilities and ensure the plan's success. The power dynamic between the two remains evident. They clarify that they're not here on official business but rather to negotiate a deal with a local tribe. This introduces a new element to their mission. Suddenly, red goblins ambush them, revealing the nature of the tribe they're dealing with. The unexpected attack raises the stakes. Morgus orders his men to protect him, showcasing his leadership and prioritizing his own safety during the conflict. A man observes the situation, shocked by the unexpected goblin perimeter defense. This adds a layer of surprise and potential complication to the plan. A man's eye, sharp and calculating, focuses intently. He observes a goblin, a detail that surprises him. This goblin speaks the Nasu dialect. Lord Jared, extending a hand in an unprecedented gesture, proposes establishing diplomatic relations with the goblins in exchange for iron and gold. The Goblin Elder, amused by this unusual approach, accepts. Jared presents his offering, nightmare stones. Sufficient, he hopes, to satisfy the Goblin's demands. The Goblin Elder's expression turns serious. He notes that no one had approached them until now, highlighting the audacity of Jared's direct diplomacy. Meanwhile, a nearby man expresses his concern and doubts about their current strategy. The goblins graciously accept the nightmare stones, thanking Jared for his bold and successful negotiation. The Goblin Elder, now ecstatic, commands his men to bring forth the promised iron and gold. A man observes the sheer volume of ore the goblins possess, a staggering amount, and questions whether securing the land by force might be a better approach. A female goblin warrior, flanked by her guards, emerges from the shadows, adding another unexpected element to the already tense situation. A young man, seemingly a leader, discusses strategy with an older advisor. He reveals the existence of a race living even further north than the Red Goblins, a group whose minimal interaction with humanity makes them an unknown factor. An elder goblin leader warns against attacking the Red Goblins directly, stating such an action would lead to the attacker's disappearance. He emphasizes their cultural differences from humans. The young man receives a report: due to material shortages, the army is focusing on repairing and improving existing equipment rather than forging new weapons for recruits. The young man orders the gold acquired from the Red Goblins to be invested in strengthening the army, and appoints someone as the new head of recruitment. The elder goblin leader warns that Mirorica is a nest of criminals, and their influence will eventually spread. To be continued. That's precisely why we spent a fortune hiring people to steal the cure. The goblin leader's fury is palpable, his motivation now clear: they sought the cure at any cost. Get out! Get the fuck out! A panicked servant is frantically fleeing, scrambling to escape an unseen danger. If we attacked immediately, Caribia would be wiped off the face of the earth. A hooded figure, ominously calm, reveals the devastating power Caribia wields, hinting at a far greater conflict to come. Aren't these woods at the end of the northern region? A blonde knight, riding horseback, questions his location, his words implying an unexpected journey into unfamiliar territory. We'll find out soon. The blonde knight's confident reply suggests a readiness to face whatever lies ahead. Ha! I thought we were the only ones around in these parts. An older man, surrounded by soldiers, expresses surprise at an unexpected encounter, foreshadowing a significant development. Set up a defensive perimeter. Do not engage with them. A stern-faced commander orders his troops to prepare for conflict, emphasizing caution over aggression. Welcome to our lands. An elder goblin, regal in appearance, greets the approaching travelers with unsettling calm, setting the stage for an encounter with their territory. One soldier nervously points out a stone, recognizing it as originating from the infamous Nightmare Forest, while his superior dismisses its value. Elsewhere, a pact is sealed through a written agreement, forging a brotherhood between parties in the north. A group of red goblins, burdened with heavy sacks, marches purposefully, their determined expressions hinting at a larger operation. A map reveals the strategic alliances: the red goblins' close ties to the dark elves of Tatar Island, their proximity facilitating a treaty, and the hunters' precarious position amidst potential conflict. Caribia, the blonde strategist, outlines his post-alliance plan, mass-producing weaponry using refined iron acquired from the Red Goblins. A question regarding a potential war against Majorca is raised, hinting at Caribia's far-reaching ambitions and the potential for escalating conflict. The Goblin Elder casually dismisses the implication of war, emphasizing that his words are merely for the sake of conversation, concealing his true intentions. The scene opens in the Nasu territory on March 14, 1414, outside a grand manor. Inside, a young woman observes a massive spider, unimpressed by its size. She remarks that spiders aren't usually that scary. A man, regretting a past decision, muses that he gave a certain item as an anniversary present. A woman asks if he's finally warming up to her. He reveals he gave candy to every single woman in the manor. She finds this strangely reminiscent of a marriage contract, prompting him to tell her to stop playing around. A smaller, masked figure forcefully declares that she won't take no for an answer, her expression determined. The man is clearly overwhelmed. The nurturing project is revealed. The plan is to find and recruit talented individuals before others do. Lena gracefully accepts the tasks assigned to her, resolving to do her best under the Lord's tutelage. A maid, overwhelmed by the prospect of calling her superior teacher, confesses her inability to handle the situation. Meanwhile, it's revealed that the Lord was recently ambushed. The Lord chastises the maid for clinging to her maid-like values, highlighting the limitations of her perspective. The Lord reflects on the maid's sheltered life, acknowledging that her transformation won't be easy, but emphasizing her potential for growth, encompassing both mind and body. The Lord realizes his interaction with the maid was a strategic move, a calculated tactic. The Lord's self-reflection reveals a missed opportunity for professional interaction, contrasting his previous approach with the current situation. A masked figure, likely the same one from the previous scene, is shown lurking nearby. "My lord," the maid cries, her face etched with frantic worry, rushing towards her master. Tears stream down her face as she desperately pleads, "Quickly get him to." The urgency in her voice is palpable. A bloodied figure lies nearby. "No, the doctors won't be able to get here on time." She sobs, her despair intensifying. The scene underscores the gravity of the situation. Overwhelmed by grief and desperation, she begs, "Please, please." Her hands glow with faint magic, a desperate attempt to heal. A blond young man smirks, revealing a small cut on his hand. "It was only a small cut, and we used some animal blood to exaggerate it a little," he explains, his tone implying a calculated deception. He continues, addressing the now visible Lord, "Anyway, how does it feel to become a healer?" A subtle shift in the scene's tone suggests a change in focus. A system message flashes, "Teacher's grace." It looks like Hayes doesn't have a good teacher. The Lord receives a stat boost, indirectly highlighting the maid's naivete in her desperation. Despite the escalating conflict, one man calmly suggests a path to minimize bloodshed. 4 weeks have passed since Isabel's resurrection, and a new character, a classmate from Desmond Empire's academy, is introduced. A conversation reveals that today holds significance, marking the White Day celebration from a past life. One character's cynical remark about using others for self-development highlights a callous disregard for others. The significance of White Day in a past life is acknowledged, but one character's cynical comment about using others for personal growth reveals a callous disregard for their feelings. A celebratory sound effect marks a significant milestone. Mia successfully meets the requirements to reach the 5th class. The reasons for Jared's increased investment are explained. It's not just talent acquisition and training. He benefits from a disciplinary system rewarding bonus points based on student progress. Mia, enthusiastic about her training, highlights the enjoyable and playful approach employed, contrasting with Jared's more pragmatic outlook. Hayes' training progress remains stagnant at 0%, revealing a challenge in her development. The current situation is described as a standstill, hinting at an underlying obstacle. Jared correctly identifies an internal block hindering Hayes' progress, attributing it to unconscious pessimism. Jared's innovative and diverse mind is praised, highlighting his valuable contributions. A pained cry escapes the blond young man as he collapses to the ground, his body clearly wounded. Hayes, eyes brimming with unshed tears, declares her resolve, "I'm a healer. I need to do this." Her determination burns bright despite her obvious distress. With a desperate plea, "I beg you, please," Hayes reaches out to the injured man, her hands already glowing with healing energy. The faint green light is a stark contrast to the grim scene. A burst of vibrant green energy erupts from Hayes' hands, a powerful healing wave engulfing the fallen young man. 30 minutes later, the 3 young men, the injured one, along with a knight and a hooded rogue, sit dejectedly. Hayes' assessment is blunt, "You're all terrible." Hayes, though visibly exhausted, expresses her own self-criticism, "It feels horrendous. I'm sorry." A final caption delivers a stark observation, "The nurturing project is a smooth sailing." The irony is palpable. A special quest, Leap of Teaching, has begun. The goal, complete all given quests to be reborn as a 5th-class magician. A shadowy figure instructs another to infiltrate a manor, spy on its resident, and assassinate him if the opportunity arises. War, it's explained, is expensive. A blonde woman quickly adapts to life within the manor. However, a man within the manor is suddenly overcome with fear, exclaiming as spider, as a magical red energy crackles around the woman's hand. The man examines 3 wrapped candies, questioning their nature. The blonde woman explains a peculiar holiday tradition, contrasting the usual practice of women gifting men chocolates on February 14th with a reverse scenario, men gifting women candy. She finds the latter kinda romantic. The woman reveals that their lives are intertwined by a mind-eye bond, forever sealed by a shared kiss. She dramatically touches his head. With an evil smile, the woman announces her intention to start with a sexual desire spell, leaving the man shocked and stammering. The man contemplates the effectiveness of his methods over the years, subtly implying manipulation and his overarching plan. Jared believed in his methods. The young woman, a healer, explains that unlike clerics, healers are overwhelmingly focused on healing. Her abilities are top tier, found in only a handful of people across the entire Nasu continent. Jared, the man, worries aloud about guiding the young woman down the right path, questioning his next move. Jared reassures the young woman that she doesn't have to handle everything alone. Hayes, it seems, has given her all the resources needed to handle things independently. The scene shifts. Jared is now injured and shocked. He was ambushed by an assassin. The young woman, despite her initial intentions to help, is distraught at having inadvertently caused this outcome for Jared, revealing her inner conflict. The assassin, clearly remorseful, explains they were following direct orders from Jared himself, apologizing for their actions. A system message reveals that Jared can finally become a 5th-class magician, a significant turning point in his journey. The hooded assassin, a glint of steel in their hand, vows revenge on Jared. "I've lost far too many opportunities until now," they hiss, their words laced with a chilling determination. Snow falls heavily as an elderly man, lantern in hand, spots a figure in the distance. "Baby Rakis," he murmurs, a hint of surprise in his voice. The old man and a younger man sit together, the elder commenting on the younger man's growth over the past 40 years. He offers tea. A vial of red liquid is shown. The older man asks if the younger man needs it for his journey through the nightmare forest. The younger man realizes it's a rumored cure. The younger man argues that they need veterans like him due to the destructive war, criticizing the older man's wasteful recruitment practices. A grim reaper-like figure on a skeletal steed rides through a ravaged landscape. The narration emphasizes the unprecedented destruction of the Nasu continent and the countless lives lost. The final panel shows a monument-like structure, possibly a tomb, in a snowy landscape. The caption explains that death will travel the Nasu continent. It's freezing cold in this region, and the inhabitants rely on seafood for sustenance because crops won't grow. One of the travelers remarks on how unusually safe and clean the roads have become lately. The group stealthily arrived in the region, a decision one of them considers fortunate. Jared, another member of the group, is distracted by something he's looking at. A woman with vibrant red hair and distinctive glasses offers a drink, highlighting the refreshing beer available. Jared recognizes Chloe, the Queen of Silence, and wonders what she's doing there. Chloe's backstory is revealed as a powerful NPC, non-player character, in the game's lore, introduced 5 years prior to the Great Stallion War. Jared is surprised by Chloe's presence, noting the incongruity of her appearance with his current intelligence, and is excited about the implications. Jared, brimming with anticipation, exclaims his eagerness, addressing someone as my lord, implying a hierarchical relationship and suggesting a grand plan unfolding. Chloe dismisses Jared's enthusiasm, indicating disinterest in younger men. Another character, referred to as my lord, is shown lying down, possibly resting or sleeping. 2 men react with shock upon seeing Lord Jared, one of them exclaiming, "Lord Jared's here?" The scene sets a frantic tone, suggesting Jared's unexpected arrival is significant. A young man, offering a proposition, asks a woman, "Could I bother you for something?" "And I'll pay you handsomely." The scene shifts to a more transactional atmosphere, hinting at a business deal. A blond man sits with 2 others at a table, astonished at the proposal, 5,000 gold for a year's work with housing. All they need to do is tutor a child. A sense of disbelief and perhaps greed is palpable. One of the women, Chloe, assures the blond man that she will do whatever he wants. The blonde man, Jared, questions the woman's trust, and she reveals this is her first time in the North, highlighting the novelty of the situation and the risk she's taking. Jared explains his motivation: money is the only way to convince Chloe and her companion to stay. He intends to throw money around to ensure their cooperation. Chloe accepts Jared's offer. The tone shifts from negotiation to agreement, setting the stage for the next step of the plan. The scene shifts to Chloe and a colleague, who casually inquire about Jared's plans, showing a newfound confidence now that the deal is done. Jared reveals his exhaustion from his travels is mitigated by Gorz's necklace, revealing a powerful artifact. Jared reveals his goal: to leave a legacy of Korean written records in this unknown world, using the book Paradiso as a means to achieve this. The scene concludes on this surprising revelation, adding a layer of mystery and ambition to his actions. Jared, his face partially obscured by a thick scarf, pushes through a blizzard. The harsh conditions are evident, but his determination remains steadfast. Inside a cozy cabin, someone adds wood to a crackling fire. The warmth contrasts sharply with Jared's icy journey. A question hangs in the air: what brings him to this remote, dangerous place? An older man, his face lined with experience, expresses skepticism about a cure, questioning the leader's character. The cure's origin is clearly suspect. The man's doubt is challenged. He's urged to witness the positive changes resulting from the cure, highlighting its potential impact. A grim reaper-like figure rides across a desolate landscape, symbolizing the harsh realities and desperate measures faced in this world, concluding the scene with a sense of foreboding. A mug slams onto the table with a sharp KEH. Hopeful chatter fills the tavern. One of the group expresses their optimism about the fertilizer's effect on the crops. The conversation turns to Aki, a man who invested his all into the venture after a personal robbery, highlighting his dedication under his lord's guidance. The group discusses Ella, a renowned NPC warrior, while another character emphasizes the importance of wit over alcohol-impaired thinking. A young woman, quite forcefully, introduces the man sitting with her as the Viscount of Caribia, ruler of an entire continent. A looming, dark figure's presence immediately intimidates the young woman, questioning her lack of fear. Lena, a young woman with a surprisingly casual attitude considering the circumstances, remarks that the current situation is unexpected. She's clearly more concerned with appearances than the looming threat. The Viscount, seemingly unconcerned by the tension, explains that the agreement they just made is only a down payment. His jovial demeanor is jarring given the circumstances. A fallen figure, presumably a previous associate of Lena, lies defeated. The narration explains that Lena's personality has hindered her ability to settle down anywhere permanently. The Viscount makes a personal note regarding his fading memories of his time in Paradiso. He also notes that he has recently forgotten what Chloe looks like. This suggests a potential memory loss tied to a significant place or person in his past. A man, seemingly a guardian or protector, appears, alerted by a noise and immediately suspicious. He's clearly not used to unexpected visits. The guardian is informed of recent developments, and he reveals that the Viscount, Jared, is the reason Lena is there. He also hints at a change in Jared's character, suggesting a possible redemption arc for him. A young man, cloaked and jovial, enjoys a drink, a contented smile playing on his lips. This is refreshing, he muses. He turns to a smaller companion, their conversation shifting to business. He confidently assures her that the fertilizers will perform well, given her creation. The scene shifts to a tavern, the conversation flowing towards investment opportunities. The purchase of land in Caribia is proposed as a lucrative venture. A boisterous woman, sunglasses perched atop her head, calls for another round of drinks, her energy infectious. The woman, revealing herself as a viscount, challenges the assumption of a singular noble in the world, her confident stance emphasizing her point. The young man, now appearing somewhat chagrined, apologizes for his earlier assumptions, suggesting a move to a quieter location. The Viscountess, a smirk playing on her lips, declares, "I like it," responding to something the young man said. Her words are dripping with a playful confidence. Chloe's unwavering dedication to her training is noted, even while a companion questions her lack of visible exertion. The protagonist confidently asserts his superior combat prowess, casually estimating he could eliminate an opponent in mere seconds. He then reflects on another individual, deeming them worthy of a similar, albeit brief, struggle. A young woman displays impressive skill in shield combat, demonstrating a unique training method that refines her technique. The protagonist reveals the unconventional method behind the impressive results, identifying it as an exploit in the training system. His own surprise at the girl's proficiency highlights the effectiveness of the glitch. Farmers celebrate the successful harvest, relieved by the protagonist's actions that saved their crop from migrating pests, earning the gratitude of their lord. A system message reveals the completion of a quest, granting a significant boost to loyalty and triggering a golden age with a production increase. Another golden age dawns. The recent successful harvest, secured by the protagonist's intervention, has boosted loyalty and production significantly. News of Caribia's prosperity reaches even the far northern region, where an envoy approaches. Akron, from Majorca, arrives to personally deliver a letter. Akron inquires about the previous tribute, confirming the lord's satisfaction. His lord's approval indicates a strong and positive relationship is forming. The letter, personally written by Lord Jared, symbolizes the significance of this diplomatic exchange. Akron proposes strengthening ties between Majorca and Caribia, seeking enduring peace. He offers magic crystals as a gesture of goodwill. The protagonist, seemingly unfazed by the political maneuvering, casually hunts a deer in the forest. A subordinate questions Lord Akron's persistent appeasement of Majorca, suggesting a need for distance from their authority. Akron dismisses the concerns, focusing on the final, decisive attack as the true measure of their plan. Akron assures his subordinate that worries about war will soon be unnecessary, now that relations with Majorca have improved. Akron envisions a golden age for their territory, a hopeful future blossoming from the newfound peace. Lord Jared, a seemingly careless figure, is warned of impending danger by a mysterious observer. The observer, carrying a large wooden mallet, ominously advises Jared to enjoy the peace while it lasts. Akron, unaware of the impending threat, smiles menacingly, believing the day of the spy's report will be the day he marches towards Hades himself. A young man with blonde hair is being pulled by a rope, his face contorted in a grimace, as he's dragged towards a large, imposing building in the background. A woman with red hair and sunglasses makes a dismissive comment about Lena's training, implying there's a whole world of talent beyond her. Despite her less-than-ideal teacher, Lena shows promise, showcasing her potential due to superior training equipment. The blonde young man is questioned about Lena's training methods, and he casually dismisses his input, calling it a common Eastern continent technique. The young man confidently declares the training's effectiveness, showing no concern for setbacks. Sir Oberon arrives, initiating a routine crop inspection, highlighting a shift from personal training to broader administrative matters. A wide shot of a snowy village reveals the setting, a picturesque winter scene, adding visual context to Oberon's inspection. A game notification appears, a quest titled Diamond Cuts Diamond has been activated. The opponent is a fourth-class magician, similar in skill to the player, and defeating them yields 15 wisdom points. Jared, the blonde protagonist, reads the message with a thoughtful expression. A speech bubble shows his silent contemplation. Jared smirks, interpreting the situation. He muses that his opponent is attempting to one-up him following a tribute. Jared's expression shifts to a calculating smile. He notes the difference between direct conflict on the battlefield versus the political arena, choosing diplomacy instead. Jared enthusiastically announces a celebratory feast to commemorate the province's growth. A sinister figure observes the scene from afar, whispering a threatening prophecy about the next cup of wine being blood. Jared, realizing the threat, subtly acknowledges the danger. Onwards to Caribia. A fierce warrior, his face contorted in a battle cry, leads the charge, intent on attacking Caribia's territory. The 4 targeted elemental magics released by the installed equipment unleash a fiery blast. The system's proficiency decreases over time if the same training methods are repeatedly used, however, with 4 different elements, each attempt is considered unique training. Amidst cheers of "All Hail Our Lord" and "All Hail Caribia," a woman calmly instructs someone to put certain items in a specific location. A formal letter emphasizes the importance of the relationship between the territories, advocating for lasting peace and further collaboration. Two men discuss their lord's skills, highlighting his exceptional versatility as an archer. Accusingly, one man questions another, "Are you suggesting that an enemy becomes careless and sloppy if they hide their true intentions?" The second man, observing a spy's skill set, comments, "Of course there'd be spies in our territory. He's so good at camouflaging himself, I wouldn't have been able to spot him without the mind's eye." A panel displays the spy's stats, top-tier skills in investigation, reconnaissance, and camouflage. The mansion is unusually quiet today. A blonde-haired woman observes a tense standoff between two figures in a courtyard. A woman with red hair and sunglasses remarks on the lack of prior warning about the impending war. A fiery projectile erupts, striking a wooden structure and engulfing a soldier in flames. A commander surveys the scene of the alcohol storage area, now a fiery wreckage, and comments on the soldiers' pathetic behavior. He deems their drinking habits the cause of their vulnerability. The scene shifts to show a town in chaos, civilians fleeing the violence. One person carries a baby, the fear palpable. A young man, observing the devastation, declares it necessary to leave. A blue-haired woman confronts the young man, questioning his decision to exclude her from this crucial engagement. The blue-haired woman pleads with the young man, emphasizing her unwillingness to lose her lord and comrade, highlighting the natural human bond of wanting to protect those close to them. The blonde-haired man's resolve is challenged. He is urged to remain, using his healing abilities to assist the injured amidst the ongoing conflict. A grim assessment of the army's composition is revealed, 100 untrained peasants bolstering a force of 1,200 inadequately trained soldiers. Despite their lord's efforts toward peace, the soldiers remain fixated on the conflict in Caribia. A hardened soldier, despite his demotion, believes Caribia's survival is improbable due to the harsh winter ahead. The young man remains resolute in his decision to stay. Despite the bleak outlook, the remaining soldiers pledge to defend their homeland with their own two hands. A soldier, defying the grim predictions of an impending harsh winter, boasts about his ability to withstand the intense heat. He orders the distribution of weapons to the troops. An unexpected enemy, not from Majorca, arrives, Lord Batman of Ronella. Lena questions if anyone knows where everyone might have gone. Lena is chastised for chatting while training. She wonders if she should loosen up as well. A surprise attack unfolds. The watchtower is destroyed, and the tankers retreat. A soldier questions whether they should pursue the enemy. A commanding officer rallies his troops, urging them to push forward into Caribia with unwavering determination. News arrives, the fourth defensive line has been breached. The enemy is rapidly approaching. Rakiz, a commander, is informed of the dire situation. He implores his subordinate to give their all in this crucial defense. A blonde soldier, acknowledging the high stakes, declares his inability to participate in direct combat due to the inherent danger, despite possessing healing abilities. A young woman, unwavering in her support, pledges her loyalty and readiness to assist. The blonde soldier reassures his commander, pledging to remain and prepare for any eventuality. Despite their stronghold's advantageous location, the defenders' meager numbers, a mere 300 soldiers, highlight the daunting task ahead. The commander expresses his sincere gratitude to the remaining soldiers, acknowledging their dedication despite the overwhelming odds. Rakiz offers a chance to leave, but a soldier, unyielding, declares his intention to fight. A citizen of Caribia, resigned to his fate, accepts the impending doom, urging others to fight as they see fit. Defenders, fueled by righteous fury, vow to die fighting rather than flee from the drug-addicted invaders of Majorca. A soldier spots the approaching enemy, warning Rakiz. A woman acknowledges a soldier's rare and useful ability, yet hesitates to fully utilize it for fear of jeopardizing him. A young boy, driven by a desire to protect his loved ones, embarks on a desperate journey. The young girl, gritting her teeth, feels the weight of responsibility as she watches the soldiers prepare for battle. Their solemn faces reflect the grim reality of the situation. Lord Batman of Ronella, a man whose mustache seems to vibrate with barely contained amusement, spots Caribia on the horizon. His anticipation is palpable. Despite outwardly appearing indifferent, a lord reveals that he harbors resentment towards Caribia, prompting further discussion. A significant portion of Ronella's hunters have fallen, and Jared, an unnamed antagonist, attempts to destabilize the region. Concern is evident. The Lord dismisses the 20% casualty rate as insignificant, believing Jared is attempting to buy peace with money. The Lord finds the idea plausible, demonstrating a level of cynicism. A plan is formed, a surprise attack on Caribia after a month of preparation. Although their initial interactions seemed cooperative, the two lords each secretly pursued different goals. One lord, confident in his impending victory, declares his intent to seize all of the other's territory, highlighting the ruthless nature of their conflict. The other lord's arrogant actions are noted to have hastened his downfall. Your land is done for. If you crawl on the ground and plead for your pathetic lives right now, we shall give you mercy. The victorious lord's army stands triumphant, their leader's declaration echoing the ruthlessness of their conquest. It's not Lord Jared? Then where's the real one? A soldier's confusion reveals a deception within the seemingly straightforward victory. The anticipated leader is absent, creating immediate uncertainty. A swift, brutal attack unfolds, a betrayal is revealed. Before the information could reach his lord, one soldier is struck down. Ah, is that so? You're the one who let the Ranella army invade our territory, aren't you? They even knew my identity. Was the information that I received all false? The defeated soldier confronts his betrayer, realizing the extent of the deception. The plot twists, exposing a deeper conspiracy. The two lords, having seemingly cooperated, now strategize separately. One lord notes the ease of ambush near the main road, while his ally points out that the lower grounds are more difficult to traverse. This sets up a potential conflict of interest and a strategic advantage for one side. That is why I am going to place this trap in the byway. One lord reveals his plan to utilize a magically enhanced landmine, a device capable of considerable destruction. He's confident in his preparations, but his opponent demonstrates doubt. A magical landmine is activated, unleashing a powerful explosion. A massive explosion rocks the landscape, leaving one lord speechless. This is unbelievable. He mutters, stunned by the sheer destructive force. The same lord, undeterred, reveals his plan, now, that byway will be their one-way ticket to hell. His confidence is chilling as he plots the demise of his enemies. A sudden, unexpected problem arises. The ground trembles beneath the hooves of approaching cavalry, signaling a new threat to his plans. Another lord, analyzing the situation, remarks on the substantial gifts sent by a neighboring region, noting their apparent wealth and their motive for maintaining an amicable relationship. He shrewdly observes, the guy's scared. Since even though his territory is advancing, they aren't ready altogether, by that much. That's why he's trying to buy peace through money. His assessment reveals the neighboring lord's fear and desperation. The first lord is shocked to learn that an inspection mage has been sent, and that an alliance has been declared between the two lands, effectively derailing his plans. The two lords forge an alliance, their combined forces ready to crush Jared and his men. A swift, decisive strike is planned to overwhelm their opponent. Jared's forces are completely surrounded by Horgo's army, a devastating blow to their strategy. The element of surprise is lost. Jared's knight is overcome with shock and disbelief as the reality of the situation sinks in. He realizes their position is hopeless. Jared's desperate escape attempt is abruptly cut short. His efforts to flee prove futile, he's been caught in a trap. A sharp cracking sound underscores the devastating blow to Jared's plans. The ground gives way beneath him, highlighting the precariousness of his situation. The lords discuss the remaining options, recognizing that their enemy likely anticipated their actions. They are shown to have foreseen this betrayal, highlighting the effectiveness of their own spies. A lord commands his allies, "Please stand behind me," as another murmurs, "Surely, he's the one who's being protected." A flash of light and a powerful surge of energy erupt as the scene shifts to the battlefield, demonstrating the devastating power of an extraordinary weapon. The lords strategize, one declaring, "By using this, I'll annihilate the enemy in one blow," aiming to prevent their lands from becoming a battlefield. 1 month prior, the lords, despite past disagreements, discussed their shared goal of protecting their own territories. A tense moment is shown. Lord Batman and Lord Horgo's, despite past conflicts, forged an alliance, creating a combined force of over 3,000 soldiers. This causes a shocked reaction from an observer. Horgoes, a fearsome commander, issues a brutal order: cut the limbs off of those who resist. His army prepares for a massacre. With a chilling laugh, Horgoes declares, "Let us commence the massacre." His eyes blaze with malicious intent. But the enemy, anticipating this, has laid traps. A wide expanse of land is revealed, riddled with glowing traps. A cavalry unit rides headlong into the ambush. A powerful explosion erupts, a fiery kang, shattering the landscape. From afar, a man on horseback observes the devastating scene unfolding before him, a fiery conflict stretching across the valley. Despite lacking the full support of the mayor and possessing only 1,000 soldiers, the commander issues a decisive order: wipe them out. The soldiers, a tightly packed formation, advance into battle. Their ranks move forward as one, a wall of steel and determination against the fiery chaos. A lord is wounded, his aide rushing to his side, concerned. The lord dismisses the concern, priority is given to a battle report. The aide inquires about the two mages involved in the conflict. The commander is revealed to be a traitor, Akron, his true nature exposed as the aide attacks him. Akron's treachery is revealed, his previous actions exposed as a staged performance. The aide is struck. The aide, severely wounded, is launched into the air by Akron, the fight ending with a decisive blow. Akron unleashes a furious ice storm, his deception laid bare. "You damn bastard," he screams, his rage a tangible force. The aide, Jared, is flung through the air, the brutal force of Akron's attack shattering any pretense of a fair fight. Akron disregarded all common sense of a mage duel, utterly destroying his opponent. Akron's face twists in a triumphant smirk. He's seen through Jared's charade. "I've figured out all your intentions," he declares. Elsewhere, a grim scene unfolds: prisoners are chained, awaiting their fate. The command echoes, "And for those who surrender, tie them up with chains." A chilling declaration: yes, it is the start of a massacre. The weight of impending violence hangs heavy in the air. Jared's desperate plea is cut short by the tremors of the earth. The manna beneath them is building, and Akron bellows, "Isaac, odium! Start your defensive magic." The earth trembles, a prelude to devastation. Two armored figures are engulfed in a fiery explosion, their forms contorted by the force. A man, his face etched with concern, observes the distant eruption. He declares that a massive explosion has occurred near the byway Horogos was using. His eyes widen in dawning horror as he questions if they are at a disadvantage in the war, perhaps even doomed. A desolate battlefield is revealed. Except for a small group in the rear, the army has been decimated. Isaac and Odium are dead. Akron, the only survivor Jared can rely on, is shown. The soldiers who could have fought Jared have perished. The situation is catastrophic. A powerful, white energy blast shoots skyward, leaving a trail of light. Akron prepares his magic, summoning a large, intricate energy circle. He has given his opponent two choices. Akron, a gleeful expression on his face, proclaims the dawn of an era of eternal war, promising wealth and honor to those who join his cause. His words are met by the menacing advance of his armored soldiers. A fiery explosion erupts in the distance, marking the start of the conflict. Akron, caught in a hail of fiery projectiles, is forced to dodge, his movements desperate yet precise. He manages to escape the onslaught, catching his breath as he glances back at an opponent who clearly exceeded his expectations. Akron, breathless, demands an explanation for their panicked behavior from his injured soldier. A vast fortune was spent training third-class mages, carefully managing their situations. Jared, however, was frustrated. His outburst reveals his unique circumstances. Jared's skills are perfectly balanced, making him a perfect fourth-class mage. The opponent reveals they knew Jared's strategy from the start, exposing his use of teleportation magic. Jared's opponent explains they saw through his plan, using his own dimension door to escape his attack. A fierce battle ensues. The opponent's flames threaten Jared's survival, offering him a deadly choice. Fall. Jared's opponent, confident in his plan, explains that even if Jared survives the attack, he won't be able to use the portal, as the opponent will use it first. The opponent's strategy is revealed. If Jared chooses to fall into the portal, the moment he does will be when he succumbs to a deadly trap. Jared, defying expectations, lands safely, prompting a surprised reaction from his opponent. He counters that while his opponent predicted his dimension door, his ice storm accelerated Jared's descent, turning the trap against him. Jared's opponent, enraged, screams his name as a powerful, fiery blast engulfs Jared. A system message confirms a quest's completion, rewarding Jared with wisdom points. He comments wryly that the fight wasn't as close as his opponent claimed. Jared's opponent's army lies broken and scattered on the battlefield, their defeat palpable. The defeated commander stares, incredulous, at the scene before him. One of his soldiers is shown being flung away from the battle with considerable force. A soldier questions why reinforcements have only just arrived. The narration explains that their lord, Jared, sought them out even after retiring. Barrett, Caribia's master and great leader, arrives alongside Jared, who is now revealed to be the current lord of Caribia. The elder's words invite them to participate together in the ongoing war. Strengthening his magic, he confronts Jared, confident he can match him magically despite weaker combat skills. He boasts, "Did you think that I'd lose to you?" Jared, impressed by the opponent's use of a complex fourth-class spell, reveals he's seen through the strategy. Jared prepares a powerful counterattack, focusing his energy on a devastating blow. He muses whether to stop his assault or to simply end his opponent's fight. Jared explains that his seemingly defeated opponent planned to lure him into a trap. The opponent, having intentionally allowed himself to be hit, successfully leads Jared into his preset dimensional trap. He declares himself the victor, having foreseen his enemy's strategy and weaknesses. Barrett observes that the enemy's defenses are crumbling. The enemy soldiers gleefully plot their next move, ignoring the fortified areas. They'll focus on eliminating the weaker, interior populations first to quickly amass wealth. A seasoned commander observes, troubled, that despite their prior intelligence suggesting an inferior enemy force, their advance has been swiftly repelled. He grimly recalls their recent victory over Marorica, suggesting their current enemy may be stronger than initially assessed. The scene shifts to reveal a large, imposing army ready for battle. Barrett's 100 elite guards stand proudly alongside Jared's 400-strong army, a formidable force ready to counter the enemy's advance. As a result of Jared's calculated fall, the opponent, now boasting his triumph, reveals his dimensional trap, claiming victory. He sneeringly mocks Jared's lack of magical defenses, highlighting his own strategic superiority. Jared reflects on the battle, acknowledging his mistake in underestimating his opponent's cunning strategy. He realizes there's a saying, something that appears too good to be true usually isn't. The battle rages on, but Caribia's forces falter under a coordinated assault. A commander shouts, "Maintain formation," desperately trying to rally his troops. Victorious, a warrior observes the chaos, sneering, "Ho ho ho, it looks like after we left, Caribia's army became utterly powerless." His triumph is palpable. Barrett, the loyal guardian of Caribia, delivers the devastating news: his father is gone. The kingdom's soldiers, no longer needed, will be dismissed. Jared's extravagant spending fueled Caribia's downfall, creating an opening for opportunistic forces. Orson and his veteran comrades refused to watch their hard work crumble. They chose a quiet retreat into the woods. Barrett encounters goblins deep within Caribia's territory, a deeply concerning discovery. The close-up reveals Barrett's grim determination as he confronts the unexpected goblin presence. Barrett and a cook discuss the ingredients, which are, in fact, the supplies Barrett and his men had requested, revealing a military weapons sale. A cook, revitalized by the Lord's influence, excitedly shares a secret: a weapons shipment is being delivered discreetly. He urges secrecy, revealing the weapons are for Barrett's men. The cook is clearly uncomfortable with the knowledge. The cook reflects on the recent positive changes in Caribia, initially attributing them to mere luck. However, he acknowledges that improvements to infrastructure and soldier treatment have led to a resurgence of military strength. Soldiers who had left have returned, recognizing the positive changes under Jared's leadership. These loyal soldiers, the best of the best, stood by Jared during the monster invasion. A group of soldiers, previously considered worthless, now beg for their lives, facing Jared's superior force. Jared, his face partially obscured by a dark shadow, confronts a group of soldiers, his icy command echoing, "Back off." The soldiers, visibly shaken, fear etched on their faces, stand before him. One soldier, overwhelmed with fear, whispers Umjil. Jared swiftly moves to strike. A soldier is struck, the impact sending shockwaves, a clear cook escaping his lips as he exclaims, "This is impossible." Jared continues his relentless assault, his movements precise and powerful, the air crackling with energy as he cleanses his territory. Despite witnessing Jared's overwhelming strength, the soldier remains defiant, stating, "Even Jared was better than you." Jared calmly counters, "You don't know what this is." Jared's reign of power, fueled by a lack of funds, led to the dismissal of most of his soldiers. He seized Caribia, leaving Barrett's associate guards jobless and forcing high-salary soldiers to endure constant pay cuts. The heavy spring snow hampered the hunter's progress, forcing him to consider abandoning his hunt. He notices something unusual in the distance. He encounters a goblin, but to his surprise, the creature seems to ignore him. A weary soldier explains that under the Lord's orders, they've been working tirelessly, 24 hours a day. This context explains the goblin's unusual behavior. The sheer power of the Maorian and Ronalan armies is highlighted, their unmatched experience leaving countless fallen soldiers on the battlefield. A desperate retreat is ordered as the soldiers of the Maorian and Ronalan armies, famed for their skill and experience, push forward relentlessly. Horgo, a general, is berated for his failure to anticipate the enemy's ambush. Their superior tactics and knowledge of the terrain prove decisive. A general, struck by a surprise attack, cries out in frustration and pain. The general, wounded and coughing, struggles to stand. The defeated general reveals his opponent's ambition to seize his land. Consumed by fury, the antagonist vows revenge, knowing the consequences of his actions. The defeated general fears the Empire's knights will avenge him, escalating the conflict further. The clang of hammers echoes in the smithy. Two blacksmiths work diligently, their conversation revealing their reliance on a specific, crucial resource. A desperate battle unfolds. Soldiers fiercely protect their lord from a volley of arrows, the scene filled with tension and imminent danger. A golden-haired knight confidently faces the defeated general, vowing to ensure justice and end his reign of terror. The defeated general, defiant to the end, sneers, certain of the knight's inability to accomplish his goal. A young man in armor holds a book titled Paradiso, his gaze intense. He questions, don't you know what this is?" The book contains notes about people and events. The young man reveals that while compiling the information, he discovered a familial connection between himself and a count. The count, kneeling before the young man, is resigned to his fate. The young man's words suggest the count's grief over his nephew's death will not be enough to stop him. The count is offered a chance for last words. Instead of remorse, he unleashes a torrent of profanity. A fierce clash erupts, a powerful, icy blue energy surges from the young man, engulfing the count in a torrent. The count is overwhelmed, his body frozen and shattered by the young man's attack as a series of icy impacts pierce him. The count, encased in ice, shatters into fragments, a testament to the young man's overwhelming power. The young man's victory is swift and decisive. The enemy army, utterly routed, surrenders without a fight. An easy victory, but the young man, Jared, doesn't revel in it. He moves swiftly, disguising himself, preparing for the next phase of his strategy. Lord Horgo's death and the fall of Merorica mark a turning point in the war. The implications for Ronella, facing a weakened enemy, are significant. General Capre, a peace-loving leader, arrives at Batman's reception room, and while seemingly agreeing to a compensation fee, his true intentions remain veiled as Jared's power flares ominously. Lightning streaks across the sky as a powerful energy blast erupts. A warrior is struck, blood splattering across his armor. Jared, seemingly resigned, accepts General Capre's terms, though his smile suggests otherwise. The general's peace-loving demeanor is questioned. General Capre's profile reveals his high level and impressive arsenal, hinting at his true strength. Jared's adversary warns him of the consequences of his actions, emphasizing the danger he faces if the Empire learns of his involvement. Jared dismissively assesses a report, unconcerned by the supposed arrival of a powerful count. Jared questions the loyalty and trustworthiness of those around him, expressing doubt about an expected arrival. Jared's disdain is palpable as he dismisses the approaching count as a power-hungry fool, deeming his own nephew an eyesore. The young count, radiating arrogance, declares his life worthless. His cruel smile speaks volumes. A powerful warrior, seemingly made of ice, prepares for battle, a chilling aura emanating from him. "All right then," he declares, ready to face the challenge. A system notification flashes across the screen. Jared's successful defense completes a quest, granting him charm and boosting his territory's value. Surrender. The enemy forces, clearly outnumbered and outmatched, throw down their arms. The young count's ambition is revealed, to consolidate power by uniting Majorca and Ronella under his rule. His plans are already underway. An update shows Carubia's improved standing. Its newfound independence is asserted, even if it's considered a weak nation. The count calmly strategizes, acknowledging the inevitable conflict to come, and sets his sights on Ronella, his next target. Following the conquest of Majorca, a report confirms the successful elimination of the threat and positive outcomes. However, one officer expresses dissent. This officer questions whether the victory was truly a result of strategy alone, suggesting a more complex situation. He suspects General Capre's motives extend beyond the current conflict. Discussion turns to Ronella and Miseria, their potential involvement, and General Capre's clear intent to attack Ronella. The scene shifts to a fiery confrontation, showcasing General Capre unleashing an ice storm and countering an incoming flame arrow with impressive skill and power. A large explosion follows, further emphasizing the destructive scale of their battle. Despite his power, General Capre finds himself frustrated. He realizes his magic is ineffective against his opponent's superior defensive capabilities, a rank B tank. General Capre reveals his long-term ambitions, his intentions to conquer the Miseria territory to reach the northern continent. He vows to kill his opponent. A tattered banner lies on the ground, a stark symbol of defeat. The words, "Was anybody going to mourn your death?" to begin with echo the callous disregard for the fallen. General Capre, unfazed by the fallen banner, confidently declares, "I prepared far more thoroughly than you have, so don't worry." A surge of magical energy erupts around him. Lord Jared, his opponent, is shown smiling confidently, preparing to unleash his full power. A woman in a bathrobe raises a glass of wine, sighing contentedly, "Phew, I think this is the best time of the day." Her companion, a grey elf, notes her distracted demeanor throughout the day, questioning if the ongoing war weighs heavily on her mind. The woman takes another sip of wine, observing that, judging by the results, Lord Jared seems to have been preparing for this war for quite some time, considering the enemy's failure to overrun their territory. The narrative shifts to a blonde-haired man, explaining that most grey elves prioritize their safety within their territory and how he was questioned about his labor in the filthy outside world. The woman with red hair and green eyes is surprised to hear that the grey elves are the only ones aware of this situation. She only learned about it through the blonde-haired man's confession. The grey elf suggests that if she keeps her eyes on him, they'll still have plenty of time to enjoy their own territory. She agrees. The grey elf explains that the rumors surrounding the red-haired woman are due to her outspoken views on freedom being the best. The mercenary captain grimly recounts the disastrous mission, noting heavy losses and the death of their leader. He is clearly distraught and disgusted at the loss of life and resources. A mercenary examines the spoils of war, voicing his disbelief at the wasted funds on a failed mission. The mercenaries, having secured their trade routes, prepare to leave Majorca immediately. They are focused on securing their future now. The captain is alerted to a presence to his left. Jared and his troops approach, and Jared calls out to Prua. Prua's stats are revealed, along with information on the 2 artifacts he possesses. Prua activates the space warping clock, initiating a temporal distortion. One of the artifacts allows Prua to slow down magic within a 20-meter radius. This is highlighted by a visual effect and further narration. Jared notes the limitation, being that he's only a 4th-class mage and needs to get closer to effectively fight. A soldier is challenged, his opponent sneering, "You dare." Their blonde-haired adversary, displaying a sinister smirk, calmly declares, "Fine. We have to take down the likes of you to keep the dignity of Malarika as a new territory. The blonde man activates a bracelet, doubling his strength and wisdom. The conditions for his artifact have been met. He unleashes dark, purple energy, menacingly asking, "Are you ready for some sweet dreams?" The power of nightmare magic is displayed. A woman, seemingly unconcerned, wonders why Jared didn't seek her help. A woman reflects on Lord Jared's foresight, noting a premonition she felt upon their first meeting. His vision extended to the future, hinting at impending doom. The woman recalls Jared's knowledge of her father's gruesome demise at the hands of black orcs, underscoring the depth of his insight. Jared's advice wasn't merely for revenge against the black orcs, but a broader perspective to consider the larger picture. The woman's surprise is palpable as she realizes the man before her is her teacher. A blonde-haired man confronts another, demanding an explanation for his hurried departure. The blonde-haired man reveals his new job involves taking down his opponent and his allies. He unleashes blue energy. A space warping clock is stopped, leaving the blonde-haired man questioning if his opponent is also a mage, only to be met with a negative response. Forget the past, it's time to take care of business. A deal is offered, 3 times the money paid to Horgus in exchange for ignoring their actions. The consequences of letting Prua go are explained. The northern region of the Nas continent will fall under the influence of Detrahair. Lena will become known as the Impregnable Wall, and Prua, the Demon King's advisor. Negotiations are deemed impossible. Akron's defeat is mentioned, leading to a swift, decisive attack. A golden bracelet is shown, its power doubling with the activation of the 5th option. A woman asks why another is up so late. The response, seeking fresh air. The red-haired woman explains she was only invited to teach Lena, not to defend the home. Jared's concern for the woman is revealed, he simply asked if she was okay. Lena wonders aloud about Jared, intrigued by his seemingly omniscient nature. The red-haired woman shares her curiosity, equally perplexed. The scene shifts to a backstreet alley in Mirorica. The blonde knight unleashes a powerful blast of energy, a surge of light and power erupting from him. His opponent, a dark-clad figure, counters with a swift, chaotic attack, labeled Rapid Rampage, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The knight shouts a warning, urging someone to retreat. The situation has become too perilous. A crimson streak flashes. A soldier is struck by a powerful blow, a sharp pack, echoing the force of the attack. The dark-clad figure recoils, a pained cook, escaping his lips. The intense light obscures his form. He swiftly flees the scene, his escape marked by a whooshing sound as he disappears down a narrow street. The blonde knight's ally observes the fleeing figure, commenting on his opponent's strength, noting it feels like fighting multiple strong warriors at once. He warns Jared, the blonde knight, against over-reliance on his artifact, specifically the sword. Jared's sword, the Moisel, 99th failed longsword, is revealed to be a 1-star anti-magic weapon. Its capabilities are highlighted, emphasizing its role in the ongoing conflict. Jared's opponent scoffs, noting that even the previous lord possessed a similar weapon but lacked the strategic proficiency displayed by Jared himself. A swift, intense clash erupts between Jared and his adversary. The speed of their movements is emphasized. The opponent launches a fiery attack, Jared deflecting it with a powerful strike. The intensity of their confrontation continues to build. Jared counters with a devastating attack, shattering the surrounding stonework, further showcasing his skills. The fight continues, with Jared relentlessly pursuing his foe, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Jared's opponent is defeated and escapes, leaving Jared victorious but still wary. Jared's opponent, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, marvels at his opponent's power. One wrong move, and he'd be cut in two. A surge of purple energy, a terrifying display of power dubbed Lightning plus Nightmare, erupts from the opponent's sword. Jared, unfazed, calmly advises his opponent to surrender. Facing such a skilled swordsman would be a losing battle. Jared reveals his strategy. He has no intention of entering his opponent's attack range, leveraging a safe zone enabled by an artifact. The opponent, enraged, unleashes Recklessness Stage 3, a powerful, crimson-hued attack. He boasts he will end Jared with a single blow, but Jared dares him to try again. Jared narrowly avoids the devastating attack as the resulting shockwave shatters the surrounding stone. The final blow lands, and Jared's opponent is defeated, letting out a final pained cry. A sneering young man with fiery hair and piercing blue eyes leans in, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. "You'd get fooled so easily," he hisses, the words dripping with contempt. The battle rages on. His opponent, a man with stark white hair, unleashes a flurry of attacks, each blow imbued with raw power, labeled Recklessness Stage 1. A swift, powerful kick connects, sending the white-haired man sprawling. The redhead follows up with a deadly strike. The redhead, momentarily airborne, surveys the scene, his opponent lying defeated. A sense of triumph, tinged with cruel amusement, flickers in his eyes. The white-haired fighter struggles to his knees, his expression one of disbelief and exhaustion. The fight, it seems, is far from over. "Damn it, what's up with him?" The white-haired fighter's opponent, a redhead, observes him with a mixture of triumph and amusement. He's remarkably skilled in close combat, even for a mage, and his magic missile is both fast and powerful. The redhead admires his opponent's skill in splitting his shield in two. The redhead casually dismisses the time-warping properties of his opponent's watch, explaining that his abilities negate its effects within a 20-meter radius. The redhead prepares to unleash his own attack. A white blur streaks across the alley, indicating the redhead's swift attack. The white-haired fighter is thrown back by a powerful blow. The redhead smiles, confident and ready for the next phase, stating, "But now it's my turn, right," as he holds a glowing purple orb. A purple energy erupts from the orb. "You're faster than any normal swordsman, but each stroke of your sword is absurdly strong. Your analysis is astounding. Should I be applauding you? If you're such a bright boy, why don't you try figuring out who'll win this fight?" Recklessness Stage 4. The redhead's opponent unleashes a furious, close-range attack. A blur of motion as the sword arcs downward. The redhead's eyes widen in shock as the attack connects. A knight blocks the redhead's path, declaring, "You may not reach the Lord." Assassins, cloaked and armed, surge forward, their blades glinting under the darkening sky. Their target is clear, the Lord. A blond nobleman, his expression confident, watches them approach. He acknowledges their skill, a wry smile playing on his lips. The redhead, enraged, shouts a furious retort, his power visibly escalating to a new, more dangerous stage. The nobleman effortlessly avoids the redhead's attack, his speed blurring into a white streak across the cobblestone path. A blinding energy beam erupts, cutting through the narrow alleyway as the nobleman strikes back. Jared, utilizing an artifact granting him access to all his skills and a home court advantage, easily defeats Del Luke in battle. Faced with a difficult situation, Jared focuses on Prua's special ability, Recklessness, to exploit a weakness. Jared confronts Prua, questioning his boasts of strength while highlighting his current struggles in close combat. He warns that if the fight continues, the sun will rise. Jared uses space magic with his blade to gain the upper hand, exploiting a flaw in Prua's fighting style he wouldn't usually exhibit. Prua is defeated, and Jared throws the drugs Prua and his associates were selling at him, mockingly calling it a parting gift. Jared reinforces his point about the deadly nature of the drugs Prua was selling, while Prua is shown completely incapacitated. Prua is condemned to death by Jared for his crimes against the nation and its people. A fierce battle rages in the city streets. A masked figure, nimble and deadly, clashes with heavily armored soldiers. Jared, his eyes glowing intensely, surveys the scene from afar. "Once the cleanup is done, we'll clean them all up," he states decisively. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the town, now peaceful under a clear sky. "This land will no longer be ruled by crime," a voiceover declares. Two figures discuss Jared's actions. One praises his decisive and swift approach, highlighting a new wisdom. Jared stands tall, bathed in a golden light, his authority undeniable. The caption reads, "Is that of a rising emperor?" A golden emblem appears, as his loyalty has reached 200, he will achieve the first awakening. Jared sits amidst piles of paperwork, overwhelmed. He complains about the bureaucratic burden and the need to find a skilled expert to mine Chaldea, a rare ore. A description of Chaldea appears, a particularly difficult ore to mine, only found 13 years from now, and stronger than iron. Jared, recalling his arrival in Caribia, ponders the current situation. A man with political skills is deemed a suitable candidate for assisting Jared, while a comparison to Caribia's reform is made. Katie, a second contestant, is deemed suitable, though lacking in certain aspects. Marklon, a skilled and affable final contestant, is also accepted. Jared sighs, accepting the less-than-ideal team. Jared is overwhelmed by reports of mass resignations from Mirorica's labor and commerce departments, further highlighting the challenges he faces. Reports indicate a lack of work from someone, even as Jared is overwhelmed with mass resignations in Mirorica's labor and commerce departments. Villagers plead with Jared for help, their village in chaos, he resolves to take charge. Jared bursts into action, demanding the village head, Julian, immediately. Despite their shared enmity, two foes differ greatly in their abilities. One, Del Luke, is weakened. A strategic approach against Del Luke is revealed, slowly whittling away his health, as a direct assault is too risky. A new ability is showcased, a staged enhancement of physical capabilities. Jared's enraged face fills the panel, his shout echoing the intensity of his emotion. Jared is confronted by a calm, collected figure who offers a proverb, suggesting a strategic approach to the escalating conflict. A system message displays, the tiger hunting quest is completed, boosting Mirorica's standing, but a warning remains about unresolved deaths. A subordinate reports to their superior, confirming the suppression of remaining threats, suggesting a swift and efficient resolution of the immediate crisis. A chilling order is issued, any opposition is to be eliminated without mercy. The subordinate reflects on their superior's consistent and cold demeanor, implying a pattern of decisive action. The villagers observe their leader's commanding presence, hinting at the effect this persona has on others. The subordinate's concerned expression reveals apprehension, potentially stemming from the preceding cold orders and their leader's behavior. A young man with blonde hair sits thoughtfully, a determined glint in his eyes. He declares, "There are two things I need to do." Two swords clash violently. He intends to secure a powerful weapon, stating, "If we can get our hands on it first, we'll be able to shoot to the top in terms of weaponry." He's reviewing documents with a maid, seemingly discussing a plan. She informs him that someone helped him in a previous situation. News reports flash across the panel. Tonio, a former advisor, was executed. The young man reacts with surprise, "Huh?" Another report reveals that Horgus, after his death, escaped the same night, driven by fear of arrest. Surrounded by a crowd, the blonde-haired man reflects on his failure, lamenting, "There's not a single talent here. This is the first time my wisdom and my mind's eye have failed me." A knight, his mount a restless steed, is hailed by a concerned voice, "Me lord." The scene unfolds in a quaint village under a clear sky. News of Horgus's debauchery reaches the blonde-haired man. He's been drinking heavily and drawing obscene pictures daily. The location is identified as Devani Village. The blonde man scoffs, "Is that all you can do?" His words reveal his disdain for the artifact and the incompetence of his subordinate. His amusement is evident. Jared, mocking Prua's recklessness, uses a magical ability against him, a stark contrast to Prua's underwhelming power. Despite Prua's efforts, criminal organizations continue to operate within the nation, a reminder of the larger problems. The blonde man issues a final, ruthless order: take down their heads before all else. The panel showcases the ruthlessness he possesses. The blonde man, a glint of something unsettling in his eyes, murmurs, "Ah, I want to see her again." His expression hints at a complex, perhaps dangerous, obsession. A worried subordinate approaches, reporting, "There's a problem at the village of Devani in Majorca." The blonde man's earlier carefree demeanor vanishes, replaced by a grim focus. A young man, eyes wide with wonder, slumps against a wooden floor. "Wow, this is..." he murmurs, awestruck. A figure recounts the past, detailing how he nurtured a group of individuals, each developing their unique gifts, ensuring their talents flourished, even if it meant acting a bit ahead of schedule. Julian, a level 65 character, sits serenely, sipping from a mug. The caption declares, "He's the closest to perfection." Julian explains his disinterest in current tasks, deeming them trivial. The young man from earlier, Rakiz, calls out, Julian. Rakiz confronts Julian, his question hanging in the air: is Julian's disinterest born of unwillingness or inability? Julian's response is implied, as Rakiz explains his strategy, supervising Julian from the sidelines, gathering all pending cases immediately for review. Julian readily agrees, while Rakiz confirms he'll personally oversee even minor cases. Julian, seemingly bored, begins reviewing files while awaiting further instruction. Rakiz urges speed, emphasizing carefulness. The scene shows the rapid pace at which Julian works through the backlog. Rakiz is astonished. Julian has completed a month's worth of work in half a day, exceeding all expectations. Rakiz acknowledges Julian's exceptional skills. With the backlog cleared, everyone can leave. Rakiz expresses his understanding of Julian's earlier confidence, having witnessed his remarkable efficiency firsthand. One final request remains. Rakiz, skeptical, questions Julian's seemingly audacious ambition. What's a grown-up like you thinking of something like that for? Julian, undeterred, boldly declares, I, Giorno Giovanna, have a dream. Julian reveals his grand vision, to transcend his current, limited position as a nameless lord and become a world-renowned hero. Confidently, Julian challenges Rakiz's skepticism, asking rhetorically, do I look like someone who would tell such lies to you? Rakiz observes, pointing out that if a lord is poorly regarded by his vassals, the fault lies with the lord, not the vassals. Julian, with a charming smile, proposes a collaborative approach. If it's okay with you, would you mind supervising me from the side? A toast is made, symbolizing their agreement and the promise of a lasting partnership. Then we'll be together for an eternity. The story unfolds in Caribia, a picturesque town nestled amidst rolling hills. It's clear the lord intends to install a single vassal as the executive head to manage the entire territory. Will Hayes also go to greet the lord? The question hangs in the air, a silent tension. Julian, head of Devani village, is summoned. The artwork depicts a collection of sketches labeled Spring Blossoms, a curious detail. A stern-faced man demands, are you Julian? The tension escalates. A stern-faced man confronts Julian, the head of Devani village. He's clearly unimpressed by something, his gaze sharp and accusatory. The man comments that Julian is unlike anyone he's ever met. Julian confirms his identity, calmly inquiring about the matter at hand. A small info box reveals his exceptional administrative skills and other notable qualities. The stern man questions Julian's apparent inactivity concerning the village, implying neglect of his duties. Julian, unimpressed, drinks from a mug, explaining his disdain for such a trivial assignment and its incompatibility with his talents. The stern man presses further, reminding Julian of his apparent dissatisfaction with the position. Julian simply confirms the point. Julian expresses his lack of desire to continue this work. A sudden interruption occurs, a third person appearing, seemingly startled. Julian asks for assistance in taking down a large collection of drawings, indicating they are becoming overwhelming. A concerned woman examines a calf, questioning its growth. She's advised to check its feeding and weaning schedule. Two men discuss the embezzlement of harvest earnings, one reacting with shock and disbelief. A blond man orders his guards to leave, indicating a change of plans or impending departure. The gray-haired man apologizes for his past negligence in village management, admitting to procrastination. Someone inquires about the gray-haired man's aspirations, prompting a revelation. A dark, ominous scene reveals the gray-haired man's ambition, national growth, but perceived by another as vanity-driven. The blond man reveals his own ambition, to become the continent's hero. The gray-haired man contemplates his ambition, a flicker of self-doubt crossing his face. Is he truly worthy of his aspirations? His expression shifts, a predatory smile replacing the uncertainty. Before the year's end, he declares, he will either become an earl or lead a conglomerate of territories. He raises a glass in a toast to his own success, his confidence unwavering. A hearty laugh escapes him as he declares his unwavering loyalty to this lord who has earned his respect. He offers a position, the executive head managing Marorica's internal affairs. A maid anxiously awaits her master's return, her worry palpable. The urgent need to depart for Marorica is announced. The maid's eyes widen, her face a mask of concern as she contemplates the implications regarding the lord. A boisterous man, flanked by guards, marvels at the scene's vibrancy, his words echoing the maid's earlier anxieties about the impending journey. Meanwhile, a discussion unfolds about grain milling wages. The pay will be reduced due to an overabundance of grain. A silver-haired man, his expression sly, questions the veracity of a previous statement, his skepticism palpable. Across a table, a younger man reveals a longing for a mentor figure, a desire that has persisted for a long time. He confidently proclaims his intention to reveal his true self. The scene ends on a note of anticipation. He coldly assesses the younger man, stating that he'd abandon him without hesitation should he fail. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. Following Julian's appointment as executive head, Manhwa experienced immediate stability. The increased workload, however, weighed heavily on Julian. A maid presents Julian with a special tea, made from the rare Carlicas flower. Julian's aide urges him to take a break, but he insists he is fine, already preparing to meet with his vassals. Julian reassures his worried staff, reminding them that there's no need for concern when they work together. The scene shifts to Julian enjoying the Carlicas tea with the maid, finding solace in the brief respite. Julian offers Hayes, his maid, Carlicas tea, but then unexpectedly asks her if she'd consider giving up being a maid. Hayes is startled by Julian's question, stammering in confusion and disbelief. Hayes reflects on the immaculate state of the mansion upon her arrival, realizing the extent of her cleaning magic. Julian reveals that, as a healer, Hayes is being promoted to a higher position. Hayes vehemently rejects the promotion, stating she'll quit being a healer if she has to give up being a maid, showcasing a strong attachment to her role. The artifact, the Tears of Mahart III, glows ominously on the table. Julian contemplates the artifact's power, whispering words like plans, despair, and God. The artifact emits a bright green glow. The artifact is identified as the Tears of Mahart III, a powerful item with resurrection properties, previously owned by a criminal. Its normal function is to boost stats. Julian suggests they head outside for a bit, revealing a longing to visit a specific place in Manhwa. The scene shifts to Morales, a small town in the kingdom of Lentus. A traveler receives a mysterious package, uncertain of its sender. The traveler reads a letter requesting his assistance and offering gold as payment. The traveler, revealed to be Belhard, a 9th-class Grand Mage, is surprised by the sender's identity. Belhard reflects on the challenges even geniuses face in advancing to the next class. Julian scoffs at the idea that Barrett's son could have tracked him down, deeming it a lie. A hand, crackling with blue energy, hints at the power of a Grand Mage. Julian, his expression thoughtful, remarks that while the location feels eerie, nothing seems overtly special. A social media post reveals the location of the ancient catacombs. It was in a picture on a developer's personal social media. Julian and his companion stand before a cliff face, the catacomb entrance concealed within. Julian questions how to proceed. Julian orders his companion to stay 5 steps behind him. His expression turns serious, his eyes ablaze with determination. Julian cautiously approaches the entrance, alert to danger. Julian's companion explains that he has been working long hours. His companion offers him tea, claiming it is good for his diet. Julian declines, noting his diet is over. Julian's companion advises him to rest, stating that his current demeanor will hinder his concentration. Julian's vassals from Caribia arrived due to rumors of his appointment, worried a young administrator would cause trouble. His companion agrees to carefully handle the situation. Julian's new maid, Hayes, pours tea as he comments on the unusual situation. Hayes's chibi form expresses her surprise at his request, while Julian struggles to explain himself. He reveals his true intention, to master cleaning magic through her, much to her initial embarrassment. Hayes nervously protests, not wanting another maid to take care of him. Julian loses his patience and demands obedience. Julian's thoughts turn to the concept of death, a serious and ominous shift in tone. He connects the idea of death to a mirror and the underground. A small, seemingly insignificant object falls to the table, foreshadowing future events. He holds a small, seemingly insignificant key. But its true purpose is far greater. It unlocks the ancient catacombs beneath Majorca. A young woman observes, commenting on someone's superior navigational skills. A messenger delivers a letter to Sir Beltan, knocking sharply on his door. Sir Beltan accepts the letter and politely dismisses the messenger. After the messenger's departure, Sir Beltan examines the letter, intrigued. He wonders about its sender. A seemingly insignificant coin is discovered, adding to the growing sense of mystery. An older man ponders the strangeness of recent events, questioning if a certain detail hints at a significant advancement for a character. Jared's name appears on a letter, adding to the mystery surrounding his actions. An aged mage, his eyes gleaming with arcane power, holds a small, flickering blue flame. This ought to have the flair of one as well, he muses, hinting at a significant magical breakthrough. A forum post reveals players' desperate searches for a hidden location within the game, Mahart's Catacombs, underscoring the game's hidden depths and player investment. Two figures, seemingly lost, traverse a forest path. One remarks, other than the trees being green, it looks pretty normal, unaware of the uncanny strangeness about to unfold. Suddenly, a colossal, ancient being emerges from the earth, its voice echoing, "Who dares to enter my catacombs?" The travelers are clearly unprepared for this encounter. A close-up on the being's eye, filled with ancient power, underscores the looming threat. The word "you are" hangs heavy in the air, implying a critical recognition of the newcomers. No, no. The young woman's wide eyes and frantic exclamation betray her growing unease. It's a little creepy here, she murmurs, her apprehension palpable. Her companion attempts reassurance, stating, "There aren't any villains here, so we'll be fine." His words are a fragile shield against the unsettling atmosphere. A sudden shift. Sand billows around them, the young woman cries out, "Me lord, the sand." The escalating unease becomes a tangible threat. Lying on the forest floor, dust motes dancing in the dim light, the young man's expression is one of wary contemplation. His eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The realization dawns, Mahart knows his true identity. A chill runs down his spine. A powerful figure emerges, their voice echoing with chilling authority. They warn against disturbing their slumber. The young man counters, noting the similarity between this encounter and events within a game. The figure's face is revealed in a close-up, their anger palpable as they pronounce a death sentence. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the young man is struck, his body collapsing in the wake of the attack. The sounds of cracking earth accompany the young man's retreat into a dark cave. The young man and his companion retreat into a dark cave, the ground groaning beneath their feet. Inside a grand hall, the young man sits, studying a complex map. He notes to himself that he meticulously recorded all the locations they had visited. A servant remarks that his map-making skill is quite useful. His maid, eager to please, offers to cook for him, even at midnight. The young man smiles slightly, but admits his maid's excessive worry sometimes concerns him. A shadowy figure reveals that the cave they entered was the ancient tomb of Mahart, also known as the Mirror Dungeon. The figure continues, explaining that defeating Prua, the Demon King's advisor, led to the current magnate's rise to power, thanks to artifacts stolen from that very dungeon. The Mirror Dungeon, Mahart's tomb, proved far more formidable than anticipated. Its infamous difficulty drew countless guilds, all vying for the glory of conquest. But the reality was far grimmer than the legends suggested. Wave after wave of adventurers were annihilated by Mahart, the dungeon's unyielding guardian. Their attempts were futile. A young man reflects on his past accomplishments, deeming them insignificant compared to the challenge of Mahart. His current power is nothing against the true dungeon boss. Days later, the young man continues his training, subtly hinting at the true nature of his activities. A curious maid observes his actions, puzzled yet sensing a deeper purpose to his seemingly mundane tasks. Aki, the young man, asks a fellow resident to help him sell his drawings, subtly continuing his charade. The maid, noticing his numerous sketches, questions his recent prolific output, sensing a hidden purpose behind his ostensibly simple task. A messenger arrives with news of a change. A knight from Caribia is at the manor. Aki prepares to depart. Aki discusses his upcoming expedition with the maid, expressing a preference for a smaller, more efficient team for exploring dangerous locations. The maid expresses her concern over the inherent risks, urging caution. Aki reveals his plan to assemble the most skilled fighters he knows for this dangerous mission. He is shown assembling a fearsome trio of female warriors, implying the scale and danger of the undertaking. A colossal, ancient being emerges from the depths, its voice echoing through the catacombs. Who dares enter my domain? Two figures stand before it, dwarfed by its presence. The being's gaze focuses intently on one of the figures. The air crackles with anticipation. The blonde-haired figure before the being speaks, issuing a chilling warning: the moment our curses resonate, the world itself will come to an end. Disperse now. The blonde-haired figure reflects internally, unsure of the being's target. Is he speaking to the me that exists inside Jared's body? I think he had a similar dialogue in the game, so it's hard to tell. He dismisses the encounter with a confident smirk, dismissing the being, like I won't be getting anything out of you now, shall we meet again later? He releases glowing orbs into the air. The blonde-haired figure gestures towards an entrance with his companion, a young woman with teal hair, as the two move towards the entrance, signaling their continued exploration. Let's go. The teal-haired woman asks, slightly concerned, was there anything I missed? The blonde man beams, assuring his teal-haired companion, no, there's no doubt you drew everything perfectly. His confidence is unwavering. The teal-haired woman blushes, modestly replying, it's my pleasure. Her happiness is evident. The blonde man and teal-haired woman explore the catacombs. She reports, I explored around half of the catacombs with haze. Only the safe areas without enemies were unlit, but it was so cryptic that preliminary investigations were necessary. Their exploration reveals the complex nature of the dungeon. A gruesome image shows a bloodied hand clutching a green artifact. Text explains, you would be able to access the mirror dungeon quest. The artifact's discovery unlocks a new quest. A lone figure sits defeated amidst the rubble, the narration stating, in reality. The stark contrast between the previous celebratory panels and this one establishes a new and serious tone. A single mistake could cost Julian his life, a grim realization he accepts as he prepares for the upcoming challenge. Julian reveals his acquisition of holy attribute weapons, a significant step in his preparations. His companion expresses surprise at this extensive collection. His companion, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of Julian's drawings, seeks a solution to dispose of them. Julian's unexpected free time, despite his already packed schedule, raises questions, particularly about the absence of Sage's necklace, hinting at a potential glitch in the system. A maid approaches Jared, her expression curious as she asks, did you call for me? The maid's eyes glow ominously as she confirms, the place you're heading to, it's the ruins you went to before with me, right? Jared simply replies, MHM. Jared reflects, I think so too. This place is reality, so I can't revive like in the game. A woman's voice cuts through the air, shouting, Jared, you're late. Jared stares intently, such a thing? The other man responds, we shall speak no more. The maid reveals, when I was young, I followed my father around and learned from him. I didn't know you had such a talent for drawing maps. In a bustling kitchen, someone inquires about Mary's arrival at Mayarica, only to be informed that the head chef has some work to finish before joining them. A young woman with turquoise hair reveals her concerns about Milord's recent suspicious behavior. The woman's observation is confirmed as we see Milord engrossed in drawing, claiming it's part of his studies. Elsewhere, a young man expresses his intention to find a reasonable customer. Milord contemplates his situation, voicing the thought that he would be deadweight if he were to go somewhere. He is heading to a place that should be better for him. A knight and a woman with a scroll urge swift action, their intent set on a quick return home. A hooded figure, their face partially obscured, questions their own identity, a sense of unease hanging in the air. Jared, the blonde knight, expresses his contempt for the demon kingdom, the bloodline, and the Church of Darkness, while standing with his companions. Jared's focus is solely on obtaining the artifact. He dismisses any interest in the power associated with darkness. Jared is relieved that their objectives won't align with the forces of darkness. The woman points out that their proximity to the end of the labyrinth means their quest is nearing its conclusion. The trio stands before a massive, imposing gate, flanked by lion statues, marking the apparent end of the labyrinth. A woman instructs Jared to use the strategy she previously outlined. Jared nods in acknowledgement. A lone stone golem appears, seemingly alerted to their presence. More golems emerge from the shadows, their movement fast and aggressive. Jared advances confidently, the golems closing in around him. The golems are swiftly and efficiently destroyed by Jared's power. The woman observes in surprise that the golems only targeted her. Jared explains that the golems prioritize dark mages and sorcerers, likely due to her magical signature. He suggests they proceed, focusing on disabling the magic stones. The woman and Jared confront a legion of golems, their stony faces impassive. At least a dozen stand before them, arranged in military formation. A seemingly endless corridor stretches before them, lined on both sides by hundreds of these golems. The sheer scale of the army is staggering. Jared, visibly impressed, remarks on the army's size, estimating at least 2,000 golems. He expresses astonishment at this hidden force beneath the land he'd lived in. The narrative shifts to a previous raid where a smaller team successfully navigated this legion of golems, while a larger team failed. The reason for this disparity is implied to be due to the golems' unusual battle tactics. Two of the golems, seemingly unaffected by the previous battle, comment on the situation, claiming nothing happened. One of the golems remarks on the fun of dungeon raids, hinting at a casual or perhaps even playful attitude from these seemingly relentless creatures. One golem calmly informs its companion that a tougher challenge awaits them soon, requesting their cooperation. The golems enthusiastically cheer on Isabel, their unusual encouragement highlighting their unique perspective on combat. A golem explains that their unusual appearance stems from being created through dark magic curses. The narrative reveals that the difficulty in maintaining their original forms resulted in their current clay-like state. A single, intense eye peers out from a dark crevice, hinting at a lurking presence. A colossal clay figure, its form warped and broken, is thrown skyward with immense force, the ground trembling beneath its impact. The creature crashes to the earth, a devastating explosion engulfing it in a blinding white flash. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Two figures stand before a dark cave entrance, the roots of a massive tree arching overhead. One asks, "It's this place?" The other confirms, "Yup." Inside, a cloaked figure with striking silver hair and intense yellow eyes is addressed as "Milord" by a blonde-haired companion. The blonde companion questions the meaning behind the address, prompting a cryptic reply, "You're the most important person here, sir." The blonde-haired man is confronted by the cloaked figure and another woman with red hair and dark sunglasses. "But you didn't come here to this tomb because you were curious about the strength darkness holds, did you?" the cloaked figure asks. That's a relief. If the situation had been different, a fight might have broken out. The red-haired woman's loyalty to the light is noted by the blonde man, who questions if the situation is still flawed before her intervention. The blonde man is informed that there's only one path after the labyrinth, a sequence of numbered chambers. The cloaked figure watches as the red-haired woman summons a dark, shadowy creature. The dark creature swiftly destroys the clay soldiers. Facing more clay soldiers, the blonde man prepares to use his own power. A cloaked figure, their silver hair stark against the dark fabric, swiftly slices through the remaining clay soldiers. Dust and debris fly as their blades move with lethal precision. Two clay soldiers, their faces masked, discuss their disguise. One nervously questions its effectiveness, while the other assures them that as long as their faces are hidden, they will be safe. A blonde man, Jared, is shown deep in thought. He reveals there are at least 2,504 clay warriors present, an increase to compensate for the missing gatekeepers. The masked clay soldiers blend seamlessly amongst their numerous brethren. Their small group size helps them avoid suspicion. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be a woman, reflects on their success. Their ability to create the masks proved essential for their infiltration. "Why am I helped you too, you know," the cloaked woman confesses, a hint of weariness in her voice as she rests a hand on a comrade's shoulder. Their infiltration is successful. Their small group now stands before a colossal clay figure, a stark revelation of the scale of their mission. A flashback reveals a powerful monarch, Mahart, cursing his subjects before his slumber, transforming them into the very clay figures they now face. The implication dawns: the seemingly mundane clay soldiers are the monarch's cursed subjects. He's not a very likable king, is he? One of the masked figures observes wryly. The masked figures prepare for a confrontation. The weight of their mission, and the cursed history before them, is palpable. They proceed into the dungeon, following a map. One of the figures, already familiar with the layout, guides the way. Darkness descends as the group moves deeper. Isabel, a sorceress, and a powerful swordsman join the party, their presence explained as essential for this raid. The lack of light prompts a query about a lantern. A sudden, muffled sound alerts them to the presence of the clay soldiers. A tense standoff ensues between one of the masked figures and a clay soldier, underscoring the perilous nature of their mission. The swordsman swiftly dispatches two clay soldiers with a burst of energy, showcasing his impressive skills. The group continues their advance, aided by a disguise effect that renders them practically invisible to the clay soldiers, ensuring a stealthy passage. The group moves forward, their disguise partially concealing them from the clay soldiers. One of them notes that these foes, though similar to the undead, possess a subtle yet significant difference. A warning is issued: some clay figures retain remnants of their original bodies, demanding caution. A colossal, earthen golem looms over a group of soldiers, its stony gaze fixed on them. The golem attacks, two soldiers are flung away, one screaming in terror. One soldier cries out, "That huge thing just attacked us," as he clutches his wounded comrade. The golem's massive form dwarfs the scene. The golem swings a devastating blow. A soldier, miraculously, deflects it with a burst of energy. The golem is sent tumbling into the depths below. From above, a blinding light erupts as powerful energy surges downward, striking the golem. The golem is obliterated in a brilliant, explosive flash. One of the onlookers, aghast, remarks on the golem's surprising resistance to the powerful electrical attack. His companion agrees, noting its remarkable resilience. The golem's head shatters, revealing its earthen interior. One of the observers clarifies that the golem was no ordinary clay construct. The blonde-haired man dismisses the incident, explaining that the combined magical power of their four-person team was barely sufficient to even affect it. A colossal figure manipulates a smaller golem-like construct with strings, revealing that these constructs are limited by their creator's life or restricted to a specific area. The blonde-haired man, seemingly unconcerned, learns the password to access the Great Maharet's sanctum was Hail Mahart, a secret known only to a select few. The team, consisting of the blonde man, a red-haired woman, and two others, enters a grand, pillared hall, moving towards their objective. They arrive at a sanctuary where numerous, grotesque, humanoid figures lift a large, white-covered object, identified as the Great Maharet's sanctum. The red-haired woman directs her companions to alert the priest, proceeding according to their plan. The humanoid figures, seemingly powered by magic, display enhanced agility as the scene shifts into the action. The red-haired woman expresses frustration as the humanoid figures again target only her. A grotesque, face-covered tree-like creature, pulsating with dark energy, bellows, "How dare a filthy being come and approach us?" A silver-haired warrior, agile and swift, engages the magical humanoids, their blades clashing. One humanoid cries out in pain. The red-haired woman is attacked again, the humanoid's clawed hand reaching for her, snarling, "You bitch." Two injured humanoids collapse, one groaning, "It hurts, it hurts." The other spits, "Damned slaves, we were injured because of your incompetence." The red-haired woman, unimpressed, declares, "Really, those who use the strength of the darkness are so distasteful." One humanoid explains, "A slave can never attain the status of being a subject. They are merely tools to be used for His Highness." One of the humanoids, wounded in questioning, whispers, are we?" Another cries out, "Don't fall for the devil's lies." The masked humanoid, furious, unleashes its wrath, vowing vengeance for the blasphemous words spoken earlier. Its power is palpable. A swift, brutal attack follows. The masked figure's hammer slams down with devastating force. The attack connects, a pained cry escaping the victim's lips. The scene is one of raw violence. A counterattack. A swift parry and a resounding clang as metal meets metal. Another humanoid, this one massive and seemingly made of stone, is launched high into the air. A fierce battle continues. The stone humanoid crashes to the ground with an earth-shattering impact, the force of the collision sending tremors through the area. A student rushes to their injured teacher's side, asking if they're all right. The teacher, wounded but defiant, is clearly in the midst of a fierce battle. The teacher, reflecting on the battle's intensity, questions if the dungeon itself has changed, manifesting its reality into this present fight. The teacher shouts a warning, urgently telling everyone to move away from the stone golem as the situation escalates. The teacher unleashes a powerful attack, their sword a blur of motion as they defend against the monstrous golem. A spiraling green energy erupts from the teacher's sword, striking the stone golem with devastating force. The stone golem is shattered by the attack, its fragments scattering across the ground. The teacher, slightly wounded, looks to their student and suggests taking a closer look at the situation with a smirk. A massive fist, part of another enormous stone golem, descends towards the student. A colossal stone golem, its red eye glowing menacingly, growls, growling, looming over the small, clay-like student. Another massive golem, this one with a skeletal face, stomps heavily across the ruined landscape as the student and two other figures watch from a distance. One of the observers declares, "It's invincible," their voice filled with awe and dread as the golem's immense power is highlighted by a fiery red aura. The student questions the possibility of such an invincible being, prompting an explanation from their companion. They're made with a curse though, so the side effects are terrible. This curse apparently makes them indiscriminately attack everyone. A blonde-haired figure suggests removing their masks, stating, "They'll just shut up and stay down." The group enters a grand hall, where they're immediately met with a shout of intruders. Two figures, identified as Mahart's chief priest, Sun and Moon, appear, their faces masked, and greet the intruders with disdain. The caption below confirms their identities. One of the priests, despite their earlier hostility, then gestures to everyone, cheerfully saying, "Now, everyone, let us give each other a warm welcome," initiating a power-up. A woman with fiery red hair and aviator sunglasses effortlessly deflects blows from two grotesque, mask-like creatures. "Aha," she mutters, a hint of amusement in her voice. A swift, dark-haired elf-like figure hurtles forward, twin blades gleaming, radiating power. The sound of their movement is almost supersonic. With a blur of motion, the elf slices through one of the grotesque figures, sending it sprawling. The elf continues their assault, their blades a whirlwind of lethal precision. A guttural scream echoes as another creature falls. A massive, clawed hand slams down, nearly crushing the elf. The two masked figures from before cower, revealing their weakness to the relentless onslaught. "You don't grow no matter how much time passes," they whimper. The red-haired woman speaks to the masked figures, her tone sharp. "Those guys that you're picking on, aren't they your subjects?" The woman continues her observation, stating, "I guess Mahart sees you as tools too then." The masked figure, its face contorted in a snarl, proclaims its loyalty to its master, a chilling reminder of the power imbalance. A swift, decisive strike, the red-haired woman's ally dispatches one of the masked figures with a single blow, showcasing their superior skill. The red-haired woman questions the ease with which the masked figures were defeated, highlighting their weakness and vulnerability. The woman reveals that their downfall wasn't due to brute force, but rather a cunning plan that preyed upon their insecurities. Jared's strategy successfully undermined them mentally. With a sinister smile, the red-haired woman proposes an enticing offer to a surprised blonde-haired man, suggesting he abandon his current allegiance and join her. A colossal stone golem, its eyes glowing menacingly, rises, adding a new element of threat to the unfolding conflict. The blonde man, his face partially obscured by a bread-like combat doll mask, stares in disbelief as the doll retreats after a single phrase. The red-haired woman, her face contorted in a wild, almost manic grin, shouts "Hey!" Her expression hardens as she accuses the blonde man, revealing he's been turned into a puppet unable to truly live or die. The red-haired woman, seemingly pleased with her actions, remarks that the blonde man's situation validates her approach. She then asks Jared if he's finished. A masked figure stands before a towering, gray-haired individual. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A man in sunglasses observes the blonde-haired knight, commenting on his impossibly accurate knowledge of the tomb. The knight outlines his plan to attack the heavily armed soldiers within by flanking them from behind, a simple but effective strategy. The knight acknowledges that this monster requires more than cheap tricks to defeat. It single-handedly repelled a large guild raid in the game. The group, including the knight, proceeds down a corridor. A soldier is shown lying on his back after apparently falling from above. A Mahart soldier, his armor bearing the insignia of the Gold Hawk, sits poised, a spear resting beside him. His stats are displayed: increased strength against intruders, capable of one-strike kills, guarding, and detection. A blonde woman with crimson eyes glares, her expression intense. She speaks, the energy is. Her anger and suspicion are palpable. A masked figure is suddenly attacked, blood splattering as a blade pierces its neck. The attacker, an elf-like warrior, stands over the fallen body. A monkey-like warrior raises his axe, his words echoing the seriousness of the situation. For any reason, betrayal shall not be forgiven. We are to put our lives on the line to serve the Lord. A powerful explosion erupts, a bright flash of light and intense energy engulfing the scene. The blonde woman yells, "Everybody, stay alert. This guy is strong." Her warning is clear, the threat is substantial. Beams of violet energy erupt as the blonde warrior unleashes a fierce attack upon his armored opponent, a powerful clash of forces filling the air. The blonde warrior, dodging a devastating blow, narrowly avoids being crushed. His movements are precise and deadly. A crimson wave of energy explodes outward as the armored foe retaliates with a ferocious strike, the force of the attack visibly shaking the ground. Gasping for breath, the blonde warrior surveys the scene. The text box reveals he has just activated an ability boosting his attack power by 1000%. Despite the incredible power of his opponent, the blonde warrior finds renewed resolve. He's not alone. A surprise attack. A third combatant, unseen moments before, plunges a blade into the armored warrior's back, eliciting a cry of pain and rage. The blonde warrior observes the sudden intervention with a critical eye. The armored warrior's vision blurs, his eyes glowing red. He realizes the blonde warrior's allies include a powerful sorcerer. The blonde warrior, momentarily obscured by a fiery blast, assesses the situation. The initial fire spell has hampered his sightline. The armored warrior, despite the back wound, fights back, a surge of dark energy emanating from him. The blonde warrior and his ally prepare for the counterattack. A guttural cry escapes the armored warrior's lips as he struggles against the combined assault. The pain is evident. His eyes narrow in focus. He formulates a strategic plan. Taking down one of his opponents will disrupt their coordinated attack. The armored warrior unleashes a powerful strike, aiming to eliminate the blonde warrior with overwhelming speed. The armored warrior's blow connects, but the blonde warrior vanishes in a flash of light, leaving only a pained grimace behind. Three identical blonde warriors stand defiantly, one smirking, "That was a good move, but I was prepared for that. So it was pointless." The text above them clarifies this as an illusion magic mirror image. A blonde warrior discusses strategy with a gray-haired companion, commenting that the opposing force has accounted for Chloe's inexperience, leaving them with minimal options. Ella, a red-haired woman, complains about being treated like a pack mule despite her guard duties. The blonde warrior and the gray-haired individual exchange a look of grim determination. "There's not much we can do." A glowing portal, framed by imposing stone carvings, opens before them. A powerful figure emerges, his voice echoing with ominous warning, "Do not disturb my master's slumber." The immense presence of this being is felt, overwhelming, and suffocating. The blonde warrior remarks, "It feels like his presence is swallowing us whole." The gray-haired individual, eyes wide, whispers, "There is a reason for this." A plan is quickly formed. The blonde-haired warrior will distract their foe, giving the others a window to attack. The powerful figure unleashes a furious roar, vowing death to any intruders who ignore his warning. The blonde-haired warrior launches a barrage of magic missile plus nightmare spells. The warrior is bombarded by a volley of magic missile plus nightmare spells, the purple energy searing across his armor. Undeterred, the blonde warrior takes a direct hit, but the impact sends him sprawling. Despite the near miss, the warrior's resolve is unshaken, a grim determination hardening his features as he assesses his opponent. The powerful figure unleashes a furious roar. You vermin who've long posed a threat to the throne, you ought not to exist. Die. A new figure, seemingly an ally of the blonde warrior, appears, interrupting the confrontation with a calm but forceful statement. Humph, you dare try to dispose of my slave? The armored figure acknowledges the blonde warrior's skill despite his youth, the near miss highlighting his dangerous potential. The armored warrior is surrounded, facing a coordinated assault from a main force and a flanking fatal attack team. His situation is dire. The blonde warrior and the mysterious ally move to intercept the attack, a powerful blast erupting as they intervene. The armored warrior is struck by a concentrated blast of energy, sending him reeling. His body, decaying, is severely strained by the intense battle. He is close to his limit. Seizing a moment, the armored warrior unleashes a powerful counterattack. His eyes glow with intense energy as his counterattack is launched, a clear sign of heightened power and detection capabilities. The armored warrior's counterattack targets a weakness he's sensed. A new threat has been detected. A woman with fiery red hair, sunglasses, and a large sword strapped to her back observes the scene with a smirk, muttering, "Interesting. Very interesting." As the armored warrior's counterattack unfolds, a blonde-haired man observes, noting, as expected, his affinity for one-strike kills pushes his strength to a whole different level. A truly magnificent strategy unfolds, one only possible with limited numbers, the narrator observes. The armored warrior's attack is a whirlwind of motion and power as he strikes with his axe, aiming for the mage, who is surrounded by other combatants. The blonde-haired mage braces for the impact, his expression one of grim determination. "I must overwhelm this mage, the leader, and take him down," he shouts as he charges forward. The axe descends in a blur of motion, the scene filled with the sound of a fierce clash. Victory would have been assured had they fought together, but instinct warned against it. Though unsure why she made the choice, a certainty remained. The battle raged, the three opponents growing stronger by the second. One combatant wished he could fight in his true form. But in their current states, none could withstand the Emperor's presence. The sandy ground consumed his legs, his power fading. A strange cloth emerged from his body. He rejects the armor, tossing it aside with a cry of no. A voice explains that the armor, forged by the blacksmith rolled, creates a force field, rendering arrows useless against the wearer. Three figures declare that they've decided on the armor's owner. A blacksmith boasts about his craftsmanship, revealing he made the armor himself despite receiving plenty of materials. The young man, now equipped with the armor, orders his companions to wait while he proceeds alone. A detailed description of the Saint Gracia's ring appears, outlining its abilities, a 100-point increase in magic, and the neutralization of negative mental debuffs, protecting the wearer's soul. He instructs his companions to absorb demonic energy through a small hole. Confident in her magical abilities, enhanced by the Saint Gracia's ring, the woman declares, "I got it. I'll be fine with my magic." Her companion, Mahart, readily agrees, why, of course, expressing his confidence in her abilities. Mahart channels his magic, a glowing orb appearing before him as he prepares to open a magically sealed gate guarded by lion statues. Mahart admits, getting here was really tough, emphasizing the challenges faced to reach this point. A hulking, demonic figure emerges from the shadows, its green skin glowing ominously. The demonic figure, seemingly in command, muses, and I have, my subjects, contemplating its forces. Mahart, witnessing this unexpected development, questions, "What are you doing over there?" his concern evident. Mahart, his face a mask of fury, explodes, setting the mood at this point is pointless. His disgust is palpable. He unleashes a scathing accusation against the demonic figure, and love? "You forced people to work like slaves and brought them to their deaths, burying their bodies and leaving them to rot. Is that what you call love?" The demonic entity's retort is immediate and dismissive, "Bullshit. Mahart, you're so scared of death, you've even tried to mimic immortality." A surge of energy fractures Mahart's armor as he prepares for battle. The demon declares, "I shall grant you the painful mark of a sinner," as a skeletal horror manifests behind him. A terrifying skull-like entity surges toward Mahart, poised to strike. Mahart, facing the demon, acknowledges the impending stigma, a curse that drains his life force until death. He recognizes evasion is futile. He plans to use his blink ability to dodge the curse's initial attack. The demon explains that to overcome his curse and avoid the painful mark, a fight to the death is unavoidable. The demon reveals that until one of them dies, neither can escape. Mahart sarcastically questions the demon's definition of immortality, deeming it a horrifying fate. The demon, boasting of his power as the great emperor, prepares to unleash his full strength. Mahart is caught in the full force of the demon's attack, screaming in pain. A powerful explosion engulfs the demon, suggesting a critical turning point in the battle. The demon's form disintegrates into swirling dust and shadow, the remnants of its power dissipating into the air. Mahart, though battered, stands defiant. His eyes burn with determination as he realizes his enemy's inherent weakness, its reliance on regeneration. He unleashes a furious barrage of attacks. The space warping clock, lighting spear, and nightmare techniques combine in a devastating assault. Mahart, hurtling through the air, expertly weaves a protective energy shield around himself, deflecting the demon's retaliatory strike. 10 minutes pass, a short but seemingly endless time, as Ella watches silently from the sidelines while Mahart's allies prepare for the next assault. Ella observes as Mahart's allies prepare, a silent witness to the brewing storm. The tension hangs heavy in the air, fueled by lingering animosity and the knowledge that another attack is imminent. Jared's sudden appearance, possibly motivated by jealousy towards Mahart's growing skill, adds another layer of complexity to the situation. A defeated opponent, his body failing him, grimly accepts defeat. His red eye, glowing with barely contained rage, reflects the bitter truth of his situation. The defeated warrior, despite his defeat, offers a final piece of advice, born from hard-won experience and respect: leave. Despite warnings about bad luck, Ella's ally shows interest in a piece of armor from a grave. The potential curse is acknowledged, adding an element of risk to their quest. His confident explanation of the armor's rarity and value underscores his disregard for the potential curse, further emphasizing the precarious nature of their undertaking. The light armor is so thin, it can be worn under other pieces. He's always wanted this armor, and he's not letting a little curse stop him. He acknowledges the risks, but shrugs it off as a past life problem. The group stands before a grand lion-headed gate. Ella warns him about Mahart III's potent curses, even a graze is devastating. He reassures them he's not suggesting idleness, despite the danger. Ella suggests that absorbing the demonic energy from the armor might be beneficial. He tasks Chloe with guarding the entrance to prevent interruptions. Ella, the magic stone's caretaker, sits pensively, questioning whether the man's actions are out of genuine consideration or simply bullying. A blond man in armor walks towards a large, imposing doorway, seemingly heading deeper into the tomb. The man stands before a sarcophagus, his words expressing his frustration and the dangers he's faced. A glowing green face emerges from the wall, a powerful aura radiating from it. Tyrant Mahart, the emperor of a fallen empire, is revealed, his presence immediately imposing. He addresses the intruder who disturbed his rest. Mahart confronts the blond man, furious at the defacing of his tomb. Mahart explains his connection to this land, revealing his pride in settling it with loved ones, and questioning the man's intrusion. Mahart's face is etched with grief and fury. He speaks of those who gave their lives for this land, claiming their sacrifice a blessing in comparison to the blond man's desecration. His rage explodes. The blond man's audacity in even mentioning his name incenses him. A surge of dark power manifests in Mahart's hand. A close-up on a ring, the Saint Gracia's ring, appears, its light dispelling a mental affliction. The blond man, seemingly affected by Mahart's power, stares at a looming skull-like image. He prepares a countermove, intending to seal the entity within a drawing. A wall of green flames erupts, narrowly missing the blond man as he barely escapes, securing his retreat. Mahart offers a chilling proposition: become his loyal servant and your sins will be forgiven. He promises immortality and incredible strength. Mahart's face, once again, expresses intense fury as the blond man's insult triggers another surge of power. Mahart unleashes another wave of green energy, shattering the stone around him as he prepares to strike. The blond man, eyes glowing with a matching green energy, calmly asks, "Is it my turn now?" His magic is being drained, as the blond man cries out, your stamina or my magic gets drained first. Mahart smiles, intrigued, remarking, "Oh, you have quite the interesting artifact." The blonde man uses his artifact to create a protective barrier as green energy attacks intensify. The blonde man reflects on his armor, remembering a previous owner's claim that he made it himself. The blonde man examines his rings, one of which is the Saint Gracia's ring, prompting the question, "What about you?" He displays a magic wand, the Sarah's bling bling, stating, "So it's fine if I get a little revenge, right?" The wand's stats are shown, indicating increased magic circle power with mana consumption. The blonde man smirks, revealing his plan to revive himself and take over the continent. Surrounded by green energy spears, a bald, green-skinned king defiantly asks, "Do you think a mere soldier would ever best a king?" Magic, far surpassing his own, relentlessly pummeled the blonde knight. Despite his unwavering focus, exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. "By a little more time, I'll win," the green-skinned warrior roared, his resolve unshaken even as he fought a losing battle. The blonde knight watched, a question forming in his mind, is he trying to just hold me back at the cost of his own life? His desperate fighting. I was played for a fool, the knight realized, his anger flaring. "Just what are you hiding?" he demanded, facing his defeated foe. The green warrior slumped to the ground, his life force drained. "What?" he gasped. "My life force was drained so." It wasn't mere scribbling, the pattern on the ground was a magic circle. A surge of green energy erupts from the fallen warrior, a violent backlash from the life force drain. He found out. What a mess, a blonde warrior watches, a smirk playing on his lips. He's clearly aware of the magic circle's function. How unpleasant. The blonde warrior is now on the ground, the green warrior looming over him, his eyes glowing menacingly. The green warrior's attack seems to be a counter to the magic circle. The green warrior unleashes a soul chaser, a chain of purple energy striking the blonde warrior, sending him flying. Ugh! You just slammed me back down. The blonde warrior hits the ground hard, clearly weakened but defiant. The blonde warrior summons a shield, a sphere of purple energy, bracing for another attack. The green warrior lunges, his attack unleashing a purple burst of energy as he strikes. A final blow sends the blonde warrior flying, leaving him battered and defeated. The blonde warrior, battered but defiant, is hurled backward by the green warrior's final blow. He spits blood, his eyes blazing with spite. "Then you might have lived just a little longer," he snarls. The green warrior, unimpressed, counters with a dismissive, "How annoying." He prepares another attack. The green warrior unleashes a powerful blow, his words echoing the force, "Die and join the dead." The blonde warrior narrowly deflects the blow, a lucky moment of survival. "Good thing I switched the hand I put my ring on," he mutters, relieved. He grins, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. All of these weapons happen to be really good at taking divine energy. The green-skinned warrior boasts, revealing that his weapons are exceptionally effective at absorbing divine energy. Multiple blades are embedded in his body, yet he seems unfazed. The blonde warrior's eyes flash with red, his expression grim. He warns that even a slight loss of momentum could be fatal, even for someone as strong as himself. Demonic energy can be cleansed with the right magic, too. A gray-haired warrior, wielding twin swords, descends swiftly, aiming for a large, golem-like enemy. She acts decisively, prioritizing a quick strike. The gray-haired warrior's attack connects with a decisive impact, sending shards flying. The green warrior's expression changes, the nearby soldiers have been defeated. A sense of quiet dread hangs in the air. The green warrior raises his hand in a gesture of warning, forbidding further interference, as he seems to increase his power. The green warrior, a grim expression settling on his face, mutters, "What a coincidence," as his power surges. He's clearly not happy about the situation unfolding before him. With a booming laugh, a massive, green wave of energy erupts from him, a powerful display of raw force. A blonde woman, her eyes blazing with anger, shouts, "Jared," clearly distressed by the events. The green warrior, weary and resigned, concludes, "Well, that's how it should be." He adds quietly, "I like this," a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. Debris falls from the ceiling as a result of the green warrior's attack, the battle's destructive aftermath. Jared, battered and bruised, lies defeated on the ground. The title card proclaims, Jared has faced the man. Despite his wounds, a grim smile stretches across Jared's face. Debris rains down from the shattered ceiling as Jared raises a triumphant fist, shouting, "I won." The narration reveals Jared endured a grueling battle. He faced hell throughout this drawn-out fight. The panel shows him amidst the final moments of his struggle, surrounded by green energy blasts. Exhausted, Jared confesses, "I don't even know how many times I almost died. My magic and stamina are depleted." A close-up of the defeated enemy reveals a shocking truth: his surrender was merely an ACT. Jared, eyes narrowed, confronts his foe. "Was this what you were trying to hide from me?" The enemy's true form, a grotesque amalgamation of shadow and flesh, is finally revealed. The enemy's deception becomes clear. He explains, "You stored that painful mark in this magic circle and attempted to send it back to me." The enemy unleashes a purple vortex of energy, a desperate, final attack. "A cowardly trick," he snarls. Jared counters with his own magic, a blast of light deflecting the incoming energy. The impact creates a blinding flash. A skull-shaped energy consumes Jared. Jared is flung backward, the force shattering the surrounding area. The battle is far from over. Jared, battered and bruised, lies at the feet of a towering foe. "I've entertained this farce of yours, and this is how you repay me?" Jared spits, his anger evident. "No, you should have never stepped foot here to begin with," his opponent retorts, the weight of his words echoing the harsh reality of the situation. A system warning flashes. Jared's stamina is critically low, demanding immediate evacuation and medical attention. The towering figure grasps Jared, declaring, "And your crude methods have been bested. You have nothing left." Jared's defeat seems imminent. Despite his dire situation, Jared counters, "I still have plenty of tricks up my sleeve," a glint of defiance in his eyes as he prepares a counterattack. Jared's face is illuminated with resolve as he prepares a clean magic imbuement, holy attack, a desperate gamble for survival. Jared, a glint of mischief in his eyes, faces his demonic opponent. "It's not for you," he explains, "but for the demonic energy inside you." His counterattack is about to begin. The demonic being tenses, preparing for Jared's clean magic imbuement, holy attack. Jared declares, "I'll purify all the demonic energy in every crevice of your body." Facing a seemingly insurmountable challenge, the demon unleashes a desperate plea, "My soldiers, come to my aid immediately." A wave of armored soldiers arrives, bolstering the demon's defenses. Their arrival marks a significant shift in the power balance. An elf-like figure blocks Jared's path, their words cutting through the chaos, "You won't be able to pass through here. Since I was asked to guard it." Jared, undeterred, stares down his foe, a question forming on his lips: was it his allies? He recognizes the strategic reinforcement. The demonic entity unleashes a torrent of power, summoning its immortal soldiers with a swirling vortex of green energy. From the vortex, a terrifying army emerges, their leader proclaiming, "I have the grand duty of conquering this continent ahead of me." A young warrior, his blonde hair gleaming, clashes swords with a hulking, green-skinned soldier. He declares, "I aim." The immortal emperor, a monstrous figure with glowing green markings, roars with laughter, proclaiming his power. The fallen warrior, Jared, is revealed to be the former ruler of Caribia, a once powerful lord now defeated, lying amidst the rubble. A woman watches him, her face a mix of concern and disdain. The text reveals Jared's past glory, who once ruled the continent with blood and fear. And won. The scene shifts to a dilapidated boat, symbolizing Jared's fall from grace. A muscular, dark-skinned man observes a blonde-haired swordsman battling spectral, green creatures. He scoffs, he's only pretending to be fighting so desperately. The swordsman's struggle, though intense, seems staged. The blonde swordsman, wounded but defiant, confronts his opponent. Cowardly trick? It's your own creation, you know? He accuses the dark-skinned man of manipulating the situation. The blonde man's face is bruised, yet a determined glint shines in his eyes. He activates a glowing golden magic circle, his resolve hardening. The swordsman clashes with his opponent, weapons locked. He states, so even if I just pull out a weapon, it'll end up lodged inside you. His plan is to make the situation even more desperate for his opponent. A young woman with fierce eyes berates a weakened man, warning him not to die. She's clearly worried, and her threat to curse him hints at a powerful connection between them. The woman leans in, concerned, while the man struggles to speak, only managing a weak get. She angrily instructs him to retrieve the ancient grimoire from a secret room, highlighting his greed as the motivation behind this dangerous mission. On the continent of Nas, June 1, 1414, normalcy has returned after the Toon Raid, 23 days prior. This establishes the timeline and sets the stage for the current events. A concerned individual inquires after the man's well-being, to which he dismisses their worries, suggesting a hidden issue. Despite some lingering unknowns, the man confidently reports that a project will be completed within a week. This implies significant progress, a sense of urgency, and potential future challenges. He smiles, attributing his success to the magic they earned. Engraving magic circles into hardy stones is a difficult profession. He dismisses a minor injury as a scar of victory, then shifts his focus, asking about Aki's outfit. Aki replies he was waiting for him. Aki explains he obtained some items during market research, eager to experience them firsthand. Aki cries out in pain. It wasn't his fault. Lord Abanaba is revealed to be the culprit. The blonde man contemplates the implications, wondering if his actions have brought shame to humanity, considering the Red Goblin King's actions. He questions the Goblin King's motives in distributing those items. A knight reports that Lord Abanaba wants a long-term contract to purchase all their mine's production. The knight informs his lord that the Cinder's Kingdom aristocracy is developing an interest in him. Aren't all the recent top goods in Milord's hands? The Cinder's Kingdom, bordering his territory, has taken notice and is showing increased interest. His knight explains the implications of this growing interest. It's a development they must consider. After the ninth prince's death, the remaining four will clash, igniting a conflict known as the Prince's Uprising. A problem arises. A follower of the Umbra Church, a brotherhood of dark magicians, is involved. Their actions will likely lead them into conflict with the Demon King's rule, making them future enemies. The fourth prince is personally crossing the border, bringing his greetings. The news isn't promising. Prince Isel, having arrived in Caribia, reflects that his arrival amidst political turmoil feels like entering the eye of a storm. Jared von Euclid greets Prince Isel, noting the drastic rise in magic power due to a strong synergy between Isel's special traits. Prince Isel offers Jared a letter, explaining that this is the reason for his visit. Jared accepts, eager to read it. Prince Isel explains that most of the letter is formality and questions why the king would invite him, suggesting it's too early for him to participate in Caribia's affairs. Jared expresses his excitement at meeting the prince, stating that Isel is the first person he's wanted to meet in person. Jared extends a cordial invitation for a drink at the palace, displaying his sincere appreciation of the meeting. Jared humbly clarifies his position as simply the lord of a small territory, not a vassal of Isel's kingdom, expressing his gratitude. Lord Jared, seemingly contemplative, is addressed by name. A sly smile plays on Jared's lips as he bids farewell to the prince. Jared sits alone, privately reflecting on Prince Isel's surprising intelligence. He acknowledges the prince's shrewdness, but also recognizes the inherent risk in Isel's entourage. Jared's concerns deepen as he realizes gaining the prince's favor will be a difficult and potentially dangerous endeavor. Prince Isel, a glint of amusement in his eyes, calmly states, "I see, that's great." The prince's statement refers to the information gleaned on the current lord, his family, and past. A description of Lapel's potion, a consumable potion developed by a mad scientist of an ancient era. It causes headaches or nausea proportional to its volume. Blueprints for magical engineering reveal a video recorder, originally intended for internet broadcasts, now repurposed for recording. Master craftsman Brit's magic tool, made of stellard, a rare mineral harder than magic stones, can mark permanent markings or magic circles on a magic stone. Jared's party, having defeated the tyrannical Emperor Mahart, stares down into a vast crater. The visual emphasizes the scale of their victory. Isabel, enraged, leans over a defeated and unconscious man, calling out, "Isabel! Dear!" Her anger is palpable. One of the victors, his eyes blazing with a fierce red glow, demands, "Get the artifact for me." His anger is palpable. Elsewhere, another member of the group, sporting sunglasses, casually remarks, "Seems like you're doing fine." The contrast in their reactions is striking. A blonde-haired man, still bearing the marks of battle, worries aloud, "I forgot to ask my heart about my identity." His concern hints at a deeper mystery. A report is presented, revealing that the magic stone lamps installed in Caribia and Mirorica have significantly reduced crime rates. A man enthusiastically comments on the positive impact of the lamps, pointing out that it allows people to walk the streets at night without fear. Someone observes a persistent scar on another character's arm. A young man proudly displays a stylish summer outfit, noting that it's the latest trend among aristocrats. It's a light-hearted contrast to the serious concerns raised previously. One young man asks another for his opinion on a stylish outfit, prompting a philosophical response about beauty being subjective. The conversation shifts. One young man casually inquires about the outcome of a previous pornography-selling endeavor. A third character, a merchant, explains they gave a small peek at some nightmare stones during the trade, which led to another unexpected result. The young man reports that the Cinders Kingdom's military made an official request the previous night. His companion advises rejecting the request and refusing to negotiate under monopolistic terms. They will only sell at a set amount each month or not sell at all. A list of goods is shown: pesticides, a cure for the Ronella disease, a magic potion, mines, and Caribbean magic stones. The young man states that the Cinders Kingdom is about to face some problems. The impending death of the Cinders Kingdom's ninth king, Dactyr, is revealed. The grim visage of King Dactyr, the ninth ruler of the Cinders Kingdom, is shown. His impending death casts a shadow, paving the way for Prince Putalin to claim the blood-soaked throne. A prophecy unfolds: the holy nation of Cinders will be transformed into an evil nation, with the Umbra Church at the heart of the coming Great Holy War. Lord Jared, an unaffiliated minor lord, observes the looming crisis in the Cinders Kingdom from a distance, choosing to wait and see how things unfold before taking action. Hayes, Jared's associate, urgently informs him of a significant problem. The arrival of the fourth prince himself is announced, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding events. An invitation arrives for Lord Jared to attend King Dactyr's upcoming birthday celebration. Lord Jared, a man of discerning eyes and sharp features, studies an invitation, his expression unreadable. The fourth prince explains that he personally requested permission to invite Lord Jared to King Dactyr's birthday celebration. The fourth prince's demeanor shifts. He feels his invitation was poorly received, perhaps even insulting. The prince worries Lord Jared will find the king's invitation insulting. The fourth prince, flanked by guards, exits the room, his back to us, leaving Lord Jared alone with his thoughts. Lord Jared contemplates the fourth prince's qualities, highlighting his potential to be a capable king, his opposition to the demon kingdom, and his theological knowledge. Jared confidently states that he will show the world how things truly stand in terms of power in the northern part of the continent. Prince Putalin, a figure of some renown, demands an explanation from Lord Jared. "For what purpose have you called one such as I?" he inquires, his tone laced with suspicion. The prince's sharp gaze falls upon Jared. "Did you say you had worked under Caribia's lord for a long time?" he presses, his question cutting through the tension. A brief interlude reveals an eccentric mage's grimoire, granting the user the ability to exchange magical power for damage. A cat character, seemingly embodying the mage's spirit, excitedly proclaims, "I've finally escaped that tofu-looking body." Jared, now noticeably flustered, is questioned about his past clients. "All of it? Who were your customers?" The question hangs heavy in the air. Prince Isel, the fourth prince of Cinders, introduces himself with a polite greeting. His high status and academic pursuits are subtly revealed through his attire and the accompanying text box. Jared confesses to having served under Viscount Barrett, a past employer he left a year ago. This seemingly simple statement adds another layer of intrigue to his character and past. A young girl, Mia, zips across the hall using magic, prompting a sharp reprimand from a blonde-haired man. "Mia, don't run through the halls using magic." Mia, visibly distressed, explains that their companion, Cinderus, has been gone for 2 days and will likely be absent for 4 more. A blue-haired woman comments on the familiar feeling of being together, reminiscent of old times. The blue-haired woman suddenly cries for help as a dark-haired boy appears, attempting to suppress the revelation of his troubled past. He quickly dismisses his distress, stating, "No, it's nothing," and casually announces a change in his perspective starting that day. The blue-haired woman excitedly points out the palace visible from their location. A waiter carries a tray of wine glasses through a grand palace hallway, the blue-haired woman from earlier walking past him. A hushed conversation takes place between the waiter and an older man. The waiter shares some information, to which the older gentleman simply replies, "I understand." The older man's expression shifts as he and others react with shock to the mention of Jared, the rumored figure. A group of people, mostly women, react with excited whispers and hushed gasps at some news. The shocking news: Jared's military force has expanded drastically from 200 to nearly 5,000 soldiers in just a few months. This rapid growth is accompanied by a visual of a massive pile of gold coins, emphasizing Jared's simultaneously growing wealth. An elderly king dismisses the group with a dismissive wave of his hand, suggesting they enjoy themselves before departing. The implications of Jared's rise are clearly unsettling. Jared, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people hailing him as Lord, is momentarily taken aback. A man named Gator introduces himself amidst the throng, urging Jared to visit his territory. Prince Ian, visibly ill, wipes his mouth with a tissue while courtiers look on. The atmosphere is tense, hinting at political maneuvering. We learn Prince Ian's rare illness almost guarantees he won't inherit the throne. This fuels the underlying tension around Jared's ascent. Despite his popularity, Prince Ian cannot ignore the military might of less influential nobles. This highlights the complex political landscape. Prince Izel's supporters are few, while Prince Putalin's natural authority commands wary respect. A visual contrast emphasizes the stark difference in their power bases. Jared is greeted by a man, the tension palpable as their meeting unfolds. A panel briefly displays a character profile for Jared, revealing his skills in swordsmanship and theology, as well as his ambitions and the delicate balance in the kingdom's governance. Capri greets Jared, surprised to see him again, noting his presence on the second prince's bandwagon. Capri explains he's always wanted to meet Jared and that he was nervous to invite him. Izel also invited him. Izel and his sister Maria reveal that their brother intends to win Jared's favor as well, highlighting the political intrigue. Capri tells Jared that he's the center of attention in their nation, prompting a response from Jared expressing his limited awareness of national politics due to his focus on his own territory. Capri laughs, revealing that Jared's territory had been the weakest of the northern territories until recently. Capri concludes that Jared is an ambitious man. The panel focuses intently on Capri's eye. Jared acknowledges Capri's assessment. Izel watches Jared intently as he leaves, the tension hanging heavy in the air. A smirking man, Putalin's brother, casually inquires about Jared's recent conversation with his sibling. Jared, clearly annoyed, mutters, "What a pain." Jared explains that he has the means to leverage military resources against Putalin's territory if necessary, but prefers a negotiated solution. He has no interest in unnecessary conflict. The brother is surprised by Jared's display of power and influence, remarking on his unexpected interest in such a seemingly insignificant territory. Jared reveals that he's far more interested in Putalin's potential than his brother initially realizes. Jared's associates urge him to respond swiftly. They sense that Putalin holds far greater value than initially believed. The tension explodes as Jared confronts Putalin's brother, a physical altercation erupting. Jared's associates, faces contorted with barely suppressed fury, urge him to act decisively. The brother of Putalin, a figure of unexpected importance, is within reach. A young girl, Mia, bursts into a grand hall, her joyous cries echoing, "Milord! Mia's here!" A servant, his expression carefully neutral, informs Mia that Milord is away. A subtle hint of calculation flickers in his eyes. In a dimly lit carriage, Jared's associates discuss Putalin's significance, noting her past captivity and its implications for their present situation. Jared, his expression now one of calculated gratitude, addresses an associate, explaining that Putilin's past trauma led to their meeting, highlighting her value to his nation. Jared, head bowed, pledges fealty before his king. The weight of his mission is evident in his posture. The king considers Jared's proposal, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Jared, impeccably dressed, makes a grand entrance at a royal gathering. Whispers circulate, Jared's reputation precedes him. Associates discuss the seemingly random selection process, questioning the logic behind it. One associate notes Jared's attendance at the party, connecting it to his possible intention to approach the prince. Jared nonchalantly dismisses the need to engage directly with the king, his true motives obscured. Jared, his eyes blazing with an intense red, angrily pushes past the onlookers, frustrated by his inability to see the princes. "Move it," he demands. First Prince Ian, appearing nonchalant, dismisses his illness with a wave of his hand. "I'm fine," he says, "such an old disease is like a friend to me, so pay it no mind." Meanwhile, third Prince Jess enjoys the support of the mainstream nobles, his confident smile reflecting his growing power. The escalating tension between the princes' factions is becoming unmistakable. A fight between the second and third princes seems imminent. Second prince, noticing Jared, calmly greets him. "So you were here," he states. The second prince continues, offering Jared a choice of address, "Or would you prefer I refer to you as Viscount Jared?" The second prince offers Jared a choice of address, suggesting either prince or the more formal Viscount Jared, highlighting a power dynamic and the prince's awareness of Jared's noble title. Jared, humbled by the prince's attention despite his relatively lower noble status, expresses uncertainty about how to respond to the unexpected interest shown by the prince. The prince subtly accuses Jared of annexing Mayarika, despite Jared's public claims of disinterest in rumors, revealing a level of political maneuvering and underlying tension. Jared denies any such intentions, expressing a different perspective on the situation, hinting at a more complex set of circumstances. Jared explains that his actions were born of necessity after Mayarika was invaded, emphasizing the desperation of the situation. The prince invites Jared for a future discussion, implying further political maneuvering and potential alliances. The panel ends with Jared's pensive expression, suggesting careful consideration of the prince's words and the implications for his future actions. The prince's extensive network of aristocratic connections is highlighted, emphasizing his significant political influence. Even so, his associate warns Jared that the prince is unlikely to offer much in return for allegiance. Jared boldly asserts that the prince, not himself, is the one who should feel ashamed. This surprising rebuke shifts the power dynamic of their interaction. The prince's anger flares, accusing Jared of making him appear inferior to his brothers. This escalates the tension. Jared's retort, "What did you say? You bastard," explodes into the open conflict. The prince's brother observes the unfolding confrontation with a mixture of concern and apprehension. The announcement echoes through the hall, Viscount Jared of Cribia has arrived. Prince Jess's brother urges him to greet Jared before falling behind in courtly matters. Jared, brimming with self-confidence, boasts of his extensive military connections. Jess's brother confronts Jared, accusing him of prioritizing connections with the prince over himself. Jared laughs, revealing that he has been working with Prince Putilin instead of Jess. Three figures sit at a circular table in a secluded clearing, two women and a man, watched over by two guards. The atmosphere is tense, yet strangely calm. The man reassures the women, stating that the party's atmosphere has returned to its usual joy. One of the women, however, remains uneasy, her expression betraying her apprehension. The man, a lord of a small territory, humbly explains his position. The other woman urges the lord to offer his strength to her brother. Her words carry a sense of desperation. She laments the lack of support her brother receives from his vassals. From the shadows, a knight in shining armor observes the scene, his presence adding to the palpable tension. He mutters about sound-canceling magic, a tool for gathering evidence. Despite the noise, he claims to know what he needs to know. A woman accuses the Kingdom of Cinders of plotting to slander the royal family, highlighting their long-standing desire for Radia's divinity. A man in a suit expresses surprise at the woman's knowledge of such matters, implying either a lack of national interest or ties to the Radius Church. The red-haired man is shown in thought, his expression conveying disbelief at the implications. The man in the suit observes the red-haired man, noting that he's finally opening up to him. The red-haired man explains how a magic tool can record secret meetings or rituals, proving crucial in their investigation. The man in the suit clarifies his position, stating that he's not a vassal, but a concerned neighbor who wishes to see the kingdom thrive. The red-haired woman, addressing a silent, armored figure, suggests ending their meeting to avoid raising suspicion. The man in the suit sits alone at a small, secluded table, a single candle illuminating the scene. The scene shifts to a palace interior. The man in the suit sits before several high-backed chairs, observing the scene with an intent gaze, as instructed to carefully monitor palace affairs. A blond man in a suit expresses his concern about someone's lateness. The blond man sighs, noting that their current wait for Aki is identical to their last encounter. His companion agrees. While waiting, the blond man suggests that his companion, Hayes, look at some clothes. Hayes is surprised by the suggestion. Hayes emerges, radiant in a new red dress, excitedly asking for her companion's opinion. The blond man smiles, pleased with the outcome of their impromptu shopping trip, asserting that their visit was worthwhile. An emergency notification displays, detailing an annual invasion of evil forces from Caribia, triggered by a celestial alignment on July 1st. The notification clarifies that this invasion, termed a monster outbreak in Paradiso, is imminent. A terrifying image of monstrous creatures appears. An impending disaster looms. The annual monster outbreak from Caribia is imminent, and without preparation, it will be catastrophic. A young woman with teal hair resolutely declares her decision to act. Two onlookers react with astonishment, their expressions mirroring disbelief and awe. The teal-haired woman's determined expression intensifies as she prepares for something extraordinary. She focuses her energy, compressing her healing magic into a bright green orb. White feathers float around her as the young woman reveals herself in an elegant dark dress, radiating a divine glow. One of the onlookers is overcome with jealousy at this impressive display. Envious whispers fill the air as one onlooker scoffs, "I can't believe he gets to be around someone like her." Lord Jared, appearing composed despite the recent commotion, offers a formal apology for his brother Jess's impulsive behavior. A blond man, sipping tea, observes Jared and his sister, silently noting the situation. The blond man reveals his admiration for Jared's reputation, suggesting that it would be beneficial for his kingdom if Jared were to serve as a vassal. Jared's sister casts a concerned glance at her brother. The blond man ponders the offer, as two soldiers stand guard in the background. He assures his counterpart that any disturbances will be handled, a subtle magical aura swirling beneath his fingertips. The blond man inquires about the extent of his companion's knowledge regarding Prince Putalin and Prince Jess. The question shifts to their affiliation with the Umbra Church. Lord Jared, a man with fiery red hair, enters the scene, his expression suggesting he knows something more. Jared receives a new mission: investigate the heretical actions of the two princes. A small device is given to aid in this. Lord Jared questions if his counterpart is there to assist him. The blond man dismisses any concern about their connection, stirring sugar into his tea. The blond man looks on, a glint of determination in his eyes. A shadowy figure, surrounded by cloaked companions, advances with menacing purpose. A guttural whisper hangs in the air, carrying the weight of unspoken threat. The cloaked figure, seemingly in charge, confidently declares his belief in his hand-picked spies surpassing those of Prua. His trust in their superior capabilities is evident. The blond man, sipping his tea, murmurs, "I knew it." A subtle satisfaction plays on his lips. The blond man's aide informs him that no other lord would wait for their carriage to return to their territory. His aide expresses satisfaction with her attire, highlighting a lack of complaints. The blond man and his aide stroll hand in hand, a sense of camaraderie between them. The blond man receives a compliment on his aide's appearance from a tailor, further emphasizing the connection between the two. The blond man reflects on the approaching deadline, June 9th, and the ongoing challenge it presents. A sense of impending urgency is established. Southern demon forest invasions have, until now, been managed by Barrett's forces. The blond man's preparations, however, suggest he intends to exploit the upcoming conflict for his own gain. With a predatory grin, the blond man declares his intention to monopolize the lucrative chaos about to unfold. The blond man admits to himself, with a hint of embarrassment, a personal connection to the impending events. His expression softens, a subtle smile appearing as he reflects on this connection. A man and woman, likely members of the same faction, dismiss the rumors of the blond man's involvement as baseless. Over a cup of tea, a voiceover warns of the fragility of personal connections, foreshadowing potential betrayal or shifting alliances. A woman dramatically reveals a shimmering garment, asking her master, "Tada, how's this, me lord?" The woman, now adorned in the new attire, playfully inquires, "But don't I look more like an angel if I do this?" The master simply replies, "You were always an angel." A mischievous grin spreads across the blonde woman's face as she unleashes a powerful charm. "Avoiding this charm is tough, even for you, isn't it?" she teases. The blonde man, resisting the charm's effects, acknowledges the challenge. "Maybe it's because I absorbed my heart's strength, but I've gotten more susceptible to charms," he explains, a determined glint in his eyes. The skills test is proving more difficult than anticipated. Suddenly, a maid appears, and the blond man is shocked. "Is that me?" he questions, his eyes wide with disbelief. The maid's appearance is a clear sign of the charm's potency. His inner fantasies have manifested. "She got me." Isabel must have called her over, he realizes with dawning horror. The maid, visibly flustered, protests, "Of course, there's no reason I couldn't wear such clothes." "But still, isn't that just too much?" Despite the charm's effects, the blond man maintains his resolve. "Isabel, I've managed to get through the charmed state. However, I lack the strength to overcome it completely. As supplemental training, I'd like you to increase the intensity," he requests, a steely gaze fixed on the blonde woman. Two soldiers discuss the hardships of finding comfortable lodging in Caribia, a land overflowing with displaced people due to newly built inns being filled to capacity. One soldier vehemently corrects the other, asserting that everyone in Caribia knows the identity of their leader, it's the Lord. A hand holds a high-tech knife, and we learn that Caribia's lack of innovation compared to Ranella is due to frequent monster outbreaks. The same hand uses the knife to slice open a glowing purple crystal, revealing that Viscount Barrett saved his people from a barren wasteland and developed his territory rapidly. The blond man kneels on the ground, distressed. His greatest desire was a strong army to stop the demon army. The blond man activates a device, assuring Caribia's safety. A large-scale projection shows a network of energy lines emanating from a central point, illuminating Caribia. A powerful blow shatters the air, sending a shockwave outwards. The force of the impact causes large chunks of rock to break away and float in the air. A hulking orc, adorned in heavy armor, declares, "Today is the blessed day that was permitted to us." His words exude a fervent, almost religious zeal. He stands before a swirling crimson portal, a grim determination etched on his face. A group of orcs charges forward, propelled by the energy emanating from the portal. One orc spots a lone figure, exclaiming, "There's a human in front of us." Another adds, "How unlucky for him to be wandering around in front of the gate." Their tone is one of predatory glee. The blond man stands defiant, facing the enraged orc who threatens, "Your mincemeat." The air crackles with anticipation. The blond man's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on his face as he braced himself for the Orcish onslaught. A colossal war elephant, bearing a demonic rider, emerged from the swirling crimson mist, signaling an imminent, overwhelming attack. One orc, momentarily hesitant, urged caution, questioning their current location before resuming their advance towards the human. Trapped within a recursive space, the blond man, revealed to be Jared, calmly explained his manipulation of the environment, confirming his imprisonment of the orcs. Jared introduced himself as the human representative to the demon army, a bold declaration that surprised the orcs. The orc, stunned by Jared's unexpected magical prowess, questioned his identity and the unfamiliar power he wielded. The orc, still reeling from the reveal, expressed his confusion regarding the situation and Jared's actions, while already formulating a plan. Jared, a smirk playing on his lips, confidently confirms the orc's suspicions. "That's right. The orc, momentarily thrown by Jared's arrogance, observes, "It'll be a pretty boring fight, won't it?" Jared's expression shifts to one of controlled menace as he prepares to unleash his full power, a dark energy crackling around his hand. "Nightmare," he whispers, clearly intending to make this anything but boring. A surge of power erupts from the orc, his form shifting dramatically as his hidden strength is revealed. The now enlarged orc is overcome with a sudden wave of apprehension. The recent events cause him to question what befell the soldiers he'd previously dispatched. His concern is abruptly interrupted. He recognizes the name Tabanan and appears to be in urgent need of the warrior's aid. The orc, desperate, orders his remaining troops to eliminate Jared without delay. Jared unleashes a fiery spell, summoning swirling vortexes of flame. He questions if this magic, potent and visually striking, is truly his to command. The fiery spell intensifies, its energy building to a powerful crescendo. The orc commander bellows in rage, his face a mask of fury. Jared's opponent, perfecting a lust-based charm, prepares to unleash it. The narration warns that this magic transcends gender, inducing a fatal lapse in judgment. A figure, seemingly trapped within a glowing, ethereal prison, is revealed. A shocked observer utters, "This is..." Hayes, a maid with striking teal hair and golden eyes, is clearly surprised. "Why's Hayes here?" she exclaims, clearly bewildered by the situation. A blonde woman with exaggerated features, clearly annoyed, scoffs. "This is a misunderstanding," she retorts, her words laced with sarcasm as she suggests Hayes should find a purer guy. The blonde's words escalate the tension. "The hell are you saying?" Hayes's indignant response is clear. She's not going to take this lying down. The blonde aggressively silences Hayes, her anger escalating to violence. "Don't try your luck, you perverted bastard," she shouts, forcefully silencing her opponent with a swift attack. The scene shifts to a dark and ominous forest, the setting of the next encounter, the Forest of Nightmares. A muscular man smirks, revealing information about the Ranella territory's failing dungeon. Their struggles are a distraction, creating an opening for the main conflict. A lord's presence in the Forest of Nightmares raises questions. He's venturing into forbidden territory. Why? This adds mystery to the current events. The final panel reveals the consequences of the Lord's actions. Years of hard work are perpetually threatened by the demon army, painting a larger conflict of an ongoing war. The Lord, deep within the Forest of Nightmares, admits to himself that he hasn't yet gathered the strength he needs. He kneels before glowing blue pillars, seemingly drawing power from them. A massive demon army marches forward, ogres and goblins alike, their numbers overwhelming. Ogre commanders boast of their strength and intentions to consume any humans they encounter, showing their cruelty and disregard for human life. Crundle, the blue ogre commander, is introduced. His menacing presence foreshadows further conflict. Two ogres attack a goblin with swift, violent movements, highlighting the brutality within the army. An ogre informs Crundle that his soldiers have secured the area, setting the stage for the next conflict. An ogre, perched atop a makeshift watchtower, confirms their location. "Well, of course, aren't we in the human world?" His words hint at a deeper, more strategic purpose behind their presence. The scene shifts, revealing a vast, swirling vortex of crimson energy against a night sky. This is explained as a distorted dimension, a creation of the same principles used to make a dimensional door with magic stones. A golden armored soldier stands atop a rocky outcrop, a radiant sword held high. This is revealed as a future development by the Holy Empire's army, created during a war to counter the ogres. A close-up reveals a monstrous face, its sharp teeth bared. The narration emphasizes the significant magical cost of creating such a complex magic stone. An ogre, addressed as Tabanan, is ordered to proceed. His immense strength is noted as he departs. The ogre Tabanan confronts a blonde-haired man in a dark military uniform, a grim battle looming. The ogre promises a painless death if the man tries anything. The aftermath of a brutal fight is shown. Several ogres lie slain on the ground, their weapons scattered nearby. The intensity of the prior combat is palpable. An ogre, enraged, prepares for further conflict. The panel emphasizes speed and aggression. The enraged ogre roars to Bannon as a fiery explosion erupts behind him, engulfing a horde of smaller ogres. A blonde-haired mage, Mahart, commands, "Attack at once and take him down," conjuring a swirling golden magic circle in his hand. Multiple fiery projectiles launch from the magic circle, arcing towards the target. The fiery blasts engulf the ogre, seemingly ending his threat. An ogre observes, reflecting, "In my 10 years of hunting, this is my first time doing it while lined up like this." Another ogre scoffs, "Huh? Who does he think he is, just passing right by us?" A close-up reveals a large ogre's eye, its light extinguished. Lord Ronella sits at his desk, a grim expression etched onto his face as he reads a disturbing report. He mutters, "They're coming for me." A frantic aide bursts in, throwing a book aside as he shouts, "Even so, this is an emergency. The enemy has breached Ronella's borders." Ronella, startled by the news, demands, "What? Led me there." The enemy, a group of soldiers led by a stern-faced man, stand before Lord Ronella. Accusations fly. "You've placed the people of Ronella in danger because of your greed." Their leader, a knight with a cruel smile, declares an end to pleasantries, choosing to initiate conflict immediately. A fiery explosion erupts as the battle commences. The intensity of the conflict continues with more explosions. Ronella, facing overwhelming odds, unleashes a powerful blast of fire magic. A searing beam of energy strikes a foe, causing considerable damage. Two goblins attempt a ranged attack, only to be swiftly thwarted. Ronella raises a protective barrier as another magical wave approaches. Amazed by his newfound power, Jared marvels at his flame burst ability, declaring it just awesome. He's clearly pleased with his sudden mastery of fire magic. A large, armored goblin confronts Jared, incredulous that he's managed to defeat so many with a single flame burst attack. Two more goblins threaten Jared, warning him to move or face being crushed. Jared is thrown backward by a powerful blow, letting out a pained grunt. Jared is engaged in fierce combat with the armored goblin, a clash of power filling the air. The armored goblin is defeated, its eyes wide with shock as Jared overcomes it with overwhelming strength. Jared, smirking, taunts his defeated foe, "I was getting bored of your weak henchmen, but you're pretty fun, aren't you?" The armored goblin, surprisingly, quickly recovers from the attack. A blast of icy energy engulfs the goblin. It roars in pain, "You damned human mage." Jared asks, "Is this too cold?" The goblin is clearly suffering from the sudden temperature change. Jared summons a massive flaming cobra, stating, "I'll warm you up then." The goblin, amazed, cries out, "Are you even human?" The panel ends on an explosion. Jared, eyes narrowed, intercepts the goblin's escape attempt. "Where are you trying to run?" he asks, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he raises his hand, summoning magical energy. Jared's power overwhelms the goblin, sending him flying. The blonde man, breathless, realizes the implications of Jared's power. "That should be impossible unless you're the Demon King." He then mutters to himself, shocked, "Are you telling me that he came here himself?" A blue energy wave washes over the landscape, concluding the encounter. Jared reflects, all that experience, just run off, but it's a good thing that it ended right about now. A soldier, face etched with disbelief, struggles to comprehend the recent events. He questions if a mere handful of soldiers could breach such formidable defenses. The Caribbean Army's Aggressio platoon, hand-picked by the Lord himself, asserts their strength, dismissing any notion of being outmatched. The platoon's leader orders the capture of Jared, emphasizing the importance of bringing him in alive. The blonde man is shown pleading for his life. Jared's mind's eye skill has upgraded, granting him visual disturbance nullifications and weakness analysis, doubling his chances of a fatal attack. Ronella, observing from afar, expresses her disdain at the underhanded tactics employed. The treaty is failing, and he needs a solution. A grim determination sets his jaw. News arrives, Jared's forces, far larger than expected, have breached the fort. He's incredulous, the supposedly impenetrable fortress has fallen to such a relatively small force. The betrayal is revealed, Caribia holds the cure's recipe, and recreating it proves too difficult despite obtaining a sample. The man's expression is one of profound disappointment. Enraged, he orders the immediate execution of the traitors. Jared arrives, amused that the intruders came all the way there. He sarcastically thanks them for saving him the trouble of searching. Jared activates his artifact, the mirror armor, shielding himself as a small dart whizzes past. A goblin screams in terror as a powerful magical force engulfs it. A fiery serpent emerges, bestowing upon Jared the title Hellfire's Vessel, granting him a 100% increase in fire-based magic damage and access to the Flame Burst spell. Jared unleashes a devastating blast of fire upon his foe, the fiery energy incinerating the enemy. The attack continues, the intense heat leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The enemy is obliterated, reduced to mere scraps and dust. Jared's companion, seemingly unharmed, appears in a flash of light. Jared stands amidst the fiery devastation, his power amplified. Jared unleashes a wave of fire magic, the raw power amplified by the recent battle. A fiery explosion engulfs his foe, the heat intense, creating a firewall. As the flames subside, Jared's companion reassures him, noting the heat and promising to cool things down with counter magic. The defeated enemy, a powerful-looking commander, observes Jared, astonished by his rapidly growing power. A powerful blast erupts as the commander retaliates, but Jared stands strong. Two fleeing Orcish soldiers express their awe and terror at Jared's strength, emphasizing his overwhelming victory. Jared calmly casts a summoning spell, his demeanor composed despite the recent intense battle. Jared, his blonde hair slightly askew, stares in disbelief. The interdimensional gate, it seems, has been forcibly closed. A glowing purple gem, pulsating with faint light, lies before him. He dismisses the suggestion that his recent victory was insignificant, stating that the closing of the gate neatly concluded the incursion before his pocket dimension could unravel. Jared exhales, relieved, and asks if the situation appears any different to his father now. Jared has been granted the title Monster Slayer, conferring a 250% increase in magic damage against non-human entities and a permanent 500 magic point boost. A panicked voice shouts, "My lord, we're under attack. Traitors amongst us allowed the enemy to breach our defenses," the commander snarls, his face a mask of fury. A subordinate reassures him, "We'll handle things from here, escort the others to safety." Another soldier remarks, "You took the words right out of my mouth," as a gleaming sword is partially shown. A hulking warrior, clad in golden armor, brings his massive warhammer down with earth-shattering force. "You're here," the young man with blonde hair states, his expression unreadable. He stands before a weathered wooden structure, a sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The king lies in state, his death a somber event. The narrator reveals the king's passing was filled with regret. The pontifex's grim prognosis hangs over the court, the king will not live beyond the month. A red-haired youth listens intently to this news, the weight of the coming succession clear on his face. The young blonde man anticipates 3 impending visitors. He is certain Prince Putalin will seek him out, but the possibility of Prince Jess remains uncertain. Prince Ian's men, deeply entrenched within the royal family, will likely strive to avoid civil war, a fact that shapes the blonde man's strategy. A woman in a red dress and the blonde-haired man stand observing a deer, they're planning for a decisive strike against their enemies forming in the quiet of the forest. The blonde-haired man warns to remain quiet until then. The blonde man dismisses the woman's thanks, stating that now is not the time for gratitude or apologies. Their focus remains fixed on their impending decisive strike. A status report reveals the Caribbean territory's affairs are proceeding smoothly. This indicates a successful annexation, but the blonde man's next actions suggest underlying concerns. The blonde man reviews his tablet, noting the increased burden on his key subordinates, Julian, Abila, and Oberon, due to the recent territorial expansion. He concludes that he needs more talent to manage the growing responsibilities. Worried about the strain on his team, the blonde man highlights the fragility of his current organization. If Julian were to become incapacitated, the entire management structure would collapse. He contemplates the difficulty of finding capable replacements, reflecting on the challenges of managing and expanding his power. A powerful 9th-class Grand Mage, Belhard, is revealed to be observing the blonde man. His high level prevents the blonde man's mind's eye ability from gathering information about him. Belhard explains that he's been observing the blond man's actions in the territory, adding that his presence is not merely coincidental. Dismissing Barrett with a wave of his hand, Belhard explains he's here at the 5th class's request, offering his advice. The blond man, grateful for Belhard's presence, eagerly awaits the counsel of his senior. The young man's eagerness to receive Belhard's advice is evident. However, the blond man quickly clarifies that he doesn't intend to burden Belhard with excessive requests. Belhard, standing over a defeated soldier, states that he merely realized something, the scene showing a large army behind him. A defeated soldier, his face etched with despair, reveals a startling truth: he is no longer Shin Tae-pung, but Lord Jared, ruler of the Caribbean territory. A wise-looking figure, holding a goblet of wine, explains that overcoming the fear of death allowed him to fight to protect others. In contrast, the knowledge of his enemy's strengths only fuels his anxiety and fear, as shown by a grim visual of his army facing a formidable foe. A sudden, powerful surge of energy erupts as a character attains a 5th class level. A witness, shocked and awestruck, questions the astonishing speed of this class advancement. The witness expresses disbelief that someone could reach the 5th class so quickly after just listening to a basic explanation. The older man observes the youth, his eyes narrowed in thought. Those magic stones and that medicine aren't any ordinary feats, he muses, clearly impressed. He questions whether this young man is truly different from others, possessing boundless potential. Dismissing any doubt, the older man confidently declares, no, if he's destined for greatness, he'll find some way to improve on his own. He'll do plenty even as entertainment. The youth, having completed his task, announces his departure. The older man, however, asks if he intends to retract his earlier statement. As the youth prepares to leave, the older man offers a simple farewell, suggesting a future meeting if fate allows. He offers to escort the youth to his destination. The youth declines the escort, firmly requesting to be left alone. Despite this, the older man remains hesitant. 3 months have passed since their last encounter. Lord Jared stands alone in a forest, a pensive expression on his face. A figure emerges, addressing Jared as Lord Jared. The tone suggests a shared history and perhaps a degree of urgency. The figure continues, revealing that they knew about a recent, sudden event. The implication is that Jared is seeking information. Jared requests detailed information about events at the royal palace, clearly concerned in seeking to understand the situation. Jared reflects on how his past actions have drastically altered the course of history, specifically mentioning the premature death of Prince Ian. The other figure outlines a 3-part strategy for Jared: remain neutral, act as a mediator between the warring princes, and delay the civil war by focusing on the opposition of the Ian faction. A visual representation of the political situation emerges, revealing the complex relationships between Ian, Jess, and Putalin. Jared is tasked with uncovering photographic evidence of a connection between the princes and the Umbra Church. The conversation concludes with a simple thank you, and an apology from the mysterious figure to Lord Jared. A young man, seemingly a prince, studies a map. His territory is comparable to that of Count Capri's. The same young man bursts into the scene, shouting aggressively. An older, stern-looking man confronts the young prince, questioning his sudden arrival. The prince apologizes profusely to the older man, Sir Belhard, for his unexpected visit. Sir Belhard observes the prince's aggressive expansion of his territory, contrasting it with his father's peaceful nature. The prince vehemently rejects any suggestion of allegiance or servitude, emphasizing his independence. Sir Belhard instructs the prince to listen carefully as he begins to recount a story from his past. Sir Belhard begins his story, a field of daisies, a stark contrast to the grim tale he's about to recount. He was once Shin Tae-pung, an ordinary office worker. From a desire to survive, he built this kingdom, a testament to his resilience. But his subjects weren't mere game characters, they were real people, breathing, living, and holding their own unique value. Despite his success, he sits alone amidst white chrysanthemums, mourning a loss and reflecting on his accomplishments. He admits that he never became arrogant due to his abilities. He acknowledges his inherent flaws, despite strategic prowess. The prince, however, finds solace in companionship. He reveals to Sir Belhard that he's reached the 5th class. demonstrating his newfound 5th-class invisibility magic, leaving Sir Belhard speechless with surprise and a touch of fear. A newly promoted 5th-class mage, brimming with ambition, muses about the possibilities of his newfound teleportation abilities and the prospect of teaching others. Sir Belhard, surprised by the mage's sudden departure, questions his intentions. The young mage, still pondering his future, casually inquires about Sir Belhard's acquaintance with his father. Sir Belhard is left utterly astonished by the mage's rapid advancement in magical prowess, admitting his own inability to achieve such a feat. The Nass Continent, January 1, 1415. A grand manor stands under a clear sky, setting the scene for the year's beginning. We see a man, previously a gamer, now reincarnated as Lord Jared, a rather portly figure. Jared, with a mischievous grin, declares, "Let's try it." He holds a potion, ready to test its effects. He learns the potion triggers an annual reset, leveling him up each January 1st. It's a game exploit, perfectly timed. Jared gleefully drinks the potion, delighted by the immediate level up. "Just so sweet," he exclaims. He checks his stats, noting his level is still low, despite the boost. After attending to kingdom matters, Jared plans to explore a dungeon with his disciples. As a result of his recent level increase, Jared is presented with a multitude of rewards to choose from. Jared's disciples, Hayes, Isabel, Lena, and Mia, are introduced. Rakiz, having overcome the limitations of his age, has shown incredible growth, attributing his progress to Jared's tutelage. Jared is shown considering a contract, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Jared senses a growing emotional distance between himself and one of his disciples. Jared, clad in shining armor, readily affirms his readiness to undertake any task presented to him. His expression, though outwardly confident, hints at an underlying tension. Chloe's sudden appearance throws Jared off guard. He's visibly startled and questions her intentions with a mix of concern and apprehension. Chloe reveals a document, causing Jared to flinch slightly as she hands it over. The act is swift, almost furtive. Jared's eyes widen in shock as he takes in the contents of the document, his reaction laced with disbelief and a hint of outrage. He demands to have been informed beforehand. Jared utters Chloe's name, a somber tone coloring his voice. His gaze suggests a contemplation of his relationship with her. Jared sits alone, studying a book, as a cryptic message reveals the existence of a rare artisan's cheat, exclusive to Paradiso. His expression is unreadable. There's a limit to how many artifacts you can equip. For rings, it's only 10. The reforging trick, however, appeared naturally. Artisans believe that carelessly disassembling an artifact incurs divine wrath. The true danger is rendering valuable artifacts worthless without the proper skill. A young man, Rakiz, laughs, stating that he must take care of his back. He notes that it would be painful if his back gave out at such a young age. Someone comments on Rakiz's hard work. Rakiz replies that he can't afford to slack off either. Rakiz smiles, stating that his work makes him happy. A new artifact has been created, with a new name and class rank. The narrator states that he has plenty of magic. The Bara ring is revealed. Its ultrafine disassembly allows for disassembling artifacts with 7-star cores or higher, and its special fusion skill has a 10% chance of granting a special skill option. Jared grins, delighted by the 2 crafting skills he's gained. His investment in crafting clearly paid off. A servant announces it's time for Jared's midnight training, interrupting his celebratory moment. Jared, flustered, rushes off for his training, distracted by someone watching him. The Kingdom of Cinders is revealed, a majestic city against a night sky. A figure, presumably an antagonist, burns a note mentioning Lord Jared, foreshadowing conflict. A new year has begun, and exactly 1 year has passed since a significant event. A document shows a pentagram and the numbers 1415, hinting at a past ritual or prophecy. A young man, possibly the protagonist, reflects on the passage of time as he surveys a room containing a green potion. The green potion, identified as Leifel's potion, is revealed to be an experience potion obtained from Mahart III's tomb. The protagonist drank it a year ago. He levels up by 3 levels and decides to allocate all his stat points to enhance his magic, highlighting the importance of magic in his abilities. Jared's stats are displayed, level 63, with significantly high magic, 3969, and magical defense, 449, showcasing his focus on magical abilities. He has no remaining stat points. Jared explains he's been delaying leveling up due to possessing Deluxe Bracelet, a powerful artifact, but now realizes he needs to gradually increase his level. A system message appears, revealing that Jared's disciple, Julian, has gained 10 stat points for his administrative prowess. Jared expresses delight. A flashback shows a system message from 4 months ago. In Paradiso, class increases bring benefits. Jared reflects on a long-held ambition. Jared explains his strategy, which involves reinforcing the Nurture Project, mentoring students. A system message shows that reinforcing the Nurture Project increases the maximum number of disciples from 4 to 8. Jared can now mentor 8 disciples. Aki, one of Jared's disciples, approaches, mentioning that they should strike while the iron is hot, suggesting that they should employ unconventional methods in their administrative tasks. Aki already eagerly follows Jared's demanding style of leadership. Jared reflects on his disciple's progress, pleased that his plans are proceeding smoothly. He believes his methods are effective. Aki proposes a mentor-student contract, suggesting it's more than just a suggestion, it's a pledge, offering additional combat knowledge in exchange. Jared, amused, is shown reacting to Aki's proposal. Aki questions Jared's ability to truly make her stronger. Aki draws her sword, preparing for a demonstration, as Jared watches attentively. Aki emphasizes the importance of a blood pact for significant contracts. Aki, humbled, asks Jared to teach her how to become stronger, highlighting her limitations. Aki, humbled, confesses her long-held desire for Jared's guidance, having previously been unable to express it. Jared, momentarily distracted, admits the difficulty of artifact reforging before refocusing on the task at hand. The complexity of artifact reforging is explained. Multiple artifacts must be disassembled, their cores fused to create a new one. Jared reveals that reforging is an unconventional field, encouraging Aki to exploit any system loopholes to her advantage. Jared explains that while he finds it easier due to his special tools, the lack of established knowledge surrounding reforging makes his methods unconventional. A subtle sound interrupts Jared's explanation. Jared begins meticulously crafting a ring, symbolizing his loyalty and the pact he's about to solidify with Aki. Jared, surrounded by his talented associates, explains his philosophy of rewarding loyalty and fostering collaborative growth. It's finished. Jared finishes his meticulous work. He reflects on the artifacts he salvaged from Mahart III's tomb, confident in his ability to reforge them. Chloe, also known as Hayes, arrives to see Jared. Jared realizes he's late for training, having spent so much time on the reforging process. Jared's ambition is clear, to become the protagonist of this vast world. The fusion process is complete, requiring 3,000 magic units to finalize. Jared, realizing he's late for training, asks someone to tell his training partner to wait for him at the training grounds. The scene begins with a gloved hand reaching up, the owner unseen, and a voice declaring, "Now, let's start." A powerful kick is launched, generating a blinding flash of light and energy. The impact explodes outwards in a brilliant, chaotic display of light and power. A fierce, determined voice shouts, "Then go for it." Chloe, an elf-like character, observes the training, a concerned frown etched on her face as she remarks, "He is really training with him." A blonde-haired young man approaches Chloe, his expression worried, and asks, "Is something wrong, Chloe?" He continues, "It seemed like you were distracted by something," as Chloe's thoughtful expression suggests she is deeply troubled. Chloe, her back to the viewer, offers a quiet apology. The weight of unspoken troubles hangs heavy in the air. A man, his hand hovering over a glowing device, comments that Chloe's head would have been severed had he not intervened. Chloe dismisses the concern, stating that her appearance is inconsequential to her. Chloe sits alone, a heavy sadness settling upon her. A woman, speaking to Chloe, suggests she keep an eye on a particular man, explaining they'll be spending considerable time in the Caribbean territory. Chloe, overcome with emotion, questions her own actions and feelings. Two men discuss a recent event, clarifying that it wasn't a date but part of their training. "Ah, yes. Anyway, is it? With the influential powers split between the north and the south, war has broken out between the second and third princes. Is that so? How does the army's training go? Is it proceeding well? Been keeping in step while participating in training as well. You've specially forged for me, my lord. Oh, the Chaldean sword. Yes. I've had problems with shattering even high-quality steel swords. Oh, I was worried as it was simply an experimental piece, but it seems those worries were unnecessary. Yes. I thank you with all my heart for granting me such a grand sword. With this, I will eliminate all enemies that threaten the Lord. Heh, seems like you trusted a fair bit. Mute. Regarding the case that the Knights of Agrizio have investigated. Sir. After our observations, we've made a huge breakthrough, the knight reports, a confident smile playing on his lips. He holds up a device, showcasing their successful investigation. He continues, explaining, after launching a surprise raid on their base and capturing them alive, we've interrogated them and managed to confirm that they're dark mages from the Umbra Church. We got them, a triumphant exclamation punctuates the report. The narrative shifts to reveal information about the Cinder's Kingdom's national religion, the Holy Latius Church, and the cults that reject it, especially the dark churches involved with dark magic. The implication is clear: anyone associated with such cults will face the kingdom's rejection and lose its protection. A knight, momentarily distracted, apologizes, sorry. I was just thinking about something. His pensive expression hints at a deeper concern. A map is presented, detailing the territories of Akron, Mudillion, and Letica, all within the Cinder's Kingdom, signaling a significant geographical context. The blonde-haired knight speaks again, assessing the situation. If things were progressing normally, the Umbra Church would still be laying low. I'll have to consider everything about the Umbra Church as being 3 steps ahead of normal. This reveals a new level of threat and the need to reassess their strategy. A high-tech device is shown, and a voiceover announces the eventual need to raise public awareness. The plan to mobilize the Agresian royal guards and the rest of the army for war is revealed. Another voice calls it a wise decision. A figure declares their intent to justify the war clearly and on a large scale. A character, possibly reflecting on a past event involving her, wonders if he made her wait too long. A fireball erupts, suggesting an attack or battle is underway. You better dodge, Chloe, he warns, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he prepares to unleash an attack. He's not going easy on her. Chloe, an elf, observes, no matter what kind of attack I throw at him, he defends it effortlessly. His skill is clearly far beyond hers. Chloe yelps, Kya, as he effortlessly deflects her attack, leaving her visibly flustered. He suggests a break, noting, you're not as focused as you usually are. His concern is evident. He dismisses her apology, stating, no, it's nothing to be sorry about. He explains that since they're only training, any opening she presents isn't a genuine failure. He sharply reminds her, have you already forgotten how your hair was burnt to a crisp after saying you wanted to train as if we were in combat? His tone is firm, underscoring the seriousness of their training. He drinks from a bottle, a casual air masking the seriousness of his words. Another mistake, and her stylish bob could become a complete lack of hair. Sir Rakiz arrives opportunely. He dismisses the trainee, suggesting she take a break while he handles matters. The elf trainee, clearly anxious and still reeling from earlier events, waits patiently. The trainee is informed that if her mind changes, she should let him know. Her confused response hangs in the air. He impatiently cuts her off, demanding she get to the point. The escalating conflict in the Cinder's Kingdom is discussed, revealing that a seemingly minor spat amongst the royals has grown into a serious civil division. Rakiz confirms that events are unfolding as predicted, underscoring his strategic foresight. 6 months of intense training have yielded impressive results, even the newest recruits are combat ready. A superior officer presents a sword to his blonde-haired superior, a gesture of gratitude and acknowledgement of his hard work. The young prince beams, delighted with the gift and clearly proud of his troops' progress. The prince considers the sword a small token of appreciation for the officer's dedication. The officer has further information to report, his expression turning serious. The camera shows a line of soldiers. The prince assures the officer that he may speak freely. Intruders attempting to spread forbidden mystic arts were caught red-handed near the kingdom's borders. Recording devices were found. A smirk spreads across the prince's face, a glint of dangerous anticipation in his eyes. The eradication of the Umbra Church, a clandestine organization practicing forbidden dark faiths, is deemed a cause significant enough to ignite a war. Two figures discuss the implications of a power that might protect the Umbra Church. The existence of such a protector would have far-reaching consequences. A prince, witnessing an attack on a neutral territory bordering his kingdom, sees an opportunity. The kingdom's inability to protect this neutral zone presents a chance for revenge and expansion. The prince presses his advisor on uncovering who is supporting the Umbra Church, eager to exploit this weakness. The prince expresses concern that events are unfolding too rapidly, suggesting a potential lack of control or unforeseen complications. His advisor inquires about the prince's next move, highlighting the anticipation surrounding his plans. The prince reveals his plan to launch a three-territory attack, leveraging the rigorous training his troops have undergone. He sees the current situation as the perfect opportunity to execute his long-term strategy. The prince entrusts the recording devices to Sir Rakis, ensuring a thorough documentation of his upcoming campaign. Chloe's training session concludes, signaling the end of preparations before the impending conflict. Sir Rakis pledges unwavering loyalty and a swift retribution against any who threaten his prince. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air as the prince recognizes the inevitable start of a full-scale war. Olsen and his partisan forces are poised for action, adding to the growing tension. The prince and Sir Rakis stand ready, their confident smiles hinting at a well-laid plan and unwavering resolve. 3 months have passed since Caribia declared war on its neighbors. A map reveals the conquered territories, Accra, Mudilan, and Letica now fall under Caribia's control. Accra, Mudilan, and Letica surrendered after suffering crushing defeats against Caribia's superior forces. Jared, the commander-in-chief of the Caribia Armed Forces, is the mastermind behind this swift and decisive victory, inspiring fear in his enemies. A woman with vibrant red hair watches from a window as celebratory crowds cheer in the street below. She whispers, "Brother," her gaze filled with a mixture of concern and intrigue. Reassured, she explains that Jared's unparalleled success stems from the dissemination of Umbra Church follower recordings. As she continues, the woman reveals a chilling truth: their king wholeheartedly supports the Radius faith, a detail previously unknown. This support, she explains, extends to the brothers, who must follow a strict path dictated by the Radius faith. A single candle flickers in the darkness, a contemplative moment underscores the gravity of the situation. The brother, his voice laced with cynicism, declares mankind inherently insidious. A knight, defiant, questions the ease with which they assume they can kill without consequence. News arrives from the palace, a messenger urgently reports to his superior. The ensuing scene depicts captured rebels, their weapons are confiscated, and their guilt will be determined through due process. A knight superior praises his unstoppable might, emphasizing his crucial role in the upcoming battle against the rebellion in the Cinder's Kingdom. The civil war in the Cinder's Kingdom presents a unique opportunity for unity, and a subordinate eagerly requests to lead the forces into battle. The knight reflects on the unusual nature of being addressed as a king, finding the title almost taboo. A map shows the Cinder's territory in the neighboring Miseria region, highlighting the strategic importance of the upcoming conflict. The knight is officially declared Great Lord, receiving divine blessings and a significant reduction in natural disasters for the next 2 years as a reward. "My time has come," the knight declares, a grim smile playing on his lips. His eyes gleam with determination. His maid, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "You see, I can finally use the holy element. 6 months of blood, sweat, and tears has finally paid off." "Whoa, that's the best news I've heard all week," the knight replies, equally elated. The maid demonstrates the power of the holy element, explaining, if elementary healing using normal magic recovers 10 stamina, then mixing in the holy element with the same amount of magic could recover 20 stamina. "Me, my lord," she says, pointing out the knight's injury, the bracelet that inflicts damage through a curse. The maid marvels at the knight's ingenuity. "Just how did you think up a method like this, me lord?" Should I say it's a method of training from the East? Concern crosses her face as she worries. I could, but milord. Are you? She rushes to his side, noticing the burn on his arm. The burn on your arm, milord. I wish to treat it. A close-up reveals the prince, his face a mask of pained confusion, a single word escaping his lips, Hayes. The prince's fury explodes. Concern creases the faces of his advisors as they question his sudden outburst, their unease palpable. The prince's face is etched with worry, the weight of his problems is evident. His kingdom is teetering on the brink of collapse due to the actions of Jared. The prince's rage is unleashed once more. His advisor stutters in fear, unable to respond to the sharp reprimand. The advisor, terrified, confirms immediate action as the prince demands it. The aftermath of the battle reveals a field of surrendered flags, marking a decisive victory. The aggression royal bodyguards and Olsen's detached forces spearheaded the successful charge. Prince Puthalin's rapid advancement to the 5th class is noted, highlighting his exceptional skill and surprising growth at such a young age, only 26 this year. A hushed revelation, Prince Puthalin's alliance with the Umbra Church is revealed, sparking shocked reactions among those present. Intrigued, a man questions the depth of the prince's connection to the church. Worried about the consequences of Jared's potential defeat, she confesses to being more anxious than a lord. Her concern highlights the high stakes of the ongoing conflict and her deep investment in the outcome. The conversation shifts to the lack of retaliation against the prince's exposed alliance with the Umbra Church. This implies a powerful, unseen force protecting Prince Puthalin, suggesting a deeper, more complex web of power dynamics at play. A letter reveals Prince Puthalin's strategic war efforts and his intention to use force against those practicing a dark faith. The letter's instructions to destroy it emphasize secrecy and the clandestine nature of his actions. Prince Puthalin's internal monologue reveals his conditional loyalty, suggesting his actions are primarily self-serving and contingent on his own success. His ambition is paramount. The location is identified as the 4th country, Pashajit, and someone shouts, Jared, you bastard, hinting at a confrontation or betrayal. A deadly attack is launched, with a chilling vow from a follower of the faith to continue their struggle even in death. This underscores the fierce devotion and dedication of the Umbra Church's followers. A soldier reports that the enemy forces in Pashajit have surrendered, opening their gates and raising white flags. They claim to have never cooperated with the Umbra Church. A wounded soldier expresses relief at being able to finally fulfill his duty and understand the purpose for which he lives and breathes as a soldier, now standing by his king's side. The soldier pledges his loyalty, addressing his king. 3 months have passed, and the Caribbean's territory has expanded fivefold, reaching its maximum expansion limit according to the in-game system. Jared, now holding the title of Great Lord, beams with a self-satisfied grin. Hazy, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly calls Jared milord, while Jared, the newly titled Great Lord, calmly tells her to compose herself and explain her urgent matter. A chart illustrates the exponential increase in healing power based on Hayes's level, highlighting the massive difference between levels. Hayes reveals that wearing a certain artifact makes her feel incredibly ill. Jared suggests Hayes use the artifact's power in conjunction with her intermediate healing arts to quickly confirm her accomplishments. Hayes, though initially hesitant, acknowledges Jared's proposal as the fastest route, showing both her unwavering loyalty and her discomfort. Hayes confesses that the artifact's discomfort pains her heart, revealing a hidden vulnerability and her dedication to self-improvement. Jared enthusiastically agrees, eager to proceed with the test. The weight of his family's poisoning and the impending loss of the Civil War crushes Count Capri. His despair is palpable. Count Capri's face twists in disbelief, his near victory stolen by the betrayal of someone spreading recordings behind his back. An older man, seemingly a scholar, expresses his shock at the scale of the magicology used in the recordings, highlighting their sophisticated nature. Count Capri, sword at his side, stands before another soldier, Count Capri giving orders. With fierce determination, Count Capri orders the immediate withdrawal of his troops and the elimination of Azel. Count Capri reflects on recent events, realizing they served as a crucial warning. Sir Riquez boasts about the Chaldean sword's effectiveness as blood splatters around him and his comrade. Count Capri praises Riquez for a job well done, the Count's attention focused on the knight kneeling before him, exhausted but victorious. A system message announces the completion of a large recording device, a key piece of technology for the Magicology project. Rakiz examines a ring, revealing its ability to replenish his stamina, lost due to a curse. He plans to use this to intensify his training regimen. Rakiz requests healing, showing his wounds to a healer. A vast army of armored soldiers marches forward, their leader bellowing, "Giddy up!" The scale of the force is overwhelming. Two officers watch the approaching army in disbelief. One shouts, "Quiet," but the other retorts, "Everything I've worked for is falling apart. How can I possibly be calm?" The situation is dire and beyond their control. Prince Azel's cavalry charges into the fray, a seemingly insurmountable force. One officer confidently claims that they could annihilate the enemy at any time. Their confidence, however, is belied by the sheer size of the opposing army. One officer reflects on the unfolding events, questioning Jared's deep involvement in the kingdom's affairs. His frustration grows as he recognizes the futility of his efforts. A report arrives, confirming the officer's worst fears. Everything he believed was a carefully laid plan has crumbled. He declares his intention to put an end to it. The officer orders a hasty retreat back to the capital. His face is grim, showing the weight of his failure. The officer's report is grim: Princess Jess and Princess Putane are using black magic. His informant is horrified, barely able to believe it. This revelation confirms the officer's worst fears: the second and third princesses are followers of the dark faith. The treachery is appalling. Prince Azel arrives, riding into the capital. He intends to seize control of all entrances to the city. The elimination of the traitorous princesses would be ideal, he believes. The citizens erupt in praise for Prince Azel and Princess Myra. Their arrival signals a turning of the tide. Count Capri emerges, his challenge ringing out, "You'll be facing me." Prince Patalon, a mischievous glint in his eyes, examines a dark, coiled object in his gloved hand. His eyes blaze crimson as he declares that his opponent made a critical mistake by losing their reason. The text, "Upgraded Mind's Eye," indicates a power enhancement. Prince Putalon's adversary, a man named Jared, is shown in deep distress, questioning if his allies are dead. A character status box reveals Jared's level and abilities, level 77, signifying considerable strength. Prince Patalon mockingly addresses Jared as, "Jared, you bastard." His playful demeanor contrasts sharply with Jared's despair. Jared, enraged, threatens Patalon, questioning if he thinks he can escape unscathed. Patalon smiles, cruelly informing Jared that he will no longer have any duties to perform, implying his death is imminent. With a confident smirk, Patalon summons flames, challenging Jared to try and get past him. The confrontation escalates as Patalon unleashes a powerful fiery attack. Patalon unleashes a wave of fire, but Jared counters with his arcane sword arts, dispersing the flames with a swift magical maneuver. Jared's speed proves his advantage as he uses his quick sword technique, dodging Patalon's fire and launching a counterattack. Jared taunts Patalon, calling him the Umbra Church's dog, escalating the tension. Patalon declares his Cinder-style arcane sword arts superior to Jared's magic, reinforcing his confidence. Jared admits that without Diluc's bracelet, Patalon's attack would have been more problematic. Jared, with a triumphant laugh, overpowers Patalon's attack. Patalon, unwavering, declares that he will simply cut down any magic Jared throws at him. Jared unleashes a fiery attack, surprised to see the manifestation of a fire demon. To Jared's astonishment, the fire demon, seemingly defeated moments ago, resurrects. Patalon roars in frustration, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Jared responds with a swift counterattack, employing his arcane sword arts. Jared's attack creates a powerful, blinding burst. The final blow leaves Patalon defeated, his eye glowing ominously with a green light before he collapses. A soldier grimly informs his comrades that Prince Azel is secretly working for Jared. Jared's eyes blaze with furious green energy. They vow to strike before their enemies can prepare, a bold strategy given the circumstances. Tracking devices, hidden within the ground, begin to emit a series of beeps. A blinding explosion erupts, the result of a preemptive strike. The citizens of the Kingdom of Cinders cheer, their faces a mixture of hope and trepidation. Prince Putain assures them, "Fear not, for I'll protect all of you so you can continue on with your lives." He adds grimly, a stark contrast to his public reassurance, "Even if they're our kin, we cannot put them before our nation." The crowd's cheers erupt once more, a wave of sound washing over the scene. Suddenly, cries of alarm pierce the air. "Prince Putain! Are you safe? Prince!" A shadowed figure looms, a cold voice cutting through the panic. "You'll never see Prince Putain again." Prince Putain plummets from the sky, a wry smile playing on his lips as he says, "It seems you've leapt right into my landmines, Prince Putain." A massive explosion rocks the area, a powerful blast indicated by the scattered debris in the sky. The red-haired prince stares down at the scene below, a single exclamation point reflecting the weight of his actions, silently processing what he has done. The red-haired prince is berated for his interference, called a sly bastard for daring to involve himself in the kingdom's affairs. Undeterred, the blonde prince counters that he doesn't believe his fate is to die that day, though he adds a cautious however. The red-haired prince, enraged, vows to tear apart the blonde prince and that traitor working with him, Isel. He draws his swords. The red-haired prince is met with defiance, a fiery insult hurled back at him. A furious clash of steel follows. The red-haired prince's attack is met with surprising force. The sound of the impact rings out. The blonde prince cries out, clearly injured by the attack. The blonde prince smiles, stating it's his turn now as he conjures a ball of fire, ready to retaliate. A bystander wonders aloud if the blonde prince possesses anti-magic armor and swordsmanship. The red-haired warrior attacks, but the prince warns him not to leave himself vulnerable. The red-haired warrior struggles, realizing he's only a fourth-class mage and should have the advantage. The blonde prince confidently conjures a magical seal. A powerful flame burst erupts from the red-haired warrior. The warrior cries out in pain as he's hit by the fire, pushing back against the evil fire demons. The red-haired warrior's face is partially obscured by shadows, his expression filled with rage. A fiery arrow is launched. The accusation rings out, Jared, not Prince Azel, is the true mastermind behind the unfolding chaos. A roar erupts as soldiers charge, their target, Prince Azel, the perceived traitor. Amidst the fray, Prince Putalin's complaint, "His robe is ruined," cuts through the battle's fury. Jared's contemptuous laughter echoes, "His arcane swordsmanship," he boasts, "specializes in countering magic." A fiery explosion engulfs the battlefield. A figure is thrown back, heavily wounded. He repels an attack, a surge of cyan energy deflecting the assault. The repelled energy slams into the wounded figure, who cries out in pain. A dark stain spreads on the ground, a lingering effect from a recent blast. "Doesn't make any sense," he mutters, observing the scene. He explains that the opponent didn't account for the area of effect of his missile, a strategic oversight that led to the unexpected result. A bloody hand clutches the scorched earth, the lingering effect of a powerful blast. A knight lies dead, a dark stain spreading across the sand. His opponent explains that this was the consequence of attempting to leverage the Umbra Church's power without understanding its full potential. An artifact, Chloe's red light necklace, is discovered amidst the devastation. A narrator provides background information on Count Capri, the Umbra Church's former leader in Paradiso, a man driven by ambition and willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. Another knight, enraged, vows to stop his opponent from interfering. A fierce clash ensues, resulting in a powerful blow that sends the knight flying. Allied knights arrive, lamenting the death of Count Capri and expressing disbelief at the power displayed. Reinforcements arrive, but their leader coldly declares, "I'm sorry, but that won't be happening," as the aggression royal bodyguards prepare for battle. The scene shifts to a gruesome aftermath, a fallen knight lies amidst a spreading pool of blood. Putain, despite evading execution, faces life imprisonment. His fate is sealed. Azel, having heeded Jared's counsel, strategically waits until the opportune moment to seize power, ultimately becoming the ninth ruler. Jared, now kneeling before the newly crowned Azel, offers his greetings and respects. Azel commends Jared for his instrumental role in ending the civil war and securing her ascension to the throne. Jared humbly refutes any suggestion of self-serving motives, asserting that his actions were not driven by a desire for personal gain or vassalage. Jared assures Azel that his assistance in ending the civil war and securing her ascension to the throne requires no oaths or pledges of fealty. Azel, the newly crowned queen, expresses her gratitude to Duke Jared for saving their kingdom from collapse. Jared reflects on his unexpected rise from the bleak prospect of ruling a small territory to becoming instrumental in saving the kingdom. Jared, with a hint of mischief, explains to a soldier that the spoils of war belong to the victor, justifying his actions. Jared explains his unwavering devotion to Azel, whom he considers his queen, rather than a distant deity. The soldier kneels before him in awe. The soldier, overcome with emotion, weeps openly before Jared, showing his profound respect. Sir Rakiz, deeply affected by Jared's words, weeps openly, his profound respect evident. Jared, in a private setting, calmly discusses matters of state with someone referred to as brother, suggesting a close familial relationship despite their regal positions. The discussion centers on a plan to leverage Myra's position for the kingdom's benefit, a strategic move fraught with potential risks and implications. A system message reveals that Chloe's red light necklace is sealed, delaying access to critical information for 2 days and 12 hours. A blonde knight, poised and ready, unleashes a flame arrow, a fiery projectile streaking towards its target. The arrow's impact is shown through a close-up of an eye, overwhelmed by a blinding flash of golden light. The red-haired knight collapses, defeated, his sword lying discarded beside him, a clear sign of his failure. The blonde knight walks away, leaving his defeated opponent behind. The setting sun casts long shadows. The defeated knight's face is a mask of rage and frustration, he curses his misfortune. Desperate, the red-haired knight frantically demands the whereabouts of Count Capri, only to be met with the cold, blunt truth: Capri is not coming. The red-haired knight, his face a mask of furious determination, recounts his destiny, to raise a kingdom greater than any before. He scoffs at the old-fashioned doctrines of the Umbra Church, deeming them insufficient for his ambitions. Close up on a hand holding a red gemstone necklace, Chloe's. The implication is heavy: this artifact is key to understanding what's happening. A blonde-haired man observes the necklace, deducing its use: mind control. Specifically, he knows it was used on Prince Putalin. A defeated knight, fiercely loyal, vows to stop anyone from reaching their lord. The red-haired knight watches, his expression grim, as another knight engages the enemy, the battle escalating. A moment of shock, one of the knights falls, seemingly dead. A surviving knight rallies the rear guard, urging them to show their strength. Another knight fights back against the overwhelming force, but their lord's orders are clear: eliminate all who follow the darkness. Following the battle, Jess, a knight who had been fighting against the forces of darkness, escaped the kingdom. All further news of his whereabouts vanished. Only rumors persist that he sought refuge with the leader of the Umbra Church. Lord Jared, kneeling before the king, is greeted with a warm welcome. The king offers Jared a dukedom and vassalage in recognition of his service, but pauses, uncertain if Jared will accept. The king formally announces Jared's elevation to duke, declaring that any objections will be deemed treason. He firmly concludes the discussion, emphasizing his authority as king. The court erupts in praise for King Azel and the newly appointed Duke Jared, their voices a chorus of gratitude and loyalty. Jared reflects on his journey, marveling at how his tumultuous past has given way to a bright and promising future. He receives a gift, the red mood sword in Yuditha's armor, a heartfelt present from the king. The artifact is revealed to be more than just armor: it's powerful, reliable, and resonates with Jared's magic. Jared's connection to the sword is undeniable, the resonance between his magic and the weapon palpable. The scene shifts to show the unwavering loyalty of Jared's soldiers, their unity unprecedented. Their dedication is absolute, their dreams tied to his prosperous rule. A system message flashes: Rakiz's loyalty has drastically increased, reaching a new level, along with a notification that Jared has reached his third awakening. A comedic moment ensues: Jared's subordinate, overwhelmed by emotion, accidentally sneezes on him. Azel greets her brother, casually mentioning that she has something to tell him. Azel explains the Caribbean territory's rapid development in agriculture, commerce, and other sectors. She proposes they need Duke Jared's help to stabilize the kingdom. A close-up on a small, steaming red concoction, the word brother appears in a speech bubble above. Iselle reveals her plan, a political marriage to secure stability. A young man, possibly a soldier, speaks about repelling flame arrows. The battle concludes with Padalin's army completely surrounded and captured, signifying a decisive victory. An elderly official, his face etched with worry, raises a hand, silencing the victorious troops. His command to halt echoes through the ranks, halting their celebrations. A close-up reveals a crimson pendant, its significance still unknown. Duke Jared confesses his past temptations to betray the kingdom, admitting he considered seizing power for himself. He assures the monarch of his loyalty now. The queen expresses her gratitude to Jared for his unwavering service, his actions saved the kingdom. She vows to continue cleansing the land of the Umbra Church's remnants. Jared proposes a marriage alliance, his sister, Princess Myra, as the queen's spouse. A brief character profile of the queen highlights her decisiveness and self-sacrificing nature. The queen rejects Jared's proposal outright. Jared explains his reasoning for the refusal. The kingdom's northern region remains unstable and vulnerable, making this a risky time for a political marriage. Though he understands their concerns, he recognizes the current danger. Jared, his expression grim, contemplates the queen's rejection. The northern instability weighs heavily on him. Princess Myra, her face etched with disapproval, listens to Jared's explanation. The political climate is too precarious for marriage, he explains. Princess Myra firmly states her lack of interest in a political marriage. Myra warns Jared, any aggression will be met with the full force of her army. Jared, using the rejection as an opportunity, plans to survey the kingdom, advising Myra to return to the palace. A map reveals the precarious situation in the northern regions. Recent heavy rains have caused widespread flooding. News of last year's devastating flood and the fear of a potential epidemic adds to the already tense situation, but faith remains in King Izel's protection. A hooded figure, his face shadowed, contemplates the dire consequences of the floods. If the neighboring kingdoms learn of the situation, intervention may be inevitable. Inside a tavern, two men discuss a powerful individual, a guy that annihilated evil pudelings with a ridiculous offensive, the latter man clearly impressed. One of the men, Viscount Jared, wonders if this is the same figure they're discussing. The hooded figure enters the tavern, orders a beer, and observes the lack of available seating. The hooded figure's eyes widen, a sudden, powerful realization strikes him. Despite the crowded tavern, he boldly asks a seated group if he might join them, his words tinged with a sense of divine intervention. The hooded man seems to sense no malice from the group he's approached, a reassuring sign. The hushed tavern erupts in excited whispers. Jared. Jared, you mean you're? One patron urgently asks, Jared? Where? Another, more calmly, requests they lower their voices. The question hangs in the air, do you mean the large southern territory of Duke Bahaman Charlotte? Confirmation follows, yes, that's right. The group reacts with unrestrained joy. One comments, he cut me off, as the Duke toasts with them, thanking them profusely. One states, I'm very jealous of you, as a Duke that's managing such a large territory, adding, for someone with the blessings of a deity, his words and actions display a lack of confidence. The conversation turns to the Duke's future plans. Then, where will you be going now, he's asked. He raises a mug, smiling. I'll be going. The speaker explains that the mercenary group is known as gritty because of the heavy injuries they sustained during dungeon raids, leading to widespread rumors about them. The Duke, Kaikal, recognizes the names mentioned and finds them familiar. Kaikal raises his mug in a toast, one companion wishing him safe travels, the other praying for the prosperity of his territory. Kaikal explains he has much to prepare for his journey and will travel through the rain. He bids them a hasty farewell. Kaikal departs, leaving the tavern. Suddenly, Kaikal clutches his head in pain, overcome by a severe headache. Kaikal, despite the potential for conflict with Duke Jared, insists this is the moment to repay his gratitude for past favors. He expresses his thanks. Kaikal continues his heartfelt speech, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a friendly relationship with Duke Jared, even amidst possible future disagreements. He sincerely reveals his long-held admiration for Duke Jared, setting the stage for a complex, potentially unexpected alliance. Duke Jared, while accepting Keikel's offer of support against the Umbra Church's remnants, firmly asserts his intention to remain politically independent. He justifies this by referencing his late father's strategic approach. Jared jokingly admits his justification about his father's methods was fabricated, showcasing a blend of pragmatism and playful manipulation. Jared clarifies his refusal of marriage is not rooted in superiority but rather his belief that he is insufficient compared to the princess. He proposes maintaining their alliance without marriage, suggesting a future where they cooperate without the constraints of a formal union. Very well then. I understand. It's raining. You should use a teleportation. Now that I think about it, the rainy season is here now. Our territory should be fine, but the problem is that we're not the only territory next to a river. A decree from the Great Lord will significantly reduce natural disasters in the region for the next 2 years. Let's get out of the rain for now. Yeah. Just a few months back, he was some fat, countryside hick, but then he got all successful all of a sudden. So he doesn't know that I'm a handsome, muscular guy now. He. Yes sir, we'll prepare it for you right away. Ah, man. The weather's just nasty today. A system analysis reveals Keikel possesses the blessings of the lunatic use deity, making him, in the eyes of some, a true protagonist. The subject's special tendencies are deemed impossible to analyze. The speaker muses that if Keikel truly holds the deity's blessing, he is indeed the protagonist. However, they do not possess this information. Keikel, a young man with blonde hair, invites the hooded figure to sit. He introduces himself, stating his lineage from the dukedom of Charlotte. The hooded figure expresses their honor at meeting such a renowned individual, and Keikel orders a beer. Keikel clarifies that while he hails from the wealthy dukedom of Charlotte, his family is not particularly notable. The dukedom of Charlotte's influence on the southern business districts is noted, implying Keikel's social standing, even if not from a prestigious family, is still considerable. A group discusses the lack of information on Keikel due to his family's size. Keikel pays for his and the other customers' beers with a single coin. Keikel generously treats his companion to a round of drinks, paying effortlessly with a single coin, a subtle display of his considerable wealth, even for someone not of noble birth. The conversation turns to Keikel's age, with his companion expressing surprise at their similar ages. The other man muses that Keikel might even be the real protagonist of their story, intrigued by his mysterious aura. The talk shifts to a mercenary group forming a raid team for a dangerous dungeon known as the Underground Caves of the Ruins, a notoriously difficult location in the kingdom's northeast. One of the men recalls the dungeon's reputation, noting it was amongst the top 3 most hated dungeons in Paradiso, adding to the mystery and allure of this particular raid team. The other man eagerly expresses his desire to raid both the Underground Caves of the Ruins and the Demon Army's Refuge, 2 notoriously challenging dungeons. Their conversation ends with pleasantries, and Keikel prepares to depart, his companion expressing his gratitude and hope for a future meeting. As Keikel leaves, he extends an invitation to his companion to visit Caribia, hinting at a connection or future shared adventure. Keikel departs the tavern, a farewell of take care, echoing in the air. Duke Jared, addressed by his sovereign, confirms his strategic alliance, yet refuses further entanglements. The queen observes Jared's calculated response, her expression hinting at understanding and unspoken intentions. Jared, now seated, cordially invites Keikel to sit. "I'm Jared," he says, "please, have a seat." Keikel, intrigued, inquires about the dukedom of Charlotte. Slightly embarrassed, Keikel explains his wandering lifestyle and confesses his lacking swordsmanship. He admits to making a living off his other skills. Their meeting concludes with a promise to reunite. "Let's meet again, Keikel." Rain lashes against the windows of a dimly lit tavern as the scene unfolds. Inside, 2 men share a meal, their conversation interrupted by a sudden, unsettling gaze. Where, one of them whispers, unease etched on his face. A woman's powerful kick sends a shockwave through the tavern, silencing all chatter. The main character's eyes widen, a divine blessing has been bestowed upon him. "Another divine blessing," he exclaims, his surprise evident. He's immune to the woman's dark magic, thanks to his Gracia's ring, a 4-star artifact increasing magic and negating negative mental debuffs. His soul is also protected. Two identical women, smirking, watch from the shadows. "Let us go, Red Queen," a voice urges, as the Red Queen, clearly distressed, is shown leaving. Another voice cries out, "You're leaving?" A woman observes two men, commenting, "It doesn't seem like they have any special skills besides their sword skills which they've polished over time." The Red Queen turns, questioning, "Kaikal, Red Queen, just what are you guys?" One of the identical women smirks, simply stating, "Oh. How fun." A goblin-like creature is defeated, triggering a level-up notification. A ominous message appears, the outbreak of July 1st. The Red Queen contemplates the situation, musing, but this space getting cut in half is a little worrying. Did their leader get nervous? The Red Queen's magical stats increase due to training rewards and synergy with Isabelle. Isabelle marvels at the substantial boost to her magic defense, confirming its reality with a surprised and happy expression. Isabelle reflects on her enhanced magical capabilities, noting her increased resistance to magic, possibly due to a synergistic effect with her body's natural magic immunity. She also acknowledges her comparatively weaker physical defenses. A defeated enemy, seemingly a powerful being given its armor, coughs and sputters while clutching its chest, muttering a vow for revenge before collapsing. A figure observes a group of Umbra church members, reflecting on the inevitability of their paths crossing but expressing surprise at the unexpected timing. Isabelle connects the recent outbreak to the Keiko Church, suggesting a hidden connection that requires further investigation. A question is raised regarding the intense desire of someone to witness recent events, shown via an exterior shot of a grand, imposing building, possibly a place of high status. Isabelle and another individual are shown in a technologically advanced laboratory, marveling at the incredible technology below the palace. The scene shifts to a conversation, where someone casually inquires about Isabelle's charm training progress. He grins, brimming with confidence. "You could easily make a living with just what?" Isabelle's companion inquires about her charm training, a subtle shift in focus. A flashback reveals a harrowing scene. 65 years ago, a woman is branded a witch and burned at the stake. The woman cries out, "Kya," as the flames consume her, a scene of stark contrast and historical significance. Praise is given to the pure Trangilian Empire. Isabelle's companion dismisses further inquiry, stating it's better for her not to know the full truth. The scene transitions back to the present. Isabelle's companion changes the subject, asking about problems with her magic management, thus diverting from the sensitive topic. Isabelle, whose stats are displayed, reveals her plan for a dungeon raid, showing resolve in the face of adversity. Isabelle's companion's sharp inquiry, "Where is it?" suggests a hidden urgency, leaving the audience wanting more. Isabelle, brimming with newfound resolve, explains her plan: she'll study up before tackling the dungeon raid, leaving first. Her companion, whose mood visibly brightened at her presence, expresses gratitude. A sudden, intense headache overwhelms Isabelle's companion. He clutches his head, his eyes wide with alarm, as he asks where the pain is coming from. The source of the pain is revealed. Isabelle's companion's gaze is fixed on Isabelle, the intensity building the suspense. It's Isabelle. A mysterious card appears, revealing her to be blessed by the evil deity, Helasis, making her abilities unreadable. Am I supposed to search for the hidden protagonist? This stabbing pain in my forehead is far from just a normal headache. I think that Red Queen girl cast a mental debuff spell or a charm of some kind on me. Ha! It's time. Already? Alright, let's. The group prepares for confrontation, their eyes locked on their target. He takes a moment to compose himself before facing the threat. Let's meet, Gain. Jared, surveying the battlefield, finds the year's monster surge underwhelmingly sparse. He remarks on the low numbers compared to the previous year. Jared decides to exploit a dimensional travel bug for personal gain. Having reached level 70, Jared chooses to reallocate his stats, focusing on balance. Jared's character sheet shows his stats after reallocation, highlighting a significantly improved magic defense. A comparison of rank and system divisions is made, clarifying the meaning of Jared's improved magic defense. An ogre-like creature grunts, drawing Jared's attention. The ogre mentions Agrat, causing Jared's immediate concern and confirming the creature's demise. Jared's expression hardens. The mention of Agrat reveals the involvement of not only the Umbra Church but also the Keiko Church. Jared's workshop hums with activity. Rows of landmines, meticulously crafted, stand ready. Alongside, Ronella herbs and high-grade magic potion synthesizing equipment demonstrate a broader operation. Isabel, focused on a complex mechanism, declares her dedication. Whatever you think up, you always go above and beyond for it. Her determination is palpable. Isabel reveals her progress in charm making, stating, "I've mastered up to the 3 star charms, and I'm just getting through the 4 star charms." The difficulty of her craft is evident. Isabel vehemently rejects the notion of charm making as a mere means of livelihood, exclaiming, "I'm not training to learn charms just to make a living off of them." Her passion burns bright. Jared, concerned, asks, "That fate, why haven't you told me about it?" His worry underscores a hidden, ominous truth. A mob erupts, shouting, "Sorcerers are wicked. Leave our pure empire now." A fiery torch is brandished, fueled by religious zealotry. The crowd's rage intensifies, their cry for the destruction of demons echoing, "Slaughter the demons and protect the empire's honor." The scene crackles with volatile energy. Jared explains Isabel's situation. "Isabel, she's skilled in magic, and she has a cheerful personality. Maybe because of her specialty in charms, she's growing darker the more she trains." A troubling consequence of her craft is revealed. Isabel, her eyes burning with a fierce determination, reveals that while she can't use her magic recklessly, she can ration it to hold her own in battle for an extended period. The effort, however, will demand intense focus, a level comparable to navigating Mahart III's tomb, a notoriously difficult feat. Jared, surprised by her revelation, lightheartedly comments that he's heard of the demon's refuge. Isabel, visibly excited, expresses her familiarity with the location. Jared observes with a smile that he's successfully managed to lift Isabel's spirits somewhat. Jared, examining a device resembling a technological recorder, notices that new data has been recorded. Jared, frustrated with the lack of divine intervention despite his personal successes, declares that he should have divine assistance by now and proceeds to enjoy a well-deserved drink. Jared feels a pang of guilt, questioning how he can help cheer up someone, despite his own recent successes. Determined to shoulder his own burdens this time, Jared resolves to study a subject that has been constantly on his mind. Lost in thought, the young man ponders a complex problem. He examines a strange device, a glint of determination in his eyes. It seems to be a key element to his solution. The device's capabilities are limited, its current territory contains less than 2% of the needed cultural content. He needs a way to compensate for this deficiency. He realizes the lack of impactful speeches capable of resonating with the public's emotions. It's a significant hurdle. The scene shifts to the Arcane's pub in Cribia. A man is giving a speech to a large crowd, his words punctuated by appreciative murmurs of thank you. A young man excitedly exclaims, "My lord," revealing his loyalty. Another, blonde-haired companion, hushes him, suggesting secrecy. The place they're referring to is of great importance to them. The blonde-haired man contemplates their next move, stating, "It seems that we need to build a real estate in Cribia," indicating their ambition for future expansion. They choose to wait and see if their current path leads to prosperity or ruin. The narrative reveals a crucial piece of information about Valdez, his dark past as a propagandist for the demon army and a history of scamming. The young man expresses his reluctance to meet Valdez due to his villainous history. He then asks his lord what brings him there. His lord reveals that Valdez is a key speaker at their pub, residing in a private room, explaining Valdez's elevated status. The blonde-haired man finds this positive news. The conversation shifts to Tatar Island, described as a place where dark elves live and have ties to the Red Goblins. The final panel shows a dark elf warrior, confirming the existence and visual representation of this race. "Good evening, my lord." A servant greets their master, the scene setting a formal, possibly aristocratic tone. "Thank you for listening to my speech. I'll bring you the Caracas petal tea, my lord." A conversation continues between the master and servant, the latter offering refreshment after a speech. Sir Argans took care of me. There's nothing to be sorry about. I gave Argans the liberty of everything that is done here. The master, seemingly pleased, reveals Argans's autonomy in his domain. Like Lena, I believe that he can change his future. Someone expresses faith in a character named Jared's potential for positive change. Of course, not only will you act as my spokesperson, I would also like to entrust you with the development and promotion of the cultural industry. What? A significant proposition is made, met with surprise. They were low-life people who elude others of the truth. All of them are greedy devils who care only about their own interests, but Jared is different. A lord who pursues the welfare of his land first. A contrast is drawn between corrupt individuals and Jared, highlighting his unique dedication. Jared's spokesperson, presenting a condition, states that he won't work for a leader who proves to be corrupt. He clarifies that to accept an agreement, the leader must be virtuous. Jared's spokesperson asserts his ambition isn't greed but a desire to elevate Jared to the world's pinnacle, emphasizing that true value isn't measured in mere money. Observing Jared's spokesperson's unwavering loyalty, a thought crosses someone's mind about Jared's intent to see his former master, the Demon King, succeed. The spokesperson, displaying loyalty and ambition, pledges his dedication to Jared's grand vision despite his limitations and ability, reassuring Jared that he'll work relentlessly to make his dreams a reality. More grateful thanks to Jared are given. A servant arrives with Caracas petal tea. A third party observes, commenting positively on the new talent now serving Jared. The final panel showcases a seemingly idyllic estate, contrasting the previous scene's seriousness and hinting at a more relaxed atmosphere soon to come, emphasis on the pleasantness of video consumption versus live-action drama. One advisor suggests using film for publicity, advocating for an easily accessible movie for wider appeal and multiple uses. Another advisor offers a personal suggestion, revealing a long-held idea that hasn't gained traction. He proposes using an autobiography as their first movie, a suggestion that surprises the first advisor. The narrator reflects on the deep bond between the two men and their intimate sharing of stories that run too deep for casual conversation. Jared considers using a military imaging device for cultural purposes, showcasing a movie. Jared is offered 500 gold coins a month if he promises a position above the general administrator, but he scoffs at the suggestion of using military imaging technology to show a movie, deeming it foolish. Jared is informed they've reached the final candidate for the position and that he has no choice but to meet them. A cheerful announcer introduces Valdez Handspeeder, the speaker for peak hours. Valdez arrives, simply stating his presence. Valdez passionately advocates for the Caribbean territory's continuous advancement. Those present marvel at Valdez's speech, noting its impact and his suggestions for expanding power through sea dominance. A dramatic visual emphasizes Valdez's captivating speech, revealing his name and hinting at his powerful influence. Valdez's speech has swayed many to the Demon King side, and his popularity is further emphasized by a crowd seeking his autograph. A young man approaches a girl, stating, "Aki, I'm here to see someone." Aki, intrigued, asks if he means Valdez. Aki's eyes widen slightly as a hand suddenly appears behind her, gently pulling her away. She murmurs, "1 minute." The young man confirms he's there for Valdez, revealing his next business expansion involves the Dark Elves of Tatar Island. He explains this will be a beneficial experience for Aki's growth. Overjoyed, she thanks him, but a playful slap to the face results in a blush and a light-hearted bicker about her reddening face. Valdez, observing from afar, looks serious as he watches Aki and the young man. The young man apologizes, stating he didn't mean to take advantage of his privileged position. Valdez is revealed to be the one the young man seeks. The man states that he is the talent he's been looking for. Despite Valdez's skills, the man expresses concern over his trustworthiness and recognizes that no one can fully replace him. Valdez's eyes glow red, highlighting the situation's complexity. The Minister of Public Affairs questions the young man's claim, focusing on Valdez's past service to corrupt lords who suppressed news of disasters in their territory. The minister's suspicion deepens as he reflects on Valdez's association with those who acted without guilt or hesitation in their ruthless schemes. Despite the revelation of Valdez's questionable past, the young man declares his belief in Valdez's trustworthiness. Reassuring the minister, the young man confidently asserts that he is telling the truth. The young man implores Valdez to pledge to become a virtuous leader, highlighting his hope for a change in Valdez's path. The panel reveals the minister's thoughts. Valdez's true feelings, unknown in Paradiso, paint a picture of a powerful kingmaker. The young man seals his alliance with Valdez, offering his unwavering promise and a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. A young man seals a deal with Valdez, a powerful kingmaker, shaking hands across a table laden with teacups. A sense of mutual respect, tinged with unspoken ambition, hangs in the air. Valdez points out the novelty of movies to his new ally, while emphasizing the potential boost to the territory's development. The conversation shifts to practical matters, improving the Caribbean Army's welfare and the possibility of showcasing that improvement in a movie. Valdez mentions that his contacts are working on new cultural content, perfectly complementing the movie project. The young man expresses approval. The young man assures Valdez of his open-mindedness and willingness to listen to any ideas. A subtle hint of excitement dances in his eyes. His grin widens, he's ready to move forward. The question now is how best to begin this ambitious endeavor. The young man reflects on this newfound partnership, describing it as gaining a powerful and invaluable ally. An idea strikes the young man, setting the stage for the next phase of their plan. A young man, cloaked and hooded, stands before several figures, one of whom asks, "My lord?" The scene is set in what appears to be a dimly lit room, possibly an inn or tavern. The narration reveals that the young man unexpectedly declared the Allied holy forces to be corrupt demons. A man with long brown hair observes the young man, noting, "You were the only person in the audience who was shining. I couldn't help but recognize you." This implies the young man possesses unique qualities or abilities. The man offers the young man a position as Minister of Public Affairs, stating, "Would you perhaps like to serve under me as Great Caribbea's Minister of Public Affairs?" The offer is surprising, given the previous panel's context. The young man responds with laughter, "Ha ha 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 ha." He seems amused by the unexpected offer, possibly suggesting a hidden agenda. The young man thanks the man, still laughing, and reiterates, "My lord." This might indicate acceptance of the offer, although his amusement remains. The man reflects, "Yes, the introduction of the autobiography. I didn't think our conversation was going to end." This suggests the autobiography is a crucial element of their plan. The story of Valdez is already widely known. Valdez is currently juggling two projects, a promotional movie and his autobiography. The situation is proving more complex than anticipated. A woman with pointed ears enters the room unexpectedly. Valdez is startled by the uninvited guest, exclaiming about the lack of a knock. He understands the situation, but questions the need for an immediate meeting. The woman insists that seeing it beforehand is harmless. Valdez agrees to continue, highlighting the importance of preserving the atmosphere. The people have started calling the area a dungeon, a place where the Magnus is rooted. The woman explains that these creatures are easily cut with even a small amount of power, but possess tremendous attack power. She emphasizes that holy magic should never be used against them. The young man smirks, asking what else she wants to add. A data panel appears, revealing the creature's special inclination for absolute stealth and camouflage, along with its general inclinations. The woman remarks on the artifact's novelty. She recalls Tranquillus, mentioning he was Chloe's brother. The training of the young man is about to begin. Jared addresses a group of 7 recruits, stating that this is their final opportunity to ask questions before their raid on the demon refuge. Jared reveals their unconventional approach to the raid, indicating they will deviate from the typical route. The group arrives near their destination, a mountainous area outside Caribbean territory. Jared observes his team, noting everyone appears to be resting soundly. While walking with Lena, Jared praises her enhanced skills since their previous encounter in the Alami underground mine, a year prior. Lena expresses her pleasure at Jared's positive assessment and reveals her desire to present a new image of herself. Jared expresses his pride in Lena's progress, and Lena reciprocates her joy. Lena points out Jared's growing popularity and the positive changes in their territory since his ascension. Jared thanks Lena, expressing his hope for their success in the upcoming raid so that everyone survives and grows stronger. A system message pops up, showing Lena's loyalty has drastically increased by 50 points, reaching the maximum level and triggering a first awakening state. The narration suggests this is due to her sincerity, foreshadowing a brighter future for Cribia. Ugh! Two of Jared's companions react to a terrible smell. The party descends into a cavern filled with countless skulls and skeletons. Lena, seemingly unfazed, smiles reassuringly, pointing out there is nothing to worry about as they are all fighting under the same conditions. Jared proposes they swiftly advance to the first floor, reasoning that the strong hunter presence there will deter monsters. All right. The team, united, prepares to advance, their determination palpable. Valdez, deemed trustworthy, is highlighted as a key figure in their operation. A map of the demon refuge, a crucial dungeon, is revealed, setting the stage for their perilous adventure. Startled by an unexpected encounter, the blonde character expresses surprise, the tension rising. The demon refuge is identified as a darker, more ominous dungeon than those previously faced. The demon refuge, once a simple shelter for the fallen, was transformed into a dungeon by the construction of numerous altars and the commencement of human sacrifices. Now a source of regularly released monsters, its denizens are exceptionally strong and, above all, deathly afraid of dying. Chloe, curious about the nature of this dangerous dungeon, seeks an explanation for its ominous reputation. The blonde man assures her that he possesses a strategy to overcome the threat, emphasizing that her only concern should be maximizing her abilities. Chloe's face reddens, a noticeable air of confusion enveloping her. Her level is 83. His speculation arises that her positive feelings towards someone might be causing internal conflict. The blonde man lightheartedly instructs Chloe to proceed first, promising to catch up after a briefing. Chloe, Isabel, and Raquise stand before a shadowy figure. Tension hangs heavy in the air. Isabel voices her concern about the upcoming raid on the Demon Refuge dungeon, noting that even 40 A-class hunters failed previously. She questions their chances of success with only 7 members. Me, the blonde man, delivers a cautionary message: never go on a path already tread by others. His words hint at a unique approach to their upcoming mission. The team rests at their final camp before the dungeon raid. The atmosphere is calm, with an underlying sense of anticipation. Lena, unable to sleep, approaches me. Her expression is one of worry and yet determination. Lena expresses gratitude to me, highlighting the significant growth she has experienced under his guidance. Me informs Lena that people are praising his leadership, underscoring his growing influence and the team's faith in him. Lena pledges her unwavering loyalty and dedication to me and the team. Loyalty to me has reached 200, triggering his first awakening state. A strange smell emanates from the entrance. Using cleansing magic will lessen the odor. Mia readily complies, dispelling the scent. A briefing earlier revealed that holy magic doubles damage against evil-tainted monsters, but also doubles incoming damage. Mia uses her magic wind to clear away the lingering scent, making entry easier. Valdez, newly appointed Minister of Public Affairs, experienced a smooth and welcomed appointment process, thanks to Mia's influence. Since the enemies are evil-tainted monsters, holy magic is expected to be effective. Someone observes that Valdez has quite a few handsome men among his Agresto guards, suggesting she might have feelings for one of them. The panel also shows the artifact, the Boots of Tranquillus. The location is identified as the east side of the mansion annex. Mia, Lena, and Chloe are shown. Chloe explains that everyone gathered there possesses the ability to raid the demon refuge without issue. Lena's level, 69, and special inclination are displayed. A single drop of water falls from the cavern's ceiling, echoing the silence of the damp, dark space. A young woman, her face etched with worry, obeys the command, "Stay out of my way until I say otherwise." The man's eyes widen as he discovers the artifact, a strange ring. "What's that? What the hell is this?" he exclaims, confusion battling with a dawning sense of dread. He studies the ring, recognizing its true nature. It's not a lucky ring, it's a cursed one, a spiteful creation of the Paradiso developers. The dead bodies at the entrance now make grim sense. Relieved, he explains, "I'm okay, it's just a headache." Because the curse in the ring was invoked, the target to be sacrificed will be removed. The curse affects only Gracia's ring. His immunity is thanks to Fleer's ring. The man smiles, regarding his group, the White Skeleton Hunters. "You're really a lucky ring. The signs I'm getting are good from the beginning." He considers the dead bodies at the entrance, another casualty of Fleer's ring, but ultimately, this too benefits him. The location is identified: first underground floor, fifth stone chamber. A White Skeleton Hunter, clearly weary, comments on the chamber's high mortality rate for other hunting parties. A young woman exclaims at the group's incredible luck, praising their seemingly charmed journey. A powerful blast is shown, with the text suggesting the group's leader caused a chain reaction among the red demons. Two onlookers express their astonishment at the seemingly impossible feat, marveling at the proficiency of the White Skeleton Hunters. The leader, filled with a mischievous glee, announces his discovery, creating a moment of suspense. The leader charges forward, breaking through a stone wall with sheer force. The team emerges from the rubble, triumphant, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A map reveals the team's progress through a multi-level structure, the remnants of a carelessly constructed paradise development. The shortcuts taken left only fragmented traces behind. Concerns arise about a potential encounter with other paradise users, but the immediate focus is on the eastern continent. A seasoned leader reassures the team, downplaying the risk for now. The team prepares for a significant undertaking, readying to excavate a specific location. The urgency and purpose of their digging remain yet unknown. A young woman explains the dangers: activating a device will summon powerful red demons from the other side. The tension builds as the plan's risks are laid bare. A deafening explosion erupts, signifying the activation of the device. The team braces for the imminent arrival of the red demons. Two grotesque, small red demons emerge from the blast, their menacing presence palpable. Their appearance confirms the activation's success. One of the team members reacts with alarm to the demon's arrival, her fear clear. A quick response is needed. The team strategizes. One member takes the lead on defense, while another prepares support magic, showcasing teamwork and combat readiness. Everything is proceeding as planned, the team is fully prepared. A team member points out the middle boss's chamber, confirming their location. One of the team members darkly jokes about taking a photo of a dead person before it happens, showcasing a callous approach. Fleer, a powerful wizard-type monster using black magic, awaits. His defenses and magical abilities make him a formidable opponent. The team decides to deviate from their original plan, choosing to directly confront Fleer rather than following a linear progression. The team's leader, radiating confidence, displays an unwavering determination. A warning is issued, but Rakiz, the leader, remains calm and reassures his team. The team stands before a pristine fifth underground floor, marveling at its untouched state. They are the first to explore this area. Rakiz, unwavering, declares their mission: to leave no trace of their passage through this unexplored floor. The team, energized by Rakiz's command, descends to the fifth underground floor. Rakiz checks in with his team, ensuring everyone understands the mission parameters. A discarded boot and a glimpse of a skull suggest a previous encounter. The team may not be the first after all. A chilling discovery: a ring that kills its owner upon a second loss. Its warning is clear. "My lord, what's wrong?" The young woman's worried question hangs in the air as her companion clutches his head, clearly in distress. A cook escapes his lips, painting a picture of sudden pain. A cursed ring, previously a death sentence, now offers protection. The narrative reveals its power, shielding its owner from physical harm in exchange for periodic headaches. "Thank you. I'll fulfill your roles well and conquer the dungeon." The blond man's resolve hardens. He accepts the ring's power, vowing to use it to achieve his goals. Despite the seemingly impossible task, their progress is surprisingly smooth. "But we were able to walk in with ease," notes one of the group, highlighting an unexpected advantage within the dungeon. The team's strategy is revealed. Using magic to lure in approximately 20 red demons, they effectively trap their enemies. Those demons were gathering like flies on a sticky trap, one observes, emphasizing the success of their cunning plan. A triumphant laugh erupts. Against almost 20 red demons. The blue-haired woman's joy is palpable, showcasing the group's triumphant victory. What is the Lord? A concerned question rises, signaling a sudden, new, and possibly ominous turn of events. Everyone, turn your heads, a voice commands, the urgency palpable as a large hand reaches into the frame, signaling an imminent threat. The group reacts with apprehension, their expressions shift to concern, foreshadowing the ominous development. A map reveals a secret passage, a shortcut from the 5th stone chamber on the 1st underground floor of the demon refuge to the 8th chamber on the 4th floor. Following the previously uncharted path, they discover an intact trail. One character remarks that leaving it untouched was a waste of time. The group reaches a blockage. Their path forward is obstructed. A mysterious device resembling a time bomb is described. Unlike pressure plates, it explodes after a set time. The adventurers prepare for the impending explosion. A series of pulsating, purple time bombs are tossed to safety. Two small, red demons, screeching, appear. The previously peaceful atmosphere shifts to impending danger. A small, furious red demon charges the blonde-haired adventurer, who deflects the attack with her shield, the impact echoing with a resounding tang. The adventurer unleashes a blinding flash of light, obliterating the demon with a massive boom. The adventurer, seemingly unfazed, casually remarks, "Okay, this is great," while clapping his hands with a satisfied smirk. A worried young woman informs the blonde adventurer that many hunters die attempting to traverse the treacherous, trap-filled dungeon. The adventurer confidently declares that they will bypass the dangerous area completely, utilizing a shortcut. The young woman, awestruck, exclaims that there is nothing their leader doesn't know. The team leader confirms that each floor contains 8 stone chambers, and access to the lower 5 floors is limited to passage through the 8th chamber on each level. He explains that demons cannot access the 8th chambers due to divine power emanating from a central crystal. The leader views this as a heaven-sent opportunity. From the 5th floor onward, all monsters will become valuable assets. Before entering, the leader reminds the team that enhanced strength and speed are crucial in dungeons. They gain a sudden increase in strength and speed. The leader instructs Lena to protect their rear, as he doesn't want anyone getting ahead. The leader discovers a glowing ring near a skeleton. A man explains, "Yes, that's right. There's a door that leads you from the 8th stone chamber on the 4th underground floor to the 1st stone chamber on the 5th underground floor." He gestures to a hidden passage in the stone wall. Ignoring the loud noise, a curt command rings out, "Just ignore the stupid roaring Fleer." The ring's description appears: Lucky Ring, Fleer's Blessing, Option 1, 100% increase in experience for all allies within 69 m radius. Option 2, all allies within 69 m radius recover 0.5 HP per second. Option 3, all allies within 69 m radius recover 0.5 mana per second. Option 4, Lucky Day, use the power of the ring to evade a fatal attack that leads to instant death. One-time use only. After Lucky Day is triggered, Option 4 will disappear. A small cat-like creature adds, Option 4 will give you an extra life in case of an emergency meow. A wave of dark, rotund earth demons descends, their physical resilience noted. The earth demons are countered by a swarm of white, ghost-like creatures whose shrill cries fill the air. Sir Rakiz orders Mia to retreat, explaining that the white demons are immune to magic. He deflects an attack with a burst of energy. Rakiz strategically assigns Lena to the right flank and himself to the left, instructing Lena to lure the red demons. Chloe is instructed to target the white demons' backs for an instant kill. Her swift, precise strikes prove effective. Another team member, presumably Chloe, is instructed to eliminate the earth demons with a ranged attack. Rakiz, displaying calm confidence, is commended for his decisive leadership during this challenging engagement. A wave of explosive energy erupts as Chloe's ranged attack decimates the earth demons. A triumphant quiek kihik punctuates the fiery destruction. The screen displays a series of system messages. Rakiz earns the titles Red Demon Slayer, granting him a 25% damage boost against evil monsters, Indirect Killer, rewarding him with 50 wisdom points, and Visitor of the Underworld, providing a 25% wisdom boost in underground dungeons. Riki's, reflecting on the battle, remarks that they should have arrived earlier, as the situation is about to escalate further. 2 days later, Riki's confidently asserts that another team is following them, eliminating the need to rush. He proposes they utilize the time wisely. Riki's expression brightens as he smiles, emphasizing the importance of efficient time management. Riki surveys their bounty of magic stones, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. He announces their large collection and intends to immediately begin preparations for the upcoming showdown. Riki casually examines a particularly large spirit stone, nonchalantly remarking on its billion-won value while acknowledging his desensitization to such riches due to past experiences. With a few quick gestures, Riki activates the stones, creating 3 powerful zones. Riki proposes a test of the new zones to his team, and Chloe eagerly volunteers. A tactical map reveals the team's strategic positioning. Chloe enters one of the newly activated zones, and her immediate reaction conveys its restorative and empowering effects. Riki, impressed by the immediate results, declares it time for the team to settle in and prepare for what is to come. Riki outlines the battle plan. Chloe and Hayes will face the boss together, while Riki takes a flanking position. He confidently declares, "Leave it to me." Hayes questions Riki's choice, recalling their past joint operations. Her concern hints at a potential underlying issue, adding a layer of suspense. A sudden, violent kayak shatters the silence. The image reveals Gapages, the ruler of the demon's abode, stirring from his slumber. Chloe explains that Gapages is in a deep sleep, only a loud alarm will wake him. However, she reveals she possesses a second-class magic spell, Glitter Dust, suggesting a plan to utilize it. A young mage explains that while a 6th-class spell could teleport them all, his second-class magic is the best option available for waking Gapages. He turns to Hayes, asking if she's ready. Hayes, the other mage, declares she'll proceed to the ruler. Her cape billows as she prepares to use her spell. Chloe watches Hayes with concern, muttering "damn," as she observes the risky nature of the spell. Hayes, focused intensely, states that she'll fail if she makes a single mistake. Red energy surges around her as she begins her spell. Hayes continues her spell, determined, as red energy lines crisscross around her. She declares, "I'm going." Hayes is successfully teleporting using the spell, moving rapidly along red energy beams. Someone encourages her, shouting, "You're doing great." Hayes completes her teleportation, landing before Gapages, exhausted but successful. "Good work, Hayes. Now, let's combine our powers and attack Gapages." Hayes and Mia assess the situation, recognizing the Earth Demons as a difficult opponent for them. Mia, confident in her training, launches a powerful attack at a demon. Hayes takes charge, assigning Mia to keep her distance and focusing on handling the red demons herself. Mia complies, focusing her efforts solely on defending against direct attacks. Another warrior steps forward, offering to deal with the red demons while Hayes attends to other threats. The red demons unexpectedly demonstrate surprising strength and speed, surprising the warriors. A warrior, narrowly avoiding a devastating attack, reflects on the red demons' overwhelming power. Their self-destructing move is capable of melting even bone. Exhausted from the battle, the warriors, Hayes, and 2 others rest in a stone chamber on the 5th underground floor. The scene is heavy with the unspoken toll of their fight. They are clearly worn out, their weary expressions and slumped postures telling of a hard-fought battle in this harsh dungeon. Despite the perilous situation, Hayes and the others fall quickly asleep, highlighting the sheer exhaustion they've suffered. Suddenly, a hand adorned with a ring reaches out and swiftly snatches something from one of the sleeping warriors. The swift, silent motion indicates a stealthy, perhaps even hostile, interruption. A magic tool, Bullet's artisan tool, crafted from stella, a rare mineral that allows for the creation of runestones anywhere and at any time, has been pilfered. The thief's lack of concern for the substantial monetary value of the item hints at ulterior motives. Despite the theft of his artisan tool, Bullet, the blonde warrior, remains resolute. He reflects on his mortality, declaring that if death comes, it will be glorious, as he still has a long way to go. Bullet strategically positions his team before a chamber, utilizing recently crafted runestones to create 3 buff zones enhancing their abilities. He directs an elf to stand within a zone, demonstrating its effects.
The elf confirms the buff's effectiveness, feeling the increased haste and strength.
Bullet explains their upcoming battle strategy against the approaching demons, assigning roles and directions for the impending confrontation.
Lena and Mia are tasked with blocking the left flank, supported by each other.
Isabel will provide magical support to the three frontline warriors.
The team is ready, their strategy hinges on this specific approach to defeat the upcoming boss.
A warrior crashes to the floor, a chic sound echoing as he lands.
The warrior, a minotaur-like figure, sits dazed, his expression one of stunned surprise. A blonde knight embraces a teal-haired woman, his smile wide. The knight explains that touching the laser grid will awaken the sleeping boss. The teal-haired woman, Hayes, looks concerned. The knight instructs Hayes to use her unique flexibility to navigate the laser grid to reach the throne.
The knight watches, his eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and awe.
Hayes contorts her body impossibly, twisting through the laser beams, her own expression one of strain.
The knight marvels at her abilities. The knight asks if Hayes put something in her clothes, referencing her uncanny flexibility, and she emphatically denies it.
The knight and his companions watch in amazement as Hayes effortlessly navigates a deadly laser grid.
Wow, one of them breathes.
Hayes herself is visibly straining, her body contorting impossibly as she narrowly avoids the beams.
A sudden "huh?"
"What's that?" escapes her lips.
The knight, recognizing the imminent danger, cries out a warning, "Hayes, watch out."
He instinctively tries to shield her.
Hayes, narrowly escaping harm, casually remarks, is this what you call a super save?" Her expression is one of mild amusement.
Safe now, Hayes leans comfortably against the knight, a grateful "yes, my lord," escaping her lips. Suddenly, a volley of angry, red projectiles hurtles toward the knight, forcing him to spring into action.
Hayes, looking exasperated, complains, "Lord, what about me? I don't have a role."
She refuses to be treated like a child. The knight, however, smiles reassuringly. "You don't have to be quiet," he says, implying her contributions are valued. Hayes's fury is palpable as she glares, her red eyes blazing. Beside her, another woman watches, clearly concerned by Hayes's outburst. The knight's amused smirk speaks volumes.
"Hugh, you surprised me," he exclaims, clearly finding her unexpected outburst entertaining.
An old idiom speaks of the power of persistent, slow action, like a falling droplet of water that, over time, can wear away even the hardest rock. The woman observes, impressed, as her companion explains that he's now able to maintain his power for a full 30 seconds.
A significant improvement.
Casting a noise-canceling spell, the man prepares for their next move.
"Okay, follow me," he instructs. They arrive at a throne-like device.
The woman marvels at its unique design. The man warns that attacking directly would awaken a powerful guardian. He suggests their strategy must involve a careful combination of attack and healing. He explains that a well-timed, balanced approach is key to their plan.
The woman looks thoughtful, pondering his proposal.
Thanks to the Spirit Stone's buffs, they can fight without excessive worry.
A warrior is struck, coughing up blood as his opponent, a woman, observes. The woman cautions the group to remain vigilant despite their advantage. An earth demon evades their defenses, approaching a critical alarm point.
The warriors' attacks prove ineffective against the earth demons, they lack magical attacks. A strategic combination of Dimension Door and Fireball is used to counter the threat.
One warrior is shown to be eager to engage in direct confrontation.
The force field surrounding Fleer, the creator of the Cursed Ring, is released, allowing the mace monster to protect his master.
One warrior declares it's time to end the fight and proceed to the first attack phase. There are two ways to trigger the alarm: touch the alarm line or inflict 3 or more HP of damage to Gapjas.
This strategy is known as the deal and heal trick.
Two warriors coordinate their efforts, one assuring the other that they're in sync.
Perfect physical recovery requires perfect sleep, but a warrior is suddenly overcome by tremendous pain, questioning if it's a dream. The pain intensifies, and the warrior cries out in confusion, realizing this is not a dream. A wave of agonizing pain washes over the warrior, leaving him gasping, "Ugh." He clutches his side, unsure if this is a nightmare. The pain subsides, replaced by a visible haze.
The warrior's companion looks on in alarm as he breathes. Who?
Exhilaration erupts as the warrior bursts into laughter. Pwahahaha.
He turns to his companion. Haze, did you see that?
A system message confirms he has received a permanent power buff and a substantial experience gain. His joy is palpable, a radiant smile spreads across his face. He has obtained the Gapja's Wool power-up. The narrative reveals that the power-up grants him a unique perk, Transcendental Amplification, which wizards receive as Transcendence Magic. The panel explains the limitations of this powerful magic. Higher-level spells dramatically increase mana consumption.
Single, double, triple, and even nonopal transcendence each increase mana usage by multiples of 1000.
The warrior, calculating his mana reserves, around 600, realizes he can now at least use double Transcendence Fireball. His companion looks on, concerned.
Something is following him.
His companion urges his team to equip the Gapja's Wings artifact, which dramatically increases their movement speed. A system message appears. Gapja's fighting spirit has fully settled into your left hand. The warrior prepares to unleash a powerful fireball.
Hew up, he grunts, the air crackling with anticipation. With a dramatic flourish, he unleashes a torrent of flame, the double Transcendence Fireball.
A close-up on his face reveals a triumphant smirk.
This is a Transcendence Fireball, he thinks, clearly pleased with his power.
The warrior confidently declares, so we are going to block the pathway so they cannot do that.
No free rides allowed.
His team reacts with agreement. A character uses a haste buff, the image showing a burst of energy. A little mana, you can always have the haste buff on, a voice explains. A crucial piece of information is revealed, an idiom holds the key to defeating the Gapja's.
This sets the stage for a strategic plan.
Haze's rapid improvement in sustaining divine healing is highlighted, showing significant progress since just a few months ago. The team strategizes, planning to reach the top of the Gapja's head. This necessitates a daring physical maneuver.
The blonde warrior explains that his magic, combined with Haze's healing, will be critical in their upcoming battle. The seamless application of muscle strengthening buffs is shown. Constant support ensures the team's effectiveness in combat.
Minor wounds vanish as the magical healing circles activate, significantly reducing the team's burden.
A character warns that if the enemy breaches their defenses, it will trigger alarms, mobilizing reinforcements.
The team must hold the line to protect the Lord and Haze, who are currently risking their lives.
The team celebrates a moment of success, cheering on their leader, the Lord.
A character expresses reservations about directly confronting the main enemy, Gapja's, due to his immense power and the need for a strategically superior force. The narrative reveals that facing Gapja's effectively requires a much larger and higher-ranked force than the current team possesses.
Taking on the demon's abode directly would be suicidal.
The trick to defeating Gapja's is deceptively simple. There are only two conditions needed to awaken him. The problem is that the team's basic attack inflicts at least 5 HP of damage, but a simultaneous healing skill of 2.5 HP per second would offset this. By going deeper, they'll find the part of the monster's brain that connects to its life force. Even a large group of hunters couldn't take down this monster directly, but this strategy allows for a slow and effective kill.
Gapja's experiences a strange feeling, dismissing it as a dream.
Suddenly, the team attacks and it's revealed that the strange feeling was real.
Gapja's claws tremble as he's overwhelmed by the team's attack. With a final, devastating blow, Gapja's is defeated. Finally, victory is theirs. Transcendental magic is now within their grasp, amplifying their attacks.
This magic transcends limits, exponentially increasing their magical firepower. As an example, a Class I magic missile with double transcendence now consumes 2000 mana. The team notices haste-buffed shoes amongst the spoils of war, a common reward for everyone.
The ability to utilize transcendental magic is now freely available to them.
With newfound power, the hero stands ready, flames engulfing his hands. The team watches in awe, witnessing the hero's enhanced capabilities. The hero reflects on his success, a triumphant smile playing on his lips as he realizes he wields a unique magic, unmatched in this world.
Everything has gone perfectly according to plan.
The team, their faces alight with relief and joy, embarks on their return journey, a shortcut now available thanks to the hero's actions.
Teammates offer to help seal the shortcut, ensuring its exclusivity and preventing misuse.
A detailed explanation of the hero's new transcendental amplification ability is shown. It imbues the user's hands with the fighting spirit of Gapjas, enhancing their unique abilities. A showcase of new items acquired during their adventure, each item boosting specific abilities: Mia, Wind Magic Enhancement; Haze, Divine Power Amplification; Lena, Shield and Magical Barrier Enhancement; and Rakiz, Physical Defense Enhancement.
The hero effortlessly dodges attacks, demonstrating a significant increase in mobility.
A pained cry echoes as the ground trembles violently. A monstrous figure, Gapjas, awakes, its red eyes blazing.
The text warns of the impending chaos. If Gapjas awakens, he'll unleash every monster from the underground.
The monsters summoned by Gapjas begin to vanish.
A text box explains that the first team in Paradiso to attack Gapjas discovered a weakness.
Mia and Rakiz discuss the newly created passage, confident that future hunters can utilize it. Gapjas wings, a 4-star artifact, are shown, a reward for the first team to defeat Gapjas. The team's spoils are detailed. Chloe receives a high-quality dagger, Isabel gets a purification ring, and each member receives a custom 6-star artifact. Rain lashes down on a grand mansion. The scene is set. Reflecting on his recent battle, the protagonist notes that the fireball he used in the demon's abode could only be doubled in power at the time.
Presented with a choice regarding Mudidus's worn-out staff, he opts to fully restore his mana using a unique daily prayer ability.
A cat, recently found wandering near the mansion, is mentioned. Apologies are offered for not mentioning it earlier. The protagonist and another character discuss adopting the cat, and Haze expresses enthusiasm. They plan to use a dungeon reward for this. A Gapjas purified spirit, a source of pure energy, is prepared to be implanted into the cat, enhancing its communication abilities.
The purified spirit settles into the cat, granting it the ability to communicate and detect dark energy.
The cat, now possessing enhanced communication skills thanks to the spirit, introduces itself and rejects the name Kitty.
The protagonists are amazed by its newfound ability to speak.
The cat suggests the name Terry, leaving the humans slightly puzzled. Clu's group disposes of bodies in a well, a grim task seemingly connected to a larger experiment. They explain their method of weighting the corpses to ensure they sink. The results of the experiment on young subjects are revealed to be perfect, hinting at a dark and unsettling project. A figure, cloaked and partially obscured, observes something with chilling satisfaction.
"Very good.
That's what I was hoping for," he murmurs, his voice laced with a hint of cruel amusement. The narrator reveals a crucial detail, a necklace given to Thalon with malicious intent. It's a mind-erasing artifact, capable of turning its wearer into a loyal minion or even causing suicide. Inside a well-equipped estate, a young lord observes the relentless rain outside. He mentions that their advanced measurement facilities will help them, and the title of Great Lord provides an additional protective effect.
A man named Valdez arrives, interrupting the young lord's musings.
The lord greets him, and Valdez has news related to the safety of the citizens. Valdez explains that according to the principles of radioism, there will be no disaster in this area this year.
The young lord dismisses radioism as superstition but appreciates the implied protection and additional safety that it provides.
Valdez suggests filming a video of the lord offering prayers for the citizens' safety and well-being, a proactive step to ensure public trust and maintain order. The young lord marvels at Valdez's foresight, acknowledging his advisor's ability to anticipate his approval and prepare accordingly. The urgency to focus on the video production intensifies, highlighting its importance as the initiative progresses. The video, titled A Prayer to God, is complete. Its effect on the citizens is profound, filling their hearts with loyalty. The citizens' loyalty surges, triggering a system message indicating the completion of the Heartfelt Impression quest and an increase of 150 points to the loyalty stat, heralding the beginning of a golden age for Cribia.
The arrival of the golden age for Cribia is announced.
The people of Cribia, attributing their peaceful and prosperous time to Jared's prayers, further solidifying his position and influence. This inadvertently works to Valdez's advantage, as any negative events would be conveniently blamed on those in power.
Ha! What's this? There's something here I didn't see last week. Yes.
According to the formula, there are 10 kinds of herbs mixed in here.
It's a general-purpose medicine that only needs to be poured into water since the mana treatment has been completed. Anyway, the reason I called you here today.
I heard it before, so I know, but I didn't understand it.
Why would you put a curse on a cure you've made? It's because the master potion's effects are too strong. It could be too much for the body.
We need to downgrade the potion to see if it's mild enough to cure disease.
You can get a worse disease after using the potion? That's basically it. So don't worry about it. Your work is very important. Good. A lot of negative and dark feelings have disappeared. It's like, the irritation or need has disappeared? Oh, that means it's definitely the demon's abode. Isabel, she must still like me. I thought that it would dissipate as time went on. I don't want to be in a relationship with anyone. I don't have enough time and commitment. Anne? I'm not the kind and handsome person you think I am. Hook. It's finished. There will be. Ha!
A frantic maid bursts in, announcing the simultaneous arrival of ambassadors from Banuso and Maluz.
The lingering sensation of using transcendence magic remains strong.
He explains that Mudidus's prayer allows him to use triple fireballs, but this will increase his mana consumption. The artifact obtained while rescuing Aki is revealed. It feels like a distant memory.
A small cat observes from the side. A cat appears, surprising the maid. The maid speculates that the cat sought shelter from the rain. The blonde man suggests the cat might even like the mansion.
A system message reveals the cat to be a growing pet.
It lets out a mighty meow. The blonde man, seemingly intrigued by the cat, muses, "Let's see."
As the maid looks on with a curious expression. The maid exclaims delightedly that Terry is such a cute name for the cat, a moment of levity contrasting the events to come. In a stark shift in setting, a group of cloaked figures stands in the rain, their leader coldly commands, "Throw it." The grim purpose of their action is revealed. The object they hold is contaminated water, capable of rapidly spreading deadly diseases. The narrative focuses on the dire consequences facing the kingdoms of Malice, Banuso, and Sindarth. All the remaining hope lies in observing the effects of a strategic act. Elsewhere, a man holds a glowing red jewel, declaring that the wisest course is to keep it hidden from the world, fearing its power. A knock sounds at the door of a well-lit study. The text box explains measurement facilities, systems to prevent damage from floods and droughts. A young man with blonde hair explains he can't fully detail the system or title of the Great Lord, but offers a general idea. He is explaining the reasons for a filming project. He confirms they've already finished discussing the filming with the temple and that there are enough spirit stones to light it for shooting at dawn. He proposes starting filming. The blonde man enthusiastically agrees to the filming proposal. The blonde man explains he wasn't just agreeing to the shoot for promotional purposes but to support Valdez, who is dedicated to the territory. An older man observes that other territories are suffering from floods and disease, contrasting this with their fortunate situation. A text box reveals that with the arrival of the Golden Age, the overall production capacity of citizens will increase by 100% for a month. The blonde man and the older man stand together, seemingly in agreement. The final panel shows the devastating effects of floods and infectious diseases on neighboring kingdoms. 1 week later, we find ourselves in an underground processing room. The blonde woman proudly presents a master potion, meticulously crafted for the rainy season, a testament to her skill and dedication. The older man marvels at the potion's complexity, noting the use of over 10 different herbs. Her expertise is clearly evident. The conversation turns to the purification ring she wears. Its effect is to suppress negative emotions. She reveals that the ring has made her feel much more comfortable, even admitting she used to get angry when seeing him before. A slight blush rises on her cheeks as she playfully rebukes him for his concern about her emotions, adding a touch of unexpected warmth to their interaction. The scene shifts to a room full of potions. The the blonde woman and the older man contemplate the sheer number of them.
A question arises: will there ever be a need for so many? A final, quick panel shows a knock on the door, and a voice announces their arrival.
Terry wrestles with a secret, unable to reveal that the name Lateria, significant to him, actually stems from a beloved burger joint in his past life.
The scene opens in a lavish VIP private room, opulent and shimmering with golden accents. Inside, the ambassador of the bonus kingdom nervously awaits. His counterpart, a younger man, appears uneasy. A strained welcome greets the ambassador's arrival, the tension palpable.
The younger man's surprise is evident, a silent gasp escapes him.
He insists on speaking first, eager to share his kingdom's urgent news.
The ambassador reveals devastating news: unprecedented floods, exceeding double the rainfall of the previous year, have ravaged the entire bonus kingdom.
The ambassador's grim expression deepens as he reveals the devastating toll of the floods, countless deaths and widespread casualties across the bonus kingdom.
A glimmer of hope emerges. 3 days prior, an official report arrived detailing a newly created remedy for infectious diseases, effectively treating the flood's aftermath. The blonde-haired man, likely a ruler or high-ranking official, states that this meeting will be brief as he plans to acquire the cure rather than requesting rescue personnel. He confirms the kingdom's intention to purchase the cure and assures prompt delivery to the border, emphasizing the potion's effectiveness even when divided among multiple people. An envoy from the Sindarth kingdom has arrived. The identity of the envoy is revealed to be Princess Myra, underscoring the urgency of their own kingdom's plight. Princess Myra's presence alone highlights the critical situation facing the Sindarth kingdom.
Princess Myra, despite the offered tea, is far from at ease.
The urgent situation in her homeland weighs heavily on her. Countless people suffer at the flood site. Concerned, her companion presses Myra for more details about the crisis in Sindarth. Myra explains the aftermath of the flood, the relocation of survivors to outer regions and the isolation of those at high risk. However, the situation is even more dire. Unrelated epidemics have broken out, particularly affecting the main water source.
Myra's companion is shocked by the scale of the disaster and the deliberately malicious nature of the situation.
The companion reveals that this was a deliberate act of revenge by the Umbra, whose plans were thwarted in the Sindarth civil war. He presents a solution, a master potion that can cure the epidemic, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The herbalist companion, brimming with confidence, explains that his lifelong study of herbal medicine is finally bearing fruit. He reveals that his master potion has a 70% success rate in curing the epidemic, offering a much-needed glimmer of hope. The herbalist instructs the princess to meticulously manage the wells in the affected areas and promptly distribute the cure. A concerned expression crosses the herbalist's face as a potential complication dawns on him. His worry is confirmed as a coughing fit interrupts the princess, revealing a possible setback to their efforts.
The herbalist leans closer to the princess, concern etched on his face.
"Are you trapped in a cold and dark place in your dream?" he asks, his voice soft but serious. A close-up reveals the herbalist's eyes, glowing a fiery red. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggests a sudden surge of energy or a magical reaction. The princess, still wrapped in a blanket, looks at him with confusion. He explains, "You seemed cold, so I put a blanket on you, but it didn't seem enough, so I was doing this."
His actions, though unusual, are driven by care. He offers a reassuring hand, attempting to comfort her. The princess's expression remains wary but slightly less tense, indicating a tentative trust.
The princess snaps back to focus, her usual sharp wit returning. "Our hard work in making these potions will save countless lives, so let's focus on that."
"Pros gotta act like professionals," she states, regaining her composure.
The herbalist nods, handing her a potion. "Make sure to take the opportunity when it comes to you," he advises, reinforcing the importance of their mission. A new character is introduced, the ambassador of the Malice Kingdom, his expression hinting at concern or uncertainty about the situation.
The Malice Kingdom's ambassador remarks on the sheer size of the parlor, a space far grander than one would expect. The ambassador, visibly perturbed, confesses his unfamiliarity with any prior dealings between the two kingdoms, questioning the unusual circumstances unfolding before him.
A map is shown, detailing the geographical layout of the Bonus, Malice, and Sindarth kingdoms, with the Aptatio River prominently highlighted as the cause of widespread flooding due to heavy rains. The ambassador's concern deepens as he observes that the affected regions weren't sufficiently prepared for the scale of the flooding. While acknowledging efforts to recover from the floods, the ambassador highlights a more critical issue: a spreading epidemic in the affected areas. The urgency intensifies as a frantic bargain takes place.
The bonus kingdom offers any amount of gold to acquire the necessary supplies.
A plea is made for immediate delivery of supplies, promising the Malice King's great pleasure upon receipt. A guard's hushed report of who to the ambassador suggests the arrival of crucial information or a significant development, followed by a formal address of my lord, confirming a high-ranking individual's arrival.
Princess Myra's unexpected arrival shocks the ambassador.
A guard's hushed report, who hints at significant news, followed by the formal address, my lord, indicating a high-ranking visitor's arrival.
The ambassador slyly notes the princess is drinking alone.
Princess Myra explains her hurried departure from the Sindarth kingdom due to a rapidly spreading epidemic, despite her preparations. The epidemic's spread is far exceeding expectations, despite initial sufficient medicine. The princess reveals that while they couldn't contain the outbreak, they plan to prevent its spread. However, it seems to be moving unusually. The ambassador notes the discovery of corpses that may be the source of the epidemic. The ambassador concludes that the Umbra Church is most likely responsible. The ambassador declares the Umbra Church responsible for the epidemic, citing their unique capabilities to orchestrate such widespread attacks.
The ambassador's companion expresses astonishment at the existence of a cure for the Ronella disease, questioning its origin and practicality.
With urgency, the ambassador requests the purchase of this cure, emphasizing the dire situation and the kingdom's willingness to pay. A conversation reveals that the cure was previously offered to other kingdoms, but they only purchased a small portion of the available supply. Despite the success of the sale, the ambassador's companion expresses embarrassment about being sought out by the Lord. The ambassador expresses gratitude for the cure, emphasizing the significance of the contribution for the kingdom and its people. A text box reveals a significant detail about the potion's production method. Manual production yields 5 times more potions than automated methods. The ambassador explains his ability to work continuously, highlighting his dedication to the task and the lack of need for rest or sustenance. Concerned, a young man asks if Isabel is sleeping, as she lets out a soft chuckle. He notices something amiss and gently nudges her, causing a muffled sound. Isabel is shown asleep amidst numerous test tubes and vials, suggesting she's been working tirelessly. Isabel wakes up angrily, accusing the young man of taking advantage of her while she slept. She explains she fell into a deep sleep without realizing. A text box emphasizes that this is her best chance to create the needed potions. A young man sips his tea, disturbed by the news that a cure for a widespread illness will only be available to the wealthy elite. His incredulity is palpable. His younger sister, desperate and distraught, pleads for their father's life, questioning the injustice of their situation. The young man snaps back to the present, reminded of his urgent task, potion production, for which he expects a surge in demand.
My lord, there's an overwhelming demand for your master potion. It's my job, of course. And my lord, your creation is truly amazing. I spent a month developing this level 100 potion brewery because I needed it to process the dark spirit stone automatically. Demand is skyrocketing, we should raise prices. I'll leave that to you, Aki. I'm about to make a fortune, thanks to you. Cough, cough. Our only chance of survival is to reach the Cribia kingdom. Let's keep moving. So suddenly? What's the request? Let's hear it. Isabel explains her reasoning to Jared. She's requesting aid rather than financial profit. She needs his help, not his money.
Isabel proposes forming a guild for scattered sorcerers across the continent, a plan Jared finds sound, acknowledging the differences between sorcerers and black wizards. Jared voices a valid concern: uncontrolled sorcerers could run wild, posing a significant risk. Jared questions Isabel's plan to find disciplined sorcerers to help her. Isabel confirms her intention to build a force of sorcerers to assist her. Jared expresses surprise at Isabel's unexpected request for assistance. Isabel clarifies her desire for greater support to her kingdom, emphasizing the value of her existence.
There will be no cooperation with the Dark Church. Isabel's determination is absolute.
She will not compromise her kingdom's safety.
Isabel's request for aid is surprisingly blunt. Good. Then take your pants off and I'll clean you fresh. Her words, though seemingly bizarre, showcase her unwavering focus on securing support for her kingdom, regardless of social niceties.
The panel shows a hand with a ring resting on a book, highlighting the dwindling number of sorcerers after a massacre and the importance of preserving magical knowledge.
The date is revealed: NAS Continental Calendar Year 1415, Month 8, Day 19. This precise timeline sets the stage for the events unfolding. A group of people, including a blonde-haired man, express suspicion regarding the unfolding scene before them: a mass exodus of people.
The blonde-haired man questions the mass abandonment of people, highlighting the chaos and uncertainty of the situation. The blonde-haired man, directing his feline companion, Terry, tasks the cat with detecting dark energy amidst the fleeing crowds. Terry's special ability to detect dark energy is emphasized as the two set out to investigate, underscoring the looming threat.
The blonde-haired man outlines a plan to claim the Sanar district, rebrand it as a refugee zone, and revitalize the surrounding wasteland and mountains. This is part of a larger scheme to sell master potions. The plan is questioned: are the master potions being sold because of this plan?
A previously unknown dungeon in the Sanar district is revealed to be worthless for mining or other resource extraction, explaining why the area has remained untouched by previous rulers.
The blonde man's solution: to rebrand the region as a holy site for pilgrims, thereby boosting tourism and generating income.
The plan's effectiveness is highlighted: its holy status will draw in believers. A masked man congratulates the blonde-haired man, Jared, on his clever plan. The high demand for the master potions is emphasized by the fact that even the Dark Elves of Tatar Island and the Red Goblin Lord, Ivaniva, want to buy them.
Jared, surprised by his own success, stands before a large, complex machine filled with a bright blue liquid.
He's created master potions, exceeding even his own expectations. Jared confidently declares his independence from Isabel, no longer needing her assistance.
He's ready to return. Isabel arrives unexpectedly, knocking on a door.
Isabel reminds Jared of their agreement: he was to share 9% of the profits from selling the master potions. However, she generously says he doesn't need to give her the money.
Jared hesitates, considering whether a further discussion is necessary.
Jared explains to a hooded figure the potent applications of his master potions, highlighting their utility in both warfare and dungeon exploration.
The potion's high demand is further solidified.
A woman with striking red eyes and blonde hair declares that she won't work with sorcerers of poor quality.
A close-up shows a ring on a hand, hinting at a magical selection process.
The woman explains her intention to gather all the sorcerers scattered after the Transilia massacre.
The panel shows a devastated landscape, highlighting the scale of the tragedy.
A young man with vibrant blue eyes emphasizes the seriousness of his proposal, revealing that this plan has been on his mind since he gained his new body. The blonde woman, identified as Isabel, pledges her honor and past experience to control the sorcerers, assuring him that she will not let anything trouble him. Jared agrees to fully support the establishment of the Sorcerers Guild, but cautions Isabel about the risks of sorcerers using dark magic or associating with the Dark Church. Isabel is shown in profile, deep in thought, the question of what she will do if the sorcerers turn evil hanging heavy in the air. Isabel's face shifts to a confident smirk, assuring Jared that she despises them even more than he does. News of Isabel's establishment of the Sorcerers Guild spreads rapidly.
The final panel shows Isabel addressing a group of sorcerers, setting the stage for the guild's operations.
Jared, ever pragmatic, saw the potential in Paradiso's sorcerers. Properly trained, they could be a decisive force in future conflicts. A vast refugee camp, significantly larger than anticipated, has formed within a rocky chasm. The sheer number of refugees overwhelms the scene. Jared is stunned by the unexpected influx of refugees, 3 to 4 times more than he had predicted, straining resources. The sheer scale of the refugee crisis deeply disturbs Jared. He feels the need to act decisively, blaming the Benuso and Malice kingdoms.
A subordinate offers a simple solution: focus the search on the number of refugees, not their identities. A subordinate cautiously asks if they should proceed with their original plan. A map reveals a newly incorporated area within Cribia's territory. Lacking development, it presents an opportunity for investment.
Jared acknowledges the worries over the population surge, but concludes that population equals power, hinting at a strategic shift.
Jared, determined, declares his ambition to build his own Holy Land.
The image shows a grand architectural structure, hinting at the scale of his vision. A group of cloaked figures, led by an elderly sorcerer, observes a cryptic symbol carved into a rock face.
A black cat watches them from below.
Inside a stately library, a young man, presumably Jared, summons Isabel. He is clearly involved in some serious planning. Jared offers Isabel a proposition, his help in exchange for her assistance.
He stresses that she's not obligated.
Isabel reveals her goal: to establish a sorcerer's guild. Her expression is resolute. A tense meeting unfolds. 3 figures huddle around a table strewn with maps and tokens, their expressions serious. The departing leader bequeaths his authority, outlining 2 key conditions: swift justice and comprehensive reconstruction. He explains that justice will entail punishing criminals, particularly those exploiting the current chaos.
The successor solemnly agrees, acknowledging the delicate balance between order and leniency in these uncertain times.
A plan for substantial investment in housing is revealed. A full loan is approved for the Sanar district, payable over 2 decades.
The agreement stipulates that construction workers will receive employee status, ensuring fair treatment and compensation.
A young man, overwhelmed with guilt, offers his hand to a powerful figure.
The weight of his actions hangs heavy in the air.
Fear etched onto his face, the young man stammers, I'm sorry. The consequences of his actions are clearly weighing heavily on him.
The situation is dire. The influx of refugees has doubled the population of this territory.
A blonde-haired man, concerned about the implications, considers the potential dangers to nearby kingdoms.
The potential for conflict escalates dramatically.
The blonde-haired man discusses Jared, a mysterious figure described as having white hair and a red mask. The conversation centers around Jared's recent actions, implying a significant threat is afoot.
Jared, a dangerous figure, has infiltrated the camp undetected and is heading towards his hideout. A black cat, seemingly an ally, offers to guide the pursuers. A flashback reveals the immense power of Cluz, a figure from the Battle of Armageddon, whose strength was unparalleled. This provides vital context to the current events.
They assess the situation. Jared, though powerful, is weakened by being 9 years in the future. Jared, accompanied by his feline companion, initiates a thorough search.
The black cat indicates Jared's hideout. They cautiously approach. A sense of unease hangs in the air.
Jared reacts with a sinister chuckle.
He nonchalantly remarks about having a stalker. Back at the camp, someone is coughing violently, their well-being is being checked.
Concerns for Hayes' well-being are voiced, as she reports feeling dizzy despite her energy returning.
The focus is on her recovery.
Hayes' low stamina is diagnosed, prompting a suggestion to combine healing magic to conserve mana. The plot focuses on the practical challenges of healing the sick. Hayes and her companion approach a large structure, possibly a temple or significant building, showing the environment. They express gratitude for the help received, establishing their dependence on the blonde-haired man and adding to his authority. Maru and Mary introduce themselves, clarifying their roles in the overall narrative. This is a keystone panel introducing new characters. The group is guided towards the quarantine ward, indicating their next course of action and clarifying their current location within the larger world. The group's intentions to help within the quarantine ward are confirmed, suggesting their motivation is more than just self-preservation. Hayes receives praise for her healing magic, and the impact of her actions is highlighted, concluding the sequence. Hayes marvels at her own healing magic, realizing for the first time the profound impact it has on others. A man, presumably a superior officer, approaches her, stating his readiness to fully repay her service.
He expresses his deep gratitude, acknowledging the immense effort and dedication she's shown.
He reveals his ongoing contemplation on how to properly show his appreciation for her selfless actions.
He intends to thank her wholeheartedly for her tireless contributions, demonstrating his heartfelt gratitude.
The man and Hayes share a tender moment. A kiss seals his gratitude and their close bond.
The man is summoned to address the refugee crisis, a task requiring swift action to stabilize internal affairs.
A plan is revealed, a combination of incentives and penalties, the carrot and the stick, to manage the situation effectively.
The man nods, demonstrating his understanding of the complex strategy.
He is instructed to guide the refugees through the established aid policies.
His silent agreement speaks volumes.
A significant tax exemption is announced for exports from the land's cultivation for the next 6 years, showcasing a commitment to supporting the community's revitalization.
These 3 points, aiming for both encouragement and control, conclude the policy outline.
The man enforces a firm policy of strict punishment for lawbreakers among the refugees, balancing leniency with severe consequences to maintain order. A weary plea for forgiveness echoes as a man observes the endless stream of refugees arriving from the Bonus and Malice kingdoms. A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes explains that he intervened due to suspicious activity from someone he'd been watching.
He confirms that the man slipped away with his subordinates.
A black cat is casually fed by an unseen hand.
The blonde man's expression hardens. A sense of determination fills his face. He reveals that he recently mastered transcendent magic, boosting his confidence considerably. A bright yellow glow emanates from his hand. The blonde man points toward a cave, identifying it as the fugitive's temporary hideout.
He prepares to enter the cave, counting down and giving a command to his black cat companion, Terry. Before entering, he mutters his dislike for male stalkers. The image shows a shadowy figure's portrait, marred by a bloody wound.
Who's going to chase me around?
Don't faint or fall suddenly. I could keep using healing magic for 365 days a year, and I'd be fine, so don't worry.
I guess I asked a foolish question. What are you doing with your left hand? Lord, we will help you, my lord. Please allow us to work in the quarantine ward. Maru is good at medicine and pharmacy, and Mary is good at psychotherapy. When you enter and exit one of the wards, you must sterilize yourself on the magic circle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Good, you're full of motivation. I'll be in your care, Maru and Mary. Yes, my lord. Thank you very much. From now on, I want to see you grow more as a healer. And the part of you where you're constantly pushing your limits and overcoming them. Hayes was just an ordinary maid 19 months ago. But right now, she has enough healing powers to have a career as a healer. Hayes wonders aloud if a hidden defense mechanism within her is responsible for her unexpectedly potent healing abilities. Sir Rakis, unsure of Hayes' meaning, expresses his skepticism but assures her that whatever she's doing, it's wonderful. Hayes is clearly flustered by his compliment.
A close-up on Hayes' blushing face emphasizes her embarrassment and growing feelings for Rakis.
Hayes and Rakis stand together, their hands clasped, the atmosphere intensely romantic.
A scene shift shows a third party, Sir Rakis' superior, informing him of his importance. Rakis reflects on the situation, momentarily dismissing Hayes' concerns.
Hayes' eyes widen, a blush creeping across her cheeks. The young man's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, What is this?"
He explains, a sheepish grin spreading across his face, "Well, I was alone even in reality, so what's the chance I kissed a girl in Paradiso but?" Overwhelmed, Hayes stares, her eyes swirling with dizziness as she murmurs, "How could something so great happen with just one kiss?" The young man assures someone off-panel, "Take good care of Hayes. I don't think she needs any treatment, just some rest."
A maid responds, "Yes, my lord."
The platinum holy grail of Radius, one of 5 sacred relics of the Radius Church, is revealed. A gloved hand parts a curtain, revealing a long journey ahead. A soft shhh sound underscores the urgency. Using a powerful artifact, the plan is to bestow a divine blessing upon the Sanar district.
The Dark Elves' territory lies ahead, prompting a move further north.
Saint Luna expresses concern for the High Priest of Cribia Neod, who appears troubled.
He assures her he's fine.
2 days prior, information surfaced that the Platinum Holy Grail is located within the Sanar district, prompting a quiet discussion about designating the area an official holy place. A determined individual pledges to find the relic.
The church elder expresses doubt that even the emperor could easily claim the Platinum Holy Grail's location as sacred ground, given its elusiveness.
A determined individual questions the possibility of finding the relic, but resolves to prepare nonetheless, requesting all available archives on the Platinum Holy Grail. A character describes the perilous nature of traveling across the sea at dawn, highlighting the darkness and fear. The lack of sacred relics has left the Radius Church vulnerable to attacks from the Dark Church. Sir Radius, preparing for a journey across water, apologizes for altering plans concerning the Holy Land.
The final panel reveals the destination, Tatar Island.
This place is a pain in the neck, even after the aftermath of the Armageddon battle where Dark Elves sided with the demon army against humanity. However, I, who have researched the Dark Elves' history and shared my findings, have a different perspective. They are poorly perceived. Following the lifting of decades-old territorial sea laws, Dark Elves began full-fledged trade with humans. This allowed for the exchange of magical weapons and devices. Many believed it best to subjugate the Dark Elves and steal their knowledge. I believe I've found the location of the Holy Grail's burial site. A tree with an exceptionally high concentration of a specific extract, the Grail is buried in front of it.
Finally.
Now, let's check the title message options.
Huh? What? What is that? The narrator explains that the Tanex, a suit of armor from the Armageddon battle, represents the pinnacle of magic engineering.
A comparison is shown between a human and someone wearing the Tanex suit, highlighting the suit's ability to provide tremendous mobility and pressure adaptation regardless of the wearer's physical capabilities. The narrator observes that in a game setting, a pilot would be needed to maximize the Tanex's combat capabilities.
However, the suit is currently unoccupied.
Seizing an opportunity, the protagonist resolves to claim the Tanex and conduct his own research on it.
He lunges forward, a mirror image of himself appearing as he moves. The Tanex suit activates, its voice a chilling monotone, Morse. Morse. Kill. Kill.
Hayes has acquired a new title, the Prince Riding a White Horse, as her loyalty has dramatically increased to its maximum, triggering a third awakening. Confused, Hayes' companion questions the nature of the title and the meaning of her third awakening, particularly curious about the notion of titles being bestowed through kisses. Suddenly feeling drowsy, Hayes collapses as her companion, concerned, calls out to her. He intends to find something to help her, heading towards the Sanar district's Radius Church. The location of the Dark Elves is revealed to be far north on Tatar Island. Lord Jared arrives by sea at Tatar Island, his first such voyage. He's on a quest to find something to help the woman from the previous chapter. At the Radius Church, High Priest Neod and another church member discuss Jared's arrival and the recent theft of the Holy Grail, one of 5 highly sought relics. Lord Jared's arrival is announced.
High Priest Neod questions his purpose.
Neod explains that the Holy Grail is a highly valued relic recently stolen from the church. The priest expresses hope that recovering the relic would greatly benefit their church. The priest and the church member ponder Jared's ability to find the relic independently, and the potential sanctification of the recovery location. The high priest explains that discovering the holy relics would sanctify the location, declaring it a holy place. He eagerly anticipates finding a platinum grail with mysterious healing powers. A church member expresses their certainty that finding the Holy Grail in the Sanar district would solidify its status as a holy site, highlighting the Radius Church's desperation to obtain the holy relics. The narration reveals that both the Umbra and Keiko churches possess an Umbra's Black Shroud, providing context to the significance of these relics and the potential conflict between religious factions. The delay in searching for the relics is explained, setting the stage for the current urgency. The speaker plans to turn the Sanar district into a holy place. A powerful elf warrior, possibly part of a demon army, is introduced, foreshadowing future conflict. The narration emphasizes the inevitable clash between this army and other forces. The narration reveals that a major conflict is expected in approximately 4 years, providing a timeline and setting the stage for future events. Weapons are shown, one is a crossbow, and the other is a sawblade weapon. The greed of the foolish kings, he muses, was the root of all this. He remembers the Dark Elves losing faith in humanity, aligning themselves with the demon army during the Armageddon battle. He gazes at the platinum holy grail of Radius, a look of dawning horror on his face. A sudden, piercing sound erupts. He is thrown violently backward.
Don't tell me. This is the transcendental body, nicknamed Tanex.
He hid, fearing discovery by the Dark Elves. He finds it strange that Tanex appears to be on a test flight. Tanex, the transcendental body, eyes an opportunity, a glint of ambition in his gaze.
Is this his chance? With a powerful thrust, Tanex's mechanized body launches into the air, a test flight that could change everything. Tanex's handler, confident and pleased, declares that with the Sanar district secured, it's time to deploy the final piece of their plan. An assistant, visibly excited, anticipates the results of this final, crucial step. A dark elf, witnessing Tanex's activation, recognizes the weapon used by their people in the Battle of Armageddon. The stakes are impossibly high. Morse code echoes in his mind, a desperate plea for aid. He's alone, surrounded by a hostile force.
A blinding flash of light engulfs him, he's hurtled through the air, the impact jarring. He plummets, a kaleidoscope of motion blurring around him.
Multiple attackers swarm him.
He slams against a wall, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow.
Another attack is imminent. He counters, his moment of urgency building. It's now or never. A triumphant cry escapes him as he delivers a devastating blow, a powerful strike. More.
The display shows the specifications for the Tatran X, a 7-star item. It boasts increased maneuverability, high strengthening when charged, and the ability to reinforce the core with spirit stones.
The Tanex, Sabio's creation, is revealed to be the work of a dark elf magic engineer.
He proclaims to have obtained the Holy Grail and the transcendental body, exceeding his goals by 200%. A dark elf examines the aftermath of a recent event by a body of water, observing the destruction. Another character observes, noting the protagonist's calm reaction to discovering the Tanex and his quick thinking in using a loophole to store it, concluding he is no ordinary human.
A dark elf ponders the aftermath of a digging incident, questioning whether it unearthed hidden treasure.
She dismisses the matter, unconcerned.
The elf quickly checks a device, a knowing smirk spreading across her face.
A blonde-haired individual observes, noting that dark elves are ineligible for a certain system, suggesting the possibility of human use. It's revealed that this individual is observing a remarkable research subject. The scene shifts, the individual suggests relaxing and reviewing an incoming message. A system message confirms the acquisition of divine power by obtaining the Holy Grail, granting a significant increase in stats. The system message further explains that the obtained divine power, 100 points, amplifies damage dealt against enemies or curses. The blonde-haired individual marvels at their rapid growth and power. The blonde-haired individual, Jared, plots his next move, focusing his efforts on the Benugio and Malice kingdoms. His journey to achieve his goal is underway.
Luna bursts into the High Priest's study, clearly agitated. The High Priest calmly asks what's wrong.
Luna excitedly announces that Jared has found the Holy Grail.
The High Priest is visibly shocked, speechless at this astonishing revelation.
The narration confirms Jared's discovery of a relic, a breakthrough that eluded the Radius Church for decades.
The legendary stories have become reality.
At Lake Margarita, a crowd of people, including Jared, are gathered, their expressions mirroring disbelief and awe at what has transpired. A woman observes the scene, recognizing the divine light emanating from Jared. She expresses her awe and faith. News of the Holy Grail's discovery at Lake Margarita spreads, prompting a question about the Duke's role in the find.
The High Priest explains the Grail's location was meant to remain secret, prompting the Duke to request an explanation.
Lake Margarita and its surroundings are declared a holy place, officially sanctioned by Radiusism, solidifying the Grail's authenticity.
The relic's significance is emphasized. It's the great relic left by Radius for the Child of Light.
The crowd at Lake Margarita hails the newly found relic and its significance. The Duke feels the blessings of the relic, emphasizing the power of faith and the sacredness of the location. The High Priest expresses hope for future visits to this holy place, reflecting a sense of peace and anticipation. The high priest thanks the Duke and bids him farewell, concluding the scene. A robotic figure streaks across the sky, pursued by a blonde-haired individual with intense blue eyes. The speed is breathtaking. The pursuer, flanked by another knight, closes in on the robot. Tension hangs heavy in the air. One knight urgently orders the other, "Get into the storage ring, Tanex." A storage ring is produced, glowing faintly. Tanex, now safely within the ring, confirms, "Nice, I got Tanex safely. Let's keep the Holy Grail safe in the holy space." Relief washes over him. Alone, he reflects, as expected. Everything is as I remember. A sense of quiet determination settles upon him. A dark elf, holding a small pink box and a paintbrush, is shown. A narrator's voice ominously warns that someone will be furious upon discovering the disappearance of the first transcendental body. A blonde, armored man declares that nothing good will come from meeting the dark elves. His expression is one of clear apprehension. A dark elf grins, finding the situation amusing, stating that it sounds fun. A dark elf's viewscreen displays Tanex 1, and text confirms that from this moment forward, all pilot maneuver information and patterns will be recorded. The dark elf expresses surprise at Tanex's Class 5 magician status. Shoo! Tanex surfaces from the water, his divine power surging. His divine power has unexpectedly spiked to 100, leaving him contemplating the challenges ahead: a multitude of monsters and the Dark Church. He resolves to further increase his power. A helpful graphic explains that using 100 divine power amplifies it to 100%, effectively doubling the damage output. Tanex, confident in his enhanced abilities with the Transcendental Tanex, declares he could easily handle even a Class 7 magician. He decides to prioritize the refugee district for now, leaving other matters for later. News of the High Priest's arrival spreads. A hooded figure reacts with a mix of surprise and apprehension to the news of Duke Jake's arrival. An older man, possibly a scholar, is startled by the confirmation of Duke Jake's presence. The High Priest's assistants erupt in excited chatter, their faces alight with the news: Duke Jake has arrived. The High Priest explains that Duke Jake's presence confirms his role as a representative of Radius, the only way he could have found the Holy Grail. The Duke confirms the Grail's return and emphasizes the importance of returning it to its rightful owner. The High Priest and his assistants express their relief and reverence upon confirming the relic's return. The High Priest assures the Duke that His Holiness will be pleased with the news, praying for continued praise and glory to the Lord. Through the prayer of the Supreme Priest, the Duke receives a blessing from Pope Armenius 17, increasing his divine power by 50. The High Priest informs the Duke that he awaits the construction of a second great temple on the continent. The Duke, Sanar, pledges to make this place a beacon of praise and blessing. Sanar playfully deflects the High Priest's comments, claiming he should be seen as a discoverer. The High Priest stresses the importance of keeping the location of the temple a secret. The High Priest is astonished that Sanar can bestow divine power with just a single word. The Sanar district has been reorganized into the Sanar Holy Land, now a separate territory managed under the Krivia Kingdom. This newly designated Holy Land shows high potential in various sectors. The protagonist expresses excitement about the establishment of the Holy Land window, marveling at its unique power and effect on the region. A vast cityscape stretches out at night, a panoramic view punctuated by the chilling statement, "Many gods watch this world with interest." Gods are categorized into 4 tiers: low, intermediate, high, and transcendence. However, the speaker admits uncertainty about the specific tier of the gods currently observing this world. The protagonist, assessing the success of a project, confidently states that the current progress allows for undertaking a larger venture, anticipating increased profits. A single, contemplative thought hangs in the air: just one thing. It's likely the work of someone relentless, someone who refuses to let go. The Sanar District. A desolate landscape punctuated by a few tents, a stark contrast to the bustling activity implied earlier. Ella, the Agrizio royal training instructor, muses over the possibility of something eclipsing even the Grail's discovery in terms of happiness. Her companion questions if this is a new feeling for her. The scene shifts to a private meeting between Ella and a blonde man. He expresses his contempt for the Dark Church.
A private meeting with a duke is hard to refuse, Ella accepts. Almost September. The passing of time hangs heavy in the air as Ella contemplates their impending separation. The blonde man reflects on Ella's rapid learning and admits his own greed in keeping her as a disciple longer than necessary. Chloe, his disciple, has surpassed his teaching capabilities. Their paths must diverge. The blonde man confesses that Chloe's growth surpasses his teaching abilities, implying she needs a more advanced instructor. He expresses embarrassment at having kept Chloe as his disciple for so long, highlighting her exceptional progress. The blonde man abruptly shifts the conversation, declaring he will no longer discuss Chloe. Ella, seemingly agreeing, notes his cool demeanor. The blonde man reveals he has a secret mission for Ella, separate from the other lieges. Ella's intrigued expression is shown as she listens to his proposition. The blonde man explains that he seeks individuals with experience fighting the Dark Church, specifically those who, unlike himself and his former disciple, have personally fought them. The change in Sanar district to a Holy Land is mentioned, which he will not oversee. He asks Ella if she knows Clues, the Archbishop of the Umbra Church, describing him as a mysterious masked figure. Ella's shocked reaction is shown as she realizes the gravity of this information. The blonde man reveals his long-standing interest in the Dark Church, further emphasizing his need to seek out those who have direct experience engaging with the organization. He hints that Ella's curiosity is just the start of something bigger. Ella, eyes gleaming with avarice, accepts a hefty sum of gold coins from the blonde man. Gold coins. This is enough for me to do it, she confirms, the weight of the bribe evident in her greedy grin. The blonde man, chuckling, proposes a strategy for eliminating their targets. If even one of them survives, they will keep dividing over and over, he explains, emphasizing the need for decisive action. 2 days later, a caravan winds its way through a mountain pass. The scene depicts a large-scale operation, a significant undertaking. Ella, overseeing the transport of materials, confidently addresses her crew. Now, everyone is responsible for transporting the materials safely, she commands, her powerful demeanor commanding respect. Bruised and still aching from a recent sparring session with Lord Jared, Ella reflects on his surprising strength. She acknowledges underestimating him, admitting, with his skills right now, even against Clues. Ella's internal monologue reveals a critical revelation: Jared's skills surpassed her expectations, even compared to the Archbishop. The power he wielded wasn't what she'd initially assessed. A vibrant explosion of energy underscores this unexpected power. Ella, bruised and contemplative, realizes the unsettling truth: Jared's strength far exceeds her initial assessment. It's a power that rivals even the Archbishop's. Ella barks orders, urging her troops forward against whatever enemy may lie ahead. She's focused on the objective, ignoring the risks involved. Her soldiers, clad in distinctive Agizionite armor, respond with unwavering loyalty and efficiency. The Agizionite's insignia, a black lion on a gold background, is displayed prominently, highlighting their high-quality equipment and elite status. Ella considers slowing down, but ultimately decides to observe Lord Finus's progress first. Lord Finus, having reached a holy place, plans to verify the Sanar district's status. He marvels at the sight of the Holy Land window, a testament to the divine intervention. Despite the significant achievement, Finus remains humble, acknowledging that his journey is still in its early stages. He considers the divine attention a positive step. Reflecting on his past life of overwork, Finus attributes his reincarnation and current circumstances to divine intervention. Finus is astonished to discover that the Radius Church is the Nas continent's strongest holy site. A crisis has been transformed into an opportunity, Finus explains, utilizing the unexpected challenges to achieve a greater objective. Alone at night, Finus finds the situation strangely unsettling. Finus is praised for his exceptional devotion. Finus swirls the wine in his glass, a thoughtful expression on his face. The question hangs in the air: what will his future hold with Chloe? Yes, in 4 days, he replies, his gaze fixed on the table. The official contract with Chloe ends then, concluding their mutual agreement. A woman with fiery red hair asks Finus a pointed question, implying a certain responsibility towards her. Finus, without hesitation, agrees.
The woman declares her decision to release Chloe, stating that Chloe, now free, will make her own choices.
This signifies a critical shift in their relationship. Finus's eyes flash with a newfound intensity.
He predicts with 90% certainty an imminent attack by Umbra. The woman agrees, outlining a plan to use the impending crisis in the Holy Land as an opportunity to target the Dark Church. The Umbra Church's operational costs are surprisingly low compared to its fighting strength, making them a difficult target. Ella plans to use this to her advantage.
Ella approaches Finus, inquiring about his availability tonight.
The urgency in her tone hints at a critical operation. Ella's sharp eyes notice something unusual, an unusually large number of magic missiles launched by the Umbra forces, exceeding the standard capacity.
This confirms her suspicions about an upcoming attack. Finus, seemingly troubled, gazes downwards, his expression conveys a palpable sense of foreboding.
Ella, undeterred, congratulates Finus on finding the Holy Grail, a casual remark hinting at a larger, ongoing mission. A basket overflows with vibrant purple spirit stones, labeled Clean Magic Circle Spirit Stones, promising potent magical energy. Below, simple sacks of food and a pile of gold, both refined and unrefined, are displayed. The panel shows a glimpse of well-trained elite troops, hinting at the resources now at Finus's disposal.
High above a long caravan, a cloaked figure soars, a thoughtful hum, escaping their lips.
A young man with blonde hair explains the advantages of a certain spell, its ability to remain hidden until ready for an attack. However, he notes its significant mana cost and minute-long casting time. He considers the implications, wondering if his threat to crush anyone who interferes, especially the Dark Church, constitutes an act of aggression. The blonde-haired man anticipates a rematch with the king, hoping he will appear. Below, the ominous words Black Death Demon appear. Information is revealed about the Black Death Demon, a high-ranking member of the Umbra Church, veiled from top to bottom, known for their undefeated killing streak. His skills are largely unknown. The recent death of Cluz, by a player, led to the Black Death Demon's promotion to a major boss. A large contingent of Umbra Church members is rapidly approaching from the mountain ridge. A blonde-haired warrior, seemingly confident, declares that the time for reckoning has finally arrived, emphasizing the impending doom of the Dark Church followers who have pledged their souls to the devil. The warrior vows to leave not a single member of the Dark Church alive. A gray-haired man, his face partially obscured by a red mask, reveals his awareness of the approaching army, questioning if they are deliberately attempting to ambush him while he serves as bait. The gray-haired man is struck by a powerful energy blast, the attacker cursing the gray-haired man for destroying 500 of his men. The blonde warrior criticizes the enemy leader's poor strategy, highlighting their inability to elegantly declare themselves as enemies. Jared unleashes his hexatuple, X6, Transcendence magic missile, a devastating display of power. The enemy leader is stunned, muttering that such magic lacks a foundation, highlighting its unconventional nature. Jared confirms this is his Transcendence magic. The blonde warrior, witnessing the aftermath, is horrified, calling Jared a crazy bastard for wielding such destructive power. The enemy leader is shown severely wounded. Jared's eyes glow red, hinting at a surge of even greater power or a loss of control. Jared's devastating attack is explained. He wielded the Flesh Dagger, maximizing critical hits, and the Ring of Absolute Weakness, which negates enemy buffs and reduces their defense. The blonde warrior, clearly shaken, presses Jared, questioning if he truly has time for leisurely sightseeing amidst such carnage. The enemy leader, defiant despite his grievous injuries, sneers that Jared's opponent is already intimidated by his display of power, making any further pleas futile. The enemy leader attempts a desperate maneuver, seemingly collapsing. His apparent collapse is revealed to be a shadow clone technique, a passive ability rather than magic or sorcery. Multiple clones surround Jared. Jared smirks, recognizing the unique nature of the opponent's shadow clone ability. The numerous clones attack simultaneously. Jared effortlessly deflects the coordinated assault from the enemy clones with swift and precise movements. Jared easily deflects the clones' attacks, a smug pretty good, escaping his lips. Suddenly, a figure appears, surprising both Jared and a clone. The figure reveals herself, explaining that she found Jared's main body by using glitter dust magic to locate his true form among his clones, exploiting his inability to perfectly replicate his energy signature. She explains that she knew of his weakness from the start. His inability to perfectly mirror his energy signature with his clones makes it easy to locate his real body using magic. Jared is overwhelmed by a sudden, powerful attack. The narrator explains the force of the attack. Even with extensive training, it's enough to knock him unconscious.
Jared, easily overpowering his opponent, smirks. He remarks that the fight was much easier than anticipated. His opponent, appearing unscathed, confronts him, questioning his sudden arrival and demanding an explanation. The opponent reveals surprise at Jared's unexpected strength, a power he has never encountered before.
Jared scoffs, stating that his opponent's cowardice doesn't diminish his own strength. A wider shot reveals several more armed opponents waiting in the distance, emphasizing the overwhelming odds against Jared.
The opponent unleashes a torrent of energy, his body glowing intensely. His form shifts, highlighting the gruesome nature of his transformation and boasting of its lethality.
A woman in the background comments on the effectiveness of the 5th-class invisibility magic.
He prepares to deliver a crucial message, emphasizing its importance.
He explains that his preparations were designed to minimize casualties, acknowledging the grim reality of the situation.
Overworked, he concludes his report, leaving the audience in suspense. A warning is issued. A large number of shadows are rapidly approaching from the right. An explosion blocks the escape route, trapping the characters. A character realizes they've fallen into a trap. Another character observes the situation, commenting on the mastermind's cleverness. A menacing figure appears, ready to unleash their wrath. Kill the leader of the dumbass following the Radius Church. The fake light will fade into true darkness.
A swirling teal magical circle forms, crackling with energy. A blinding flash of light erupts from the circle, striking the leader of the Radius Church with violent force, and causing him to cry out in pain. A blonde-haired man smirks, explaining that the magic used is unstable and can only be used by one person. Magic missiles, like wind spears, rain down upon the fleeing skeletons. The blonde-haired man's grin widens as he channels more power. The skeletons cry out in terror, preferring to be burned to death by Jared than face Clue Eyes. The remaining cult leader lies defeated on the ground. This was not a real fight.
Jared, a smirk playing on his lips, eyes gleaming with dark amusement, surveys the scene. His opponent's defeat was a mere formality.
Clue Eyes, level 235, is revealed. His stats highlight his transcendent shadow clone and extreme regeneration abilities.
His maniacal laughter echoes.
Jared acknowledges Clue Eyes' potent combination of abilities as crazy, but dismisses it, hinting at his own overwhelming power.
Jared makes a swift, decisive move, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. His speed is evident.
Clue Eyes, momentarily taken aback, questions Jared's actions, labeling them a child's game before preparing to counter.
Clue Eyes' attempts to dispel a mysterious effect are futile. He concludes that killing Jared is the only option.
Jared smirks, a glint in his eye, as he prepares to teleport. Clue Eyes, incredulous, questions Jared's sudden display of power. Jared simply shrugs, a smug look on his face.
Jared uses Transcendence telekinesis, violently flinging Clue Eyes away.
Jared explains that this telekinesis magic uses tremendous gravitational force, causing immense strain on the body.
Jared reveals he removed Clue Eyes' ring of absolute weakness before launching his attack.
He intends to use this advantage. Clue Eyes, still recovering, wonders about the source of Jared's power.
Clue Eyes' face contorts with fury as he declares the battle far from over. Clue Eyes, his gaze intense, studies Jared's unique dagger, its icy blue glow hinting at a power beyond his understanding. Two armored figures flee the scene, one shouting, "I'll go and report."
Their panic underscores the significance of the battle just concluded. Jared and Clue Eyes stand apart in the desolate landscape, the aftermath of their conflict heavy in the air. The distance between them speaks volumes.
Clue Eyes' eyes narrow as he demands, "What are you looking at?"
His frustration is palpable.
A sudden, blinding flash erupts from Jared's hand as he removes a ring. A powerful energy radiates outward.
Jared smirks, revealing several rings on his fingers, and casually remarks, "You can never go wrong with absolute debuff." His confidence is chilling.
Removing the ring was remarkably easy.
Clue Eyes, still suspicious, presses Jared with a probing question. Does the Radius Church have an entity that you make contracts with or gives you powers? His curiosity about Jared's source of power intensifies.
A monstrous figure, ravaged by battle, screams in agony, the words a decade echoing the length of his suffering.
The blonde-haired protagonist, eyes blazing with determination, stands defiant.
A crimson hand reaches menacingly from below.
The monster roars, growling, its rage palpable as it rises, a brutal and powerful figure.
A hand gestures, opening a shimmering portal, described as a transcendence dimension door. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses the portal, muttering, "It's a 10-dimensional door?" He vows to kill his opponent, aiming to shatter the Dark Church's unwavering support and investment.
The warrior unleashes a double flame arrow, a fiery technique of immense power.
The monster observes, amazed, that the flame arrow takes the form of a massive sphere.
He declares he'll sacrifice himself, leaving everything to his altered body, to ensure his enemy's demise. The warrior launches a dimension door fire arrow, a technique that bends space itself. With a final, desperate shout, he aims to end his foe's life. The warrior teleports, his escape a desperate gambit against his opponent's overwhelming power. A wave of intense energy erupts where he stood, leaving him gasping for breath and heavily wounded. Disoriented and injured, he struggles to comprehend what's happening to him. His foot is suddenly immobile.
Panic sets in as he realizes he's completely paralyzed, unable to move. He's trapped.
Jared, his opponent, smiles, explaining that the dimension door fire arrow not only teleports the target but also binds them to their original position. A sharp cry of pain escapes the warrior as the binding magic takes full effect.
Blood pools on the ground below him. Defeated and astonished, he can only mutter that the situation is utterly absurd.
The warrior's internal monologue reveals his disbelief. Even considering Jared's immense skill as a near Class 6 mage, this level of power is incomprehensible. The warrior stands, clad in armor, holding a staff.
Two artifacts are prominently displayed, Delrook's bracelet and the Ring of Absolute Weakness.
His opponent, his face contorted in disbelief, demands to know how he knows the ring's ability.
The ring, on the opponent's hand, glows ominously.
The warrior's foe adopts a defensive stance, his expression shifting to one of fear. The warrior's opponent's eyes widen in recognition, whispering Stella. A dark, spreading stain marks his body, the result of a lethal wound inflicted by a spirit stone tool. He explains that despite this critical injury, a spell he cast has left his opponent temporarily defenseless.
The warrior calmly collects his dagger from the defeated and vulnerable foe.
Jared's opponent, his face contorted with rage, accuses him of causing countless deaths through his ambition and ruthlessness. He argues that Jared's actions are inherently evil, and therefore, any guilt is meaningless. Jared's opponent lies defeated, his body racked with pain. Jared comments on the impressive nature of his opponent's skill.
The victor questions why someone as skilled as Jared is still only the lord of a small territory. Jared explains he wouldn't have set a trap had he not been confident in his ability to defeat his opponent.
Jared declares that he is the only one who understands the powers of a ring he possesses, and he intends to use it to take vengeance on his foe. His foe, Cluz, will be executed, and his body will tour the land so that the people can express their rage towards him. Jared's opponent questions the point of venting anger on a corpse, as it won't bring anyone back to life. Jared, however, proceeds to retrieve his dagger, ignoring the mockery.
He approaches his defeated foe.
Jared prepares to use a healing spell, much to the surprise of his defeated opponent who questions his sudden change of heart. Jared states that the foe will die anyway but will only do so when Jared allows it.
Jared's opponent, still reeling from defeat, watches in disbelief as Jared prepares a healing spell.
Until you run out of breath, you will go through so much pain that you cannot die from, Jared explains, a chilling calmness in his voice. The defeated foe cries out in agony as Jared casts the Transcendence Heal, a spell that inflicts excruciating pain while preventing death.
The process is shown in two separate panels. Jared's actions are confirmed, even if you wanted to die you couldn't. Never allowing death. The panel depicts a hellish, greenish landscape, representing the living torment inflicted by the spell.
The chapter ends to be continued. The defeated foe recounts his unique, terrifying power. No one has ever survived after seeing my physical transformation. The defeated foe's eyes burn with an unnatural, fiery glow. This is a magical variant that I have never seen before, he whispers, his voice laced with awe and terror. His face contorts into a grotesque mask of rage as he reveals the horrifying truth: dimension doors are connected to each other.
A blur of motion, a terrifyingly fast escape. Jared reacts instantly, launching a barrage of purple energy blasts.
The blasts collide with incredible force, a chaotic maelstrom of light and energy erupts.
One of the blasts narrowly misses Jared, scorching his hair. His expression is grim, his focus unwavering. More blasts erupt, a mesmerizing dance of destructive power. The foe, despite his escape, is finally identified.
It's telekinesis magic, Jared observes, his eyes narrowed in concentration.
Fire arrow, Jared announces, launching a fiery projectile.
Jared analyzes the foe's power, noting a significant increase in magical strength compared to his previous attacks. He also points out the seemingly limitless mana.
Utilizing the ring of absolute weakness, Jared inflicts a devastating blow, ensuring the enemy's demise.
The foe, Clues, is severely weakened, his body showing the effects of the attack.
Jared mocks Clues' foolishness, highlighting his underestimation of his opponent's capabilities. Jared reveals his tool, the artisan's bullets, made from stellad, a rare mineral harder than spirit stone, capable of engraving permanent magic marks.
Jared explains that if Clues' body had been as reinforced as before, the stellad tool wouldn't have made such a deep cut. Jared explains that the stellad tool's cut proved fatal because Clues' body wasn't as reinforced as it once was.
With a fierce expression, Jared prepares to deliver a final blow, stating he'll ensure this is the end for Clues.
A purple energy crackles around Clues' body as he cries out. Clues lies defeated, Jared reflecting that if he had known Clues was an unbeatable foe, he wouldn't have engaged in battle.
Jared reveals his callous indifference to Clues' death, declaring those who die were simply not good enough to be revived.
His words reveal a harsh reality of this world.
Jared cruelly questions Clues, asking how much damage he can inflict, given Clues' healing abilities.
Despite his apparent strength, a narrator's aside reveals that Clues is only a Class 5 mage.
Clues unleashes a final, desperate burst of power in a last-ditch effort. A desperate plea hangs in the twilight air, "Please." The reply is curt, "What?" A metallic device hums, a tool of interrogation. I guess everyone becomes weak in the face of torture.
Then confess your sins in front of this imaging device. Even as pain racks their body, defiance flickers in their eyes. Even if I die, the Umbra Church will surely avenge me. The grip tightens, the interrogation intensifies.
To its core.
A final, defiant glare, a broken body, a fierce spirit unbroken. I'll be waiting for you to arrive in the afterlife soon too.
A whispered curse, a promise of retribution. I swear to God that I will curse.
A young man in armor examines status messages, noting a level increase in upgraded eyes, but postponing further review. A voice observes that the armored young man appears to need backup, as a radiant, explosive energy erupts. A wave of bodies collapses as a figure unleashes a devastating attack, leaving one survivor screaming in agony. A shocked observer questions if the armored young man truly killed Clues. The panel shows the wrongdoing of the defeated group and a final judgment: their sins can only be atoned for by death. Jared, a young man in shining armor, unleashes a wave of fiery energy, shouting, "Let's go!" His opponents are overwhelmed by the sheer power of his attack, coughing up blood as they succumb to Jared's might. A narrator explains that Jared's speed, magic, and overwhelming power leave his enemies with no escape.
Their fate is sealed.
Jared examines a glowing artifact, his expression solemn. The artifact's description is revealed: it's called Demon's Play, and it requires the sacrifice of 1,000 lives to acquire. Its abilities enhance various stats. Observers watch in disbelief as a group of soldiers escorts a captured man, their horror palpable. Jared smiles, subtly, stating, "My skills, Ella." The final panel reveals that Jared has triggered a major turning point that could drastically alter the future. Jared offers a subtle smile and thanks Ella, his gratitude hinting at a significant turning point they've just reached. The scene shifts to a private space, where the headmaster urges Ella to speak freely. Ella, exasperated, questions why she can't know the headmaster's real name after he repeatedly uses hers. She cheekily suggests they create a plausible name for him, and he replies he'll listen if it's an order, not a request.
The headmaster chuckles, acknowledging her consistency in calling him Black Demon 4 years, and accepts the nickname.
The somber news drops, Cluz is dead. The headmaster reveals that Cluz's body was circulated, punished, and a video of his repentance exists, a grim testament to his demise.
The headmaster presses for the oath of allegiance, but receives news of the Cluz faction's surrender.
The conversation shifts to the vacant vice president position. The individual being offered the position flatly refuses, preferring their current shadow work.
They dislike the Citadel.
The refusal is reiterated, emphasizing the overwhelming burden of leading the Black Division.
A decision is made, all outside activities are halted to focus on investigating Jared.
The scene shifts to someone who appears to be in a room or other confined space, expressing their intent to investigate everything from the past to the present. A knight stands over a defeated figure, his final words requested. The scene is grim, the defeated individual clearly suffering. The knight reveals his hatred for the Umbra Church, a clear indication of his motivations. He boasts that he won't be going to hell, as that's where his enemy resides, highlighting his disdain and confidence.
The knight efficiently disposes of the body using a ring, demonstrating practicality amidst the conflict.
The knight's face shows a hint of weariness, a subtle shift in expression.
A woman with glasses observes from afar, her expression unreadable, adding suspense.
The knight's power is lauded by onlookers, who marvel at his strength. He's clearly a high-ranking wizard, even among combat mages. News of Cluz's death spreads. A character with shocked expression reacts to this grim announcement.
The knight, unmoved by the fallen Cluz, reveals his lack of intention to save anyone.
He stands defiantly amidst the Umbra Church soldiers. The knight's dagger dances with deadly grace, a sharp act punctuates the swiftness of the attack. The knight achieves a significant milestone, earning the title 1000/Dark Hunter and receiving the artifact Demon's Play, while his level breaks through 100, allowing his discerning eyes to upgrade. His eyes glow with newfound power, signifying a significant upgrade in abilities. The system explains the criteria for achieving Transcendence: 8 stars for 10,000 people, 9 for 100,000, 10 for 1 million, and Transcendence for over 10 million.
Jared, awestruck, utters only, "Lord."
Cluz's killer, a woman named Lynn Anna, is questioned about the feat. She confesses uncertainty, unsure how to even respond. Lynn Anna simply reiterates that the outcome is as previously stated. She has reached Transcendence. The Radius Church representatives are shown to greatly commend Jared's work, defining an inflection point as a point on a smooth plane curve at which the curvature changes sign. Jared humbly accepts the praise for eliminating Cluz, a long-standing enemy of the Radius Church.
Lynn Anna, seated in a luxurious room, introduces herself as the Black Demon.
Lynn Anna, the Black Demon, sits calmly, already aware of Jared's victory over Cluz. Her calm demeanor belies a simmering irritation at his independent action. She criticizes Jared's lack of communication, calling his actions a stupid, hasty move that has unforeseen consequences. Lynn Anna reflects on the Radius Church's dependence on Cluz and the impact of his death, ironically noting the consequences of losing such a powerful figure. Lynn Anna observes the chaotic battlefield from afar, her narration highlighting the knight's transformation into mere spectators as Jared fights alone. A devastating attack from Jared decimates the enemy forces. The visual depicts a scene of fiery destruction. Jared unknowingly finds himself manipulating the demon's plans. The ring on his finger subtly hints at a deeper connection. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Even with his enhanced magic, Jared knew he faced an impossible challenge. The Radius Church has officially declared the Sanar district a Holy Land, prompting a significant increase in attention. It's advised to avoid provoking unnecessary conflict for the time being.
Amidst the chaos of the Dark Church's actions, doubts about the existence of God surface.
The speaker reflects on the immense loss of life caused by the Dark Church's actions. Dismissing empty platitudes, a character chooses to focus on a full investigation into the Jared matter, stating their intention to avoid idle pleasantries and to remain busy with this task. Further emphasizing their commitment, the character reveals they will also be engaging in a dungeon fight the following day. A large, imposing church with a striking red stained glass window is shown, confirming the church's declaration of the Sanar district as holy ground. The red-haired character, having made their decision, departs. A whisper escapes her lips, a heartbroken plea, "Jared, Jared." Overwhelmed, he exclaims, "I'm so busy finalizing shipments and reading every message line by line. Just how many First Awakening notification messages are popping up?" He recognizes the influx, noting, it's a signal that the system gives when there is an important change to the player. A document is revealed, it's a map. He muses, Tristus Island? The map details the island's features, narration clarifies, it is home to the continent's largest dungeon called the Grand Labyrinth of Naz. A group of adventurers are shown, their expressions conveying excitement and determination. The narrator explains, a place that attracts the attention of every player in Paradiso, and infinitely stimulates the spirit of challenge. You would, of course, pick the Tristus Island. A spiraling staircase descending into darkness is revealed. The narrator comments, a structure that goes underground to match the developer's liking. And oh boy, did they like their underground dungeons. The labyrinth's entrance shifts unpredictably, the portal's color dictates the type of dungeon you'll face, creating a constantly changing challenge. A young man, sword at his hip, stands in a grand hall, while a cloaked figure observes him. Matching the portal's color to the labyrinth's type is crucial for successful navigation, but random chance may lead to unexpected, challenging dungeons. A character holds top-secret documents detailing the correlation between portal color, entry date, and labyrinth type. This crucial information unlocks strategies for navigating the unpredictable dungeons. The Grand Labyrinth, a Naz continent-wide structure, belongs to its people, not any specific nation. Those who violate this rule face unified Naz forces. The young man, though possessing this crucial information, decides to wait for the optimal moment to act. He acknowledges the gravity of the situation while choosing strategic patience. Chloe, visibly anxious, paces nervously. A male character appears, surprised to find her. Chloe, caught off guard, explains her sudden arrival, prompting a retort about her urgent need to report to the Lord. Chloe's anxious explanation about her unexpected arrival is met with blunt skepticism. The man questions why she feels the urgent need to report to the Lord. Chloe, pressured, reveals her intention to practice, a thinly veiled excuse to avoid a deeper conversation. A maid giggles in the background. The scene shifts, Chloe is addressed by name. The tension remains high. A man bluntly asserts Chloe's lack of intelligence, prompting an agreement from Chloe herself, adding to the feeling that she's hiding something. The man explains that Chloe's skills are needed in the future, and that her position at the manor will give her greater experience, even referencing her Grey Elf heritage. Despite knowing of Chloe's potential return to her homeland, the man presses his offer, showing confidence in his proposal. The man emphasizes the significant broadening of Chloe's knowledge and experience that the manor offers, indicating a pivotal moment in her development. Chloe mentions her impending departure, prompting a reaction from the man. The man counters, revealing that he's aware of Chloe's plans and is raising the stakes. A woman with red hair expresses concern for the man, urging him to avoid overexertion. He counters, questioning the value of his life. The red-haired woman declares her faith in him as her god. A woman plans to attack a dungeon together with someone else. The woman is warned about the dangers ahead, her position emphasizing her importance and the need for caution. A woman's face, contorted with cold determination, fills the panel. Her lips curl into a sinister smile as she declares, "I will kill him." September 1st, Cribia's Great Manor. The scene sets the stage for the events to come. A young man receives a system message, revealing that he has earned the title the one who overcomes the first crisis and, as a reward, a map of Tristus Island. His surprise is palpable. The man studies the map, realizing its significance. It's not just a map, it's a key to navigating a treacherous labyrinth. The Grand Labyrinth of Naz, a notorious dungeon on Tristus Island, is introduced. Its ominous nature is clearly established. At the underground entrance, a dimensional door, changing color every minute, is described, adding a layer of challenge and mystery. The dimensional door, once a vibrant pink, has shifted to a somber gray. The text explains this daily change as a characteristic of the Grand Labyrinth's entrance. A young man with blonde hair reads a sign, Grand Labyrinth of Na's announcement.
The ominous tone is set.
A hand holds a document detailing how those entering the labyrinth will be deemed greedy and evil, allowing for merciless attacks without compromising honor. A cheerful blue-haired maid greets someone, asking when they arrived, while a pale-skinned elf with pointed ears smiles passively in the background. The maid excitedly reveals that the Lord has been waiting for them for a while. The maid advises the new arrival to openly express their feelings. The blonde-haired man from earlier asks about the elf's personal training, specifically stealth, disguise, and deception. The elf confirms that this training has been completed.
He seems thoughtful. The elf is considering a possible new nickname.
The blonde man will reject that suggestion.
The blonde man, eyes sharp with determination, reveals his ambition to conquer the Grand Labyrinth of Naz before his life ends, believing Chloe will be indispensable in this endeavor.
He finds something odd, his expression shifting to thoughtful concern. He's heard whispers about Hayes, Isabel, and Lena, hinting at hidden agendas. A warning is issued, Chloe and her associates are secretive, and caution is advised. The blonde man, having spoken with Ella, anticipates Chloe's acceptance of a proposition, but he himself harbors doubts and hesitations about his ability to manage it. A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes, his face bearing the faint marks of a recent struggle, offers a small, almost mischievous smile. He reassures Chloe, a visibly worried elf woman with long, silver hair, "You're worrying too much, Chloe." His demeanor is calm, almost dismissive of her concerns.
The young man's request is direct, "I want you to help me in my manner." Chloe's skepticism is evident in her expression.
Chloe's doubt intensifies, her internal conflict is palpable.
He emphasizes his need, stating firmly, "Yes, I really need you," leaving no room for misinterpretation. Chloe, still hesitant, raises a question, "One more thing?"
He introduces a new element, promising a teacher even more skilled than Ella, which is highly significant given the context of Chloe's training. A weathered, 70-year-old man is shown, his life dedicated to a singular, ruthless path of assassination. A younger man, with a cunning glint in his eyes, proposes a plan. Chloe will be deceived, gaining invaluable experience under his tutelage. He suggests thinking of it as a queen's class. He hesitates, unable to bring himself to reveal this deceptive plan to Chloe. Chloe, shown with a worried expression, agrees to stay, despite the implicit deception. The scene shifts to a grand academy. Chloe and the younger man share a determined look, vowing their best effort.
A discussion about acquiring a rare, ultra-strong metal from Chaldea is underway.
A map is shown, highlighting May Port, whose access is blocked by ice during winter, creating a logistical challenge. Re-establishing his resolve, the main character stares ahead, a determined glint in his eyes.
He's ready for whatever challenges lie ahead.
A lord is being briefed, the order of the continent needing stabilization for a brighter future. His advisor agrees, taking notes diligently. Valdez, the advisor, is questioned about his constant praise. He assures his lord that it's genuine. The lord emphasizes his plan's originality, stating it comes purely from his own thoughts. Valdez's loyalty surpasses 200, triggering a primary awakening.
News of Valdez's awakening is met with approval. He clarifies he's neither a military expert nor a spy.
The focus shifts to a document containing stories of mistreated naval generals. The Lord states he won't inquire about the source.
The high cost of maintaining the navy is deemed undesirable by the two kings, Banuso and Malice.
Valdez's true intentions are understood. He believes the navy needs a purpose and an opportunity to prove its worth.
A messenger excitedly informs his lord that the document detailing the mistreatment of naval generals is nearly complete.
A young woman fiercely defends her integrity and the truth of her report, challenging her lord's skepticism.
The document is described to contain information about Chaldea, a master blacksmith.
Valdez nonchalantly explains how he obtained the item in question. News arrives that the Plenus mine's workforce is demanding payment, adding another layer of urgency to the situation.
Valdez reveals the mine's superintendent is corrupt, taking bribes to secure positions. The system is rotten, built on buying influence. He continues, explaining that even the kingdoms of Arcania and Fafur suffer from high corruption, with the top officials exhibiting the most greed. The urgent need to address the Plenus mine's workforce demanding payment is reiterated. The focus shifts back to action. Valdez, with a sly smile, requests the elf's continued assistance, emphasizing her unique skills in stealth and assassination. The elf, looking pensive, shows her reluctance to fully commit. Valdez reinforces the elf's irreplaceable value to his mission, highlighting her expertise in stealth, assassination, and camouflage. Valdez, with a sly grin, promises the elf that within a year, he will find her a better teacher than himself. The elf, unconvinced, reveals that her father, who was a renowned warrior, died of illness in 1424 during the Battle of Armageddon. She explains that since she has two older brothers, one of them will likely become king in the future, making her position less crucial. A dark silhouette of the elf is shown with swords clashing against her, expressing fatalistic acceptance of her brother's eventual deaths. Valdez proposes a compromise: she works for him for a year, after which she can leave. The elf seems to consider his offer, and he gently touches her hand. Valdez initiates a new discussion, stating that it is time to begin mining seriously in Chaldea. He is shown making calculations for expansion of his estate, emphasizing the need for ice-free ports to compete with the Benuso and Malus kingdoms. Valdez, meticulously reviewing documents, declares his expansion plans for Chaldea's mining operations will be a secret surprise, emphasizing that true gain comes from exclusive knowledge, not mere tricks. A woman with dark hair and a striking gaze speaks of those who will grow up under God's protection and support. Her expression suggests both confidence and a hint of something else, perhaps ambition. A scene shifts to a grand school building. The narration reflects a contrasting viewpoint. While difficult times may be opportunities for some, the speaker does not share that perspective. A young man with orange hair argues against the unconditional sacrifice of people for war, contrasting that with the pragmatic view that leaders can simply instruct them to add to their workforce and power. An advisor to the young man, with long brown hair, expresses his discomfort, stating that he doesn't know how to express his feelings about such empty words. The advisor continues, stating that the young man's actions speak louder than empty words, given his leadership style. The advisor shifts the conversation, mentioning a recent increase in master potion sales due to the rainy season in the Nasu continent's southern region. Finally, the advisor reveals he has some secret intelligence on the Benuso and Malus kingdoms, obtained through his personal network, hinting at potential strategic implications. The advisor, studying a map, suggests that if the people of Benuso and Malus are given sufficient cause, they might overthrow their current leaders and choose a new one. A strategic shift is underway. Excitement erupts as a messenger announces the discovery of the blacksmith in the Plenus mine. The advisor stresses the importance of certainty before proceeding. The advisor and messenger celebrate their success in locating Acerbo, the blacksmith. A character observes a lord flying overhead, commenting on the strange sight. "I don't lie," the messenger assures, a sly smile playing on his lips. The advisor, clearly surprised, exclaims, "What?" The messenger continues, explaining that in turbulent times, what people truly need is not heroes, but a single saint, bringing peace. The advisor, impressed, responds, "Very good, my lord. Please continue to speak." The messenger, now eager, says, "Let's hear it." He is about to reveal crucial information regarding the coastal region's army and navy personnel. A figure in blue armor pauses, observing something. "Let's take this time to check out Tanex," he remarks. A close-up reveals a pair of piercing yellow eyes, their owner smirking subtly. "Oh ho," she muses. One character warns another, about to fall, "Hey, hey. Aki, you're going to fall." The second character, Aki, is startled. "I'll pull you back." She replies, but is interrupted. Aki's companion, looking concerned, observes, "It seems like you've gained a lot of weight, Aki." He then reflects, "Did I make her do too much merchant work?" He continues his thought, deciding, "I'll have to include an exercise period in the future." The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape under a twilight sky. The caption reads, "In the middle among the many people."
Asero, a woman clad in simple garb, stands firm, her spear held protectively. The scene crackles with energy. We see several weapons, a scythe, a sword, and a spear, significantly superior to the iron weapons used by the Demon King's army. This provides a substantial advantage to the Allied forces. The narrative jumps forward 12 years, a significant shift from the original timeline. Two figures, one a robot and the other a woman, arrive at their destination, seemingly surprised to find themselves already there. The woman's expression is one of mild annoyance as she apologizes for unintentionally touching her companion's stomach earlier.
Asero is called upon urgently. Superintendent Buku needs her. Superintendent Buku, a large, imposing figure, confronts someone, accusing them of squandering the kingdom's resources. A blacksmith is being brutally flogged, the sounds of the whipping echo around him, a painful pwack. Pwack. Pwack, punctuating the scene as his body endures the punishment. Superintendent Buku continues his wrathful interrogation, accusing the blacksmith of ignoring his superiors. Because you don't listen to the supervisors and ignore them, he snarls, his anger palpable. Buku raises a whip, menacingly stating, "I'll make an example out of you this morning." The threat hangs heavy in the air. The whip cracks down again, the sound a sharp keek, as the blacksmith cries out in agony. The blacksmith, gasping for breath between blows, weakly defends himself, using impurities I received from other blacksmiths. I was just doing research during off hours. His explanation falls on deaf ears. Buku's gaze is cold and unforgiving. Even if a blacksmith like you dies? He begins, the implication clear. The blacksmith lies defeated and groaning on the ground, his body battered. Aloha! Escapes his lips. Asero bursts onto the scene, shouting, "Stop!" The scene ends with her intervention. "Who are you to grab my arm?" the blacksmith demands, his voice laced with pain and indignation as he clutches his injured arm. "I'm a relative of Asero," the hooded figure replies calmly. "I just want to talk to him for a bit, so please move out of the way." Their eyes gleam with a determined focus. The blacksmith, still clutching his side, weakly groans, "Key." The scene shifts to reveal Asero's supervisor and another individual observing the interaction, concern etched on their faces. "And Asero is under my supervision," the supervisor states firmly. "Even if Asero's mother or father comes, they can't do as they please. Do you know that?" The underlying tension in the scene is palpable. The blacksmith, angered, attempts to retrieve a bag of gold, muttering, "How dare you play games?" The hooded figure's face is filled with shock and disbelief. No. How did this happen? Their carefully laid plans appear to have gone awry. Asero's sister enters the scene, carrying several bags of gold. "But if you listen to what this person says, you'll receive 3 more bags." A clear conflict of interest is presented. The supervisor, clearly agitated, demands, "Make a document that states that Asero has been fired from the Plenus mine." The situation escalates significantly. "Understood. I'll do as you have requested." "You were a sorcerer?" "It seems like that supervisor has repeatedly assaulted and ignored you, Asero." Ow. Well, it's not uncommon for these things to happen in the Plenus mine. As expected, the future greats are definitely different from the beginning. Sir Asero. Yes? Furthermore, the title Sir is too much for me. Even at first glance you seem to be a squabble family, and yet you're treating me with respect. I guess not many people recognize me because I'm not a famous person yet. That's probably 4. I can be this courteous to an. Leaving the Plenus mine? Come to think of it, you told Shurenton. Sir Asero is sincerely thanked. A weary man, bearing the scars of his journey, contemplates silently. Aki notes his companion's heavy breathing as they travel. The Plenus mine remains a long way off. A curious hole is discovered, sparking intrigue. Data collection is underway. A strategic plan is forming. By subtly deploying collected data, a particular individual might be lured closer. A blacksmith's workshop hums with activity, but a hidden talent remains yet to emerge. 3 years after the Armageddon War, a blacksmith accidentally discovers Chaldea while examining ore.
A young man in advanced armor reacts with disbelief, questioning what's meant by already.
Another individual, Aki, is also mentioned. A tense moment unfolds as the armored man demands silence and preparation, clearly anticipating imminent action. The blacksmith, sweat beading on his brow, looks apprehensive.
A furious, overweight man explodes, threatening the blacksmith with a tirade fueled by countless past warnings. The obese man's fear is palpable as he reveals his rivals are attempting to usurp his position. The obese man, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, gestures to himself with a flourish, a rope coiled in his hand.
His threat hangs heavy in the air. His voice drips with venomous intent. You keep ignoring me, and you dare talk back? I'm going to kill you today. The blacksmith's fate hangs precariously in the balance.
The obese man lunges, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he attacks the blacksmith.
Die!
A young man, clearly a newcomer, intervenes, his voice sharp with concern. Looks like you're new.
Are you out of your mind? I'm asking you, what are you doing?
The obese man, eyes wide with disbelief and fury, retorts, a relative, a bastard, this is my territory.
A burlap sack, seemingly innocuous, is presented as a gift. The giver requests a brief conversation in return.
Upon opening the sack, a massive amount of gold is revealed, equivalent to 3 years' salary for the recipient.
Shock and disbelief are evident.
The recipient, momentarily stunned by the unexpected wealth, cautiously inquires about the identity of the generous benefactor. The young man hesitates, seemingly unsure of what to do next, now faced with the surprising situation. The obese man promises an additional 9 years' worth of salary if the document, stamped with the general manager's seal, is accepted. The young man, clarifying his earlier deception, reveals that his claim of having sorcerer relatives was a fabrication. A close-up on the young man's eyes reveals a sudden change, his pupils turning a menacing red. The young man now bears a small cut above his eye, his expression shifting to one of apprehension. Sir Asero, a blacksmith, is approached by a young man in a hooded cloak.
The young man gets straight to the point. He wants Asero to abandon his current mine and relocate.
The young man dramatically reveals himself as the lord of the Great Cribia territory, adding further weight to his demand. His accomplice appears pleased with this revelation. The lord's smile broadens as he extends a further invitation. Asero is invited to his estate. A glowing hammer, imbued with immense energy, appears. It is the symbol of the father of metallurgy, a title hinting at significant power and skill within the world's metallurgical arts. A plan to financially support key figures, starting with the gatekeepers, is put into motion.
2 armored gatekeepers stand guard at a dark, cavernous entrance.
Asero, apparently without permission, used some iron, and now he's found himself in a bit of a predicament. He's on his hands and knees, sinking into a pile of what appears to be coal dust.
Asero's expression shifts into a mischievous grin.
He seems pleased with himself and what he's about to do. A young man with vibrant blonde hair and piercing blue eyes smiles confidently, his words carrying a certain weight. I want to escort you to my domain. The feudal lord from the larger domain questioned the blonde man's actions, and unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. The young man, undeterred, begins to lay out his plan, beginning with a promise to provide the best smithy equipment. He assures them that while he can't guarantee it'll be the best on the whole continent, at the very least, it will be top tier within the northern area. He continues, adding that he will also supply them with any magical equipment they require. With a flash of purple light and a confident smirk, the young man reveals his true skill, a powerful magician capable of fabricating almost any item imaginable.
His specialty?
Creating high-quality magic stones.
The blond man's calm assurance is palpable. His plan is in motion.
A man hesitates, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity etched across his features. He seems unsure of what to say. Sir Asero is informed of a significant investment for research and production of a new kind of metal. Details are withheld until later. The blond man confidently assures Asero that there is enough raw material to produce the new metal on a large scale, prompting him to take a look at a sample blade. Asero, intrigued, cautiously examines the extraordinary blade.
He requests permission to conduct a simple test.
He explains that his friends gifted him this blade to commemorate his decade-long service. With a swift, powerful motion, Asaro effortlessly slices through a stone with the blade, showcasing its exceptional sharpness. Asaro's astonishment is palpable as he and his companions marvel at the revolutionary implications of the new metal, noting that its current reserves are comparable to those of iron. The incredible strength of the new metal is undeniable. A blade forged from it effortlessly shatters a stone. Asaro's companion, a blond young man, approaches him, recognizing Asaro's value and requesting his assistance. Asaro readily accepts the offer, agreeing to join the young man. Asaro and his companion find themselves in a large warehouse where a supervisor observes them, appearing concerned about the situation. The supervisor expresses concern about the stress everyone's under. The blond young man's confident smile and clenched fist hint at his concealed ambition and hidden strength. The blond young man unleashes a swift, powerful blow, a crimson energy surging from his fist. His opponents lie defeated, the blond man standing over them, his words echoing, "Violence isn't the solution to everything. You reap what you sow." Aki questions the blond man's attire as they approach a grand entrance, noting the lack of other visitors due to a high entry fee. He insists Aki clean himself before entering. Aki, amused, suggests using the spa facilities. The blond man, looking slightly uncomfortable, agrees. The blond man reflects on the unusual experience of being treated as royalty, emphasizing his comfort with his current situation. Aki quietly agrees, her expression suggesting a mix of curiosity and acceptance. The blond man, eyes still covered, muses aloud about the forest of nightmares or the grave of Mahat, pondering the potential rewards of such dangerous ventures. He sits poolside, now uncovered, and questions why he's not joining the others in the water. He explains his aversion to hot water, a simple, unexpected detail. Aki's laughter is heard as she observes him. Aki reflects on his change in demeanor, only acting informally when it is just the two of them. A close-up on Aki's thoughtful expression, her eyes slightly narrowed, leaves the reader pondering her observation. Aki smiles warmly, cradling two plush pillows. Her expression is serene, a stark contrast to her usual guarded demeanor. Sir Asaro, a blacksmith, humbly downplays his skills, stating he's just an ordinary craftsman found near any mine. The man observing Asaro's work is impressed by the intricate detail, highlighting the skill required. Asaro is stunned into speechless amazement when offered an estate by a noble as a reward for his skill. The noble assures Asaro that this isn't some act of magic, it's an investment in his talent. Asaro stands before the noble and another individual, holding a newly crafted sword, as the noble observes. A close-up on Asaro's hand carefully sharpening the blade, demonstrating his skill. With a resounding clang, Asaro effortlessly shatters the remaining pieces of the inferior sword, highlighting the superior quality of his newly crafted blade. The smith, awestruck by the sword's revolutionary design, mutters, "This is revolutionary." The noble and their companion, observing from afar, offer their assistance and pledge their loyalty, stating, "Although I am weak, if my abilities can offer some assistance to you, I'll follow you wherever." A portly figure announces, "We're finished with all of the work," expressing bewilderment at their intense interest in such a simple matter. The noble offers another satchel of gold, requesting, "I'll give you another satchel of gold just like the one that I just gave you. Will you please answer my request?" The noble's frustration boils over, "Nothing more, nothing less. I just want to punch you just one time with my own fist." The portly figure, unfazed, laughs, "Can't you tell that the only thing that I have going for me is my size? Go ahead with your best shot. I'll be sure to be on the receiving end." Ha ha ha. With a swift, powerful punch, the noble sends the portly figure sprawling. Bystanders gasp as they witness the unexpected display of strength. The noble's punch was far stronger than anyone anticipated. Despite the attack, the noble warns against future violence. Elsewhere, Aki reports to his lord on his successful mission against Buku. His lord expresses satisfaction and gratitude. Aki, relaxing at the spa, reflects on his successful mission and the unexpected luxury of his current situation. His lord assures him that his intentions were misunderstood, and prepares to enter the spa as well. Aki's lord, enjoying the spa's luxury, plans to expand the industrial district, adding lodging, alcohol sales, and entertainment venues to improve the nightlife and cultural offerings.
Aki, still relaxing in the spa, sits quietly, contemplating.
His lord questions Aki's decision to dip his feet in the water while wrapped in a towel, and Aki sheepishly explains his hairy body.
Aki's lord is unfazed and allows him to do as he pleases. He decides to close his eyes and relax. Elsewhere, a figure observes, sensing something amiss.
The same figure, concerned, wonders about a kid, further hinting at a developing situation. A young woman sleeps soundly in a bed, while a blond man sits on a nearby couch, seemingly troubled, muttering to himself.
Suddenly, a fierce figure wielding a sword appears, letting out a powerful battle cry.
The blond man is abruptly kicked away, his body propelled through the air by a swift blow. The blond man, lying on the ground, remarks that the attack was nice, expressing exhaustion and a desire to sleep. A servo, his expression strained, looks downcast. A woman tells a servo he doesn't have much, prompting a concerned expression.
Touched by the woman's words, a servo's sadness deepens.
A hooded figure makes plans to support a servo's family.
A servo, quietly acknowledging the plan, expresses his understanding. A servo promises to return after completing his task. A gold coin changes hands, a silent transaction between two figures shrouded in shadow.
A servo, weary from his mission, is dismissed with a dismissive wave and the words, "Go ahead, you must be tired from work."
His relieved expression speaks volumes.
A servo's face falls as the weight of his discovery sinks in, the Fafur kingdom's corruption, fueled by bribery.
The location is revealed, the fallen underground mosque of the Fafur kingdom. Three figures observe from below. A guard is offered bread, a small act of kindness amidst the grim discovery. A guard is offered bread, a small act of kindness in the grim setting of the fallen Fafur kingdom mosque. The offer is accepted as someone remarks, "Oh, you're a noble. Everyone, move aside."
The young noble, accepting the bread, reveals their ambition. Eventually, "I want to bring change upon this country, bringing change with my own hands."
The young noble's resolve is clear, "I know. That's why I'm going there." Their determination is met with a grim observation from a bystander. The bystander shakes his head, lamenting, "Damn, I guess this is how we lose another young hunter like that, tsk.
A small, somewhat mischievous-looking creature explains the layout of the mosque. "In this place, there are two paths, course A and B, that lead to different locations, and most people tend to choose to go into course A, since course A is less dangerous, and because people have shared their knowledge about it, they were well versed in it." The creature continues, emphasizing the difficulty of the other path, at a minimum 15. A minimum of 15 members is needed for a party to conquer course B. The young noble's face is shown, a determined yet slightly apprehensive expression visible. The young noble, his face a mask of determination, mutters to himself, resolved to improve his stats before facing stronger opponents.
His gaze is intense, unwavering, as he prepares for whatever challenges lie ahead. A metallic figure approaches, its presence imposing.
The young noble greets it with a composed expression. Suddenly, the metallic figure is launched backward, a blur of motion. The young noble watches the aftermath, a hint of awe in his eyes. He remarks that it feels like something out of a superhero movie. A surprised voice rings out. A new character observes the scene, wondering aloud about the young noble's presence in the fallen underground mosque. A surprised voice questions the young noble's unexpected presence within the fallen underground mosque, wondering how he managed to bypass the numerous monsters guarding the dungeon's depths. A rapid-fire sequence shows the young noble, clad in advanced armor, effortlessly weaving through a horde of goblins, moving with superhuman speed and agility. The noble, revealing a smug grin, boasts about his superior piloting skills and control of a Tartura Nexus, a powerful technology that makes him the best at piloting it.
He confidently remarks that the Tartura Nexus suits him well. A nearby elf looks on, unimpressed.
The elf expresses regret at not planting a communication stone, hindering their ability to contact someone for help in this situation. He curses under his breath.
The young noble continues his rapid traversal, easily outmaneuvering another group of goblins.
A young noble, his face alight with mischief, gives a knowing wink.
He's clearly up to something.
The elf, anxiously peering through a window, notes that the young noble has passed through 8 rooms undetected, his movements surprisingly silent. A family, their belongings meager, expresses their gratitude for the help they've received.
Their relief is palpable. The family explains their limited possessions, a consequence of their itinerant lifestyle. Their words hint at a history of hardship.
The young noble, having arrived at the Zummer villa, is informed of his destination, his expression turning serious.
He's clearly focused on the task at hand.
He reaffirms his commitment to ensuring the family receives everything they need, his eyes filled with determined resolve.
A young mage assures the noble that his long-range teleportation magic will be quick, leaving him behind to handle his affairs.
The noble approaches a gate guarded by a knight, who demands payment to pass.
The noble pays the toll, a single gold coin exchanged between the two.
Further ahead, the noble encounters more guards who accuse him of attempting to pass without payment. This reveals the world's reliance on monetary solutions, even for passage. The noble now stands before a large, imposing gate, the inscription suggesting this city solves all problems with money. The noble, still stewing over the city's blatant monetary system, reveals his long-held plan to conquer a specific dungeon, a goal predating his current mission. He laments his inability to reform the corrupt country, fearing its inherently flawed structure will remain unchanged. His companions warn him against his reckless decision to tackle a perilous dungeon alone, highlighting the vastly different survival rates between safer and more dangerous routes.
They directly accuse him of suicidal intentions, given his choice of the far more dangerous path.
The destination is unveiled, the fallen underground mosque, presenting two distinct paths, A and B, with vastly differing levels of danger. The panel emphasizes the notorious danger of course B, setting the stage for the noble's impending perilous journey.
Confident despite being alone, the noble approaches the fallen underground mosque.
He acknowledges the vastness of the continent and the abundance of monsters awaiting him. Having arrived at the entrance to Course B, the most perilous path, he prepares for the challenge ahead.
He retrieves and equips Tanex, a crucial item for his journey.
His determination is evident in his confident expression. A system check reveals his power is fully charged, ensuring he is prepared to face any obstacle. Ready and in good condition, he sets off with speed, determined to swiftly overcome any dangers. He launches himself forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion leaving only streaks of light in his wake. A nearby observer, eyes wide with concern, mutters, "He must be trying to take advantage of something." The observer's voice cuts through the air, he's moving as close to the ceiling as he can to avoid the monsters below.
"How's that, Sabio?" Sabio's face is a mask of disbelief as he exclaims, "What am I looking at right now?"
The other observer calmly responds, "No, let's keep watch for now." There's no need to be proud of him, nor is there a need to be worried. The armored figure continues his rapid advance, the sounds of many small creatures scurrying away echoing in his wake. A triumphant grin spreads across the armored figure's face as he bursts forth, the very air around him crackling with energy. He stands before a grand archway, a small army of goblins scattering before him, their fear palpable.
He lets out a single, dismissive ha.
An observer watches, incredulous.
"How? That's impossible." "But, in just 2 hours, how did he?"
Another observer, cloaked and unseen, calmly assures, "Of course." The armored figure, now hooded, reassures, "Thanks for worrying, but I'll be fine." His tone is confident, his eyes resolute.
2 hours into his dungeon exploration, the player arrives at the final chamber, ominously titled The Room of the Fallen. He cautiously surveys the room, his voice echoing, "Where is the boss monster?" A low chuckle escapes his lips as he spots the slumbering behemoth. "Found them. They're definitely still asleep."
The frost lizard Valero lies in deep slumber, its massive form filling the chamber. A predatory glint sparks in the player's eyes, a wicked smile creeping across his face. His resolve hardens. "I remember there was a point where I was able to do that." The vast world of this game offered many creative ways to overcome challenges. This game was constantly evolving, patching updates that often resulted in multiple game updates on a single day.
He recalls his rebirth into the game's main storyline 10 years prior. He explains he has no intention of facing Valari and Valero in a fair fight.
He's found a strategic point, the safe zone, but many lives were sacrificed to uncover it.
He identifies the seemingly safe platforms as decoys. Attacking from there will give him an advantage.
He'll use the sudden leap ability, understanding the risk of death if caught.
He accepts the risk, knowing this is the common fate of those who attempt this. He's ready to proceed.
He activates the Ring of St. Ifnis, choosing to double the power of his magic attacks at the cost of double mana consumption.
Then, let's get going, he declares, readying himself for the upcoming confrontation.
He unleashes a magic missile, a bolt of energy hurtling towards his targets.
The creatures share a common vulnerability, a detail he has just realized.
He is caught off guard, his movements hindered by the unexpected development. A scaled creature cries out, "Gwa!" its large, yellow eye wide with pain.
The creature is violently struck, its body contorting under the force of the blow. A figure watches, a smirk playing on their lips.
The scene is filled with anticipation. Another creature lets out a pain shriek, "Ki," as a bloody wound is visible. A lone figure stands on a rocky outcropping, overlooking the scene below.
The creatures are clearly vulnerable to his attack method.
A lizard-like creature unleashes a fiery breath of flame, its roar echoing, "Koirrrrrrrr." Another creature cries out in agony, "Kai," as it's consumed by flames.
Two creatures lie wounded, one bleeding profusely. A blonde-haired man in armor smirks, "Oh, so you're not going to let me go that easily?"
A creature attempts another fiery blast, but it is ineffective.
The armored man flies, utilizing an enhanced skill that keeps him safe from the creature's attacks, though it doesn't reach a completely safe area. There's a reason why this trick took some time to be found out.
The armored man launches a magic missile, striking the creature with a powerful blast of energy.
The creature, hit by the blast, lets out a surprised "Kwa," followed by a mocking "Ha."
The armored man explains that the creature's target is so large, it's easy to hit, and he uses the chaos of battle to taunt them. With a triumphant "Kui," the armored man uses his enhanced skill again, causing the creatures to shriek in frustration.
He reveals that his power allows him to locate the hunters using divine power.
The blond man's eyes widen, revealing a hint of concern or surprise.
We are introduced to Valari, a flame lizard, seemingly asleep.
A hunter, confident in his superior position, boasts about his ability to attack freely while remaining invulnerable to his opponents. He skillfully leaps across a chasm, showcasing his agility and mastery of the terrain. A concerned employee explains that the world of Paradiso, despite its flaws, was a massive project supported by many.
He reveals the world was still under development, explaining its glitches and unfinished aspects. The hunter lands on a precarious ledge. This imperfect world is visibly evident in the landscape's instability.
The hunter identifies a fake landing spot amongst a field of traps, his deduction sharp and precise. Facing a gruesome fate, the hunter grimly contemplates his options, being crushed or eaten alive. Fortunately, the dungeon walls withstand his fire and ice attacks, providing a stable fighting ground. A sinister grin spreads across his face.
He's ready to use his divine power-enhanced attacks. A powerful electric surge bursts forth, illuminating the dark cavern as he unleashes his attack.
A surge of electricity crackles, the cavern momentarily ablaze as the attack connects with the monstrous reptile. Its scales shimmer, briefly overwhelmed by the power. The creature lets out a triumphant cackle, seemingly unfazed by the previous attack. They use their other senses to determine where everyone is. The narrator explains the creature's abilities as it senses the warrior's location, a faint image of the armored figure flickering around the reptile. The creature is hit by a new attack, its form momentarily contorted in pain as it cries out. The monster's eye, the only visible part, stares intensely, a question mark floats above, signifying its confusion. The creature, momentarily stunned from the previous attack, lets out a confused gik and kuru, as if questioning what just happened.
A deafening KWAAA erupts, signaling a renewed, ferocious assault.
The monster lunges forward with a terrifying KYYYYYRR, its jaws snapping shut just as a brilliant blue energy slams into its face. A shimmering shield deflects the creature's attack, the force rippling across its surface.
A swirling vortex of fiery energy appears, leaving the monster momentarily disoriented and uttering a questioning GWA.
The creature coughs up a watery kawak, indicating significant internal damage.
A guttural KHR.
KHRRRR, escapes the creature's throat as it struggles, clearly weakened. With a final, desperate lunge, the creature hisses "You can't," its attack thwarted before completion. The creature, weakened but defiant, lets out a guttural hiss, its eyes burning with a strange light. A nearby text box explains the necessity of the fly skill to evade the creature's enhanced frost and heatwave attacks. This highlights the strategic importance of mobility in combat.
Is it my turn then?
A character prepares to act, a magical sigil forming in their hand.
The question anticipates their involvement in the fight. A brilliant flash of blue energy erupts, accompanied by a sharp kawaii.
This suggests a powerful and decisive attack. A character, seemingly amused, comments that it's fun to beat up the creatures as they have some meat to them, showcasing a degree of callousness towards the creatures.
Another character strategizes, planning to use a broad area buffing spell to aid their allies, demonstrating tactical thinking during combat.
The creature roars in agony as it's struck by the combined attacks, showing the effectiveness of the coordinated assault.
A powerful golden energy beam blasts forward, signaling a final, decisive strike.
A thunderous quat echoes as the creature, already reeling from the previous attacks, suffers another devastating blow.
Oh, it's an enhanced attack.
The creature is caught in a furious crossfire of elemental attacks, the combined might of fire and ice intensifying its agony.
30 minutes of intense battle have passed. He strategically utilizes a flight spell, maintaining the advantages provided by his battlesuit.
The creature's movements suggest it's trying to reach a safe zone by climbing the wall, but its attempts are thwarted. A thud echoes as the creature falls, defeated. The hero unleashes a combined attack, a breath of flame and a breath of ice, the dual blasts colliding in a blinding explosion. Confident in his abilities, the hero comments that repairing his suit is a trivial matter, requiring only a couple of magic stones. The suit's systems indicate the successful concentration of over 13,000 units of magic energy. 2 reptilian creatures are targeted, their fear palpable as they are about to become victims of the hero's wrath. A powerful, bluish-white energy projectile streaks towards its target with frightening speed. The impact creates a blinding explosion of light and energy, signifying a devastating attack. The hero is awarded 2 titles for his impressive feat, Dignity of a Solo Clearer and A Song of Fire and Ice. The hero, awarded the titles Dignity of a Solo Clearer and A Song of Fire and Ice, is informed that these prestigious titles usually require reaching the 10th floor of the Great Labyrinth of Naz. A narrator observes that it's uncommon for individuals to possess high defense against both fire and ice. The hero prepares to store his newly acquired items in subspace. An observer expresses astonishment at the hero's exceptional abilities, surpassing their expectations. Despite the damage sustained, the hero's health remains remarkably high, only 2% depleted. An observer, clearly excited, anticipates a visit from the hero.
The hero, seemingly unfazed, confirms their intent to visit.
The scene shifts to the feudal lord of Cribia's estate.
A group of elegantly dressed individuals await. The hero arrives, commenting on their attire.
A woman explains that Sir Acero is thankful for his new life there. Chef Mary summoned them for a meal, much to the blonde chef's delight.
The group, feeling apprehensive, gathers as their superior explains the unexpected meeting.
The blonde chef, brimming with positivity, intends to continue working with his team for as long as possible.
A necklace is presented, prompting curiosity.
Upon trying on the necklace, a sense of invigorating freedom washes over the recipient. Instructed to wear the artifact during tasks, the recipient expresses gratitude as the superior prepares to address the next person.
What? The recipient exclaims, disbelief evident in their voice as they examine the artifact. Is this truly the journal of the great merchant Fortuna? You're now the owner of the original.
Make sure to protect it with your life, the superior instructs, underscoring the artifact's importance. The superior presents a teal ocarina, revealing it's called the Ocarina of Truth, and explains its passive ability. Merely possessing it enhances communication and negotiation skills. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the recipient exclaims, "Thank you. This is the best artifact for people who need to make speeches." Their delight is palpable.
The superior, addressing another individual named Mary, instructs everyone else to leave, except for her.
They suggest Mary experience the artifact's effects herself.
A sudden interruption. Old man Lakias is searching for the recipient.
The recipient smiles knowingly, a mischievous glint in their eyes, anticipating the encounter. He smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes.
The enhanced stability provided by Tanex is a significant advantage. The ability to use transcendental linkage without removing Tanex proves highly beneficial.
A small, grotesque creature scuttles across the wall.
Two reptilian creatures clash, a fierce energy sparking between them. A battle is underway.
He smiles coldly, declaring it's time to end the conflict. He prepares a magic bullet, the energy crackling in his palm.
With grim determination, he announces his intention to use all remaining energy in a final attack. The magic bullet launches, striking its targets with a powerful blast. Valir and Valero of the fallen underground temple are defeated.
A system message announces a 25 level increase. He lets out an exultant cry, pleased with the outcome. He reflects on his mastery of fire and ice elements, a blazing comet and a freezing shard displayed beside him.
He realizes he's leveled up both his fire and ice elemental magic skills. Two artifacts, one purple and one blue, glow faintly on display.
He marvels at his acquisition of two 5-star artifacts. He reflects on his recent dungeon run, where he effortlessly navigated the dangers and defeated two powerful bosses. The narration reveals that these bosses were Valir and Valero, notorious monsters from the fallen underground temple. An observer comments on the protagonist's exceptional skill and luck. His allies arrive, alerted to his summons. A stylishly dressed individual, Aki, remarks that the current fashion is a bit excessive, prompting a retort from another character that it's simply the current trend among nobility. The conversation continues, with Aki's fashion sense being deemed old-fashioned by another. Aki explains that the gift is from Kerman, his wife, as a token of gratitude.
A gift is offered, a small item is presented. Aki offers Valdez the Journal of Fortuna, a rare and highly sought-after book.
Mia, visibly excited, expresses her long-held desire to read this legendary book, highlighting its scarcity.
Aki then presents Valdez with a mysterious object, appearing to be an ocarina at first glance.
Valdez gratefully accepts the gift, vowing to speak only the truth as long as he holds the ocarina.
Valdez approaches Mia, intending to speak privately. Mia's demeanor shifts from private conversation to startled surprise as she spots Aki and announces his arrival.
Mia observes Valdez's approaching hand, a hand with long, clawed fingers, muttering, "This guy's crazy." Valdez, seemingly unbothered by Mia's assessment, explains his abrupt summons, "I called you without explaining the reason," his tone suggesting a pressing matter. The focus shifts to a book presented to Valdez, its contents causing an immediate reaction from its presenter, "My lord.
This is incredible."
The awe in their voice suggests a significant discovery within the book's pages. Mia, a chef, is urgently informed that her boyfriend, the feudal lord, is looking for her.
Mary and Lakias are confused and intrigued by the revelation of the feudal lord's relationship with Mia.
The narrative explains that Lakias' dedicated youth training left him with little opportunity to socialize and form relationships.
Mia reveals that she was drawn to Lakias' tenacious spirit, ultimately leading to their relationship. Lakias assures Mia that he does not concern himself with her personal life.
He also shares his belief that nothing can come between two people in love. Despite this, Mia explains she still felt a need to make sure this wouldn't bother him. Rumors of the Lord's interest in others, particularly in the love lives of those around him, circulate.
Mia offers a final apology to Lakias.
Mia, addressing Lakias, corrects his informal address, stating, "No, head chef," before he can call her Mary.
Lakias, seemingly pleased, responds with a simple "Yes, my lord." His expression suggests acknowledgement and possibly a hint of amusement. Mia assures Lakias of her continued support, stating she'll make sure he's kept informed of pertinent information without his mother finding out.
Lakias presents Mia with Saint Hypnosis' Ladle of Healing, a powerful artifact with healing properties, emphasizing its importance.
Lakias expresses his hope that Mia will continue to utilize the ladle for the benefit of the staff and their lord.
Mia, holding the ladle, remarks on the warmth and comfort she feels upon simply holding it, hinting at its extraordinary nature.
Mia informs Lakia she will call upon him if she needs further assistance, reminding him to be prepared.
The narrative reveals the ladle's unique ability to enhance the healing and restorative properties of food prepared with it, regardless of location. Mia, prioritizing her magical studies, explains that she dedicates most of her free time to honing her wind magic skills. She finds manipulating fire and ice less appealing, revealing a preference for wind-based magic. Lakias, observing Mia's unique affinity for wind magic, questions whether her rapid progress is merely innate talent. He doubts that such skill could develop so quickly without extensive training. Lakias calls out to Mia, who responds promptly. Lakias offers to teach Mia techniques to maximize her wind magic efficiency.
Mia is ecstatic at this prospect. Lakias chuckles, agreeing to begin Mia's specialized training.
A young man sits at a desk, his brow furrowed in thought. He contemplates a difficult strategic situation involving a magical division and their navy.
This is a dilemma, he muses aloud.
He studies a map, pointing out the strategic advantage of having the Sindarth kingdom act as a barrier, protecting them from attacks from the south. This allows for potential gains in the Banuso and Malice kingdoms.
The young man's expression shifts dramatically.
A declaration of war is made against him, targeting his territory in the year 1416.
That night, he meets secretly with some vassals.
The scene shifts to a dimly lit, industrial area where the young man is shown in discussion with his vassals. The conversation continues, setting the stage for subsequent events. A wide shot of a town on New Year's Day. He drinks Lapper's potion, resulting in a level up. His stats are shown, highlighting his increased abilities. A servant approaches the young man, addressing him respectfully. A knight, clad in shining armor, declares, "We're ready to go," as she stands poised and confident before her retinue.
A young man grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes, simply responding, "Oh?"
A somber narrative unfolds. A woman, grieving, reveals that her husband passed away from an illness while she was pregnant with her daughter. The young man's servant approaches, apologetic, expressing her concern for troubling him with such personal matters. The young man's younger sister asks anxiously, "My lord,
has my mom done something wrong?"
The servant responds, suggesting either she or the young man should scold their mother. The young man reassures the servant, expressing his hope that she will create positive memories with her loved ones, provided she dedicates herself to her work.
He adds a reassuring, "I swear on my feudal name."
The servant offers a grateful, "I'm sorry, my lord," and receives a gentle "No, thank you" from her young master.
The young master erupts in laughter as his two female servants share his amusement.
The young master, still smiling, announces, "Head chef." The head chef, with a determined expression, assures her young master, "I'll do my best, no matter what you ask me to do." Outside, the young master walks with Mia, inquiring about her magic training. Mia, confirming she focuses solely on wind magic, reveals her dedication to this path. Mia's dream, she explains with bright eyes, is to master wind magic to meet a future wind elemental. A character sheet confirms Mia's level and stats, showcasing her dedication to wind magic and her possession of the Magician of Wind, Spellbook of Rowena. Despite Mia's low mana stats, her exceptional magic ability power is noted. A trip to the Anemoise Plateau is planned for next spring to enhance her wind magic training, as it's known for its cool, refreshing winds and beautiful flower fields. Before next spring, a trip to the Anemoise Plateau is suggested, renowned for its pleasant winds and picturesque flower fields. A discussion unfolds regarding the creation of a personal army of sorcerers, mirroring the swordsman army of Agresia, and a large navy to defend the kingdom's shores. A map is shown, indicating an arrow's trajectory targeting Tatar Island, nestled between the Bonus Kingdom and Malice Kingdom. A surprised character is shown holding a book, which appears to be an important document.
4 months have passed. It is now January 1st, year 1416, in the Naz continent.
Jared reflects on his time in this world, noting that this is his third New Year's since arriving.
He's examining a vial labeled Lapper's potion.
Jared is pleased he can still see his stats.
He finds the ability to push himself endlessly a positive thing.
His stats are displayed: level 126, strength 8335, magic power 8314, intelligence 2501.
Jared is speaking to someone off-panel, saying, "So you're saying that?" Jared instructs Mia to report any fight between her mother and that guy to him immediately.
Jared gives something to Mary, saying, "Oh, Mary, take this with you." Jared observes that if they can mass-produce certain dishes, it would be useful. He notes that Mia's mother is strong enough to defend herself against a 5th-class magic attack using her wind magic.
Huh? What?
But it's still September.
That's half a year away.
The speaker protests the proposed timeline.
A new flag, emblazoned with roses, is unveiled.
The leader's words ring out. His hope for a brighter future, made possible by their unity, is palpable. The leader rallies the Knights of Agrisi, urging them to bring pride and honor to their families, promising a future secured by their collective strength. A blonde-haired man, smirking subtly, assures a companion that their support will prove invaluable. He addresses the troops, commanding them to hold their heads high, his confidence infectious.
A resounding affirmation follows.
The Knights of Agrisi roar their allegiance, the name of their kingdom echoing in a powerful, unified cry. Later, the blonde-haired man sits alone, a thoughtful expression on his face, a single word escaping his lips: "Ha."
The blonde-haired man, seemingly relaxed, enjoys his drink. However, his companion's intense gaze and pointed question, "Did you happen to put anything weird in it?" reveal a simmering tension. The woman's unexpected revelation of her past is met with the man's intrigue.
He silently questions her willingness to share such personal information.
Dismissing his curiosity momentarily, he focuses on the positive, her openness.
He also casually reveals the identity of a key character, Isabel, likely a crucial figure given his amused, knowing smirk.
He playfully explains the name Isabel is his own reversed, highlighting his relaxed yet insightful nature. His companion's reaction suggests a shared understanding.
The conversation shifts to the guild. The shared sentiment of gratitude for the opportunity to settle down underscores a sense of peace and accomplishment. The man receives words of encouragement from his companion concerning his future endeavors, emphasizing the importance of a strong foundation for his ambitions. The scene ends on a note of mutual support and trust. Jared, taking a break, is reassured by his companion not to worry too much. The scene unfolds in a quiet, city square. Jared's companion casually dismisses any concerns, claiming that the Lord's amusement justifies their actions. A messenger arrives with a secret document from the Archneys Guild, revealing it is for Jared. The document is a letter from someone who wishes to meet Jared at Portmate. The name Tanex, previously mentioned in Chapter 67, is shown to be the armor Jared is wearing.
Jared's companion is amused by the letter's arrogant tone, questioning the sender's identity. The camera pans to show a sprawling coastal city, Portmate. Jared is urged to not worry and to visit the citizens working near the beaches while he waits. A strategic discussion takes place regarding Admiral Genise in the Malice Kingdom. He's deemed unpersuadable with money. "Yes, it's as you say. With the current Serbian forces, we should be able to take over the coastal cities of the Banusu and Malice kingdoms. Wait. I want to make sure we are able to control a steady source of Chaldea, in order to provide our forces with the necessary equipment." "I understand, my lord. We are making sure that Surasero is safe at all times. Then, I'll be leaving to fulfill your orders to check up on our citizens. Maybe I should show up in the Tanex to show it off to its original owner. Sabio, too, is an important being who holds the keys to the future, just like Chloe. If the research data that Sabio has been gathering this entire time is taken over by the Dark Church, that's when everything will go to hell for humans. Hundreds of soldiers with technology like Tanex's on the battlefield, which would cause his death to be in vain." Addressing his loyal followers in the Caribbean territory, the leader raises two flags, symbols of unity and strength. Close up on one of the flags, the banner of the Dimios magicians, a declaration of unwavering commitment. A stern-faced commander reminds the troops to diligently train their skills until the day of battle arrives. The soldiers pledge their allegiance, promising to bring honor to their feudal lord and the Caribbean territory.
Despite gathering the Demiocean magicians, a key weakness is revealed: unlike the Agrizio Knights, they lack a capable leader. A man offers a small bottle to Isabel, wishing her a happy new year. Isabel suspects the bottle might contain a truth serum or an aphrodisiac, questioning if the man wants to try it first. Isabel attributes the welcoming atmosphere of her new home to the shaman guild, Diraj. The man believes Isabel is mistakenly reminding him of something he already knows, stating that less information is better.
Isabel inquires about the name of the shaman guild, Diraj. The man explains that Diraj is an ancient word meaning honor. He reveals his new goal: to ensure the name Diraj is remembered. A soldier addresses the man, revealing his presence. Sir Lachias, renowned for his love of the head chef's cooking, arrives, greeted by an enthusiastic subordinate. The soldier informs Lachias about a series of letters sealed with the name Sabio. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of a blond man, likely reacting to the news. The blond man angrily crumples a letter bearing the name Sabio, his frustration palpable. A soldier questions the prudence of neglecting precautions for Sabio. Lachias agrees, but adds another point to their conversation. Lachias reveals that Sabio, despite his military background, is not without hope. Lachias grimly acknowledges that bloodshed is unavoidable, adding that they must demonstrate their superior power to achieve their goals. Observing from afar, someone remarks on the interesting unfolding events. A grim narration reveals the dire situation: humans, defenseless, face a massacre. A figure plummets from a great height, falling towards the ground below. A determined individual vows to aid the humans by providing resources and superior weaponry. A character vehemently insists their previous statements were a joke, claiming they can reveal everything without needing any magical aids. "What, did you really think I'd use your name backward for the guild name?" she laughs, a playful mischievousness in her eyes as she teases the man seated beside her. Her eyes flash crimson, a sudden shift in demeanor, suggesting a serious undercurrent beneath her light-hearted jest. "Over the last 2 years, we've gathered intel that the Two Kingdoms' navy budget has hit rock bottom," he explains, his voice serious as he reveals crucial strategic information to his companion. A colossal, mechanized figure collapses in the sand, its metallic limbs shuddering as it crumples to the ground. Dust billows around it. Duke Jared encounters Sabio, a young man who introduces himself with a polite smile. Their meeting hints at a potential alliance or shared objective. Jared and Sabio exchange pleasantries, revealing they are the same age. This seemingly inconsequential detail might foreshadow a deeper connection or shared destiny. Jared casually requests to be addressed without his title, implying a desire for a more informal and potentially trusting relationship with Sabio. Sabio reveals he's been closely monitoring Jared's use of the Tanex, a powerful technology. He questions how Jared knew he was being watched. Jared explains he noticed a small device transmitting images to him, a clue to Sabio's surveillance. Sabio reflects on recognizing Jared's unique potential from the moment he first used the Tatranex. The implication is that Sabio foresaw Jared's abilities. Sabio states he's never seen a pilot as adept as Jared, highlighting Jared's exceptional skills and implying a profound discovery. Sabio questions whether Jared knew about the Tatranex's capabilities even before its creation. This suggests a potential foreknowledge or destiny shared by the two. Sabio confirms that he has been researching the machine for 8 years, since he was 19, and attempted numerous tests. Despite numerous attempts, Sabio's research yielded little progress until Jared's actions provided confirmation. Sabio confirms that his initial assessment of Jared's capabilities was correct. Sabio's creator proposes he continue using the Tatranex suit. Sabio, clearly enjoying the suit's capabilities, is amused by the offer. The creator comments on Sabio's obvious enjoyment of the suit, noting its impressive capabilities, while Sabio assures him that there's no reason to hold back, even if he is human. The creator, intrigued by Sabio's knowledge, proposes a deal. Sabio's expression turns inquisitive as he observes the Tatranex suit has 2 seals. He then questions how the creator knew about them. The creator refuses to work for free, stating he will unlock the seals if Sabio passes a test. The creator reveals his knowledge of House Island's location relative to Tatar Island, surprising Sabio with his familiarity with this remote area. Sabio, unconvinced but pragmatic,
accepts the creator's test. Passing it will unlock the suit's full potential. The creator confidently promises to unlock the seals upon Sabio's success, solidifying their agreement with a contract.
Sabio ensures that all fees associated with using the suit will be paid, demonstrating his commitment.
Sabio inquires about the timeline of the upcoming test, estimating a duration of 2 to 4 days. House Island, a crucial location, is shown to be quite close to Tatar Island. The creator reveals the Dark Elves' nemesis and their regular attacks on their island, emphasizing the severity of the threat. The frequency of the attacks, quarterly, is highlighted, indicating the urgency of the situation.
The Dark Elf strategizes, considering the possibility of a naval defense against the approaching threat. Jared expresses his concern about the recurring quarterly attacks by Nemesis, lamenting their inability to effectively counter them. He wonders aloud if resolving the Nemesis threat would improve relations with the Dark Elves. The Dark Elf assures Jared that eliminating Nemesis would indeed garner the Dark Elves' gratitude, though he can't guarantee improved relations. Jared reiterates his concern, highlighting the ongoing and unsuccessful efforts to deal with Nemesis. Jared declares his intention to personally eliminate Nemesis.
A small drone-like object flies toward a Dark Elf with horns, who looks up, seemingly surprised.
Jared and the Dark Elf face each other, seemingly in anticipation of an encounter.
The Dark Elf explains that the worlds they inhabit are different.
He gestures to a small hole, a point of connection between their realities. Jared's insightful observation surprises the elf, who admits to Jared's sharp perception.
The elf reveals Jared had known how to use the device from the start, emphasizing his skills.
Despite his efforts, the elf admits his ignorance about the device's full potential. His curiosity was piqued by this. The elf is relieved, stating that his 8 years of work weren't wasted. The Tatronex's specifications are detailed: increased mobility, energy shot capabilities, and unparalleled strength, though some functions remain locked pending authorization. Nemesis, determined to unlock the Tatronex's full potential, confidently assures the elf that he can utilize it effectively. The elf, the Tatronex's creator, proposes a seemingly impossible test: kill the Guardian of House Island to prove Nemesis's worthiness. Nemesis, displaying the Tatronex's advanced capabilities, will be officially recognized as its pilot upon successfully completing the challenge. A deal is struck between Nemesis and the elf. The fate of House Island's guardian hangs in the balance. Nemesis's surprise at the elf's 2-day timeframe for completing the task is palpable.
"Why are you so decisive about things? You didn't even hesitate and left right away," the elf accuses, his tone laced with a mixture of frustration and curiosity. The armored figure remains silent, their feet rooted to the ground.
The elf explains the difficulty of the task: Nemesis teleports monsters directly to the target.
A purple teleportation circle glows faintly behind him, emphasizing the danger. The elf continues, highlighting the difficulty of negotiation, even with Ibana's help.
The image shows a serious elf and a weary-looking Ibana. The elf's frustration deepens.
Close up on his intense gaze, reflecting the gravity of the situation.
His eyes are sharp and focused. Jared's incredulity is clear: "And yet you still made me take care of him?" The elf's expression shifts, hinting at a hidden agenda.
The elf agrees, accepting the deal despite the obvious risks. "All right then, Jared."
Jared, still armored, is seen beginning his journey toward the island.
The elf's assessment of Jared is blunt: "You really are something else." His tone carries a mixture of amusement and something else, something darker.
The elf's next question is pointed: "Are you going to take him back?" The vast blue sky hints at the journey ahead. His refusal follows swiftly: "No." Jared, now seemingly less armored and with a serious expression, demands, "What do you need?" The tension between them is palpable. The elf's response reveals a crucial piece of information: "Oh, Nemesis?"
The panel showcases Jared's new, powerful ally, a massive rhino-like creature named Nemesis.
The elf offers a seemingly casual observation: "You'll need some time to take off," acknowledging the time required for Jared and Nemesis to prepare for their journey. The elf's confidence is evident. "Yeah. That's it. You know this well. The fact that they suddenly appear when we..." His words suggest a familiarity with the island's unusual inhabitants.
Jared, mounted on Nemesis, begins his departure, the elf's final comment confirming the ease of navigating the island. How's island are easy for me anyways.
There aren't any monsters that. The implication is that the island holds no threat to the elf, but a significant danger remains for Jared.
The elf offers Jared another test, but Jared dismisses the idea, preferring to wait. Nemesis, a monstrous beast entirely red, is the next challenge. Its innate ability to reduce the base damage of every attack means only powerful, concentrated blows will have any effect. Its thick hide renders constant magic attacks useless, only concentrated bursts of damage, spikes of damage, can pierce its defenses.
An ally, anticipating the battle ahead, offers to aid before the fight begins.
The protagonist, confident in his plan, agrees to accept help only after he's finished. He assures his ally he will not die, adding another layer of confidence to his words.
His ally voices a concern, modifying the cannon will limit its functionality. Unfazed, Jared confidently assures his ally to simply wait.
The snowy landscape stretches before them, vast and unforgiving. The modifications are complete, announced with a triumphant tone. Jared is astounded by the speed of the modifications, expressing his disbelief. If you try to come close, you might die, the armored figure warns, his expression grim. Ignoring the warning, Jared takes a step forward, his boots thudding against the ground. Upon closer inspection, his boots are revealed to be embedded with powerful gemstones.
Then let's get going, Jared declares, his resolve firm.
Jared. Are you sure you'll be fine? A voice calls out, filled with concern. The camera pans out to reveal the northern end of House Island, a rugged coastline.
A powerful gust of wind, a sudden kwwaa, sweeps across the scene.
Despite his seemingly reckless actions, a voice observes, although he seems pretty stupid, he actually knows how to use magic at a decent level. He worries aloud that if he fails, the island's monsters will be summoned, potentially leading to his death.
Despite his apprehension, the man's lack of experience fuels his anxiety. A monstrous, red, horned creature wielding a large axe attacks. The creature lets out a ferocious roar, kwwwwaa. The man faces the incredible boss monster, Nemesis. He resolves to repay Sabio's trust by exceeding expectations, determined to succeed. 3 minutes later, the scene shifts. Observers are amazed by the man's ability to dodge attacks at close range, estimating his suit's capabilities to be worth at least 200 points. However, they question his strategy, as he has ample opportunities to attack but refrains from doing so. Observers debate the man's seemingly passive fighting style, noting his incredible defensive capabilities. His suit is estimated to be worth at least 200 points, while questioning his reluctance to engage offensively. Even against overwhelming odds, he remains strangely unhurried. They conclude that even with his advanced equipment, victory against Nemesis is unlikely. The man's opponent has faced insurmountable odds before, and proven to be remarkably resilient. Suddenly, a mana shot explodes, a shocking development, given the context. The sheer power of the attack is described as beyond comprehension, underscoring its unprecedented scale and the observer's astonishment. The source of this immense mana is questioned as it overwhelms the man in the suit, visibly straining his defenses. The origin of this immense power remains a mystery. The man's opponent is visibly terrified by the immense power, highlighting its devastating potential and creating a dramatic visual impact. The enemy resembles a rhinoceros standing on its hind legs, a formidable foe indeed. To defeat it, a single, devastating blow is necessary, not sustained damage, due to its high regeneration. Its impressive regenerative abilities render conventional attacks like arrows and magic largely ineffective. A concentrated assault on its weak point is crucial. 3 key factors must be considered: pinpoint accuracy, maximum damage, and minimal time. The attack needs to be swift and precise. The elf's apprehension is clear, the risk to the armored man's life is considerable. The stakes are high, and death is a very real possibility. The armored man requests the elf enhance his energy missile concentration for a decisive strike. This suggests he has a plan to exploit the enemy's weakness. The armored man questions the elf about mana bullets, a term clearly new to the elf.
The armored man, impatient, silences further questions, preferring to experience the answers firsthand. The elf confirms he can enhance the armored man's energy missile concentration. The armored man, now fully equipped and ready, declares he will prove his point. The elf explains he will use a significant portion of his own mana, highlighting the risk he's undertaking to help the armored man.
He contrasts his own perspective as a main character in the armored man's story.
The elf warns the armored man to avoid the battlefield, explaining the scale of his mana expenditure. The elf reassures the armored man, reminding him that he isn't the only one capable of flight. A sudden burst of speed in flight showcases the elf's own maneuverability and power. Relieved, the armored man chuckles at the elf's explanation that his special shoes contain magic stones, enabling flight. The armored man prepares for a hasty retreat, knowing he's outmatched and instructing the elf to flee the moment the situation escalates. Nemesis, the House Island Guardian, a formidable beast-like warrior wielding a massive axe, is revealed as their impending threat. The elf, now in a hooded cloak, grimly acknowledges the time constraint they face. Resolving this encounter quickly is critical. He prepares to unleash a magic bullet, a technique he's used before, understanding its inherent risks. The elf clarifies that his empowered flight has a strict 5-minute time limit. With a burst of speed, the elf launches toward Nemesis, initiating his attack. The elf's attack is poised to bring significant changes in the near future. Even with the Tetranex's support, the elf's attacks against Nemesis remain weak, consisting of only small bursts of magic. The elf taunts Nemesis, seemingly unconcerned about the threat, his actions more playful than aggressive. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, the elf harbors genuine concern for Jared's well-being. Nemesis bellows, his attack imminent and powerful. The elf notes that Nemesis's mana bullet is far beyond their current scale of understanding. To better assess the situation, the elf intends to get closer, acknowledging that the mana will be compressed and doubled in the process. The elf is shocked to discover that Nemesis possesses twice the maximum amount of mana a person could possibly have, a fact previously indicated by the suit. Damn! That Nemesis! He's using his ultimate ability at this time? The elf's companion exclaims, witnessing Nemesis unleash his full power. Jared, the elf, is urgently warned, Jared, look out! Jared questions the strategy, voicing his concern, wouldn't there be no point in this deal then? Jared confidently replies, seemingly undeterred, it shouldn't be that hard. The elf urges haste, revealing his own time constraints, let's hurry up. I may not look like it, but I need to go back to my territory too. Nemesis's attack sends Jared hurtling through the air, a breathtaking display of power. Jared observes Nemesis's mana manipulation, questioning the feasibility of his actions. He's going to take the same amount of mana from just now and compress it again? It's not possible for him to have this. Jared, a dark elf with piercing orange eyes, urgently warns someone to leave immediately, his voice charged with alarm. The danger is imminent. He explains that whoever he's addressing is moments from death, perilously close to a powerful nemesis. A figure in futuristic armor turns away, seemingly unfazed by the warning. The armored figure's face is revealed, it's Jared's seemingly oblivious counterpart, a grin spreading across his features, sparking astonishment from Jared. A wave of shock and awe crashes over Jared as a vibrant, chaotic spectacle unfolds around him. A powerful, resounding impact, a monstrous coup, marks a catastrophic event, the visual chaos reflecting the sheer force of what just occurred. Jared watches, his eyes widening as he seems to process the unfolding spectacle. It's Nemesis's signature attack, Rampage, a display of overwhelming power. Nemesis unleashes a torrent of rage, a madness of rage, magic bullets streaking across the sky. The impact is shown by a powerful blast. The resulting explosion leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Whoa! The impact of the attack sends a shockwave through the air, a crimson explosion tearing through the battlefield. Sabio, impressed by the raw power, asks Jared, "Did you see? How was that?" Jared, clearly shaken, exclaims, "You're crazy, that was dangerous." Sabio explains his actions, stating that he was worried Jared might die and that he deliberately provoked the enemy into unleashing its full power for strategic reasons.
He reveals his plan to force the enemy's rampage, exposing its arrogance. Sabio apologizes for underestimating Jared's skills. The rough skin of Nemesis. Jared holds a piece of the beast's hide, a tangible trophy of his victory. Sabio, surprised yet relieved, expresses disbelief that Jared actually defeated Nemesis, inquiring about his well-being. Jared, grinning, admits he underestimated the challenge, suggesting the task was easier than anticipated. He then requests Sabio to unlock the seal on his suit. A concerned Sabio notices something wrong as Jared hesitates, prompting him to question what's amiss. While waiting, Sabio states he will examine Jared's battle logs. A divine message appears, revealing Jared has received the blessing of the goddess Nephria. Jared reacts in shock. Sabio's examination of Jared's battle logs is interrupted. He's been thoroughly entertained by Jared's exploits. Jared announces, with a grin, that he's received a divine blessing. Jared, still somewhat in disbelief, wonders aloud if this means he now has a god on his side. The image shows the goddess Nephria, looking serene and amused. A divine message reveals that several gods are reacting to Jared's actions. One is intrigued by Nephria's interest, another is enraged but acknowledges his intentions, and a third is interested in his innate talents. Jared is amused and confused by the mixed reactions. They're interested but won't give their blessings. Jared reflects that despite the reluctance, some people are watching him and others are offering their blessings, calling it a good feeling. Jared looks forward to unlocking the seals on his suit, excited about the possibilities it holds. The panel shows a snowy, mountainous landscape. Sabio assures Jared that he'll ensure his privacy, promising that no one will enter his training area and that guards will be stationed there at all times. Sabio offers Jared complete financial and material support for his experiments, promising personal assistance whenever needed, all while highlighting the ease of travel between locations. Sabio explains that revealing Jared as Nemesis Killer will be met with great joy by the public. Sabio confirms the successful unlocking of the seal on Jared's suit. Jared expresses his excitement at the prospect of finally using his suit. A warning is given: contact with the enemy during an attack will destroy the Tatronix suit. A young elf-like man watches, a question mark hanging in the air. Is he crazy? A hulking, red rhino-like creature charges with furious energy. The creature is violently struck down, its body crumpling under a devastating blow. The elf's eyes widen, his voice filled with a grim realization: Sis's attack patterns, as we speak. A large double-bladed axe lies discarded on the ground, a testament to the brutal fight. The rhino-like creature is sent flying high into the air, its form silhouetted against the sky as it tumbles uncontrollably. The elf's expression shifts to one of pure shock and disbelief. A powerful blow sends the rhino-like creature soaring, its form a fleeting silhouette against the vibrant sky. The impact reverberates, a crimson wave washing over the scene as the creature crashes down. The creature is embedded in the earth, a testament to the force of the attack. The pilot surveys the scene. Is this enough to gain your respect and trust? The pilot asks, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The elf stares, speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. You really are the best pilot, seriously, the elf exclaims, his disbelief palpable. Hey, this will be really helpful, the pilot says, pointing towards a piece of the fallen creature's hide. I can add this to Rohad's mirror armor, since it's thin and light. And on top of that, since it's flexible. The pilot explains, his practicality a stark contrast to the elf's continued awe. The pilot holds up a piece of the creature's hide, asking the elves if either they or their armor suffered any damage during the fight. Their concern is evident. One of the elves assures the pilot that there's no need to rush, he should take his time. The pilot, puzzled, reflects on the fact that he's unaware of the identity of the creature they fought. He assesses the power level based on the lack of recognition, concluding she was likely not a significant threat. However, he remains unsatisfied, questioning why she wouldn't be interested in him, given that he killed off her nemesis. The pilot is then informed that the creature was Nephria, a goddess renowned for her beauty. A blond man smiles confidently at a gray-skinned elf, their contrasting appearances highlighting the unusual nature of their alliance. The elf, Sabio, eyes the blond man with suspicion, her expression hardening as she points out the impracticality of his request.
since you can't come to Tatar Island, you're asking me to come with you. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, agrees to Sabio's condition. All right. Then, as promised, build a laboratory for me. If you do that, I'll talk with the Lord. A deal is struck, sealing their uneasy partnership. The blonde man, now named Sabio, expresses his expectations for a successful collaboration, emphasizing a fair outcome. All right, Sabio. I hope that both of us will be satisfied with the final results, so that we can have a fair deal in the end. A system message appears, announcing the activation of a powerful new technology, the unlocked Tatranex. A powerful-looking mech is revealed. The mech's immense power is unleashed in a violent and destructive explosion, indicated by the impactful sound effect Ko-Oh. The blonde man explains his manipulative strategy to gain an advantage over his nemesis. Nemesis, I was trying to get Nemesis to get greedy with the actions he took, in order for him. His plan is still unfolding. The blonde man continues, explaining that Nemesis's power, like that of Keikel and the Red Queen he'd previously encountered, stems from a transcendent, godlike source. He adds, with a subtle smile, that regardless of his disapproval of her methods, the Red Queen's power is undeniably impressive. The protagonist's advanced suit, now fully integrated with the Paradiso system, is revealed. A friendly AI interface greets him. Ola, the AI within the Tatranex suit, introduces herself. Ola explains her ability to study and replicate the pilot's battle techniques. The protagonist describes Ola's additional function as a scouting tool. Under specific conditions, the protagonist can even utilize the Tatra gun, a powerful weapon system integrated within the suit. Jared assures the protagonist that he'll use the laboratory to produce the necessary suit parts. He offers continued support, emphasizing availability whenever needed. The protagonist confirms his intention to work with Lord Hayes or Lord Archneys, acknowledging the need for magic stones. A depiction of the large quantity of magic stones the protagonist is about to begin using. Jared reveals his golem research, emphasizing that he's developing battle-ready golems for large-scale production. Jared, showing concern about the cost, still agrees to support the protagonist, framing it as a good investment in their relationship with the Dark Elves. The protagonist smiles, revealing his strategic goal of fostering a strong relationship with the Dark Elves. The two part ways, setting up future interactions. Terry chuckles. Kehi, as his cat, already level 20, sleeps soundly. Someone asks Terry if he's been on a trip, noting the apparent rat hunt throughout the castle. Terry replies that he'll review the piled-up reports. A dark elf angrily questions Galadin's presence, calling him human trash. The narrator reveals that Galadin's influence instilled fear in citizens, explaining his immense power over the Empire. Galadin's love for war is highlighted as a key aspect of his character. A chilling prophecy is delivered: regardless of alliance, Galadin will ultimately use anyone as his hunting dog, leading to their demise. This conversation will not be pleasant. The scene opens with a chessboard, a stark visual metaphor for the impending conflict. Galadin, his expression grim, anticipates the unpleasantries to come. His shadowed face hints at the ruthlessness hinted at in the prophecy. A messenger reports on Jared's growing power, comparing his organization to a nation in its scale and military strength. Galadin, surprised by the rapid growth of Jared's forces, reveals his interest in meeting this unexpected threat personally. His messengers are ordered to hasten their approach, underscoring Galadin's proactive and aggressive nature. A formidable line of soldiers stands at attention, showcasing the substantial might of Duke Jared's army. Their numbers underscore the rapid expansion of his territory, a development that has caught the attention of Duke Galadin. Jared, with unervingly red eyes, extends a chilling welcome to Duke Galadin, setting a tense atmosphere. Galadin observes Jared's quiet demeanor, noting the strained silence between them. The subtle tension speaks volumes as he contemplates the situation. Jared explains the geographical distance between his territories and the Lantis Empire, suggesting a lack of direct conflict, but also hinting at an underlying strategy. Galadin's internal monologue reveals his suspicion that Jared is using him as a pawn in a larger scheme, highlighting the political intrigue brewing between them. The chess piece imagery reinforces this. Galadin directly confronts Jared, questioning his aggressive territorial expansion.
The question hangs heavy in the air.
Jared, his face a mask of cunning, proposes an alliance, work with his empire to attack the Sindirth kingdom.
Galadin, visibly shocked by the proposition, stares blankly. A robotic voice cuts through the tension. Hello? My name is Ola. Galadin recognizes the voice and a smirk crosses his face.
The AI Ola, within the suit, proves capable of piloting independently, even without a human pilot. A detailed description of Ola's capabilities within the advanced suit is revealed.
Ola will never harm the pilot or their companions. Galadin assesses the Tatara gun, a powerful weapon at his disposal.
A plan to assassinate the dictators ruining the Bonus and Malice kingdoms is revealed. Ola, a AI within the Tatranex suit, assures Jared that they will stay in contact.
Ola explains that activating Ola within the Tatranex will allow for continuous communication. Jared and Ola discuss how Ola will assist Jared and provide updates. Jared assures he understands.
Ola promises to provide Jared with ample research materials, giving Jared some encouraging news.
Ola confirms that they will send good news and will try to secure the Lord's approval.
A handshake seals their agreement. Ola smiles, confident in their plans, viewing this as a step toward their goals.
The scene opens in Kribia territory, showcasing a grand building, a seemingly peaceful setting.
Inside, a young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes speaks, his tone laced with a hint of playful arrogance. How many rats have you eaten?
A dramatic announcement appears. The imperial envoys of the Lantis Empire, including Duke Galadin and his elite Rin 7 guards, are arriving soon.
The blonde-haired man's expression shifts to one of intrigue and suspicion. Why is Galadin visiting me, a small, independent power that's not even a kingdom, he muses. A map reveals the geographical layout. Kribia, a small territory nestled between the Fafur and Sindirth kingdoms, and the vast Lantis Empire.
The text clarifies that Duke Galadin is a renowned swordsman and leader of the Lantis Knights. A hand moves a knight chess piece.
The action symbolizes the significance of Galadin's visit, a direct message from the Emperor himself. The blonde-haired man's face is etched with contemplation, a hint of unease in his expression. He thinks to himself, this man only thinks of war and conquering others. The young man accesses an online blog. A post about Galadin is highlighted, suggesting a well-informed awareness of his visitor's reputation. The blonde-haired man, overwhelmed, discovers not one, but 8 powerful villains aligned against him, the Rin 7.
He realizes the immense danger he faces.
A chess piece, a knight, is shown, symbolizing the perilous battle ahead.
He knows facing this opponent will demand everything he has. Inside a carriage, traveling smoothly, reports suggest internal affairs are progressing well. They're nearing their destination. Oncenal, the first of the Rin 7, a dual wielder, is identified as their target.
The surprisingly smooth journey is noted, attributed to the well-paved roads throughout the land. A woman, possibly Oncenal's associate, observes the landscape with a pensive expression, suggesting an awareness of the approaching conflict.
A carriage, jolting over uneven ground, is shown.
The jarring ride contrasts sharply with the previously described smooth roads.
A group of figures stands before a regal backdrop, their expressions serious and anticipatory.
Galadin, level 601, is introduced. His statistics reveal his exceptional combat prowess. Inside a lavish room, a tense conversation unfolds.
One man hesitates, unsure of how to proceed.
The other man, seemingly perceptive, understands the unspoken reason for Galadin's visit.
Galadin, confirming the other's intuition, reveals his intentions, suggesting that the impending conflict will likely center around the Sindirth kingdom.
Galadin sits across from a powerful-looking man, his expression unreadable as the other man subtly confirms his suspicion. Galadin seeks an alliance to exploit the Sindirth kingdom's weakness. The man's smug grin speaks volumes.
Defeating a weakened kingdom from within, he suggests, will be an easy task. The Great Holy War ravaged Paradiso, leaving behind a trail of destruction.
Armies, weakened by the conflict, were exploited. Nations were raided by the Demon King's forces. To seize control, opportunistic powers manipulated the surrounding nations.
However, upon achieving their goals, these same powers turned on their allies.
Such alliances, inevitably, end in disaster.
Has Galadin lost his mind? One worriedly asks.
It doesn't matter if I know, another replies dismissively, that's how confident he is. He wasn't speaking recklessly, he was strategically calculating. Ezekiel, burdened by the fate of his nation, plans to abandon the northern front, paving the way for another kingdom's takeover. A blonde-haired man, confident in his victory, reveals that Cribia will be his next target after Sindarth. In a palace room, a discussion unfolds.
One man proposes a strategic alliance. The other suggests delaying a decision. The blonde man acknowledges the significant strength disparity between kingdoms.
From the blonde man's perspective, the proposed strategy appears illogical and unfeasible.
The discussion intensifies as a hypothetical scenario is presented. What if their territory were to stand alongside Sindarth? Duke Jared finds the proposed alliance absurd, voicing his skepticism as he sips his tea.
His companions share his distrust, suspecting hidden motives behind the offer of assistance.
Jared dismisses concerns, stating he'll reveal any ulterior motives later. He's currently focused on other matters.
His opponent, however, warns him there will be no second chances.
Jared's eyes flash with determination.
He reveals his strategy, relying on the strength of others to balance the conflict, rendering his own strength unnecessary. The final panel reveals the key term, double transcendence. The advisor, his face etched with worry, finishes his report, those who'd have a lot on their minds now.
He pauses, then adds, simply, that's all.
A woman, her expression thoughtful, speaks. Even if he seems that way, he maintains incredible relations with the Sindarth kingdom, gaining a reputation as a warlord from the north. An older man with silver hair, his face severe, instructs, we must keep our heads low until then.
Once, leave that malice behind you.
A tall tree catches much wind.
The woman, her worry deepening, asks, Duke, will information from today's meeting not reach the Sindarth kingdom as well?
Her concern intensifies as she continues, if that were to happen, then we can simply consider Jared's territory part of the Sindarth kingdom and take them both out at one go.
This won't come back to bite us, will it?
The Duke dismisses the notion with a dismissive wave of his hand. Even if it does, he's just playing at being a leader in the barren northern lands. Compared to our empire, which possesses the vast, rich lands in the center of the continent, they're nothing more than dirt under our nails.
The Duke, his gaze steely, vows that the day will come when they will utterly crush their enemies.
Until then, he orders the relentless gathering of intelligence. A voice, filled with chilling determination, promises vengeance for perceived arrogance. A majestic view of the Sindarth kingdom's palace, a symbol of its power and wealth, is shown. A young man's face is partially visible, his expression unreadable. The words, the Lent-Use Empire, appear above him. A woman reacts with shock and disbelief upon learning of large-scale orders for Jared mines. The words avaricious and backstabbing are deemed perfectly suited to describe the current political climate. A clod, crimson hand reaches into a bed of alluring roses, a visual metaphor for the tempting, yet dangerous opportunities that lie ahead. The text above explains these are alluring temptations and promises of the future. An older man with long white hair, Galadin, eyes a potential adversary. His expression is one of calculated assessment, hinting at a manipulative strategy.
A young man, his face etched with disbelief and anger, reacts to Galadin's declaration of imminent war against the Sindarth kingdom. He recognizes this as a calculated move, a game of political maneuvering.
The nation's current vulnerability is highlighted. Weakened by a recent civil war and a devastating flood, the northern regions are now particularly difficult to defend.
Galadin's confident, almost smug expression underscores his belief in his superior military might.
A discussion ensues, questioning the wisdom of Galadin's aggressive strategy given the kingdom's current weakened state.
Doubt is expressed about its feasibility.
Galadin remains utterly confident in his plan, dismissing concerns about the Sindarth kingdom's ability to withstand his empire's power.
He believes victory is assured.
Galadin, utterly confident, dismisses concerns about his empire's impending war against the weakened Sindarth kingdom, stating victory is certain. He scoffs at the very idea of debate, likening it to adding a drop of water to an ocean. Duke Jared, despite his injuries, calmly requests a moment to ask a question.
Jared challenges Galadin's certainty, asking if he'd still claim a 100% chance of victory. Galadin's expression shifts slightly.
Galadin acknowledges Jared's spirited challenge but maintains a confident demeanor. Galadin suggests it's better to address Jared's concerns now, rather than later, implying a subtle shift in strategy. Jared asks if Galadin has officially refused to reconsider his plan, to which Galadin simply states that is how he feels. Despite Galadin's dismissal, Jared expresses concern, urging him to reconsider. Galadin ends the conversation with a dismissive farewell. Jared exits, seemingly resigned but with a subtle hint of something in his eyes. Jared explains his plan to use the Sindarth Kingdom to keep the Lent-Use Empire in check, highlighting the precarious political situation where any misstep could have severe consequences. A concerned advisor rushes to Jared's side, expressing worry. Jared, seemingly unfazed, brushes off the concern. Jared reveals the key to his composure, his mastery over resist fear magic, a power vital for navigating the dangerous political currents. A skeptical advisor questions Jared's strategy, suggesting that eliminating Galadin would be simpler. However, Jared expresses his reservations. The advisor points out the political ramifications of assassinating Galadin. It would make them enemies of other nations. Galadin's recent actions, including building a shrine, have increased his influence. Another advisor observes Galadin's unusual behavior during their meeting, noting a sudden shift in expression. This fuels concerns about hidden agendas or unforeseen circumstances. A senior advisor dismisses the concerns about Galadin's unusual demeanor, stating that it is likely irrelevant to their overall strategy. An advisor concludes the scene with agreement. A grand carriage, drawn by 8 powerful horses, speeds through the city streets, a storm of motion and urgency. Inside, Galadin anxiously reviews a document, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. His sister, listening intently, nods her agreement, sharing his apprehension. Galadin's apprehension is confirmed. Intelligence suggests the Lent-Use Empire is poised to invade. A senior advisor, relaxed and seemingly unconcerned, dismisses the threat, claiming their plans are unaffected. Another advisor, echoing the sentiment, agrees, underlining the prevailing complacency despite the looming danger. A senior advisor, dismissing the looming threat with a wave of his hand, declares their territory has nothing to fear. His unconcerned demeanor highlights the prevailing complacency. 2 other advisors exchange a concerned glance, their silent apprehension a stark contrast to the senior advisor's words. Their worry speaks volumes about the real threat.